The Moon Empress now felt at ease and could use Lin Yuan's resources to evolve her phase without worries. Lin Yuan remained in the Radiant Moon Palace to help the Moon Empress increase her power. He had helped Lu Jie and Wen Yu to increase their strength extremely quickly, but helping the Moon Empress was a slow and long operation. 8 months went by. When the Moon Empress emerged from the quiet room, she was a pinnacle spirit fire expert. Lin Yuan did not help her break through to the Divine Kingdom level because Fan Lu had yet to return to the sky beyond the clouds and could not help hide the accompanying signs of the evolution. If he helped her break through now, it would attract more invaders from the sky beyond the clouds to come to the main world to cause trouble. That would be very bad news. Lin Yuan's phase had also been breaking through continuously. Even Purple Afterglow, who never used to work hard, suddenly became diligent. With the sea of resources provided by Morbius, it evolved from Suzerain/Myth 2 to Sovereign/Pinnacle creation within 8 months. It was now only a step away from reaching Immortal breed. Out of all the phase absorbing these outstanding resources, Purple Afterglow's rate of evolution was the quickest. After all, unlike Green Vine, Lin Yuan's other phase could not absorb energy and transform it into their own energy. If Lin Yuan could use his body composition to evolve his phase, he could enable them to undergo a series of breakthroughs in a very short span of time. The Moon Empress gently lifted her hands and sensed the new power flowing through her body. A bittersweet feeling filled her heart. Firstly, from the method that Lin Yuan used to increase her power, the Moon Empress realized that her previous increases in power had been minuscule. All Lin Yuan did was place his hand on hers, and her power skyrocketed. Previously, trying to awaken her birth horoscope had almost cost her her life. The other members of royalty were unaware of the method by which Lin Yuan was helping her increase her power. If they found out, it was likely they would also feel a sense of bitter surrealness about their previous experiences of increasing their power. Lin Yuan fully understood how the Moon Empress was feeling. This was similar to his previous life when players promised themselves they would not spend money on cheat codes in a game, only to find out eventually that the players who spent their days grinding away and working hard were nothing more than entertaining fodder for the players that did spend money. At that moment of realization, even the most strong-willed and passionate players would choose to give up on the game. Secondly, the Moon Empress had always had her guesses about what spirit firepower entailed. But now that she had reached that level, she realized that all her guesses had been far off the mark. In reality, spirit fire was far more fearsome than she had ever guessed. If Lin Yuan had not taken control of the Marsh world and used the Samsara realm dictators to keep the Mirror God and God of Fools in check, the Radiance Federation would not have been able to fend off an attack from them. She had underestimated the spirit fire level. Now, she had gone beyond spirit fire and was at pinnacle spirit fire. It would not be long before Lin Yuan helped the Divine Kingdom level, a concept she had never even heard of in the past. At that time, it was likely that the spirit fire level would seem insignificant. Little Yuan, you've been here all this time helping me evolve. You must have many things to attend to. Go ahead and do them. I also need time to sense and experience my current power. Currently, I feel as though this power doesn't belong to me. Lin Yuan chuckled. This was exactly how he felt when he first awakened his birth horoscope. But it did not take him too long to adjust and become comfortable with his increased power. It was true that there were many things that Lin Yuan needed to do. Now that he had increased the Moon Empress power, Lin Yuan would go on to help Lu Jie and Wen Yu to increase their power. During the past 8 months, Lin Yuan's own power had increased substantially as well. The stronger the person whose power he helped increase, the greater the feedback of energy he would obtain. From this, Lin Yuan could see a path to rapid power growth. After exiting the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan heard Purple Afterglow's voice in his head. Purple Afterglow was urging Lin Yuan to help it increase its power. He felt he needed to have a proper talk with Purple Afterglow so he could learn what had caused it to change its lazy ways and become as diligent as it was now. Lin Yuan released Purple Afterglow. This was one of the rare occasions where Purple Afterglow appeared before Lin Yuan in its human form. It had a pitiful and pleading expression hanging off its handsome countenance. Lin Yuan was in no rush to ask Purple Afterglow his question because it was still talking to him in his head. Lin Yuan first used true data to check on Purple Afterglow. Fey name: Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, Fey species. Flash Butterfly species / Scaled Butterfly species. Fey grade: Sovereign, 10/10. Fey type: Spiritual / Soul, Fey quality. Creation 9. Abilities: Silence Scale Powder. A special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit chi, their spirit chi will end up cracking. Flashing Scale Dance. Its images will be formed from the scale powder released into the air. It will be able to flash back and forth between itself and the formed images. While it is traveling, it can absorb energy from its surroundings to quicken the production of scale powder. Scale Light Butterfly Image. Scale powder in the wings will be used to refract light. When light fills its reflection, its charm will be boosted, and it will gain absolute control over butterfly species phase. Beautiful God Hallucination. When a target is being attracted and sees one as a beautiful god, one will be able to adjust according to the target's features and pick a life form to turn into the target's definition of unsightliness. If the target and the life form have a positive connection, it will disappear momentarily. If they do not have a positive connection, the target will attack the life form. Species Praised Beauty. When attracting a target and receiving its worship, the target species will also be affected and instinctively feel positively about the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. Beautiful God Cutting Wings. Flap its wings to produce sequential cutting attacks. A special Beautiful God engraving will be formed on the target's body. Every engraving requires 16 cutting attacks to be formed. The target with a formed Beautiful God engraving will trigger its own emotions to the greatest extent. Anything related to energy will be prevented from moving in and out of the target's body. Beauty Assessment Plundering. When one's beauty stupefies a species and takes over that species' assessment of beauty, it can set the standard with its beauty and become the definition of beauty for that species. Besides itself, the species would not see any other life form as beautiful. It would not detest and be repulsed by life forms that previously met their standards of beauty. Beauty Dispersion. When other Fays feel love for it, their amazement and recognition of its beauty will turn into a special scale powder that can be used to increase the power of other butterfly species life forms. This is only effective on butterfly species life forms with inferior bloodlines. Exclusive Skill. Scale Powder Halo. The scale powder has strong reflective abilities, and the target that lays eyes on the scale powder will be affected by the reflection. The target will start to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. Soul Beauty Goddess. By activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of the object of its love on its body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Beauty reaches every species. Each time it receives the recognition of a species and becomes their standard of beauty, its charm would be eternally strengthened. Extreme Mesmerization. When the mesmerizing ability is used on an entity, it can give up its scale powder in exchange for boosting its mesmerizing ability. When he saw the data, Lin Yuan could guess the reason for Purple Afterglow's anxiousness. Love was the reason. The last time that Lin Yuan checked Purple Afterglow's data, it had only been a suzerain/myth Fey. But now it was Sovereign X/Creation 9. Purple Afterglow had only gained one new ability and exclusive skill. The new ability Beauty Dispersion would allow Purple Afterglow to utilize other life forms' recognition of its beauty to create a special scale powder that could rapidly boost the power of other butterfly species life forms. It was likely that Purple Afterglow wanted to create as much of this scale powder as possible to improve the Kill Food Sky butterfly. There was a limiting clause to Purple Afterglow's use of its scale powder to strengthen the bloodline and power of other butterfly species phase. However, this limiting clause was not much of a restraint to Purple Afterglow. It was unlikely that a butterfly species Fey with a superior bloodline to Purple Afterglow could be found in the sky beyond the clouds, much less the main world. Spring had seen Purple Afterglow and had felt incredulous at its existence. Spring saw Purple Afterglow's bloodline as a miracle. She confirmed that there were very few butterfly species in the sky beyond the clouds that could compete with Purple Afterglow's bloodline. Now that Purple Afterglow's power had increased, it could gather as many dependent species as it wanted in the sky beyond the clouds. The sovereign ability, Beauty Dispersion, could be considered a functional type ability. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan felt that the creation breed exclusive skill, Extreme Mesmerization, was a combat type exclusive skill. It significantly increased Purple Afterglow's ability to mesmerize an entity. This meant that Purple Afterglow's ability to mesmerize targets in combat had grown stronger. In the past, when Purple Afterglow was still very weak, it could only use its scale powder to cause targets to lose their ability to sense elements. But after the many evolutions that it had undergone, Purple Afterglow's abilities now centered around mesmerization. Extreme Mesmerization significantly increased Purple Afterglow's combat abilities. It could now use mesmerization to take control of and kill targets. Purple Afterglow was madly in love with its partner. As its de facto father, Lin Yuan could not refuse such a request. Lin Yuan said, "Purple Afterglow, focus on increasing your own power for now. Later, I will prioritize evolving you to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. You will be just as powerful as the Jasmine Lily and Blackie. Once we get to the sky beyond the clouds, you can collect dependent species freely. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly's power won't be lagging either. If you are in a rush to increase the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's power, it will be much easier for me to help to increase its power than for you to do it." Purple Afterglow hurriedly expressed to Lin Yuan that it wanted to use its own abilities to increase the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's power. After soothing Purple Afterglow, Lin Yuan returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion. He had yet to reveal the fact that he could use his body composition to raise the ranks of Spirit Chi professionals. After he was done helping Wen Yu and Lu Jie to increase their power, he intended to contact Zhongzhe, Gulang, Xiaqing, Gaofeng, and the rest to ask if they wanted to venture to the sky beyond the clouds. In the past, he never considered Zhongzhe, Gulang, Gaofeng, and the rest when he made his plans to head to the sky beyond the clouds. This was because they lacked power and because he was unable to help them become powerful enough to handle the journey that he was going to embark on. But now that he had gained such abilities, it went without saying he could begin taking them into consideration. Wen Yu and Lu Jie already heard Lin Yuan's news. Not long ago, they had been overjoyed at becoming S-rank Spirit Chi professionals. Yet now, Lin Yuan was giving them the chance to become experts who were as powerful as the Moon Empress. This was an opportunity they had never even dared to dream of in the past. The stronger they became, the more they would be able to accomplish. When they went to the sky beyond the clouds, they would only be able to help Lin Yuan manage the new subordinates they gathered if they themselves possessed great power. If Lin Yuan's new subordinates were much stronger than them, Lu Jie and Wen Yu would run into many issues while managing them. While Lu Jie and Wen Yu were both eager to increase their power, Wen Yu allowed Lu Jie to go first. This was because she knew that his yearning to increase his power was stronger than her own. While Lin Yuan was helping Lu Jie to increase his power, Winter watched Kong Huan, the two alluring foxes, and Fan Lu climb onto the Abyss Beast's back before departing to the sky beyond the clouds. When Kong Huan and Fan Lu were first captured by Lin Yuan, they had been bitter enemies. Kong Huan hated Fan Lu for betraying her, while Fan Lu was terrified that she had ill intent toward him and would seize any opportunity to kill him. But now, the two of them knew that they were both under Lin Yuan's control and could not lay a hand on each other. As such, they decided to work together and had a collaborative relationship. When they returned to the sky beyond the clouds, they would watch each other's backs and do their best to ensure that everything went smoothly. Kong Huan would create some issues that would shift the attention of the sky beyond the clouds factions away from Fan Lu and this Class 2 world. Next, Kong Huan would lead the alluring foxes in following the snow-covered fox envoy to the North Universe, where they would make a new home for themselves. Previously, Kong Huan felt some trepidation toward the migration to the North Universe. She was concerned that once they went there, they would be at the mercy of the snow-covered foxes and be reduced to puppets. But now that her bloodline had evolved from pinnacle alluring bones to alluring soul, Kong Huan was confident that her bloodline was strong enough to enable the alluring foxes to stand firmly on their own despite being linked to the snow-covered foxes. Confidence came from power. Kong Huan's current state exemplified this statement to the T. However, an increase in power was not the only thing that led to increased confidence. Fan Lu was currently feeling even more confident than Kong Huan. Now that they were Lin Yuan's subordinates, he no longer feared her in the slightest. If they encountered issues, Fan Lu would use the excuse of Kong Huan being stronger to dump all the responsibility on her to handle. The two of them had not seen Lin Yuan before they left. However, Winter spoke on behalf of Lin Yuan and told Kong Huan to look out for Fan Lu when they returned to the sky beyond the clouds. Winter said this because he knew Kong Huan still felt resentful toward Fan Lu. Furthermore, with Kong Huan's current status in the East Universe, it was easy for her to help Fan Lu secure his position as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Fan Lu needed to continue holding this position to help Lin Yuan protect the Class 2 world. Winter knew just how important this Class 2 world was to Lin Yuan. Winter never expected Fan Lu to use his words to threaten Kong Huan. However, Fan Lu was sure that not only would Kong Huan not be angered by his actions, but would even do her best to help him. In the past, given Kong Huan's temper, she would never have tolerated Fan Lu. But now, she had developed an extremely high level of tolerance for him. This tolerance came from a change in Kong Huan's mindset. She was no longer bothered by Fan Lu, rather, she had set her sights on broader ambitions. Kong Huan's head was filled with thoughts about how she could develop the alluring foxes. Fan Lu's bloodline had not been extracted, and Lin Yuan had not given him any spirit chi crystals. It was clear that he had no intention to invest in Fan Lu, so the latter would inevitably become a peripheral figure in Lin Yuan's circle. At that time, she could eliminate Fan Lu if she still wanted to do so. However, Kong Huan felt that even when the time came, she would be uninterested in wasting her time and energy on an insignificant character like Fan Lu. Targeting him would only prove to others that she was petty. Kong Huan had already decided to leave the East Universe. When an explanation needed to be given, Kong Huan took responsibility for almost everything and every issue. This caused her status in the honor-absent parliament to be lowered, and she was reduced to a minor role. Normally, there was nothing that Kong Huan cared more about than her position in the honor-absent parliament. But now this was meaningless to her. In order to not draw suspicion to herself, Kong Huan acted utterly downtrodden during the meeting. Fan Lu and Kong Huan's deception managed to deceive the majority. However, a small group of people could not shake their suspicions. Almost all the resources that Kong Huan and Fan Lu brought back went toward compensating the other members of parliament. Meanwhile, Fan Lu gave Feng Qing the private resources that he had prepared. Winter had handed Fan Lu and Kong Huan the main world's resources. They came off as both precious but not overly stunning. Kong Huan and Fan Lu stated that they had emptied the Class 2 world of all its resources. Even those who remained suspicious did not continue to pay attention to an empty Class 2 world. However, Kong Huan and Fan Lu still followed the plan and caused some issues to distract the other members of the honor-absent parliament. Kong Huan tried to assassinate Fan Lu. The assassination was never meant to succeed. Both Kong Huan and Fan Lu were aware of this. However, Kong Huan's assassination attempt on Fan Lu was the best way to express her hatred toward him. This would remove all suspicion that Fan Lu had betrayed Feng Qing and rejoined Kong Huan. In order to hammer the nail into the coffin, Kong Huan injured Fan Lu's roots. After all, Feng Qing would heal Fan Lu's injured roots. She did not use her bloodline power to attack Fan Lu, as these injuries healed easily. Her assassination attempt on Fan Lu was enough for the latter to secure Feng Qing's trust. Kong Huan paid a significant price for her assassination attempt. The Bloodians supporting the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves gave the Alluring Foxes a warning. Kong Huan knew that the Alluring Foxes were going to leave for the North Universe very soon. Now that the day was almost upon them, Kong Huan felt a twinge of reluctance to leave the East Universe. This was where she was born and raised. Kong Huan still had more than 5,000 of the spirit chi crystals Lin Yuan had given her. She intended to use them to increase the power of the young alluring foxes in her branch. At first, Feng Qing had suspected that Fan Lu had rejoined Kong Huan. Even if he believed that Fan Lu brought him luck, Feng Qing was unwilling to continue using a suspicious subordinate. On this trip that was led by Fan Lu, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf warriors and 2 Bloodians died in the abyss. During the return journey, the Abyss Beast had been grievously injured and died shortly after arriving in the sky beyond the clouds. However, there had been no abyssal pirates in the East Universe's vicinity in the past few years. There was no reason to explain how a lone Abyss Beast was suddenly ambushed by an abyssal pirate. However, Kong Huan's assassination attempt on Fan Lu fully squashed all of Feng Qing's suspicions. If he had not stepped in to stop her, Fan Lu would have died at her hands. As such, there was no need for him to continue suspecting Fan Lu. Moreover, Fan Lu had secretly brought back a large stash of resources for him. These resources were sufficient to move Feng Qing. If Fan Lu had any traitorous intentions, he could have hidden these resources away. Why would he still hand them over? Many of these resources could be used to increase one's power. Feng Qing was increasingly satisfied with Fan Lu and personally helped him to heal his injuries. Subsequently, he enabled Fan Lu to once again be appointed as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. He also sent 2 Chaos Wind Demon Wolf warriors to guard Fan Lu's residence before making a personal trip to Kong Huan's palace to give her a stern warning and ensure she would stop pursuing Fan Lu. When he was speaking with Kong Huan, she bickered and picked on him like she always did. But for some reason, Feng Qing found it very difficult to become angry at her, and he could not help but lower his tone when he spoke to her. Moreover, in spite of her fury, Kong Huan decided not to pursue the matter. From a certain perspective, the alluring foxes were the victims. Feng Qing did not realize that after just one meeting with Kong Huan, he began to stand in her shoes and consider things from her perspective. Winter used his body composition to produce a jade that was cold to the touch. He had told Fan Lu to crush this jade if he encountered any issues. If he managed to be reappointed as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team and could hide the happenings in the main world, he must inject his own energy into the jade. Winter would be able to sense all of this. When used, Thought's letter paper could send messages to and from all areas of the main world. However, it was impossible to use it to send messages between the main world and the sky beyond the clouds. Even if the elemental paper was World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, it would be difficult for it to break past the main world's world wills, as well as the abyss that surrounded the sky beyond the clouds. Winter sensed that Fan Lu had injected his energy into the gem and immediately informed Lin Yuan of this. By now, Lin Yuan had helped when Yu and Lu Jie reach Pinnacle Spirit Fire. Lu Jie's Insect Queen and Wen Yu's elemental paper were also using Spirit Chi crystals to evolve. Lin Yuan remembered that Purple Afterglow wanted to increase its power and had planned on evolving it into World Emperor/Divine Kingdom first. However, Purple Afterglow was currently accompanying the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, which had consumed Purple Afterglow's scale powder and was evolving its bloodline. Purple Afterglow wanted to wait until the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's bloodline had evolved before it increased its strength. Lin Yuan always saw Purple Afterglow as his son and gladly tolerated his exaggerated devotion. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to nurture the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom first. At first, Lin Yuan only used the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom to interrogate other lifeforms as it could discern whether the lifeforms were telling the truth or if they were lying. But once the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom gained Heart Mushroom Sky Questioning, its function now exceeded just that of interrogation. At crucial moments, it could help Lin Yuan escape from sticky situations and ask the world wills for a way to benefit from his current circumstances. This exclusive skill caused Lin Yuan to see the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom as a foundational fey. Otherwise, given all of Lin Yuan's feys, nurturing it would not be such a priority. Lin Yuan summoned the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom. The sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom had been absorbing Spirit Chi crystals and the elemental pearls that were cultivated by the deposit vegetable pods. Now, the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom had reached Sovereign X/Creation 9. From this, Lin Yuan could tell that for feys, evolving from Sovereign to High Sovereign and from Creation breed to Immortal breed were large obstacles that were extremely challenging to overcome. Purple Afterglow was also stuck at the same grade and quality. The sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom size remained the same even after it evolved to Sovereign/Creation and attached itself to Lin Yuan's sleeve, right above the source sand. Because of its small size, The complex patterns on its body could not be seen clearly by the naked eye. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom. Fey name: sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, Fey species. Parasitic fungus species / flaming fungus species. Fey grade: sovereign, 10/10. Fey type: fire, Fey quality. Creation 9. Abilities: seeping flames. The flames will seep into the target's mind, spirit, and soul through the heart and brain. The spirit and soul will begin to burn. If the flames begin to die out, it can absorb the energy from the heart and brain to reignite itself. Body-penetrating flames. When burning the mind, spirit, and soul, the flames will also burn the body. The damage will be translated from the elemental form to the physical. Before the fire in its mind, spirit, and soul was extinguished, the flames afflicting the body will continue to cause harm. Thought-separating flames. When burning the target's mind, spirit, and soul, if the target's mind, spirit, and soul have any thoughts or feelings linked to another life form, the thoughts would become a guide that allows the flames to extend. Strengthen spores. The fungi produced will be strengthened and be able to absorb and take control of more energy. The fungi will be deeply rooted in the target's soul and be more difficult to remove. Truth colony. When questioning a target, the precise answers given will grow a truth colony. When the colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a truth mushroom. When the truth mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be forced to tell the truth, making it easier to obtain true answers to questions. False colony. When questioning a target, every lie told by the target will produce a false colony. When the false colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a false mushroom. When the false mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be unable to break while questioning, preventing them from answering questions. Interrogation soul flames. After confirming that the target has made more than 3 false statements, the target can be asked a question, and the soul with fungi rooted in it will be sacrificed. The target will have to tell the truth through the voiced spirit form. Truth and lie temptation. Each time truth and lie are discerned, it can store the sincerity and falseness. The sincerity can be used to boost its soul and defend it against temptation abilities. The falseness can be used to boost its temptation abilities and strengthen its ability to tempt targets. Exclusive skill. Honesty reflects the heart. The spores will host themselves deep within the target's spirit and soul and determine the genuineness of the target's exterior. Crumbled parasitic cycle. The bacterial strain will be sacrificed. After being sacrificed, the energy around it will crumble, along with other energy-containing entities. Heart mushroom sky questioning. When a judgment cannot be made on an issue, one can be staked to question the sky and ask for a positive solution. Heart mushroom disrupts heaven. When other life forms use various methods to ask the world wills for answers, it can use its energy to disrupt the world wills and prevent the world wills from answering other life forms. Alternatively, it can incite the world wills to give wrong answers. Lin Yuan could not see the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's appearance clearly after its evolution. Hence, he placed all his attention on its new ability and exclusive skill. When its new exclusive skill, Heart Mushroom Disrupts Heaven appeared, Lin Yuan's hopes for the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom expanded. It could be said that Lin Yuan would not be surprised at whatever abilities it went on to attain. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's new ability and exclusive skill brought Lin Yuan significant surprise and happiness. This was especially due to the creation breed exclusive skill Heart Mushroom Disrupts Heaven. Heart Mushroom Disrupts Heaven would allow the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom to block heavenly intervention. When other life forms prayed to the heavens for answers, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom would disrupt their reception of the answers or even incite the world wills to lie to them. There was no way that other life forms would question the answers they had jumped through hoops to obtain. If an enemy's search for answers was blocked or falsified by the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, it could cause the enemy to go down a path of ruin with no return. At crucial moments, this ability would allow the enemy to lose their will to resist. Aside from Heart Mushroom Disrupts Heaven, the sovereign ability, Truth and Lie Temptation, was also extremely useful to Lin Yuan. While the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom was discerning truth and lies, Truth and lie temptation would allow it to use sincerity to boost its own soul and strengthen its resistance to temptation abilities while using falseness to boost its temptation abilities. Lin Yuan's alluring and temptation abilities were extremely strong, with the alluring soul alluring fox bloodline in his body. His abilities might exceed alluring souls if he had sufficient falseness to boost him. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's new ability and exclusive skill. Lin Yuan was now going to use his body composition to evolve the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom. Winter had already received the news that Fan Lu would be able to cover up the happenings in this Class 2 world. Hence, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about restricting himself. Lin Yuan removed the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom from his sleeve and circulated the energy in his body. A sea of energy gathered around the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's body. During this process, Lin Yuan took out a large number of Fire Element Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. These Fire Element Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, nurtured by the deposit vegetable pods, were close to transforming into elemental dolls with 100% purity. They were sufficient to be used to nurture the pinnacle sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom. It did not take long for Lin Yuan's nurturing to lead the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's evolution. Lin Yuan was in seclusion in the return from faraway mansion and planned to evolve the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, Purple Afterglow and Rememberling. Additionally, he wanted to strengthen and refine the merciful star peony. After all, it could utilize constellations to temper itself and improve its body composition. Lin Yuan felt he needed to pay attention to the nurturing of this Fae the Moon Empress had given him. The body of all spirits could improve his body composition by taking control of bloodlines. However, the enhancement effects would disappear once the bloodlines were swapped out. For example, the Bloodian bloodline could significantly improve Lin Yuan's physique. When Lin Yuan triggered it, he could even crush radium. However, all his strength would vanish when he swapped to the alluring fox or burning demon bloodlines. On the other hand, when the merciful star peony strengthened his body, he would maintain the powerful physique regardless of which bloodline he was utilizing. This shielded Lin Yuan from external risks. When the merciful star peony refined its body using constellations, it could increase Lin Yuan's strength and defensive abilities. Previously, Lin Yuan did not nurture the merciful star peony because he obtained it far later than his other phase. By that time, he was fully focused on trying to take control of all the dimensional worlds. After taking control of the dimensional worlds and helping the main world to be promoted, his conflict with Tower Cannon followed soon after. At that point, he was mired in confrontation. Hence, despite the benefits that the merciful star peony could bring him, Lin Yuan had not had the time to nurture it carefully. He had contracted it with his own spiritual energy. He would never do such a thing if it was not excellent in its own right. Time flew by. During the days that Lin Yuan was nurturing the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, when Yu and Lu Jie managed all the matters related to Sky City while trying to get used to their increased power. Now, both of them were top experts of their time. While they adjusted themselves to their new power, they used Lin Yuan's resources to evolve their phase. Elegance and the elemental paper's grade and quality also increased rapidly. A month passed. Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to travel from the return from faraway mansion to the air above the sea just outside the Radiance Federation's territory. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom had evolved to sovereign/pinnacle spirit fire and was only a step away from world emperor/divine kingdom. Lin Yuan only needed to spend another hour or two injecting energy into the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, and its grade would evolve. It would not be appropriate to evolve the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom in the Radiance Federation's royal capital. After all, even with Spring's protection, the commotion caused by its evolution would be far too eye-catching. There was no need for Lin Yuan to get the Radiance citizens involved. The main world had only just overcome the dead spirits crisis, could not handle any changes. Lin Yuan knew how important stability and happiness were to the Radiant citizens. As Lin Yuan continued to circulate the energy in his body, a large amount of pure spirit chi was injected into the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's body. Finally, after being enabled by Lin Yuan's body composition, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom successfully evolved. A strong energy flowed out from the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom and called out to the world wills. Spring easily stopped the world wills from affecting the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, and it soon burst out with a world emperor/divine kingdom aura. After its evolution, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom size did not change. The complicated patterns on its cap intertwined as stunningly beautiful images. However, these images were difficult to see clearly with the naked eye and looked like a mass of black. Lin Yuan checked on the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom again. He was very excited to see the divine kingdom ability it had gained. Fey name: Sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, Fey species, parasitic fungus species/flaming fungus species, Fey grade, World Emperor, 1/10, Fey type, fire, Fey quality, elementary divine kingdom grade, miniature, abilities, certainly. Here's an edited version of the manuscript following the Chicago Manual of Style. Seeping flames. The flames will seep into the target's mind, spirit, and soul through the heart and brain. The spirit and soul will begin to burn. If the flames begin to die out, they can absorb the energy from the heart and brain to reignite themselves. Body-penetrating flames. When burning the mind, spirit, and soul, the flames will also burn the body. The damage will be translated from the elemental form to the physical. Before the fire in its mind, spirit, and soul is extinguished, the flames afflicting the body will continue to cause harm. Thought-separating flames. When burning the target's mind, spirit, and soul, if the target's mind, spirit, and soul have any thoughts or feelings linked to another life form, those thoughts will become a guide that allows the flames to extend. Strengthen spores. The fungi produced will be strengthened and able to absorb and take control of more energy. The fungi will be deeply rooted in the target's soul and more difficult to remove. Truth colony. When questioning a target, the precise answers given will grow a truth colony. When the colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a truth mushroom. When the truth mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be forced to tell the truth, making it easier to obtain true answers to questions. False colony. When questioning a target, every lie told by the target will produce a false colony. When the false colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a false mushroom. When the false mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be unable to break while questioning, preventing them from answering questions. Interrogation soul flames. After confirming that the target has made more than 3 false statements, the target can be asked a question, and the soul with fungi rooted in it will be sacrificed. The target will have to tell the truth through the voiced spirit form. Truth and lie temptation. Each time truth and lie are discerned, it can store the sincerity and falseness. The sincerity can be used to boost its soul and defend it against temptation abilities. The falseness can be used to boost its temptation abilities and strengthen its ability to tempt targets. Truth soil. The spores will change the soil beneath them and imbue it with truth power. When other plant-type phases are planted in this soil imbued with truth power, they will absorb the energy within and produce truth fruits. False soil. The spores will change the soil beneath them and imbue it with false power. When other plant-type phases are planted in this soil imbued with false power, they will absorb the energy within and produce false fruits. Exclusive skill. Honesty reflects the heart. The spores will host themselves deep within the target's spirit and soul and determine the genuineness of the target's exterior. Crumbled parasitic cycle. The bacterial strain will be sacrificed. After being sacrificed, the energy around it will crumble along with other energy-containing entities. Can be staked to question the sky and ask for a positive solution. Heart mushroom disrupts heaven. When other life forms use various methods to ask the world wills for answers, it can use its energy to disrupt the world wills and prevent the world wills from answering other life forms. Alternatively, it can incite the world wills to give wrong answers. Heavenly will shield. It will trigger heavenly will and direct it towards a target. The heavenly will be used to shield a target's aura and prevent it from being detected. Endless curse generation. When the main body is destroyed, it can be reincarnated through any spore. The imprint in the spore will be used to recover its memories from before its death. At the point of its death, it will place a curse on a target. When the truth is told, the curse will lower the target's lifespan. But when a lie is told, it will reduce the target's soul energy. Divine Kingdom abilities. Reverse colony. Truth and false power will join together to create a special colony. Once the colony is fully formed, it will turn into a reverse spirit mushroom. The reverse spirit mushroom will need to absorb spirit chi to grow. The purer the spirit chi absorbed, the better the effects of the reverse spirit mushroom. When being interrogated, consuming the reverse spirit mushroom will cause the opposite effect to take place during the interrogation. The World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Sky Questioning Flaming Heart Mushrooms data appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Before it reached Myth Breed, the Sky Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom was only a fey meant for interrogation. But after reaching Myth Breed, its abilities involved using heavenly will to detect and shield, as well as manipulate truth and lies. Before obtaining truth soil and false soil, the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom could only obtain truth and false energy by continuously questioning lifeforms. Lin Yuan did not have the time to use the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom to collect truth and false energy continuously. Hence, its abilities had been restricted. But with truth soil and false soil, everything was different now. The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom could now obtain truth and false energy through interrogation. It could then inject the truth and false energy into its spores and alter soil. Temptation. 1713 The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's Immortal breed exclusive skill. Subsequently, the plant-type phase that were grown on such soil would produce fruits that contained truth and false power. Lin Yuan could harvest these fruits to obtain a large amount of truth and false power. He could then use this truth and false power to activate the ability Truth and Lie Temptation. The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's Immortal breed exclusive skill, Heavenly Will Shield, would be able to use Heavenly Will to support a target and shield it from detection. If other targets wanted to investigate the target that was being protected by Heavenly Will Shield, they would have to suppress the world wills. The world wills of Lin Yuan's Class 2 world were not strong. The effects of Heavenly Will Shield's effectiveness would supersede the world wills. The sky beyond the clouds East Universe was like a large world and had its own world wills. When they went to the East Universe, the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom could try to tap into the East Universe's world wills. However, this would come at a higher cost. As for the Eternal breed exclusive skill Endless Curse Generation, it could be seen as a self-preservation exclusive skill. The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom no longer had to fear death. With the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's current power, it could produce billions of spores with ease. Could place its spores in various locations. Hence, it would be able to revive in multiple locations after its death. When the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom was by Lin Yuan's side, it was almost impossible for it to be in any danger of dying. This was unless Lin Yuan used the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom as a weapon and used its death to place a powerful curse on a target. In life, one always needed to answer questions from others. Once the curse of Endless Curse Generation was placed, the answerer would be significantly affected regardless of whether they answered with the truth or a lie. If they answered with the truth, their lifespan would decrease. Although World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeforms had very long lifespans, they would not be able to triumph over the continuous reduction of their lifespans. If they answered with a lie, their soul energy would diminish. Once a lifeform soul was harmed, it would entail a grievous root injury. The stronger the lifeform, the more challenging it would be for them to heal from a soul injury. Hence, when powerful lifeforms suffered soul injuries, most of them would decide to negotiate with their opponents rather than continue battling it out. If they continued battling it out despite suffering soul injuries, it would mean that the two parties were either irreconcilable enemies or fighting over profitable resources. The profits had to exceed the impact of the soul injuries. The Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's Divine Kingdom ability, Reverse Colony, was a rare production type 1. The colonies would eventually form reverse spirit mushrooms. However, the reverse spirit mushrooms would not grow in the Sky-Questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's Divine Kingdom. They needed to be nourished by pure spirit chi to become ripe. After they were consumed, a person's words would be reversed, and right and wrong would be reversed. The Divine Kingdom ability that only seemed to help one tell lies actually had implications that went beyond this superficial effect. Sky City's main members would all have to understand a certain number of Sky City's secrets. If they were caught by an enemy, the enemy could use a special method to judge if they were telling the truth, regardless of how loyal they were to Sky City and how hard they tried to safeguard Sky City's secrets. One such example of a technique was the sin-cleansing weeping willow that was planted in the sin-cleansing pool. There would be a fair number of such fays in the sky beyond the clouds as well. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom was one of these fays as well. Once Sky City's members consumed the reverse spirit mushrooms, they would be able to truly evade the enemy's methods and prevent Sky City's information from being leaked. This ability was extremely useful for Sky City's development. Now that he had evolved the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, Lin Yuan had 5 World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase. Purple Afterglow had helped the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to increase its power, and its bloodline had improved substantially. According to Purple Afterglow, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's bloodline had transformed and now exceeded the historically highest recorded level of a butterfly species Fae from the main world. This made Lin Yuan curious, and he told Purple Afterglow to rush back to the Return from Faraway Mansion with the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly preferred to interact with Lin Yuan, Wenyu, Lu Jie, and the rest in its human form rather than its original form. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was extremely respectful toward Lin Yuan. This was not just because the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and Purple Afterglow had become a couple. Lin Yuan was Purple Afterglow's contractor, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly respected Lin Yuan as a father. Lin Yuan was also the one who nurtured the Kill Food Sky Butterfly from the Kill Food Worm to its current self. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly did not have many memories from when it had been the Kill Food Worm, despite being suzerain/mythen. This was a common affliction for butterfly species phase. They only developed their brains when they were in their cocoons. Prior to that, they were mostly driven by instinct. When Lin Yuan saw the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, he used true data to check on it. With Purple Afterglow's help, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had successfully reached Immortal breed. It was not far from Eternal breed, and its grade had also reached High Sovereign. This rate of power increase was extremely high for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had only been with Lin Yuan for a few years, but in that time its quality had evolved from Myth breed to Immortal breed. Aside from the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, Purple Afterglow was also surrounded by a group of the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies, which never stopped trying to curry favor with Purple Afterglow. However, it was obvious that Purple Afterglow was uninterested in them. Purple Afterglow had used almost all of the scale powder that came from beauty dispersion on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had transformed into the Sky-Killing Execution Butterfly. It had comprehended a strength law and was a butterfly species Fae that would wield incredible strength. During its bloodline transformation, the Sky-Killing Execution Butterfly's wings were evolved. Now, when it spread its wings, it could cleave an opening in the sky and cause the space to vibrate. Hence, when the Sky-Killing Execution Butterfly flew, it would sense the spatial energy around it. As time passed, the Sky-Killing Execution would have hope of taking control of spatial energy. The Sky-Killing Execution Butterfly was very satisfied with its increase in power and was brimming with love for Purple Afterglow. Now, the Sky-Killing Execution Butterfly's grade was slightly higher than that of Purple Afterglow. When Lin Yuan saw this, he smiled and said, "Purple Afterglow, you have to hurry up and increase your power. If you continue to remain stuck at Sovereign/Immortal, you won't be able to use beauty dispersion to continue helping your wife increase her power and grade. Aren't you in a rush to increase your power? Why don't I take this opportunity to evolve you, Blackie, and the Jasmine Lily to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom?" In a rare occurrence, a serious expression appeared on Purple Afterglow's face. Lin Yuan realized that a serious Purple Afterglow was much more charismatic than a laid-back Purple Afterglow. The main world was currently in a state of peace. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter spiritual energy were sufficient to cover the entire main world and keep watch on what happened in the main world. Purple Afterglow knew that its wife could not be idle. Since it was going to accompany Lin Yuan into seclusion for some time, it sent the Sky-Killing Execution Butterfly out to explore the Radiance Federation. It could also use the time to quickly evolve its grade and quality. After Lin Yuan sent Sky-Killing Execution Butterfly away, Purple Afterglow changed into its original form. In an instant, a purple cloud of mist appeared in Lin Yuan's breeding room. The patterns on purple afterglow's body pierced through the cloud of mist-like rays of light. As the butterfly flapped its wings, it emanated a soul-stealing and astonishing beauty that Lin Yuan could not describe. Even a person who did not have many desires would form the habit of gazing upon purple afterglow after one glance at it. Purple afterglow was not large. It was only around the size of two of Lin Yuan's palms. When it landed on Lin Yuan's hand, it just managed to cover his palm. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and circulated the energy in its body. Powerful pure spirit qi gathered around purple afterglow and entered its body. Lin Yuan could clearly sense purple afterglow's happiness at being nourished by the spirit qi. The cloud of purple mist expanded. The movement of mist caused the cloud to change shape, and it resembled ever-changing weather. Lin Yuan evolved purple afterglow while enjoying the view. It could be said that purple afterglow's evolution was the most enjoyable time that Lin Yuan had spent nurturing a fae. Many of Lin Yuan's fays, such as purple afterglow, Blackie, and Rememberling's bloodlines, had all gone beyond that of the main world. However, none of them belonged to a species and were unique entities. Lin Yuan's body composition could absorb bloodlines, so he wondered if he should absorb purple afterglow and Blackie's bloodlines. He believed their bloodlines would be beneficial for him. When it came to matters Lin Yuan could not be sure of, he decided to ask spring, summer, autumn, and winter about them once he was done nurturing purple afterglow. There were many matters Lin Yuan did not need to ponder over himself because he could find the answers to many questions by asking spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There was no need for him to search for the answers on his own. When Lin Yuan clearly sensed the wall in purple afterglow's body, Lin Yuan knew that its grade was about to evolve. Lin Yuan concentrated on circulating the energy in his body to help purple afterglow evolve its grade. Just as it was about to break through the wall, a large amount of brilliant purple light began exploding out from purple afterglow's body. As the purple light continued to shine, Lin Yuan felt as though he had been transported to a territory where only truly magical creatures could exist. Purple afterglow continued to transform while ensconced in the light. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the current purple afterglow could already be described as the most beautiful thing in the world. But once Lin Yuan glimpsed the evolved purple afterglow, he suddenly realized the previous purple afterglow had been ordinary. It was like a kid who had only ever seen other kids but was now witnessing a regular-sized adult for the first time. Inevitably, the kid would think that it was looking at a giant. But once an actual giant appeared, the regular-sized adult would seem short by comparison. Purple afterglow's transformation elevated Lin Yuan's definition of beauty. Compared to purple afterglow's current appearance, Lin Yuan was more concerned with purple afterglow's abilities, exclusive skills, and kingdom ability. Based on Lin Yuan's previous understanding of purple afterglow's abilities, its beauty and abilities were linked. Lin Yuan used true data to check on purple afterglow. Fae name: Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, Fae species: Flash Butterfly species / Scaled Butterfly species, Fae grade: World Emperor, 1/10. Fae type: Spiritual / Soul, Fae quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom grade: Miniature. Abilities: Silence Scale Powder. Special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit qi, their spirit qi will end up cracking. Flashing Scale Dance. Its images will be formed from the scale powder released into the air. It will be able to flash back and forth between itself and the formed images. While it is traveling, it can absorb energy from its surroundings to quicken the production of scale powder. Scale Light Butterfly image. Scale powder in the wings will be used to refract light. When light fills its reflection, its charm will be boosted, and it will gain absolute control over butterfly species phase. Beautiful God Hallucination. When a target is being attracted and sees one as a beautiful god, one will be able to adjust according to the target's features and pick a life form to turn into the target's definition of unsightliness. If the target and the life form have a positive connection, it will disappear momentarily. If they do not have a positive connection, the target will attack the life form. Species praised beauty. When attracting a target and receiving its worship, the target species will also be affected and instinctively feel positively about the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. Beautiful god cutting wings. Flap its wings to produce sequential cutting attacks. A special beautiful god engraving will be formed on the target's body. Every engraving requires 16 cutting attacks to be formed. The target with a formed beautiful god engraving will trigger its own emotions to the greatest extent. Anything related to energy will be prevented from moving in and out of the target's body. Beauty assessment plundering. When one's beauty stupefies a species and takes over that species' assessment of beauty, it can set the standard with its beauty and become the definition of beauty for that species. Besides itself, the species would not see any other life form as beautiful. It would not detest and be repulsed by life forms that previously met their standards of beauty. Beauty dispersion. When other fays feel love for it, their amazement and recognition of its beauty will turn into a special scale powder that can be used to increase the power of other butterfly species life forms. This is only effective on butterfly species life forms with inferior bloodlines. Feathered insect command. It will have stronger mesmerization effects on insects and life forms with wings. Insects and life forms with wings will also easily begin worshipping it. Beautiful spirit transformation. All other life forms' recognition of its beauty will be sealed in and used to transform its body. It will also use its dreams as a weapon to take control of the faith, spirit, and soul of other species. Exclusive skill. Scale powder halo. The scale powder has strong reflective abilities, and the target that lays eyes on the scale powder will be affected by the reflection. The target will start to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. Soul beauty goddess. By activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of its object of love on its body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Beauty reaches every species. Each time it receives the recognition of a species and becomes their standard of beauty, its charm would be eternally strengthened. Extreme mesmerization. When the mesmerizing ability is used on an entity, it can give up its scale powder in exchange for boosting its mesmerizing ability. Butterfly bloodline gift. A part of its bloodline will be gifted to other life forms and allow them to gain some traits of its bloodline. The bloodlines of other butterfly species phase will be activated to a greater extent. Spirit arrival application. Choose a life form that has received its gift. The life form's life will be sacrificed. It will temporarily be able to use the life form's body as a medium to arrive. The duration of arrival is related to the concentration of bloodline in the life form's body. Divine Kingdom abilities. Beauty seal. Make a judgment about beauty. It will assign a value to every life form's level of beauty. If other life form's beauty value is lower than its own, it can use its Divine Kingdom to seal the other life form's Divine Kingdom. Only a maximum of 2 entities can be sealed. When sealing the 2 entities, it will not be able to use any other ability apart from its Divine Kingdom ability. Lin Yuan found the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's abilities to be fearsome. But now that Purple Afterglow had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Lin Yuan felt that Purple Afterglow's abilities could be described as perverse. Take Feathered Insect Command, for example. It could increase the mesmerization effects on insects and life forms with wings, causing them to easily begin worshipping Purple Afterglow. With Purple Afterglow's beauty, beauty reaches every species, species praised beauty, and beautiful god hallucination. It had no problems leaving a positive impression on other life forms. Feathered insect control could not only be seen as an ability that raised Purple Afterglow's mesmerization abilities, but also as an ability that could potentially enable it to become the king of insects and avian-type phase. The phase more closely related to Purple Afterglow's bloodline would also be affected by Purple Afterglow's mesmerization to a larger extent. At first, Lin Yuan believed that Purple Afterglow could collect many butterfly species as its dependent species in the sky beyond the clouds. But now, it seemed that it was not just butterflies. Insect and winged species would also be affected by Purple Afterglow's mesmerization. This meant that Purple Afterglow would have no trouble collecting many dependent species in the sky beyond the clouds, obtaining an extremely large amount of faith power. Once a Fae reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, it could not depend solely on pure spirit chi to increase its power. Aside from pure spirit chi, it also needed to obtain faith power to develop its divine kingdom. Purple Afterglow's divine kingdom would evolve the fastest among all of Lin Yuan's Faes. Not even Green Vine could compare with Purple Afterglow. Meanwhile, Beautiful Spirit Transformation was even more amazing than Feathered Insect Command. Beauty came from other life forms' recognition of its beauty. It was an objective perception and could not be used as energy. However, Purple Afterglow was able to use beauty as its weapon and seal the recognition of its beauty in its body. It would then use the beauty that was sealed in its body to control the faith, spirit, and soul of other life forms. Given Lin Yuan's experience, the ability to control spirit and soul was not new or particularly rare. However, this was the first time Lin Yuan heard of a life form that could use its ability to control the faith of other life forms and species. It could be said that this ability surpassed Lin Yuan's horizons. Purple Afterglow's strength was proven through this ability that could surpass Lin Yuan's horizons. Even Spring, who was helping Purple Afterglow fend off the world wills, could not help but be astounded. However, Spring's astonishment did not last for too long because Purple Afterglow was a Fae Lin Yuan had evolved. In Spring's eyes, it was impossible for such a Fae not to turn out to be spectacular. In its evolution to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Purple Afterglow gained not only 2 new abilities but also 2 new exclusive skills: Butterfly Bloodline Gift and Spirit Arrival Application. Butterfly Bloodline Gift involved Purple Afterglow giving a portion of its bloodline to other butterfly species Faes, allowing them to gain a part of its own bloodline. Purple Afterglow could then use its extremely elite butterfly species bloodline to trigger and activate the bloodline levels of other butterfly species Faes. An exclusive skill like that could be seen as a support type 1. Purple Afterglow would deplete its own butterfly species bloodline to help other butterfly species Faes. Each time this exclusive skill was used, Purple Afterglow's bloodline would be affected, and it would take time to heal. If Purple Afterglow had not gained Spirit Arrival Application, Lin Yuan would only allow Purple Afterglow to use Butterfly Bloodline Gift on its wife. But with Spirit Arrival Application, everything was different. Purple Afterglow could arrive through the butterfly species phase that it controlled with its bloodline. It was as though the butterfly species phase bodies had become the mediums through which Purple Afterglow would arrive. In the words of Lin Yuan's previous life, this ability was boss. There were 2 benefits to arriving through Spirit Arrival Application. Firstly, Purple Afterglow could rush to the battlefield in the nick of time regardless of its starting location. Secondly, once Purple Afterglow arrived, it would not be affected after the butterfly species medium died. Nonetheless, Spirit Arrival Application was not without its drawbacks. Once it was used, the butterfly species Fae it was attached to would die. Additionally, the duration of the application was also limited. This was related to Purple Afterglow's bloodline concentration in the butterfly species Fae's body. Purple Afterglow's abilities were fully dependent on its mesmerization of targets. If these abilities were used, it would only take an instant for them to come into effect. Hence, the butterfly species phase that Purple Afterglow used as mediums to arrive only needed to contain a faint amount of its bloodline. The butterfly species phase that Purple Afterglow injected a large amount of its bloodline into did not need to be sacrificed for Spirit Arrival Application. Purple Afterglow's abilities were sufficient to prove how cruel it was toward other butterfly species phase. In truth, phase that subscribed to the law of the jungle would not be overly concerned with other life forms. In the world of phase, only life forms that were more powerful than others could afford to show pity to them. The phase that liked to show pity to other life forms would find it difficult to survive in the main world, much less in the sky beyond the clouds. At that moment, Purple Afterglow said, "Yuan, I am going to use my butterfly bloodline to nurture the 14 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. They come with abilities to serve other life forms and are very compatible with my bloodline. If I ever need to use Spirit Arrival Application, using these Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies will incur the lowest cost." Lin Yuan did not turn purple afterglow down. The 14 sky fragrance beauty butterflies were gifts from the Moon Empress. But she had only given them to him to use to pull his fey carriage. The sky fragrance beauty butterfly's talent was limited. If purple afterglow had not used its bloodline to nurture them, their power would be stuck at creation breed. Purple afterglow was willing to use its bloodline to give them an opportunity. They should be grateful to it. Moreover, even if they were nurtured through butterfly bloodline gift, there was no guarantee they would have to be sacrificed for spirit arrival application. Spirit arrival application would only be used if Lin Yuan was in danger. If Lin Yuan was truly in danger, the sky fragrance beauty butterflies might not survive even if they were not sacrificed to spirit arrival application. Currently, Lin Yuan did not know how to appraise purple afterglow's divine kingdom ability. Lin Yuan had heard of the phrase, acting aggressively due to a sense of superiority that came from beauty. This was the feeling Lin Yuan got from purple afterglow's beauty seal. It would make a judgment about beauty and assign a value to the beauty of every life form. As long as the life form's beauty was lower than that of purple afterglow, the latter would use its divine kingdom ability to seal the other party's divine kingdom ability. An extreme exchange of one for another. With purple afterglow's beauty seal, Lin Yuan could dissolve the threat of an enemy's divine kingdom ability. In the sky beyond the clouds, divine kingdom abilities were seen as secret weapons. Once an enemy's divine kingdom ability was neutralized, they would inevitably be filled with terror. If purple afterglow was willing to give up its own abilities and not utilize any of its other abilities and exclusive skills, it could seal off the divine kingdom abilities of two entities. This was an extreme exchange. Purple afterglow's divine kingdom ability was very similar to Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform. The value was determined by the strength of the enemy's divine kingdom ability. Spring praised purple afterglow's beauty seal more than once. Spring brought up Kong Huan as an example. If any other life form on the Abyss Beast's back had a divine kingdom ability similar to that of purple afterglow, they could have sealed off Kong Huan's divine kingdom ability. At that point, Kong Huan would be rejected by the world wills and would have no choice but to retreat. Kong Huan did not dare to become the cause for a Class 2 world's collapse. If such a thing happened, she would have to pay an enormous price or even be jailed and punished. If that happened, all the alluring foxes would be implicated and unable to head to the North Universe. Not even the snow-covered fox envoy would be able to help. Lin Yuan's first reaction was not to praise purple afterglow's power but to feel glad that none of the life forms on the Abyss Beast's back had a divine kingdom ability similar to purple afterglow's. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding of Kong Huan, Lin Yuan noticed she was not the type who thought a lot about the consequences when she acted. If she were, she would not have come to this Class 2 world and committed such acts. Once a person in the middle of a raving fit was provoked, it was difficult for them to stop and think of the consequences. If they could do so, they would not be in the middle of a raving fit. This especially applied to the two alluring foxes in the same branch as Kong Huan. The latter would do anything to ensure their safety. At first, Lin Yuan wanted to continue evolving Rememberling. It had been working very hard and had reached sovereign/creation. Lin Yuan summoned Rememberling and checked on it using true data. Fey name: Praying Universe Soul Whale, Fey species. Soul Whale species/single-horned whale species. Fey grade: Sovereign, 10/10. Fey type: Soul, Fey quality. Creation 9. Abilities: Soul Knot. When faced with the body of a dead target, singing the whale song will combine all the hidden souls in the body and awaken the soul within the target. If there is enough soul in the target's body, the memories in the soul will be activated. Whale fantasy. When faced with an attack, the body can be turned into soul power and spread out into the surroundings. This will be able to dodge any attack. When heavily injured, the soul will attach itself to the closest object. Once out of danger, the soul can resolidify into its original form, singing soul. The soul energy will be spent, and the soul's past experiences will be recited. This will help to recover the soul's memories. Whale soul tears. After consuming the fragments of the soul and draining the energy within them, the energy can be released through the eyes as sacred items and be used to heal and nourish souls. Sacred Whale Song. When the sacred whale song is sung, curses placed on the soul will be broken. The impurities in the soul will also be cleansed. Whale horn piercing crystal. The whale horn will pick out souls hidden within non-life forms. The remembrance soul whale's soul energy will begin to mold the soul pieces until they solidify into crystals that cannot be returned back into the main body. Soul Universe Guide. The whale horn can communicate with and make prayers to the universe. The collected souls can be guided to its side, and universe power will be used to guide the souls while protecting them and preventing them from dissipating. Soul Ability Protection. The whale horn will be used to plead to the universe for power that will add to its own soul power. Its soul power will be used to protect the target's soul and soul body to prevent the soul body from being destroyed and dissipating. Exclusive skill. Burning soul new life. By using spiritual ingredients full of soul power, the soul energy can be directed to and solidified in the soul. The soul energy can be used to recover damaged souls and return them to whole. Soul Remember Gift. By combining with the collected dead souls, the dead souls will eventually become soul imprints once they are completely absorbed. When the soul imprint is applied to a life form of the same species, the life form's comprehension ability will be raised, and they will be able to comprehend willpowers and laws more easily. Universe Prayer. Cry out in unison with the universe space through its own bloodline. This will earn the chance to communicate with the universe space. After sincerely praying, the whale's tears will be the guide that calls the universe's thoughts and wills to it as a form of direct compensation. Gather soul conversion. A type of energy will be fastened. The absorbed soul will be converted into this type of energy. The body can then absorb this type of energy and use it to strengthen itself. Before Lin Yuan had the chance to be amazed by Rememberling's new abilities and exclusive skill, Lin Yuan received a reply from Zhongzhe, Gulang, and the rest. They had just finished their training in the vicinity of the Dead Spirit's Wells. All of them were disciples of royalty, and Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, Iron Prison, and Long Lamplight had all made the same decision. They wanted to use this method to ensure that their disciples remembered how the sixth epoch came to be. Furthermore, it was true they could increase their power rapidly by training in the vicinity of the Dead Spirit's Wells. Even the simulated Class 5-dimensional rifts could not compare to the dangers of the Dead Spirit's Wells. Aside from increasing their power, the Radiance Federation's royalty also prioritized the training of their disciples' characters. Power alone was not enough to shoulder the mindset that came with possessing power. This kind of power would not only give rise to uncertainty about whether the Radiance Federation was going down the right path, but would likely also lead to harmful impacts on the Radiance Federation. Meng Shui's incident was a warning not only to Tianfeng but also to the rest of the Radiance Federation's royalty. They were now surer than ever that personality and character were more important than power. The Dead Spirit's Wells were built in the Radiance Federation's various cities. The ones around the royal capital were the toughest to tackle. Zhongzhe, Gulang, Xiaqing, and Gaofeng all trained at the same Dead Spirit's Well. They relied on each other while helping and saving others. The members of royalty who sent their disciples to the Dead Spirit's Wells to train also gave them ample measures to save themselves. This was because they were concerned that accidents would befall Zhongzhe, Gulang, Gaofeng, and the rest while they were in that dangerous environment. As Iron Prison's disciple, Long Tao was also sent to the Dead Spirit's Well at the beginning. However, he was not only Iron Prison's disciple but also the head of Coiling Dragon's Valley. His father had officially passed on the position to him a year ago. As Coiling Dragon's Valley's new head, Long Tao had things to do daily. Iron Prison could understand that. The disciples of aristocratic families always placed their family's honor above all else. There were many times that Long Tao wanted to chase his dreams. However, his dreams were eventually all grounded by reality before they could take off. The instant he took on the role of the head of Coiling Dragon's Valley, Long Tao sensed the pressure that his father and grandfather felt. Although he had cultivated many helpers and could delegate trivial tasks, he needed to make decisions on serious matters and also needed to remain in contact with the other elders. The elders who used to get along well with Long Tao now regarded him differently. As a result, friction arose. In order for a powerful faction to develop along the right trajectory, it could not follow the direction of a single individual. The elders existed to watch over Long Tao's utilization of his power and support him. so that he could be a better leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley and the Long family. When Lin Yuan heard what Long Tao said, he could not help but think that it was a pity. Given Long Tao's talent and hard work, he should not be restricted to this Class 2 world. However, he had clearly made his choice and decided his future path. All Lin Yuan could do was wish him the best. With Long Tao managing Coiling Dragon's Valley, the faction would definitely be able to prosper in the main world. Long Tao was using his means to help his family. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of Zhongzhe, Gulang, Gaofeng, and Xiaqing, the latter would decide to remain in the Radiance Federation to protect it, regardless of how badly she wanted to go to the sky beyond the clouds. She might take over her grandfather's role a few decades later. Gaofeng did not have any lofty ambitions, nor did he have a burning passion for increasing his power. He preferred to enjoy life. Moreover, it was said that Gaofeng now had a girlfriend. It was almost impossible he would decide to go to the sky beyond the clouds. The only people who would possibly be going to the sky beyond the clouds were Zhongzhe and Gulang. Lin Yuan had interacted the most with Zhongzhe and knew that Zhongzhe had an intense craving for battle. Hence, the sky beyond the clouds would be the best place for him to exist. In the sky beyond the clouds, Zhongzhe could increase his power endlessly and battle against powerful enemies. Zhongzhe would definitely want to accompany Lin Yuan there. Lin Yuan had known Gulang the longest. However, compared to Zhongzhe, Lin Yuan had not interacted much with Gulang. However, given that Gulang and Zhongzhe could get along, it meant they were the same kind of people. Lin Yuan could just discuss the matter of the sky beyond the clouds with Zhongzhe and Gulang. If Zhongzhe and Gulang were willing to head with him to the sky beyond the clouds to develop, Lin Yuan would help them to increase their strength. Lin Yuan would need a few trustworthy helpers in the sky beyond the clouds. Zhongzhe and Gulang were not only powerful but also possessed decent management abilities. Lin Yuan intended to take some time to see, given the provision of opportunities, the extent to which Zhongzhe and Gulang's management abilities could be unleashed. They might be able to surprise him. Lin Yuan looked at the messages from Zhongzhe, Gulang, Gaofeng, and the rest on the thoughts letter paper and responded to them. Lin Yuan, all of you have just finished training. Why don't we gather together? But this time we won't prepare our own food. I heard that after reopening after the end of the Dead Spirits crisis, the Spirit Food Pavilion is even busier than before. Why don't we go there to eat? That is Zhongzhe's territory and he knows all our tastes, so he'll also know what to order. Ever since Lu Jie's power reached pinnacle spirit fire, he was fully focused on Elegance's increase in power. After communicating with Kira, Lin Yuan finally found what she had been trying to help Lu Jie to obtain. He was going to use this gathering to tell Lu Jie the news and make his day. Regardless of whether Gaofeng, Xiaqing, Long Tao, and the rest decided to head to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would help them to increase their strength. If they went to the sky beyond the clouds, they would become the companions who explored new worlds with him. If they did not want to go and stayed behind as the main world's protectors, Lin Yuan would still be able to trust their characters and dispositions. They would not step out of line even if their strength was increased. In the past, Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe were the ones who decided when and where the gatherings were held. The previously suspended Spirit Food Pavilion had been renovated and was no longer managed by Xia Chun. Instead, Li Chonglin had taken over. This change was not because Xia Chun had not done a good job of managing the Spirit Food Pavilion, but because, after attaining an endless lifespan, Chef Supreme gained a new understanding of the words "to wash a pig was a waste of both water and soap." In spite of all the time that Chef Supreme had put into nurturing Li Chonglin, the latter was unable to stand on his own 2 feet. As such, Chef Supreme decided to stop putting Li Chonglin on the spot and allow him to do what he wanted to do. Li Chonglin's culinary skills were passable, and it went without saying that he was capable of managing Spirit Food Pavilion. Chef Supreme felt that, regardless of what happened, Li Chonglin would not be able to fail at such a simple matter as managing the Spirit Food Pavilion. It turned out that Li Chonglin and his management of the Spirit Food Pavilion indeed did not disappoint Chef Supreme. In the past, the Spirit Food Pavilion's menu consisted only of Kitchen Fragrance Palace's 300 dishes. Chef Supreme had established his creation master path through his cooking, and the 300 dishes were suitable for nurturing phase and combining spiritual ingredients. There were numerous skills that were not suited for cooking delicacies. Xiaqin was aware of this. However, in order to express his respect toward his master, he stubbornly carried on with these methods during his management of the Spirit Food Pavilion. After Li Chonglin took over, he got rid of these complicated techniques that did nothing to help with the food's flavor. Nothing was more important than flavor and the building of a complementary nutrition profile. Lin Yuan also wanted to visit the Spirit Food Pavilion to support Li Chonglin. Ever since taking over the Spirit Food Pavilion, Li Chonglin had invited Lin Yuan to visit the restaurant more than once. He had also said that when Lin Yuan came, he would cook for him personally. In truth, Lin Yuan had not tasted Li Chonglin's cooking in a long time. It was the best food that Lin Yuan had ever eaten. Zhongzhe was very happy when he saw that Lin Yuan wanted to eat at the Spirit Food Pavilion. Zhongzhe, okay, let's go to the Spirit Food Pavilion now. Allow me to be in charge of ordering this time. I know all of your tastes. I will go and give senior brother a heads up. Yuan, he has been waiting for you for a long time. His skills at cooking red braised meat have improved significantly of late. Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe's conversation on the thoughts letter paper could be seen by Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Xiaqing, and the rest. All of them were greatly looking forward to this gathering. During the last gathering, they had all been under immense pressure. This time, they were all free of pressure and could properly catch up and enjoy their time together. When Li Chonglin received Zhongzhe's message, he made a beeline for the kitchen and put on his chef's uniform. Zhongzhe had said that they would only be ordering after they arrived. However, Li Chonglin called Zhongzhe every 3 minutes to rush him. Eventually, Zhongzhe became so frustrated that he ordered over the phone. Chef Supreme took Zhongzhe in when he was very young. However, Zhongzhe did not have a close relationship with his senior brother, Li Chonglin. For almost as long as Zhongzhe could remember, Li Chonglin was absent after eloping with his senior sister. He only returned to Kitchen Fragrance Palace with senior sister a few years ago. It was only then that Zhongzhe and Li Chonglin began forming a bond. Li Chonglin treated Zhongzhe exceedingly well. However, Zhongzhe could sense that Li Chonglin was clearly closer with Lin Yuan. All of them were punctual people. When the time for the meal arrived, they were all present and waiting outside the room that Zhongzhe and Li Chonglin had set aside for them. When Li Chonglin saw Lin Yuan, his eyes welled up with tears. The independent and resilient boy who had to struggle to make ends meet while taking care of his sister had come so far. Li Chonglin was both happy and proud of Lin Yuan. Li Chonglin did not express his feelings often, but this time he could not help but stretch out his arms toward Lin Yuan. Little Yuan, you are much taller and buff now. Let me see if I can still lift you up. Auntie Zhang's Fei is currently on the cusp of transforming its bloodline. Otherwise, she would have definitely come here to see you. Li Chonglin, who used to be Lin Yuan's neighbor, would lift him up and shake him whenever he pushed his wheelchair into Lin Yuan's shop. This expressed his affection for Lin Yuan and was also his way of proving his strength. Despite being wheelchair-bound, he was still a real man. Lin Yuan always had the soul of a mature adult in him. He was never a child, so he used to dislike Li Chonglin's way of displaying his friendliness. But now, Lin Yuan walked over to Lin Yuan with sincerity written all over his face. Lin Yuan was very thankful to Li Chonglin for taking care of him and Chu Xi in the past. The food he would occasionally bring them was only a small portion of the care he provided. He had also helped Lin Yuan to advertise his store and encouraged other neighbors to patronize the store. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan having to consume medicine daily, there was no way he could have saved up so many radiance dollars to buy a fei for Chu Xi. Li Chonglin's care for Lin Yuan was exemplified through daily deeds. He had also been Lin Yuan's parents' comrade in battle. They had asked him to take care of Lin Yuan and Chu Xi. Li Chonglin's care for Lin Yuan was an extension of his parents' love for him. When he saw all the friends by Lin Yuan's side, one of whom was his junior brother, Li Chonglin waved his hands and said, "All your food has been ordered. Given your spirit chi professional ranks, you need to take in more energy daily. I will add more dishes for you." Li Chonglin did not linger and returned to the kitchen. If he remained there, he would interfere with their conversations. As a senior, Li Chonglin was well aware of his circumstances and which lines not to cross. Lin Yuan's question was of paramount importance. He could ask after the meal was done. During the meal, the group caught each other up with what was happening in their lives. As Lin Yuan listened to Zhongzhe, Gulang, Xiaqing's experiences training near the Dead Spirits Wells and the growth and transformations they had experienced, he could not help but think, maybe it's just as Zhongzhe, Gulang, and Xiaqing are saying. They were sent to the Dead Spirits Wells to train because Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, and the rest hope that they will remember this epoch and not forget how the fifth epoch shifted to the sixth epoch. It's likely that Master also thought this way when she decided to keep the Dead Spirits Wells in the main world. The wine flowed, and dish after dish was consumed. Even when Yu was stuffed, Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said seriously, "We haven't sat together and talked about our dreams in a long time. The last time we were together was a few years ago in the Return from Faraway Mansion. Back then, the Dead Spirits Crisis and Radiance 100 sequence selection were about to begin. We weren't thinking about the future at all. Now we are all gathered together and have time. Why don't we talk about our dreams?" Zhongzhe, Gulang, Xiaqing, Gaofeng, and the rest glanced at each other. It was common for young people to discuss their dreams when they were gathered together. Back then, Lin Yuan had been 18 or 19 years old, while Zhongzhe, Gulang, Xiaqing, and the rest were just over 20 years old. But now they were all fully grown adults. Gaofeng was the oldest at 27 years old. All of them had their accomplishments. However, some had achieved more than others. While they were discussing their dreams, those who were doing better could not help but feel proud and want to show off. However, it was true that Lin Yuan could help anyone achieve their dreams. All of them knew that the Radiance Federation's resources were supplied by Lin Yuan. Apart from the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan also provided resources to the entire main world. He was the one who allowed the main world to change and develop. Zhongzhe said seriously, "My dream is to constantly increase my power and fight passionately. While I'm increasing my power, I will protect those I need to protect and hold up the responsibilities I need to undertake." Zhongzhe spoke resolutely, just like he had done a few years ago during the Guard banquet. Gulang was silent for a moment before he said with a smile, "It just so happens that I have the same dreams as Zhongzhe, but rather than combat, I am more interested in becoming stronger. I am less enthusiastic about raising my creation masterclass than I am about increasing my power. So, Zhongzhe has always been one step ahead of me in terms of creation master abilities." Gaofeng and Xiaqing's dreams aligned with Lin Yuan's guesses. However, Lin Yuan had not expected love to change a person this much. Gaofeng had a girlfriend, but they were not married. Yet, he was already coming up with plans to take his future wife and children on vacation around the world and enjoy life as a family man. Even in his past life, Lin Yuan understood one fact of life. Everyone had their own aspirations. They all had different ambitions, and no ambition was better than another. Once he listened to all their dreams and plans, Lin Yuan brought up the sky beyond the clouds. "Our world is only a Class 2 world. It only became a Class 2 world after an evolution. In the sky beyond the clouds, a Class 2 world is a trivial existence. Are all of you interested in going to the sky beyond the clouds for the next part of your growth?" Zhongzhe and Gulang's eyes lit up when they heard that. The two of them had made many guesses, but this was the first time they were receiving verbal confirmation from Lin Yuan about the existence of a world beyond the main world. Could be said that Zhongzhe and Gulang immediately became interested in heading to the sky beyond the clouds. Brilliant fireworks also exploded in Xiaqing's gaze. However, she quickly suppressed her excited gaze and looked down at the Radiance Federation's ground. Gaofeng looked as though he was just here to join in the fun. Gaofeng was the first to speak. "I am aware of my own talent. I have never had much passion for increasing my power. In my younger days, I wanted to increase my power because my father forced me to do so. After I became a disciple, Master began supervising my growth. But finally, there is no one to supervise me, and I can kick back and enjoy life. I don't think going to the sky beyond the clouds is for me." Everyone here knew that, in spite of Gaofeng's joking and friendly tone, He was not this apathetic about increasing his power. He also worked hard for the sake of increasing his power. During the battle against the Freedom Federation, he had been willing to go all out for its sake. Gao Feng had not completely given up now either. However, because of his choice, his increase in power would be much slower than before. Currently, there was already a large gap between his power and that of the rest. Zhong Zhe shot Gao Feng a look of exasperation. Ah Feng, Yuan is giving you a chance. You have to think it through properly. Otherwise, even if you come to regret your decision, there won't be anything you can do about it. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to chase after them continuously to ask about their dreams. This was the only chance. Once they passed up on it, they would never be able to reach the sky beyond the clouds. Going to a wider world would be far better than maintaining the status quo in the Radiance Federation. There was a limit to one's advancement in the main world. They would only be able to achieve new breakthroughs by going to the sky beyond the clouds. I am willing to go to the sky beyond the clouds, but will I have the chance to battle there? Zhong Zhe asked. Lin Yuan smiled. There are thousands of species in the sky beyond the clouds. As long as you want to battle, you will be able to find someone to do it with. However, Zhong Zhe, I think you should restrain your battle desires. Once we get to the sky beyond the clouds, the priority should be to accumulate power. Only think about battling once you're done accumulating power. Zhong Zhe took note of what Lin Yuan said. Gu Lang always spoke straight to the point. Yuan, I also intend to go to the sky beyond the clouds. When do you intend to go? Lin Yuan shook his head. The exact time hasn't been decided. However, it will be at least a few years later. There isn't a rush to go. If you really intend to go to the sky beyond the clouds, you can still remain in the main world for some time. Lin Yuan could see the longing in Xia Qing's eyes and asked her seriously, Xia Qing, what do you think? Xia Qing was silent for a moment. She looked as though she had made a resolute decision and said, Lin Yuan, I have decided to stay behind to protect the Radiance Federation. When Lin Yuan heard what Xia Qing said, he said seriously, I just said that the main world where we live is only a very small part of the sky beyond the clouds. Not long ago, invaders arrived in this Class 2 world. Luckily, they have been dealt with. If we go to the sky beyond the clouds and make a name for ourselves, we will be able to better protect the main world. Xia Qing, I am sure you can understand my meaning. There are sufficient people to protect the main world. You don't have to lend your strength to them. Lin Yuan spoke straightforwardly because this would help Xia Qing with her decision. It was true that Lin Yuan's words gave Xia Qing significant motivation. However, she eventually still shook her head. Lin Yuan, I have decided to stay. I trust that the few of you will be enough to protect our world. I will stay here. It'll also allow me to spend more time with grandfather. Xia Qing knew that her grandfather had formed a contract with the lifespan mouse and attained an endless lifespan. She really wanted to stay with him to do her part as his granddaughter. Just like Lin Yuan's only remaining blood relative was Chu Ci, Xia Qing's only remaining blood relative was her grandfather. He was the man who had dedicated his entire life to the Radiance Federation, to the point that he had even tied his soul to the land. Frankly, Lin Yuan also intended to extend his offer to Anhe, but the latter had yet to return from training. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of Anhe, it was unlikely that Anhe would be willing to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Anhe was as laid back as Gao Feng. Now that all of them had made their decisions, Lin Yuan did not continue to discuss this matter. Before Lin Yuan left, he invited Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang to visit the return from faraway mansion soon. Lin Yuan intended to help the two of them to increase their powers first. He would wait until he was about to leave the main world before helping Xia Qing, Gao Feng, and the others who were staying behind in the main world to increase their strength. Once Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion, Lin Yuan immediately began nurturing Rememberling. Rememberling's grade increased continuously. Eventually, it became a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform. After its evolution, Rememberling's appearance remained relatively unchanged. However, its aura of starlight and mysticism intensified, and special patterns appeared on its horn. These patterns had the power to trigger a living soul. Rememberling was a life form that could piece souls together. However, it had only ever pieced together the souls of the dead. Now, it could do the same for the living. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Rememberling. Fey name: Praying Universe Soul Whale, Fey species. Soul Whale species/Single-horned whale species, Fey grade. World Emperor, 1/10. Fey type, Soul, Fey quality. Elementary Divine Kingdom. Abilities. Soul Knot. When faced with the body of a dead target, singing the whale song will combine all the hidden souls in the body and awaken the soul within the target. If there is enough soul in the target's body, the memories in the soul will be activated. Whale Fantasy. When faced with an attack, the body can be turned into soul power and spread out into the surroundings. This will be able to dodge any attack. When heavily injured, the soul will attach itself to the closest object. Once out of danger, the soul can resolidify into its original form, Singing Soul. The soul energy will be spent, and the soul's past experiences will be recited. This will help to recover the soul's memories. Whale Soul Tears. After consuming the fragments of the soul and draining the energy within them, the energy can be released through eyes as sacred items and be used to heal and nourish souls. Sacred Whale Song. When the sacred whale song is sung, curses placed on the soul will be broken. The impurities in the soul will also be cleansed. Whale Horn Piercing Crystal. The whale horn will pick out souls hidden within non-life forms. The Remembrance Soul Whale's soul energy will begin to mold the soul pieces until they solidify into crystals that cannot be returned to the main body. Soul Universe Guide. The whale horn can communicate with and make prayers to the universe. The collected souls can be guided to its side, and universe power will be used to guide the souls while protecting them and preventing them from dissipating. Soul Ability Protection. The whale horn will be used to plead to the universe for power that will add to its soul power. Its soul power will be used to protect the target's soul and soul body to prevent the soul body from being destroyed and dissipating. Soul Spirit Extraction. Evaluate a life form soul energy. With the sacrifice of the same grade and type of bloodline as the other party, their soul can be extracted and contained. Restricted Soul Sensing. Dissect the imprisoned soul of the living or dead to use the aura to locate a life form with a similar bloodline. Exclusive Skills. Burning Soul New Life. By using spiritual ingredients full of soul power, the soul energy can be directed to and solidified in the soul. The soul energy can be used to recover damaged souls and return them to whole. Soul Remember Gift. By combining with the collected dead souls, the dead souls will eventually become soul imprints once they are completely absorbed. When the soul imprint is applied to a life form of the same species, the life form's comprehension ability will be raised, and they will be able to comprehend willpowers and laws more easily. Universe Prayer. Cry out in unison with the universe space through its own bloodline. This will earn the chance to communicate with the universe space. After sincerely praying, the whale's tears will be the guide that calls the universe's thoughts and wills to it as a form of direct compensation. Gather Soul Conversion. A type of energy will be fastened. The absorbed soul will be converted into this type of energy. The body can then absorb this type of energy and use it to strengthen itself. Soul Tide Whirlpool. Its soul will form a high-speed whirlpool. This whirlpool will be able to increase the response rate of its own soul and increase the concentration of soul power. Soul Level Blessing. Once the soul of an expert is obtained, the expert soul can be used to bless a life form of the same type. The life form will be able to increase its level quickly, and its soul will be strengthened. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Divine Kingdom Ability. Soul Spirit Harbor. It will merge with the environment. Once merged, it will be able to gather all the soul energy in the environment and store the soul energy in its own sea of souls. When Lin Yuan saw Rememberling's new abilities and exclusive skills, he felt as though he had discovered a gem. Lin Yuan did not check Rememberling's abilities in detail before it evolved to Sovereign/Creation. But now that he was looking at all the abilities, he noticed that the exclusive skill Gather Soul Conversion and Divine Kingdom ability Soul Spirit Harbor could be connected. Soul Spirit Harbor would allow Rememberling to collect all the souls of the dead in the world and store them safely in its own soul. Meanwhile, gather soul conversion allowed Rememberling to fasten a certain type of energy before turning souls into that energy and absorbing the energy through the body. Faith power immediately came to Lin Yuan's mind. Rememberling could collect souls from all around it and turn the souls into faith power that it would use to evolve itself. This meant that it would be able to use gather soul conversion and soul spirit harbor to rapidly evolve its own divine kingdom and grade. Perhaps, Rememberling was the Fae that increased its power the fastest. Due to the dead spirits crisis, most of the souls in the main world were gone. However, there were plenty of burial grounds in the sky beyond the clouds. The sky beyond the clouds had existed for far longer than the main world. Once Rememberling used Soul Spirit Harbor, countless souls would gather around it. Soul Tide Whirlpool would allow Rememberling to speed up his soul sea and absorb the soul energy quicker. Moreover, the whirlpool could increase the rate of response between Rememberling and its ability to gather soul energy. Once its ability to gather soul energy was strengthened, its own soul's defensive abilities would be elevated. With these two exclusive skills and Divine Kingdom ability, it was possible that Rememberling would be able to evolve to the Holy Spirit level soon. After all, once a life form reached the Divine Kingdom level, the evolution of its Divine Kingdom was solely dependent on its faith power. The quantity of faith power required was determined by the level of the Divine Kingdom. Additionally, Rememberling's abilities allowed its functions to expand significantly. Soul Universe Guide could be paired with Soul Ability Protection. When Rememberling used its horn to communicate with the universe and pray to it, the universe power would support its soul power. The universe power would not only protect the souls that had been guided to it, but its own faith power could also be used to protect the souls and soul bodies of targets. With this double layer of protection, they could effectively prevent soul bodies from being destroyed and dissipating. A shattered soul body was very fragile. This also applied to an expert's shattered soul body. From the patterns on Rememberling's horn, Lin Yuan could sense its ability to control the living. This was related to Rememberling's soul spirit extraction, whose effects were aimed at the souls of the living. As long as a similar grade and type of bloodline as that of the target was sacrificed to the universe, Rememberling would be able to extract the target's soul and imprison it. Soul spirit extraction targeted the souls of the living and could be regarded as a deadly move. To others, using this deadly move might come at a high cost. In the sky beyond the clouds, bloodline was very precious, and it was exceedingly difficult to evolve the bloodline. It was basically impossible for experts to be able to sacrifice bloodlines that were of the same type as their own. If there was a faction or person in the sky beyond the clouds that could make that sacrifice, they would also have other means to kill their targets. But to Lin Yuan, bloodline was not something that was difficult to get his hands on. Regardless of how elite the bloodline was, he would be able to nurture it through his body of all spirits. When he faced powerful enemies, the bloodlines he had nurtured for the longest could be used to take control of his opponent's souls. This not only allowed him to defeat his enemies but also placed immense pressure on them. Once their lives were in his hands, Lin Yuan believed that even the strongest Holy Spirit would be willing to trade secrets and information for its own life. Soul spirit extraction could be linked with restricted soul sensing and soul level blessing. Restricted soul sensing could dissect the living or dead soul that had been imprisoned before using it to locate a Holy Spirit with the same bloodline. With just restricted soul sensing, Lin Yuan would be able to locate an entire species. This would prevent any member of a species that Lin Yuan was trying to capture or eliminate from slipping out of his grasp. If a species from the sky beyond the clouds, like the one Kong Huan belonged to, found out about this ability, they would definitely begin to quake in terror. This ability could strike fear into species with small numbers. Once Kong Huan found out about this ability, she would know that if she ever made an enemy out of Lin Yuan, he would be able to capture any alluring fox and imprison their souls using Rememberling. Under Rememberling's control, Lin Yuan could find all the alluring foxes. If he wanted to wipe out the alluring foxes, none of them would be able to escape, and the species would be rendered extinct. Soul spirit extraction allowed Rememberling to target experts, while soul level blessing allowed it to create experts. Once Rememberling imprisoned the soul of an expert, it would be able to use the expert's soul to bless other members of its species. The other members of its species would be able to utilize this expert's soul to increase their strength. Their souls would also be strengthened. When Lin Yuan took control of a species, he could use this method to eliminate the uncooperative and disobedient experts before using their souls to nurture the members of the species he had chosen. This would allow him to quickly gain full control over the species. While Lin Yuan was nurturing Rememberling, Fan Lu and Kong Huan were both experiencing a multitude of events in the sky beyond the clouds. Fan Lu was now the apple of Feng Qing's eye. At first, Fan Lu's status had been below that of Feng Xian. But now he was on equal footing with Feng Xian. In fact, it could be said that he had a slight edge over Feng Xian. Fan Lu did not give himself this status. It was determined by the way he was viewed by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. But the way that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves viewed Fan Lu was also closely tied to Feng Qing's attitude toward him. Feng Qing saw Fan Lu as his lucky charm. Feng Qing did not distribute the Class 2 world's resources brought back by Fan Lu to the rest of the species. Instead, he used them to continuously increase his own power. Through this, Feng Qing's bloodline had improved considerably. Once Feng Qing began viewing Fan Lu as his lucky charm, his attitude toward Fan Lu improved. This made Feng Xian seethe with envy. Yet there was nothing that Feng Xian could do about it. Unless Fan Lu committed a serious error and angered Feng Qing, he would be stuck under Fan Lu for the foreseeable future. Feng Xian had made attempts to change the circumstances. When he was alone with Feng Qing, he threw in some comments to undermine Fan Lu. However, not only did Feng Qing not believe him, but even sternly warned him not to discriminate against Fan Lu. As a result, Feng Qing did not dare to continue targeting Fan Lu. He was only able to climb to his current position because of Feng Qing's cultivation and rewards. If Feng Qing chose to abandon him, he would lose all of his power and have to return to the ranks of the rest of the species. It was unlikely that he would have a good time among the other members of the species. The members of the species were used to currying favor with the strong while scorning the weak. When he was favored by Feng Qing, many of them flocked to him. These same people would return to trample over him once he lost his power. Feng Xian could only watch as Fan Lu strove for more success. Despite only having a small amount of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf bloodline, he was a rising star among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because of the rewards he received from Feng Qing. Many of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were falling over themselves to earn his favor. Fan Lu did not become blinded by arrogance because of the rewards he received from Feng Qing. He was polite to those who tried to curry favor with him and would help them as much as he could. Fan Lu was well aware he was not working for Feng Qing but for the Lord in the Class 2 world. After witnessing spring and winter's strength, not even Feng Qing could impress Fan Lu anymore. Fan Lu was doing what he was doing now in order to improve his standard of living and hide his true motives. This was also so he could do an even better job as the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. In the past, in order to secure the protection of the team's members, Fan Lu had distributed a significant portion of power to the team members. But now, he took back all the authority and began controlling the 6th Boundary Patrol Team with an iron fist. The territory where Lin Yuan's Class 2 world existed was solely watched and managed by Fan Lu. Fan Lu could sense that there were lifeforms in Lin Yuan's world that were being evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. This caused him to be even more awed by Lin Yuan's strength. It was extremely difficult to evolve a Class 2 world's native lifeforms to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Yet, Lin Yuan was capable of doing so. This substantiated Fan Lu's certainty that Lin Yuan possessed an abundance of powerful resources. With Fan Lu's success, his residence was expanded to more than 10 times its original size and was moved to an area with even more resources. In the past, the most precious resource that Fan Lu could get his hands on was a weak spirit or mine. But now, he would not even look twice at a weak spirit or mine. The rewards that Feng Qing gave Fan Lu allowed him to have a far better life than most of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Compared to Fan Lu, Kong Huan's experience was much more of a roller coaster ride. By now, Kong Huan had led the alluring foxes in their departure to the North Universe. Before she left for the North Universe, Kong Huan attempted to assassinate Fan Lu once again in order to cement the relationship they were trying to project. It seemed as though she was helping Fan Lu, But this was also her way of showing her loyalty to Lin Yuan. Once she was done with her assassination attempt, Kong Huan organized all of the Alluring Fox's resources and sold the assets they would not be able to take with them. By using her evolved bloodline, Kong Huan mesmerized the many light-wind wolves and robbed their treasure vault. She did this so that she could obtain even more resources and would not have to worry about a lack of resources during their development in the North Universe. But to the rest of the world, Kong Huan's actions would be seen as her revenge on the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves who protected the Light Wind Wolves. Many members of Honor Absent Palace were shocked by Kong Huan and the Alluring Fox's departure to the North Universe. It had already been an anomaly for Kong Huan to obtain a seat on the Honor Absent Parliament as an Alluring Fox. Given the power of the Alluring Foxes, they would never be able to achieve such treatment in the North Universe, whose living conditions were far harsher than those of the East Universe. It was likely that the Alluring Foxes were going to the North Universe because they had been invited by the Snow-Covered Foxes. The Snow-Covered Foxes had been making contact with various fox species across the 4 universes and inviting them to become their dependent species. Many fox species had accepted the offer because of the Snow-Covered Foxes' power. If the Snow-Covered Foxes had only invited a few fox species to become their dependent species, they would be able to protect all of them. However, they had invited more than 1,000 species. Not only would these species have to earn the favor of the Snow-Covered Foxes, but they would also have to compete endlessly amongst themselves. The Alluring Fox's decision was too abrupt and illogical. It caused some to think that they were fleeing far away to escape the threat of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Apart from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the Bloodians were also putting pressure on the Alluring Foxes. Once the Bloodians placed a target on the Alluring Fox's back, there was a high probability that they would attack them. The Bloodians eliminated tens of species from the East Universe every century. The species that lacked power all did their best to get on the Bloodians' good side. They did not dare to engage the Bloodians in any conflict for fear of becoming a target. The Alluring Foxes were already targeted by the Bloodians, and they lacked the power to take the Bloodians on. Hence, leaving the East Universe was an option they had to consider taking. Once Kong Huan decided to lead the Alluring Foxes in following the Snow-Covered Fox envoy to the North Universe and become the Snow-Covered Fox's dependent species, she stopped bothering about what she was leaving behind. When she left, Kong Huan did not feel a shred of sadness. Rather, she saw the North Universe as a place where the Alluring Foxes would be able to prosper. The Alluring Foxes were not battling alone now. They had a powerful source of support. Kong Huan's bloodline had evolved from pinnacle alluring bones to beginner alluring soul. She could clearly sense the benefits of her evolved bloodline. Before her bloodline evolved, she would never have had the courage to go to the Light Wind Wolf's treasure vault on her own to rob it, nor would she have been able to mesmerize the Light Wind Wolf experts to ensure she was successful. Kong Huan's branch had always been the dominant one amongst the Alluring Foxes. But recently, a few of the young Alluring Foxes from other branches had discovered their talent and became rebellious. It was only after the other Alluring Foxes found out that Kong Huan's bloodline had reached the Alluring Soul grade they no longer dared to act disrespectfully toward her. With just her bloodline, Kong Huan managed to quell all defiant thoughts from the other bloodlines. The bloodline was above all to the Alluring Foxes. Kong Huan did not have to worry that the other branches were only pretending to submit to her. The Alluring Foxes had always passed down a rule left behind by their ancestors. Only the Alluring Fox with the strongest bloodline could lead the species. If another Alluring Fox managed to attain a stronger bloodline, Kong Huan would be willing to submit to them as well. Kong Huan did not know much about the Snow-Covered Foxes. Hence, on this trip, she never stopped asking the Snow-Covered Fox envoy questions in the hopes of learning more information that would help the Alluring Foxes settle into the North Universe. The Snow-Covered Fox envoy had guided many fox species from the East Universe to the North Universe. Usually, he would not give away too much about the circumstances in the North Universe. It was true that most of the fox species who went to the North Universe would not have to worry about their safety because they had the Snow-Covered Fox's protection. However, these fox species would not receive many opportunities because such opportunities mostly went to the Snow-Covered Foxes. The dependent species' living conditions were fully dependent on the Snow-Covered Fox's moods and whims. If any of the snow-covered fox elites were attracted to any member of a dependent species and were willing to take them in as a concubine, the concubine species would immediately receive an inflation in status. Most of the snow-covered fox's dependent species status was related to their power. But once a member caught the eye of a snow-covered fox elite, their species would receive better treatment than the others, regardless of how weak the species was. If a dependent species saw itself as powerful and affected other dependent species under the snow-covered fox's protection, they would be eliminated by the snow-covered foxes. It went without saying that it was not appropriate to tell the fox species who were headed to the North Universe to become the snow-covered fox's dependent species about all this. Kong Huan had been muffling her bloodline. She only revealed a small portion of it now in front of the snow-covered fox envoy to seduce him. The alluring fox bloodline had strong seduction effects on fox species. Once they were mesmerized, the targets would not be able to sense the effects. They would only know they now felt attracted to the alluring foxes. This snow-covered fox envoy had met with Kong Mu. He had acknowledged she was very pretty but had not felt any special feelings toward her. Yet now in his interaction with Kong Huan he felt the pricks of love. Instinctively, he wanted to make Kong Huan happy. It was clear that this alluring fox was not being overly friendly with him and was also asking about the North Universe. However, this snow-covered fox envoy felt overwhelmed by his attraction and found it difficult to restrain himself. During the journey, the snow-covered fox envoy never stopped trying to gain Kong Huan's favor and frequently expressed his love for her. He even claimed to want to marry her once they joined the snow-covered foxes. The snow-covered fox envoy admitted he was not a member of the elite, but his status was not low either. As long as he made sufficient contributions, he would be able to become an elite in the future. While the snow-covered fox envoy candidly expressed his love for Kong Huan, he completely missed the derision in her eyes. If this were in the past, Kong Huan would not have hesitated to accept the snow-covered fox envoy's love. She was headed to a place she had never been before and did not have even a shred of a sense of security. Once she married this snow-covered fox envoy, she would be able to receive true protection and coverage that would not only benefit her but all the alluring foxes. Until now, Kong Huan had only heard rumors about the snow-covered foxes. Based on the snow-covered foxes' ranking on the species ranking, it was not difficult to guess just how powerful they were. But now, she had managed to use her alluring soul bloodline to seduce this snow-covered fox envoy easily and turn him into her tool. Now, Kong Huan only saw this snow-covered fox envoy as a tool she could use as she pleased. Who would want to marry a tool? Kong Huan was very confident she would be able to use her alluring soul bloodline to mesmerize more snow-covered foxes into becoming her tools. She would also be able to use her bloodline to attract the snow-covered fox elites. Moreover, attracting the snow-covered fox elites did not mean that she had to marry them. The snow-covered foxes were considered a small species when compared to the other top 100 ranked species in the North Universe. But to the alluring foxes, they were an enormous species with a messy internal structure. The elites both worked together and saw each other as rivals. Given these circumstances, if she were bonded to a member of the snow-covered fox elites through marriage, it would indeed enable her to receive his protection. However, it would also cause the alluring foxes to become implicated if this member of the elite fell. Hence, Kong Huan had to think things through carefully. When the alluring foxes arrive at the North Universe, I will praise you in front of Sir Light Graceful Fox. I will tell him you are very enthusiastic about becoming the snow-covered fox's dependent species and volunteered to come to the North Universe. This snow-covered fox envoy was part of Light Graceful Fox's faction. Although he could not receive rewards from Light Graceful Fox, he could gain an audience with him. Light Graceful Fox liked the fox species that volunteered to join the snow-covered foxes. He believed they had taste and were well-behaved. He disliked the fox species that came to the North Universe and began putting on airs. In truth, dependent species were servants. How could servants put on airs in front of big shots of other universes? The snow-covered foxes would not do charity for nothing. There were many fox species who had failed to be compliant and had been taught painful lessons. This snow-covered fox envoy mentioned Light Graceful Fox because he was concerned the same issue would happen with the alluring foxes. The love he felt for Kong Huan was unexplained. When Kong Huan heard the snow-covered fox envoy mention light graceful fox, she asked, "Does Sir Light Graceful Fox like the fox species that volunteer to join the snow-covered foxes?" Among the snow-covered foxes, the inferior members rarely recklessly discussed their superiors. The snow-covered fox envoy hesitated to answer Kong Huan's question. When Kong Huan saw this, she whined coquettishly before circulating her alluring soul bloodline and repeating her question. It was only then that the snow-covered fox envoy answered her question and even told her of all of Light Graceful Fox's likes and dislikes. "It's true. Sir Light Graceful Fox is arrogant and likes the submissive dependent species. He never treats the non-compliant dependent species well. When you come with me to join the snow-covered foxes, you will have to find shelter in Sir Light Graceful Fox's camp." Kong Huan listened intently to the snow-covered fox envoy as he introduced Light Graceful Fox. She now knew that there were 16 fox leaders, and each of them had more than 10 envoys. These envoys would be sent out to the various universes to search for dependent species. Once they found them, they did not have to be acknowledged by all the snow-covered foxes but would become akin to the private assets of the fox leader. Cold sweat began dripping down Kong Huan's back when she heard that. The envoy's words now were completely different from his previous claims. The snow-covered fox's gathering of the fox species was seen as them trying to protect the fox species, and they were highly revered for this. Almost every fox species that had been pushed into a corner in a certain universe would think of joining the snow-covered foxes. But in reality, the snow-covered foxes were the true devils. A fox leader's dependent species was linked to the profits they received. It was clear that the snow-covered foxes were taking independent species to strengthen themselves. It was unsurprising that species that used this method of development could grow increasingly and endlessly stronger. Despite her bloodline having reached alluring soul, Kong Huan still became apprehensive. There was no way that her beginner alluring soul bloodline would be able to mesmerize Light Graceful Fox. Once they arrived at the North Universe, the alluring foxes would be in Light Graceful Fox's hand. Kong Huan could use her bloodline to take control of this envoy and return to the East Universe. But if she returned to the East Universe, she would have to face the threat of the Bloodians. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would definitely also try to take revenge on the alluring foxes for the Light Wind Wolves. Frankly, these would not be enough to cause the alluring foxes to fall. Nonetheless, Kong Huan did not do so because going to the North Universe and developing the alluring foxes was a task Lin Yuan had given her. There was no way Kong Huan could go against Lin Yuan's order. Even if she defied Lin Yuan, an expert who at the very least had reached the Holy Spirit level, he still had 2 bodyguards who were definitely above the Holy Spirit level. She could only ask Lin Yuan for help if she and the alluring foxes ran into trouble. If everything went smoothly, she would not be able to ask Lin Yuan for resources. Winter had not only given Fan Lu a jade, but he had also given one to Kong Huan. If she paid the appropriate price, she could use her soul to communicate with Winter through the jade. Kong Huan was not going to trigger the jade. Instead, she intended to wait for Lin Yuan to contact her. Lin Yuan had provided numerous resources, meaning he definitely had a plan to use her in the future. Kong Huan was going to roll with the punches. When they were in the North Universe, she would develop the alluring foxes carefully while seeking out opportunities. At first, Kong Huan believed she would be able to gain the snow-covered fox elite's acknowledgement due to her bloodline. But now, she preferred not to stand out immediately and catch Light Graceful Fox's attention. She did not want to be seen as a present Light Graceful Fox could use to ameliorate the relationships between the fox leaders. Once she received such a label, she would be leashed to the Light Graceful Fox's elites forever, and the alluring foxes would be shamed. Lin Yuan did not know about Kong Huan and Fan Lu's circumstances. It was true that they were 2 tools in his toolbox. However, Lin Yuan was in the main world and did not need to use these 2 tools yet. Lin Yuan had spent the past 2 days evolving the Merciful Star Peony. The Merciful Star Peony needed to absorb moonlight to evolve its grade. Hence, it could not evolve quickly, even with Lin Yuan's help. Luckily, Lin Yuan was not in a rush. Zhongzhe and Gu Lang arrived at the return from faraway mansion as agreed. Lin Yuan told them about how he could use his body composition to promote the ranks of spirit chi professionals. Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang were astonished by this. When Lu Jie and Wen Yu saw this, they released their pinnacle spirit fire aura. The two of them were only one step away from reaching the divine kingdom level. In terms of aura, their auras were even stronger than the Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supremes. Firstly, neither Zhong Zhe nor Gu Lang doubted what Lin Yuan said. Moreover, Wen Yu and Lu Jie's auras were the best evidence for Lin Yuan's words. Hence, Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang had no reason not to believe him. Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang had felt that there was something off about Lu Jie and Wen Yu's auras during their meal. Now, they finally knew the reason. After Lin Yuan told Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang about the situation, he did not rush to help them increase their strength. Instead, he told them to stay in the return from faraway mansion for a while. Lin Yuan intended to evolve the merciful star peony and Wen Yu's elemental paper first so the elemental paper could reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The elemental paper's increase in power would not only allow for improved delivery of messages, but would also increase the speed of resource flow in the main world. Once the elemental paper was evolved, it would be easier to deliver resources from the Radiance Federation to the rest of the main world. A month passed in a flash. The merciful star peony had reached suzerain/myth, and the elemental paper had broken through to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom and had attained its own Divine Kingdom ability. Fey name: Elemental paper, bouquet of flowering cranes. Fey species: Elemental species/paper species. Fey grade: World Emperor, 1/10. Fey type: Wood. Fey quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade: Miniature. Abilities: Dance of paper. Transform the body into a piece of paper that is immune to physical attacks. However, it is especially vulnerable to elemental attacks. The paper has teleporting power. The teleportation can be used every 3 seconds and has a radius of 20 kilometers. Paper crane's promise. The paper will be stacked to form a paper crane that can send messages. The paper crane will be engraved with the aura of the person receiving the message. If a person other than the receiver touches the paper crane, it will burst into flames. The paper crane has teleporting power that is 30 times more powerful than that of Dance of Paper. Thoughts letter paper. The paper will absorb the target's blood and form a temporary contract with the target. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to communicate with each other using their thoughts, as their thoughts will automatically appear as words on the paper. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to read the words together. Faceless paper. An imaginary paper will appear in front of the target, and it can take the shape of the target's appearance. As long as the elemental paper is not destroyed, the imaginary paper will be undamaged even if the target is killed. Paper flower funeral. The paper will be folded into a flower that will form an imprint when it lands on a target. Even if the target is hidden, cloned, or affected by elements, the paper flower imprint can be used to sense the target's location. Paper of 10,000 forms. The paper can pretend to be a person, fey, mountain, city, sea, or even sky. While in the imitation state, the entities hidden behind the paper can enjoy absolute defense. Paper world carrier. Its own body will become a carrier for other entities. The entities can be restructured to enter the paper world. When portions of the paper are broken apart, the entities stored within will be released. The paper carrier can be used to transport entities through paper crane's promise. Folded paper abundant entities. A lifeform's aura will be imprinted on the paper. The paper will be folded into the shape of the lifeform and will have the ability to think independently. The folded paper will detect and possess the lifeform's spiritual energy and soul, gaining an imitation fate. Absolute paper world. A special paper will create a world. The paper world can be used to store various items and will be unaffected by spatial abilities. As long as the paper world is undamaged, the items inside will be absolutely safe. Stripped official paper. The official paper will be printed on a lifeform's body. When the official paper leaves the lifeform's body, it will take with it the target's disguise, leaving the target in its original appearance. Exclusive skills. Hear Heaven's secrets. The contractor will become a book of secrets linked to the flying piece of paper. When the book's pages are turned, Any knowledge within can be transferred to the flying piece of paper. Truth form paper. While the paper is flying around, soul power can be used to form a piece of paper that can investigate the truth. When questioning a target, the paper will be folded into a flower if the target is telling the truth, and it will break apart if the target is lying. Floating world ever-changing. One's body will be separated. As long as a piece of paper still exists, the owner of the paper can be revived through the remaining piece of paper. Loading paper summon return. The paper that has left it will be activated, and the energy within it will be burned. The paper and all that are in contact with them will return to it. Imperial paper blessing. Sacrifices and paper will be forfeited to bless a certain entity. Karma will ensure that the matters go smoothly. The sacrifices will only be used up once it is assured that the matter has been successfully achieved. Memorize paper coffin. Official paper will form a paper coffin. The items stored in the paper coffin will be suspended and unaffected by the passage of time. Divine kingdom abilities. Battleground angel. The paper will form wings. Each piece of paper will be able to uncover any hidden information on a battleground. All information within the battleground will be revealed, and orders can be issued with full knowledge of the battleground's information. Lin Yuan carefully scanned through the elemental paper's new abilities, exclusive skills, and divine kingdom ability. He was very satisfied with the elemental paper's evolution. Even after reaching World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, it was still an excellent functional type Fey. When it was Suzerain/Myth, the elemental paper's functions were mainly centered around collecting, blocking, hiding information, and delivering resources. The elemental paper had the most comprehensive functions of all the myth breed Fays that Lin Yuan knew. Faceless paper and Thought's letter paper were still Sky City's key treasures. The white-clothed followers all put on the same face when they were out on operation. This prevented them from conspiring privately. But now, although the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom elemental paper's abilities had not changed much, its new abilities could help Lin Yuan take on battle circumstances at crucial moments. For example, folded paper abundant entities first imprinted the aura of a life form on the folded paper. The paper would encapsulate the aura of the life form and take the form of the life form. Normally, imitations were seen through because they did not have intelligence. Hence, they could be exposed when they interacted with others. When folded paper abundant entities took the form of life forms, it would not only be capable of independent thought but would also have spiritual energy and a soul. This radical imitation was capable of deceiving even the most outstanding interrogator. It would also be able to deceive most of the factions in the sky beyond the clouds. Even the most detailed technique of interrogation would not investigate a lifeform's soul or spiritual energy but its fate veins. At World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, fate was no longer something that was out of reach. Powerful lifeforms could even use their divine kingdom abilities to displace the fate of other experts. However, it went without saying that doing so came at a heavy price. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter had told Lin Yuan a lot about the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had also asked Fan Lu and Kong Huan many questions while they were describing the East Universe to him. Now, Lin Yuan had a general understanding of the East Universe and no longer had to feel his way around blindly. The elemental paper's folded paper abundant entities could be used in many situations, but especially when a life form needed to be used as a lure. Absolute Paper World involved the elemental paper creating a special paper to produce a small world. The paper world could store items and would be unaffected by spatial energy. It would be a small matter if the paper world was just affected by spatial energy. But if the enemy used a special method to target the items being stored and expel them from the paper world, the stored items would be pushed out into the abyss. Currently, there were star pirates roaming most of the outskirts of the universes. Only a few of the star pirates were capable of robbing the large species, and most of them depended on a livelihood of picking up trash. They made a living from picking up the items disposed of from the spatial equipment. Occasionally, they were even able to earn a tidy sum. Spring had already told Lin Yuan that regardless of how well spatial equipment like Fey storage boxes were made, they would become useless in the sky beyond the clouds. Although there was still spatial equipment made from spatial ingredients, factions with sufficient power usually chose different methods of storing items. Every powerful species had to grapple with items that were previously stored in their spatial equipment being expelled. However, methods to ensure safe access were rare. Lin Yuan intended to search for such methods in the sky beyond the clouds. But now, the elemental paper's new ability solved this issue for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt that stripped official paper could be paired extremely well with truth form paper. Truth form paper involved producing a special type of official paper and assessing whether a target's answer was true or false. If the target answered truthfully to a question, the paper would be folded into a flower. But if the target answered with a lie, the paper would be shredded. Stripped official paper was used when a target was deemed to be telling a lie or if the target was wearing a disguise. The paper would cover the target's body and absorb the target's disguise. When the paper was stripped from the target, it would take the target's disguise away with it. Normally, interrogation techniques exerted pressure on the target or used coercion to force the target to tell the truth. These abilities were effective but were also passive. If the target was unwilling to answer, there was nothing the other party could do about it. However, stripped official paper used a proactive method to remove the target's disguise. This lowered the difficulty of the interrogation. Even the targets with the tightest lips would not be able to hide their secrets. Compared to the new abilities, the elemental paper's new exclusive skills were more remarkable. Loading paper summon return was very similar to the ethereal jellyfish's ability. The ethereal jellyfish used itself as a core and could summon lifeforms that made contact with its tentacle nodes to its side. The elemental paper's loading paper summon return could do the same. Official paper that had special functions, such as the faceless paper and thoughts letter paper, could be affected by loading paper summon return. This allowed the elemental paper to become Sky City's other core. All of Sky City's members would receive a faceless paper and thoughts letter paper. At key moments, they would become life preservation methods for them. If a faction had more cores, they would be undeniably stronger than if they only had one core. The Immortal exclusive skill, Imperial Paper Blessing, could predict fortune and misfortune. The elemental paper would first produce a special Imperial paper. But to do so, sufficient energy had to be sacrificed. The Imperial paper's original intention was to bless targets and use karma to increase the success rate of the target's subsequent progress. However, the sacrifices would only be used up when it was assured that the matter was completed successfully. Otherwise, only the Imperial paper would be used up. When Lin Yuan had grand plans and was unsure if they would be successful, he could ask Wen Yu to use Imperial Paper Blessing once to predict if the matter could be completed safely. There were many matters in which safety was not determined by Lin Yuan's abilities but rather by the quantity of manpower. When Sky City ventured into the sky beyond the clouds for development, the faction would only grow stronger. Lin Yuan could not deploy his full force in every task. Instead, he could only send a portion of them. The elemental paper's eternal breed exclusive skill, Memorize Paper Coffin, could be seen as a life preservation and storage ability. In response to Lin Yuan's question, Wen Yu had mentioned that the paper coffin formed by the elemental paper was very weak and could easily break when impacted by external force. Alternatively, it could be viewed as a controlling type ability. If anyone on their side was in danger during a battle and on the brink of death, they could be placed in the Memorize Paper Coffin in a suspended state, unaffected by the passage of time. Even if their injuries could only be addressed a long time later, they would still be able to remain alive. Some special resources decayed and rotted despite being stored in airtight spaces, making them impossible to preserve. But in the coffin, time would come to a standstill. Hence, these resources would not encounter such issues. These resources were not common, and bloodlines could be considered one of them. This was why Spring had given Lin Yuan the bloodlines to absorb immediately after extracting them. Bloodline power would lose its effectiveness after being stored for a prolonged period. Although it would still have some effects, they would be highly discounted. When factions traded bloodlines in the sky beyond the clouds, they always used items such as the Memorize Paper Coffin. Similar to the Thoughts letter paper and faceless paper, the Memorize Paper Coffin could be produced repeatedly. However, it cost far more energy to make the Memorize Paper Coffin than it did to make the faceless paper and Thoughts letter paper. The Memorize Paper Coffin's special characteristics enabled it to have many uses within Sky City. Lin Yuan had only sent Kong Huan, the two alluring foxes, and Fan Lu back to the sky beyond the clouds. Winter had not extracted the bloodline power from the corpses because the bloodline power could not be easily stored, and Lin Yuan did not intend to absorb them. Once the bloodline power was extracted from the corpses, their energy would be affected. Lin Yuan was going to instruct Red Thorn to turn these corpses into Divine Kingdom weapons. In truth, Winter felt that the value of these experts came from the bloodline power they possessed. Winter used to possess treasures that could store bloodline power, but they had rotted away in time. Otherwise, the four of them would not have had to cultivate a mountain. Once Lin Yuan saw Memorized Paper Mountain, he immediately thought of the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds who were still alive. Lin Yuan intended to ask Wen Yu to use the elemental paper to create a memorized paper coffin, which he would give to Winter. The latter would then extract the invaders' bloodlines and store them as combat resources. Rather than its abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan was most interested in the elemental paper's Divine Kingdom ability, Battleground Angel. In the past, Wen Yu could only remain backstage and could not participate in combat. However, Battleground Angel would change that. During combat, paper that could carry information would form wings on her back, enabling her to know everything about the battle and understand every facet of information. This ability would not make much of an impact in a small battle, but in a large battle it would be a force to be reckoned with. Regardless of how many people were in the battle, Wen Yu would have full control over the situation and be able to issue organized and effective orders. Frankly, Wen Yu did not have the strongest combat strategy abilities in Sky City. This title went to Bai Qinghuan. Lin Yuan could use connected tails to link Wen Yu and Bai Qinghuan together during combat so Wen Yu could pass on information to Bai Qinghuan. The latter would use the information she received to issue orders. Lin Yuan was not the only one who was satisfied with the evolution of the elemental paper. Wen Yu was just as pleasantly surprised. After Lin Yuan helped Wen Yu evolve the elemental paper, Wen Yu dove back into facilitating the flow of resources in the main world. In a month, the elemental paper had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. However, the Merciful Star Peony's great evolution was very slow because it needed to absorb power from the constellations. Furthermore, it had yet to comprehend a willpower rune. Nurturing the Merciful Star Peony could not be rushed. Lu Jie was next in line to increase his power. He longed to increase his power just as much as Zhongzhe and Gulang did. The higher Elegance's grade, the stronger its combat power would be. As Elegance continued to evolve, its insect army would become increasingly fearsome. It would also be able to control an even larger insect army. Lin Yuan found it difficult to imagine the power Lu Jie would attain once Elegance reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. He was unsure if, at that time, he would still be able to hold his own against Lu Jie with just his phase. Lu Jie's current strength did not come from just Elegance but also the fairies. Lu Jie produced the fairies by using the firefly demon fetuses to induce the transformation of insect species carcinoma phase. Alas, they had only obtained 12 of the firefly demon fetuses from Lin. These 12 firefly demon fetuses had both given him a new opportunity and restrained him at the same time. If Lu Jie could turn all the insect species carcinoma phase he controlled into fairies, his power would skyrocket. Ever since Lin Yuan took control of the dimensional worlds, he had been mulling over the dimensional world where the firefly demon fetuses came from. He wanted to find out the truth behind this source-type item. Hence, he had sent out the Samsara Realm dictators to search for them. After questioning various Samsara Realm dictators, he learned that none of them had heard of the firefly demon fetuses. From this, Lin Yuan knew that the species that produced the firefly demon fetus had to be very rare. So far, Lin Yuan's best guess was that the firefly demon fetus came from the alien insect world. The marsh world was also possible. The alien insect world's main inhabitants were insects, and insects also made up a large portion of the life forms in the marsh world. Previously, the Freedom Federation had used the firefly demon fetuses to target the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation wanted to use to wreak havoc in the Radiance Federation. At that time, a Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift had opened in the Freedom Federation, and Lin Yuan had been fully focused on the alien insect and marsh worlds. It never crossed his mind that the firefly demon fetuses could actually come from the subterranean world. Hollow Earth was a powerful land imp who had joined Lin Yuan's camp. However, he had not had many opportunities to interact with Lin Yuan directly. Previously, he had been pushed to the brink by Qinghuan. Nonetheless, he always regarded Lin Yuan's words as sacred law. When Hollow Earth realized that the firefly demon fetuses came from the mineral heart demon sandfly, he began silently collecting the mineral heart demon sandflies. He did not inform the other subterranean dictators of this information. Hollow Earth brought the mineral heart demon sandflies and firefly demon fetuses he had collected to Lin Yuan. In all honesty, Hollow Earth was rather unhappy about the current circumstances and wanted to change his status in the subterranean world. He had already reached the afterlife realm and could be considered the strongest subterranean dictator. The only other candidate who stood a chance against him was Rock Underworld. Both of them had received the Earth's sacred fruit. Mountain Furrow, who had not received the Earth's sacred fruit, was less powerful than them. If not for the fact that the two of them were certain that Lin Yuan would not be increasing Mountain Furrow's power, they would be doing all they could to keep him down. Being a land imp, Hollow Earth was much cleverer than Mountain Furrow and Rock Underworld. Previously, Lin Yuan had assigned Hollow Earth to work with by Qinghuan, so he had worked as her assistant. He had followed her directions to organize the army of land imps to fix the dimensional wall that had since been damaged and ordered to be deconstructed. Since he had been working under by Qinghuan, he had had no choice but to listen and endure whatever she said or did. Being ordered around by a mere slip of a girl and having millions of land imps in his team wiped out had caused Hollow Earth to lose his authority among the other land imps. Although these land imps would not go so far as to riot against him, this situation still did not sit right with Hollow Earth. Luckily, Lin Yuan eventually punished by Qinghuan for this. Lin Yuan had placed him in command of the project to take down the dimensional wall. Bai Qinghuan had only been there to assist him. This allowed Hollow Earth to know that Lin Yuan did care about how he felt. Just knowing this was enough for Hollow Earth. He was not petty enough to try to regain his authority and reputation at the expense of Bai Qinghuan. Given that Lin Yuan had previously allowed Bai Qinghuan to take charge of such an important matter, it showed how much he valued her. In the future, she was sure to be one of his prominent aides. Lin Yuan's actions were meant to comfort him, while also taking Bai Qinghuan down a peg. Hollow Earth had heard a piece of news from Bai Qinghuan, which was that there was a high chance Lin Yuan would be leaving this world for a higher-level world. If this news were true, this world would undergo many changes. The gears in Hollow Earth's head began turning. He believed that it was unfeasible to expect Lin Yuan to take him with him. Although he had reached the afterlife realm, there were many other dictators. The present day did not define the future. Now that the dimensional worlds had combined with the main world, everyone was accumulating power much faster than they used to. Lin Yuan had also been consistently providing the Samsara realm dictators with resources. It was likely that the dictators would be staying behind in the main world to watch over it in Lin Yuan's stead. Lin Yuan would definitely issue many tasks or even lay down various rules for them before he left. Hollow Earth expected all of them. Without outstanding talent, the mediocre could reign. All of them would have to follow Lin Yuan's orders. However, the dictators would definitely try to rank each other and fight over power. Hollow Earth badly wanted to be able to distinguish himself. Establishing a good relationship with Lin Yuan could only benefit him. It would not only enable him to receive benefits but also allow him to be directly appointed to a position with Lin Yuan's trust. Otherwise, Hollow Earth would never put so much effort and hard work into searching for these specific resources. Lin Yuan was delighted when Hollow Earth found and presented him with the more than 10 firefly demon fetuses. He knew just how much Lu Jie's power would grow with these firefly demon fetuses. Lu Jie could turn more than 10 other insect species carcinoma phase into fairies. He might even be able to continuously evolve them to the point of reaching World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. These fairies were no longer insect species carcinoma phase. They were just like any other fae. By contracting elegance, Lu Jie was unable to form contracts with any other fae. The firefly demon fetuses broke this shackle and opened up a bright future for Lu Jie. Furthermore, after presenting him with the Firefly demon fetuses, Hollow Earth followed this up with more than 20 mineral heart demon sandflies. The mineral heart demon sandflies were not a well-regarded insect species life form in the subterranean world. They were extremely capable of searching for mineral hearts and would immediately begin consuming them upon discovering them. However, they were rather weak. The mineral heart demon sandfly was venomous, so even if a powerful apostle consumed them, they would not be able to absorb the mineral heart demon sandfly's energy. Rather, they would be inflicted with the venom, and their bodies would go numb. The subterranean world's lifeforms viewed the mineral heart demon sandfly as an enormous waste of resources and would kill any that they came across. There were very few mineral heart demon sandflies that could mature to the point of producing source-type items. The mineral heart demon sandflies usually lived in groups. Once one group was exterminated, there would be no mineral heart demon sandfly to be found within a 1,000-meter radius. The source-type items produced by the mineral heart demon sandfly were also considered to be inauspicious and were usually damaged, drowned, or buried the moment they were discovered. As a result of this, none of the dictators expected the source-type item produced by the mineral heart demon sandfly to be what Lin Yuan had been asking them to search for. After Hollow Earth handed the mineral heart demon sandflies to Lin Yuan, he was unafraid of the news spreading. All he had to do was to be the first to help Lin Yuan. If, instead, he tried to stop others from trying to help Lin Yuan, he would be taking the low road, and there was a high chance that Lin Yuan would become displeased with him. Lin Yuan used true data to carefully examine the mineral heart demon sandflies. Once he was done, he decided to keep a few with him so that he could slowly nurture them. Then, he would send out an order to the subterranean dictators so they could pass on the message to the apostles. Every single subterranean apostle was to lead their subordinates to any mine they could find to search for the mineral heart demon sandflies. The mineral heart demon sandflies were challenging to nurture. Lin Yuan did not have many mineral hearts available to feed the mineral heart demon sandflies to enable them to mature to the point of being able to produce the source-type items in order to harvest them. The subterranean world was only so large. It would not be difficult to find more of the Firefly demon fetuses. He only needed to stock up on a few more Firefly demon fetuses, and they would be sufficient to meet Lu Jie's needs. Even if Lu Jie needed more in the future, Lin Yuan could just nurture the mineral heart demon sandflies he had stored away. Lu Jie was already very satisfied with his current increase in power. He was no longer as downtrodden and unconfident as he used to be. But once he saw the Firefly demon fetuses that Lin Yuan was handing to him, Lu Jie could not help but begin trembling in excitement. Lin Yuan, these. Lu Jie was so overcome by excitement that he began to stutter. Seeing the state that Lu Jie was in, Lin Yuan reached out and patted his shoulder as he said with a smile, "Big brother Lu, these are not all of the Firefly demon fetuses. I will be collecting more for you in the future. You can use them to turn all the insect species carcinoma phase under Elegance's control into fairies before beginning to nurture them. From now on, you won't have to be troubled by having to choose which insect species carcinoma phase to transform. I have already prepared the resources you will need to nurture the fairies." While he spoke, Lin Yuan handed Lu Jie 2 phase storage boxes containing the resources prepared for Lu Jie. Lu Jie solemnly stored away the resources. "Lin Yuan, I am done organizing the white-clothed followers' tasks in the Startling Lines continent. You have given me so many of the Firefly demon fetuses. I intend to go into seclusion for some time to nurture them." Lin Yuan said seriously, "The Empress core of all insects evolves its grade very quickly. With these Firefly demon fetuses, the insect species carcinoma phase just need to be transformed into fairies. The most important part is still Elegance's combination of abilities. If these insect species carcinoma phase aren't nurtured properly, and their abilities deviate from what you were expecting, you will still be able to stop nurturing them and nurture other insect species carcinoma phase instead. However, you can't be careless with Elegance's abilities." Lu Jie raised his hand and summoned Elegance. Elegance had reached Sovereign X/Creation 9. Its 3 pairs of wings were a sign that its fairy bloodline had evolved. "Lin Yuan, I have already given Elegance a few insect species phase genetic models to consume. Elegance already has new abilities. Moreover, The exclusive skills it gained from its evolutions also suit my combat style very well. While Lu Jie was speaking, Lu Jie used true data to check on elegance. Fey name: Insect Queen, Fey species. Insect species/fairy species. Fey grade: Sovereign, 10/10. Fey type: Source/spiritual, Fey quality. Creation 9. Abilities. Execution blade insect. 8 hooked insect legs will grow out of the body. The sense of taste, smell, and mouth will be degraded. The insect legs have an extremely strong sensing ability. The sharp end of the hooked legs has mouths that are connected to the inner organs. When the legs pierce a target, the mouths will emerge and break through anything hard within the target's body. Vibrating armor ladybug. Its back will open and have a strong defense against attacks. Its back will also start to vibrate violently and reflect physical attacks. If targeted by elemental attacks, the vibrating back would be able to dodge a portion of the elemental damage. Flowing plasma electricity insect. The insect will spit out large amounts of plasma that will start to flow. The flowing plasma will have a strong, paralyzing effect. It will cause long-lasting electric-related damage to the target. Electromagnetic chrysalis. In a chrysalis state, it will be able to speed up the rate of accumulation of the plasma. The plasma will be quickly released. In the moth state, it will be able to use plasma to manipulate electromagnetic fields and control targets from a distance away. Lonely night hurricane moth. By flapping its wings, it will be able to generate strong winds that it can manipulate to attack a target. Its wings will produce a special scale powder that will be able to blend perfectly with the night or camouflage in the day. 6 treasures cloud dragonfly. It can boost other insect species life forms and increase their speed, strength, defense, and store of energy. When necessary, it can become a shield and take on a deadly attack on behalf of one of the Fays it has boosted. Curse explosion brain insect. It will be hosted in the brain of an insect and supply energy to that insect's brain to increase the brain's intelligence. It will be able to issue orders to the insect species life forms in the vicinity. Once the insect's brain is no longer active, it will automatically explode. The shocks of the explosion will place curses on the insects in the surroundings, causing them to go into a frenzy. Fortress floating insect. An enormous insect body will be able to carry a large number of insects. The light insect body will be able to move rapidly in the air. Insects can be stored and released. Exclusive skills. Blast recovery. The insect queen will select a portion of the insects it produces and explode them. The explosion timings can be adjusted based on the positions of the insects. After the blast, the insect queen will regain some of the protein and spiritual power. Swarm frenzy. When the insect swarm is in a frenzied state, its speed will skyrocket. In the frenzied state, the insect swarm will be bloodthirsty and be able to replenish their vitality using the blood within the target. Death echo. Each time an insect dies, an echo will resonate back to the insect queen. With every 100 echoes, the rate at which the insect queen produces protein will be raised, increasing the rate at which insects are produced. Main body split. Half of the energy will be depleted to split the body. The split body will possess the same insect-producing abilities as the main body. The current bloodline will only allow for 3 splits. When Lin Yuan last checked Elegance's data, it had only been Diamond X/Fantasy V. Lin Yuan had given the 6/6 treasures cloud dragonflies to Lu Jie. Before that, Lu Jie had been unable to confirm Elegance's diamond ability. Elegance could not reach myth breed before its diamond ability was confirmed. At that point, it had almost been time for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan had been anxious to evolve Shiny and had not witnessed Elegance's evolution. But now, Lu Jie was telling Lin Yuan that Elegance's myth breed exclusive skill was Death Echo. Death Echo was very similar to Blast Recovery. However, Blast Recovery required Elegance to trigger the insect's explosions and retrieve the energy and protein. This would cause Elegance's rate of insect production to fall during the battle. However, Death Echo did not require Elegance's conscious effort. As long as the insects died, Elegance would automatically receive an echo. Once there were 100 echoes, Elegance would not only receive additional protein, but the rate at which it produced insects would also be raised. The rate at which Elegance produced insects was linked to its power. It was the crux of Elegance's abilities. Lu Jie had been trying to come up with a way to increase the rate at which Elegance produced insects. Elegance's current rate of insect production was very fast. However, it was still unable to complete the insect army formation in a short span of time. As a result, Elegance was greatly restricted during battle, and it caused Elegance to only be suited for formation battles. However, skirmishes were much more common in the wild than formation battles. Skirmishes were the most common form of battle in the wild. Lu Jie had attempted many methods with little success. He had even tried searching for suitable insect species lifeforms in the hopes of using their abilities to speed up Elegance's rate of insect production. However, he never managed to find such insect species lifeforms. Death Echo finally gave Elegance the possibility of rapidly producing insects during skirmishes. Next came main body split. It referred to Elegance using half of the energy in its body to split itself. Its split selves would also be able to produce insects. This exclusive skill increased the rate at which Elegance produced insects. Although it required a large amount of Elegance's energy to be sacrificed, it would not be difficult for Elegance to recover its energy. Many of the insect species carcinoma phase Lu Jie controlled could serve such a function. The splitting effects of main body split were linked to Elegance's bloodline. Given the current strength of Elegance's bloodline, main body split would only allow Elegance to split its body 3 times. After splitting its body 3 times, Elegance could produce insects at 4 times its current rate. This would allow it to build its formation very quickly when it was in battle. Death Echo and main body split both raised Elegance's combat abilities. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was amazed by Elegance's power. Given that Elegance could attain abilities and exclusive skills that were so complementary to it during its evolutions, it meant that Elegance's potential for combat was terrifyingly powerful. In the past, Lu Jie was always conflicted about which abilities to choose whenever he evolved Elegance. He always ended up seeking Lin Yuan's opinion. But now, he no longer did this because he was affirmed in the path he would take. Hence, he knew what choices to make. Lin Yuan felt that Elegance's suzerain and sovereign abilities were all excellent choices. Elegance had absorbed the Curse Explosion Brain Insect and Fortress Floating Insect, neither of which Lin Yuan had previously heard of. Evidently, the information on these 2 insect species phase had never appeared on StarWeb. If they had, it was impossible Lin Yuan would not have heard of them before. When you had been using the elemental papers Here Heaven's Secrets to help Lu Jie search the main world for insect species lifeforms, it was likely that the Curse Explosion Brain Insect and Fortress Floating Insect had been discovered during this search. When the Curse Explosion Brain Insect was hosted in the brain of an insect species lifeform, it would supply energy to the host and increase its intelligence. This would increase the host's ability to think critically. It could then issue orders to the same type of insect species lifeforms. This strengthened the organization and management of the insect army, thereby lightening Elegance and Lu Jie's load. Now, when Lu Jie and Elegance were commandeering the army of insects, they would no longer have to carefully issue every order and watch over the insects. Instead, the army of insects could carry out Lu Jie's instructions perfectly. More importantly, when the Curse Explosion Brain Insect's host died and the insect brain was no longer active, the Curse Explosion Brain Insect would automatically explode. The explosion would place curses on the surrounding insects and cause them to enter a state of frenzy. A frenzied state was a ferocious form of controlling ability that caused the target to attack everything around it. Although this would cause the frenzied target to attack the insect army, it would also be unable to defend itself. This would allow the insect army to attack the target effectively. The insect army was unafraid of taking hits and getting injured. Once the insect army died, it would not only be able to help recover Elegance's energy, but could also resonate echoes that increased the rate at which Elegance produced insects. By selecting the Curse Explosion Brain Insect as Elegance's ability, Lu Jie had strengthened his organization of the insect army as well as their combat abilities. It was a perfect choice. On the other hand, the Fortress Floating Insect was a stronger functional type ability than the Curse Explosion Brain Insect. The Fortress Floating Insect substantially increased Elegance's maneuverability. The Fortress Floating Insect was an enormous insect that could float in the sky. It was filled with gases, making it extremely light and capable of moving quickly through the air. If, during combat, the enemy's side bolstered their power, Elegance could send out the fortress floating insect across far distances to provide aid. If Lu Jie needed to instruct Elegance to establish combat in different areas, the fortress floating insect could be used to send troops to even the most far-flung areas. Previously, Lin Yuan had been busy when Lu Jie was trying to set up and coordinate Elegance's abilities. Otherwise, despite having his own ideas, Lu Jie would still have sought Lin Yuan's opinion. Lu Jie was about to introduce the new insects that he intended Elegance to consume when Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Big Brother Lu, Elegance has reached Sovereign X/Creation 9. You know better than me what abilities and exclusive skills it should pick in the future. You don't need to ask me for my opinion anymore. Going forward, whenever Elegance evolves, you can just pick an insect and feed it to Elegance. Elegance won't be able to continue increasing its grade unless its abilities are decided. Lu Jie smiled and nodded. It was true that he had already chosen Elegance's next evolution ability. Lu Jie had carefully pondered over his decision. If Lin Yuan had given a different opinion, Lu Jie would have felt a pang of regret even if he followed Lin Yuan's decision. But now that Lin Yuan was leaving the decision fully up to him, Lu Jie could make all the decisions regarding his phase. Lu Jie was very thankful for Lin Yuan's trust in him, and he was looking forward to seeing Lin Yuan's reaction to his decision. He believed that Lin Yuan would be satisfied with his decision. Lin Yuan waved at Elegance, and it landed on his palm. Lin Yuan circulated the energy in his body and began helping Elegance evolve. He put all his effort into circulating the energy in his body, and Elegance's grade shot up. Lu Jie remained by Lin Yuan's side. Each time Elegance's grade evolved, Lu Jie fed it an insect species Fei. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter remained in the return from faraway mansion, and the four of them worked together to protect the mansion. Among the four of them, Autumn had spent the least amount of time with Lin Yuan and was anxious to demonstrate what he could do. Spring, summer, and winter did not try to compete with Autumn. Autumn helped Elegance fend off the repulsion of the world wills and the trials of evolution. Meanwhile, Elegance successfully evolved into a pinnacle 8-winged fairy. In terms of its bloodline, Elegance's bloodline had exceeded that of Red Thorn and Silver Corona. It now had the top fairy bloodline in the main world. However, Lin Yuan knew that this was only temporary. Red Thorn had evolved 3 grades in succession. It was only to be expected that its bloodline would evolve significantly. Silver Corona and Red Thorn were both accumulating power and were at 8 wings. Once they reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, they would become 10-winged fairies at the very least. It was possible they could even bring Lin Yuan even more surprises. Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie's expression of deep thought and knew that Lu Jie was sensing the Divine Kingdom ability Elegance had obtained after reaching World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Elegance. Fei name: Insect Queen, Fei species. Insect species/fairy species, Fei grade. World Emperor, 1/10. Fei type: Source/spiritual, Fei quality. Elementary Divine Kingdom grade. Miniature. Abilities: Execution Blade Insect. 8 hooked insect legs will grow out of the body. The sense of taste, smell, and mouth will be degraded. The insect legs have an extremely strong sensing ability. The sharp end of the hooked legs has mouths that are connected to the inner organs. When the legs pierce a target, the mouths will emerge and break through anything hard within the target's body. Vibrating Armor Ladybug. Its back will open and have a strong defense against attacks. Its back will also start to vibrate violently and reflect physical attacks. If targeted by elemental attacks, the vibrating back would be able to dodge a portion of the elemental damage. Flowing Plasma Electricity Insect. The insect will spit out large amounts of plasma that will start to flow. The flowing plasma will have a strong, paralyzing effect. It will cause long-lasting electric-related damage to the target. Electromagnetic Chrysalis. In a chrysalis state, it will be able to speed up the rate of accumulation of the plasma. The plasma will be quickly released. In the moth state, it will be able to use plasma to manipulate electromagnetic fields and control targets from a distance away. Lonely Night Hurricane Moth. By flapping its wings, it will be able to generate strong winds that it can manipulate to attack a target. Its wings will produce a special scale powder that will be able to blend perfectly with the night or camouflage in the day. 6 treasures cloud dragonfly. It can boost other insect species life forms and increase their speed, strength, defense, and store of energy. When necessary, it can become a shield and take on a deadly attack on behalf of one of the phase it has boosted. Curse explosion brain insect. It will be hosted in the brain of an insect and supply energy to that insect's brain to increase the brain's intelligence. It will be able to issue orders to the insect species life forms in the vicinity. Once the insect's brain is no longer active, it will automatically explode. The shocks of the explosion will place curses on the insects in the surroundings, causing them to go into a frenzy. Fortress floating insect. An enormous insect body will be able to carry a large number of insects. The light insect body will be able to move rapidly in the air. Insects can be stored and released. Protein millipede. It will reproduce to create a large amount of insect protein. The insect protein can be supplied to other targets. While producing egg protein, it will inject a special venom into the insects. Once it dissolves in the body of other insects, absorbing the rich liquid will allow it to recover its depleted energy. Revival death insect. When many insects die, and their souls have not been used, they can be revived. The dead insects will turn into dead spirits. Although they will not follow the insect queen's orders directly, they will follow the revival death insect's orders. Exclusive skills. Blast recovery. The insect queen will select a portion of the insects it produces and explode them. The explosion timings can be adjusted based on the positions of the insects. After the blast, the insect queen will regain some of the protein and spiritual power. Swarm frenzy. When the insect swarm is in a frenzied state, its speed will skyrocket. In the frenzied state, the insect swarm will be bloodthirsty and be able to replenish their vitality using the blood within the target. Death echo. Each time an insect dies, an echo will resonate back to the insect queen. With every 100 echoes, the rate at which the insect queen produces protein will be raised, increasing the rate at which insects are produced. Main body split. Half of the energy will be depleted to split the body. The split body will possess the same insect-producing abilities as the main body. The current bloodline will only allow for 4 splits. Gene transform fairy. It will use the special insect genes in its body to support the fairy bloodline and nurture fairies. The fairies will be linked to its genes, and their bloodlines will boost its own bloodline. The fairies' bloodlines can be evolved individually. When necessary, the fairy bloodlines can be absorbed to allow its own bloodline to break through. Forceful reincarnation. When dealt with a lethal attack and on the brink of death, it can inject its soul into its muscles to forcefully nurture a fetus. When sufficient energy is supplied to the fetus will be reincarnated into a new body. Divine kingdom abilities. Unyielding insect spirit. When the insects it nurtures die, their souls can be collected in the divine kingdom as long as they have fought valiantly in battle. When the divine kingdom's aura is released, the divine kingdom's aura will allow the insect spirits to become even braver. These insect spirits will be able to provide the insect queen with faith power in the same way life forms do. Faith power was now a common power that Lin Yuan used. However, it is still completely foreign to Lu Jie. He had yet to try using faith power. Hence, it was likely Lu Jie did not understand the benefits of Elegance's unyielding insect spirit. Lin Yuan smiled at Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, Elegance has reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom and has attained an impressive Divine Kingdom ability." Lin Yuan was always very serious when it came to nurturing phase. If Elegance's Divine Kingdom ability could not make the cut, Lin Yuan would never say what he said. Regardless of how much he wanted to comfort Lu Jie, he was truly impressed by Elegance's Divine Kingdom ability. Elegance's Divine Kingdom ability could not only increase the insect army's overall combat power, but could also help Elegance quickly increase its power. Unyielding Divine Kingdom would allow the souls of the insect's Elegance produced to enter its Divine Kingdom after they died. The souls in the Divine Kingdom could support the insect army and enable them to become more ferocious when Elegance released its Divine Kingdom aura. The insect souls could also provide a large amount of faith power. From his conversations with Kong Huan and Fan Lu, Lin Yuan realized that most of the Divine Kingdom experts in the sky beyond the clouds had a very difficult time increasing their power because they struggled to obtain pure faith power. After Elegance's insects died, their souls would enter the Divine Kingdom. Only one insect might not be able to provide Elegance with much faith power. But at the very least, the faith power would be pure. Moreover, as it engaged in more and more battles, more insects would die, and more insect souls would gather in the Divine Kingdom. Accordingly, Elegance would also be able to obtain faith power at an increasing rate. When he saw that Lu Jie still looked uncertain after hearing what he said, Lin Yuan began to explain, "Big brother Lu, your Fae has reached the Divine Kingdom level and needs to absorb faith power to continue increasing its power. This will also apply to you once you break through past Pinnacle Spirit Fire. Faith power is the building brick that Divine Kingdom experts use to increase their power. With the dead insects, Elegance's Divine Kingdom will be able to accumulate faith power swiftly. This will allow Elegance to continue increasing its power quickly even now that it has reached the Divine Kingdom. When other life forms reach the Divine Kingdom level, they need to come up with ways and means to get their hands on faith power." Lin Yuan was going to the sky beyond the clouds because of his World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase. He needed to create an incubator for them in which they would be able to obtain faith power. Although Lin Yuan could give them his own faith power, he had his own needs for faith power and could not give it away liberally to help his phase increase their power. Lin Yuan's words were beyond Lu Jie's comprehension. He tried his best to understand what Lin Yuan was saying and had a basic understanding of the concept of faith power. Lin Yuan intended to tell Genius all that he knew about faith power so Genius could use connected tales to relay the information to all the main members of Sky City. This would enable them to become aware of how they could continue increasing their power after they reached the Divine Kingdom level. Once Lu Jie digested Lin Yuan's words, he looked at Lin Yuan seriously and asked, "Lin Yuan, what do you think of Elegance's two new abilities?" Lin Yuan had used true data to check on Elegance and was aware of its new abilities. In order to better demonstrate Elegance's new abilities, Lu Jie instructed Elegance to produce the protein millipede and revival death insect. The protein millipede was an enormous insect that was almost 1,300 meters long. It was extremely rare for an insect to grow to such a size. Once the protein millipede appeared, it began moving its head and tail vigorously in tandem. It did not take long for the protein millipede to produce a large number of yellowish-green eggs that attached themselves to the surface of the protein millipede. If a person with agoraphobia saw the protein millipede now, goosebumps would immediately rise all over their skin. Lin Yuan had seen his fair share of gross sights while evolving his phase. He even found Red Thorn's eyes to be cute. However, he could not stand the sight of the wiggling egg-covered protein millipede. In order to help the protein millipede to speed up the rate at which it produced the insect eggs, Lu Jie instructed Elegance to produce a few of the vibrating armor ladybugs. Once the vibrating armor ladybugs were created, they dutifully lay down beside the protein millipede and exposed their soft bellies. The protein millipede began chomping on the vibrating armor ladybugs' abdomens. The vibrating armor ladybugs let out howls of pain as the softest part of their bodies were bitten and eaten away. However, they did not resist in the slightest. Lin Yuan could sense that there was a poison within the vibrating armor ladybugs that was decaying and spreading through their bodies. The only thing left intact was their exoskeletons. Once the vibrating armor ladybugs completely lost all signs of life, the protein millipede began absorbing the fluids within their bodies before producing even more insect eggs. The protein millipede used its tail to gather all the insect eggs and deliver them to Elegance's cavity. In an instant, Elegance was replenished with a sea of protein. During combat, Elegance only needed to nurture a few more of the protein millipedes so they could continuously produce protein for it. This would allow Elegance to create insects endlessly. It would not have to be worried about encountering a powerful enemy during combat that significantly cut down the size of the insect army. Lu Jie was shocked that Lu Jie had been able to find such an insect species Fae. It was very suitable for Elegance. Lin Yuan knew that there were many powerful insects. However, to Lu Jie, what was important was not the strength of the insects that Elegance used as its abilities but their overall compatibility. Once the vibrating armor ladybug's corpses were absorbed to the point that only their shells were left, Elegance released energy fluctuations that brimmed with a death aura toward the grayish-black shells, turning them into dead spirits. However, the insect souls also changed. The insect souls that were changed into dead spirits could not enter the divine kingdom through unyielding insect spirit. However, they could be used to supplement Elegance's army of insects rapidly. They significantly increased the insect army's strength. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the strength was multiplied numerous times. The only drawback was that the insect dead spirits would not be able to listen to Elegance's orders. They would only listen to the revival death insect's orders. Luckily, Elegance could control the revival death insect and could use it to control the insect dead spirits. The insect dead spirits would be used as cannon fodder that protected the safety of the army of insects. After Elegance's bloodline evolved to 4 wings, main body split increased from 3 splits to 4 splits. Additionally, Elegance had obtained 2 new exclusive skills: Gene Transform Fairy and Forceful Reincarnation. Gene Transformation Fairy would allow Elegance to inject its own fairy bloodline into insects that had its genes. The insect genes and its own fairy bloodline would be combined to nurture fairies. These fairies could be evolved to aid the army of insects that Elegance produced. Once the Execution Blade insect, Vibrating Armor Ladybug, Flowing Plasma Electricity insect, Electromagnetic Chrysalis, Lonely Night Hurricane Moth, 6 Treasures Cloud Dragonfly, Curse Explosion Brain Insect, Fortress Floating Insect, Protein Millipede, and Revival Death Insect were turned into fairies, the 10 fairies would be able to individually increase their strength, thereby strengthening 10 of Elegance's abilities. Aside from increasing Elegance's power, its fairy bloodline would also evolve at 10 times its current rate. While Elegance was evolving its bloodline, it could reabsorb the fairy bloodline within these 10 genes that had transformed into fairies. This would strengthen its bloodline and enable its bloodline to break through. When Elegance reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, its bloodline was only higher 8 wings. Given the circumstances, it was almost impossible for its bloodline to evolve to 10 wings. However, with Gene Transformation Fairy, Elegance now stood a chance of producing 10 wings. Elegance's Forceful Reincarnation could be seen as an extremely powerful life preservation exclusive skill. When Elegance was in a near-dead state, regardless of the issues its body had, it could forcefully inject its soul into the fetus it produced. This not only gave Elegance the chance to flee and save its life, but also allowed it to escape negative influences, such as curses, poison, and parasites. Lu Jie only needed to supply sufficient energy to the fetus, and it would grow into a new body. Elegance's soul was no different from its original body. Big Brother Lu, I am so happy that you have found your own battle system and style. For now, use the Firefly Demon fetuses to transform the insect species Carcinoma phase into fairies and increase their strength. Also, spend more time helping Sky City. I will also be increasing the white-clothed followers. You have always been the one managing the white-clothed followers. Once the white-clothed followers' strength increases abruptly, it's inevitable that their mindsets will change. You will need to contain such thoughts. You have to ensure that they don't cause any trouble because of this change in mindset. If they cause trouble as a result of their power increase, you can eliminate them. Sky City is willing to waste resources, but we have to guarantee that every white-clothed follower has upstanding character and values. Lin Yuan spoke with utmost seriousness. For a faction, the usual culprits that hindered their development were internal decay and tumors. When the white-clothed follower strength increased this time, it would also be Lin Yuan's way of testing them. These white-clothed followers needed to overcome this test before Lin Yuan took them with him to the sky beyond the clouds. With Lu Jie's intelligence, he immediately understood Lin Yuan's meaning. Lin Yuan did not want him to focus on managing the white-clothed followers because Sky City absolutely needed him to perform this task. Rather, there were plenty of people who wanted to contribute to Sky City and demonstrate their capabilities to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan expressed this concern because he feared that Lu Jie's decision to enter seclusion for the transformation of the insect species Carcinoma phase into fairies could potentially impact his authority and influence in Sky City. If he could not manage and put a lid on the white-clothed followers' attitudes before they ballooned beyond control due to their power increase, it was likely they would begin questioning his might once he came out of seclusion. Don't worry, Lin Yuan. Under my management, the white-clothed followers won't cause a single problem. If you want to nurture these white-clothed followers, I will instruct them accordingly so that they understand Sky City's regulations before their strength increases. After Lu Jie left, Lin Yuan began increasing Zhongzhe and Gu Lang's strength. Lin Yuan even took a trip to the Radiant Moon Palace to help the Moon Empress break through past Pinnacle Spirit Fire. She was now a Divine Kingdom expert. When the Moon Empress became a Divine Kingdom expert, she sensed a large amount of faith power gathering within her Divine Kingdom. The faith power nourished her newly formed Divine Kingdom. The main world was currently developing rapidly. Time flew by, and the main world's development had exceeded the level of a Class 2 world. Nonetheless, the main world was still a Class 2 world that had only recently been promoted. Lin Yuan had no idea whether 10 or 20 years had passed since he began helping Zhongzhe and Gu Lang to increase their strength. In terms of human years, Lin Yuan was now more than 35 years old. However, given his lifespan, he had only just taken the first step of his life journey. At first, Lin Yuan had also intended to form a contract with the Lifespan Mouse. However, Lin Yuan had awakened his body composition in the Epic God Palace's returning Saint Pool. There was no longer a need to use the Lifespan Mouse to increase his lifespan. The body of all spirits allowed Lin Yuan to increase his lifespan each time he absorbed a new bloodline, enabling him to break through human limitations. Despite a decade passing, Lin Yuan's appearance had not changed in the slightest. Rather, his eyes had become even brighter and more charismatic. Lin Yuan thought, it won't be long before Morbius wakes up. For the past decade, Lin Yuan could see Morbius daily but could not communicate with it. Lin Yuan really missed this friend who had accompanied him from his lowest point and along his journey of achieving success. Once Morbius woke up, Lin Yuan would lead his group in heading to Epic God Palace. They would pass through the tunnel created by Epic God Palace to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had not rested even for a moment in the past 10 years. Aside from helping people increase their strength, he also helped the main world bolster its foundation. In the past 10 years of helping people to increase their strength, Lin Yuan's own strength had increased from Pinnacle Birth Horoscope to higher Spirit Fire. When he reached the Spirit Fire level, Lin Yuan truly managed to produce the Spirit Fire. Given that he already had his Divine Kingdom and a Holy Spirit, lighting his Spirit Fire now seemed ludicrous. However, that was Lin Yuan's current condition. After the past decade of development, the main world had fully stabilized. The Dead Spirits Crisis had indeed pushed the main world from the 5th epoch to the 6th epoch. However, the trauma had not been overly impactful. Nonetheless, it did leave a deep brand on the main world. At that moment, someone knocked on Lin Yuan's door. A graceful woman with waist-length hair walked in. This was Wen Yu. Wen Yu used to have short hair, but she had grown it out. With her long hair, she looked more capable than before. Wen Yu had undeniable credit for the main world's rapid development in the past 10 years. Sky City had undergone its fastest phase of development during the past decade, and Wen Yu had fulfilled the role of Sky City's manager. She was Lin Yuan's unshakable second-in-command. The Moon Empress had joined Sky City 10 years ago. Most of Sky City's members were natives of the Radiance Federation. 20 years ago, the Moon Empress was one of only 3 Class 5 Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation. She was also a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. She was like a goddess to the members of Sky City. The Moon Empress was a figure that stood even above the summit, protecting the entire Radiance Federation. More importantly, she was Lin Yuan's master. Even Lin Yuan, the city lord of Sky City, was highly respectful toward her. Wen Yu's influence in Sky City could surpass that of the Moon Empress because she indeed possessed outstanding capabilities and kept Sky City in perfect order. Furthermore, the Moon Empress had intentionally lowered her position and allowed Wen Yu and Lu Jie to take center stage. Wen Yu's position in Sky City was always built on her abilities. However, in terms of abilities, the Moon Empress were much stronger than those of Wen Yu. The Moon Empress managed the Radiance Federation on behalf of the Spacetime Elder and had held up the Radiance Federation during its darkest hour. In spite of the immense pressure, the Moon Empress managed the Radiance Federation perfectly. Before the pressure was lifted, Lin Yuan entrusted the Moon Empress with the job of protecting the main world's other federations. Lin Yuan always liked to manage from the back seat. He would only step in to expend his effort to solve the real challenges. However, Lin Yuan only managed the big picture and never focused on the trivial kinks. The Moon Empress handled all the subsequent details in Lin Yuan's stead. If when you were in the Moon Empress position, she would not even have been able to shoulder the pressure of managing the Radiance Federation, much less the entire main world. This was why Mystic Moon continued to teach Wen Yu various things even now. After all, Wen Yu was still a young person who was around Lin Yuan's age. Unlike Lin Yuan, Wen Yu had not lived 2 lives. But in terms of perspective, Wen Yu had grown just as much as Lin Yuan had. Lu Jie had never been able to compete with Wen Yu when it came to maturity. The Moon Empress handled the rear and helped Wen Yu to address the issues she did not have the energy to see to. The addition of Moon Empress allowed Sky City's speed of management to multiply. Mystic Moon and Cold Moon were the Moon Empress' 2 moon envoys. The Moon Empress would be going with Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds, and it went without saying that Cold Moon and Mystic Moon would be going as well. Lu Jie and Wen Yu had taken up the posts of one mainly handling the external while the other handled the internal. Wen Yu was Sky City's manager, while Lu Jie was akin to Sky City's general. In the Radiant Moon Palace, Cold Moon was the one who handled the external, and there were many things that she could teach Lu Jie. Although Lu Jie was Night Leaning Moon's disciple, she did not hold back anything from Lu Jie. Night Leaning Moon had only been teaching Lu Jie how to increase his power. But once Lu Jie's power reached the Divine Kingdom level, there was no longer much that Night Leaning Moon could teach him. Night Leaning Moon was now fully focused on protecting the Radiance Federation. The Spirit Guards had been expanded as Night Leaning Moon had recruited numerous members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Night Leaning Moon had always seen the dimensional lifeforms as opportunities and disasters for humans. The two could coexist in the main world without any issues. While the humans utilized the dimensional lifeforms, they also needed to stay on guard against the dimensional lifeforms to prevent them from causing damage to the main world. Although the Dead Spirits crisis had passed, there were still numerous lifeforms in the main world that had mutated after being infected. These Fays that had been infected by Death Aura were extremely contagious, and the Spirit Guards needed to search for and eliminate all of them. Otherwise, they would attack the adventurers in the world. They might even infect other Fays and cause them to go insane. In the past few years, the outskirt towns of the Radiance Federation had suffered attacks from Fey waves. If Night Leaning Moon had not made advanced preparations and stationed the Spirit Guards to guard the towns, these small towns would have been devoured soon after the Dead Spirits crisis ended. Ever since the Dead Spirits crisis disappeared, Night Leaning Moon had not focused on Lu Jie. All of the Radiance Federation's royalty were aware of the sky beyond the clouds' existence. Night Leaning Moon had felt extremely sorrowful when she learned that the Moon Empress was about to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Night Leaning Moon and the Moon Empress had grown up together. They became acquainted when they were young, accompanied each other, grew up together, and until now walked down their paths together. However, Night Leaning Moon did not choose to go to the sky beyond the clouds. The Moon Empress would head there to protect the Radiance Federation. Night Leaning Moon was well aware of the strength of her abilities. She had never been able to measure up to the Moon Empress. Even if the Moon Empress did not rely on her power in the sky beyond the clouds, she would utilize her intelligence. There was no reason for her to head to the sky beyond the clouds and become a burden to juniors like Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu. Her abilities might not be sufficient for the sky beyond the clouds, but she could play her role in the main world as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. She could protect the Radiance Federation or even the entire main world. Since Night Leaning Moon was not focused on Lu Jie, Cold Moon began telling Lu Jie about her experiences in the spare time she had when she was not teaching Chu Ci. She mainly concentrated on telling him how to command his subordinates and issue directives. As a superior, issuing directives was an art. Once a superior made an error, there was a high chance they would immediately lose all their formidability. Lu Jie had grown extremely quickly in the past 10 years. Lin Yuan was very glad to watch Lu Jie grow. In the past 10 years, there was no doubt that the busiest member of Sky City was Hu Quan. Hu Quan had been developing the Spirit Lock spatial zone and building Sky City on Sky C's back. Due to Morbius grade evolution, the Spirit Lock spatial zone had enlarged again. In the past 10 years, Hu Quan had finished constructing the space that used to be half the size of the Xia region. The frame of the structure on Sky Sea had been announced to be completed a year ago. The majestic city on Sky Sea's back would become the base camp that accompanied Lin Yuan in exploring the sky beyond the clouds. After spending the past few years in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Sky Sea had also evolved. Lin Yuan had not intentionally helped Sky Sea to increase its power in the past 10 years. By just absorbing the Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Sky Sea had evolved from suzerain/myth to suzerain/pinnacle creation. For an enormous creature like Sky Sea, this rate of evolution was fast enough. However, this was far from being enough to meet Lin Yuan's needs. Sky Sea had to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom before Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan would need to use his resources to enable Sky Sea's power to continue evolving there. Otherwise, Sky Sea's existence would become Sky City's weakness. Not only would it be incapable of protecting Sky City, but it would become a weak point when enemies were attacking Sky City. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and immediately saw Sky Sea floating in the sky. Sky Sea sensed Lin Yuan's presence and quickly reached the sky above Lin Yuan with a flap of its enormous wing. Lin Yuan looked up, and he had to admit that the sight of the majestic Sky Sea was breathtaking. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Sky Sea. Fei name: floating island whale, Fei species. Large-winged whale species / island whale species. Fei grade: sovereign, 10 out of 10. Fei type: water/wind. Fei quality: creation 9. Abilities: whale blood screen. Set fire to the essence blood inside its body and form a screen that can protect everything on its back. Water vapor whale feelers. Transform its feelers into water vapor and use them to gather nutrients from the environment to recover itself. Whale spout empowerment. Through the blowhole in its head, it can shoot out energy from its energy and supply it to entities with compatible bodies to replenish their energy or fix them up in other ways. Lashing spirit tail wings. After being nourished by pure spirit chi, the wings and tail will be covered with a skin that can filter out spirit chi. With every movement of the wings and tail, the spirit chi can be directed to its back to increase the concentration of spirit chi on its back. Flesh solidification. An additional mouth that is connected to the additional stomach will grow below the blowhole. The metal and rocks that enter the additional stomach will strengthen the flesh during the contraction and expansion of the additional stomach. The solidified flesh will not affect the growth of the whale's bones. Whale's breath. Gather energy that is compatible with its body and shoot it out at a target. Before the target escapes the breath's lock, the breath will lock and track the target. Floating whale sinks. When the things and life forms on the whale's back are dying, a mournful cry of grief will be released. The sky will be like the ocean, and its body and soul will be the price paid to protect all the beings on its back. Sinking whale becomes life. When floating whale sinks is used, its bloodline will combine with the whale bones. While the whale bones are being upgraded, they will produce a fetus, and the fetus will take on its current bloodline. Exclusive skill. Floating island secret realm. By swallowing wind elemental energy, a special space will be opened within the whale's abdomen. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space will be. However, the space will not exceed twice the size of the body. By swallowing water elemental energy, the flesh will gain powerful fusion abilities that will enable the fats to stick to any life form, dead or alive, and drain nutrients from them. The purer the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability will be. Knotted life cohabitation. Pick a life form on its back to fuse and share its life with. Before its life comes to an end, the target will not die. Before the target dies, it will be able to continue living even if it sustains a serious injury. Accommodating territory transformative environment. A territory can be subsumed into its body, and the body will become a part of this territory. The entities on its body can also be placed anywhere on this territory. The root power of the surroundings can be used to nourish the body and allow the body to be acknowledged by the environment. Sea Sky Stance. As the ruler of the sea and sky, it will be able to change the stance of the sky and sea. It will use the stance to defend against enemies. When energy is absorbed from the sky and sea, it will be able to continuously recover its injuries. Anything joined to it will also suffer the same damage. After Sky Sea evolved, it obtained new abilities and exclusive skills. Lin Yuan was very surprised by Sky Sea's newest ability. Sinking Whale Becomes Life. It came from Floating Whale Sinks and was a self-preservation ability. To Lin Yuan, Floating Whale Sinks was an ability he would not use unless he did not have any other choice. Floating Whale Sinks involved Sky Sea singing a woeful song when the lifeforms and entities on its back died. It would view the sky as the deep sea and give up its life to revive the entities and lifeforms. It was an ability akin to saving the world. One would revive one's protected target regardless of the cost, even if it meant death. But with Sinking Whale Becomes Life, playing the hero would not result in a tragic sacrifice. Instead, there was the chance to continue the legacy of one's bloodline. However, if Sky Sea used its soul as the price to sing its woeful song, the only result would be death, even if its bloodline was extended by Sinking Whale Becomes Life. Furthermore, Sky Sea's fetus that Lin Yuan nurtured would not be Sky Sea but a completely new floating island whale. Sky Sea's ability caused Lin Yuan to recall what the Moon Empress had said. When facing a powerful enemy, being a protector came with sacrifice. There were countless unnamed heroes in the Radiance Federation's history. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan this when the Dead Spirits crisis began. The Moon Empress had mentioned that because she had been prepared to do the same. Although Lin Yuan had not said this, he had silently made the same decision when he took on Tower Cannon. He had been ready to shoulder all the risks of safeguarding the Radiance Federation's peace. Lin Yuan had started walking down the path that he used to admire others for doing. The island whale's abilities were largely linked to its wills. This was Sky Sea's choice. If there was really the need to use Floating Whale Sinks, Sky Sea would use the ability even if Lin Yuan tried to stop it. Sky Sea also gained a new exclusive skill, Sea Sky Stance. Sky Sea was the heavenly family fae of the sky and sea and had the ability to control both of them. The Heavenly Family Cottage had a ranking for the Heavenly Family Fae's abilities. Sky Sea and Gray were the most powerful faes in the entire Heavenly Family Cottage. One of them controlled weather phenomena, while the other controlled the sky and sea. They did not lose out to the Mother of Bloodbath, who controlled the sun, and Purple Love, who controlled the constellations. Sea Sky Stance was proof of Sky Sea's control over the sea and sky. Normally, the sea and sky stances could speed up Sky Sea's movements. But when facing enemies, it would allow Sky Sea to protect its vicinity while restraining enemies. More importantly, Sea Sky Stance was also a strong endurance ability. Sea Sky Stance allowed Sky Sea to absorb energy from the sky and sea. This extraction of energy was continuous and sustained Sky Sea. Even if Sky Sea did not consume food for energy, it would still be sustained for a very long time. When the endurance effects of Sea Sky Stance were paired with water vapor whale feelers, Sky Sea could take in energy freely from the air. If Sky Sea was in a battle, it was inevitable that the entities stuck to its body would be damaged. Sea Sky Stance allowed Sky Sea to continuously provide energy to the entities and repair them. Lin Yuan smiled and waved at Sky Sea. Sky Sea responded by flapping its wings. When Huquan saw Lin Yuan, he smiled and walked over to him before saying happily, "Young master, a few years must have passed since you last entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Now that you're here, what do you think of this paradise that I've built? Does it meet your expectations?" Huquan had always called the Spirit Lock spatial zone a paradise. Lin Yuan did not have to worry when it came to Huquan. For the past few years, he had been helping the Radiance Federation's royalty and the white-clothed followers to increase their powers. Meanwhile, he allowed Huquan to oversee the Spirit Lock spatial zone fully. Huquan had been working himself to the bone these past few years. He had wanted to give Lin Yuan a surprise the next time he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Hu Quan asked himself if he had put his full effort into this celestial space and the building of Sky City on Sky Sea's back. He was very happy with the fruits of his labor. Not only had he poured effort into this endeavor, but almost all the spiritual ingredients he used were the rarest and most precious ones that he could imagine. Lin Yuan did not respond to Hu Quan immediately. Lin Yuan had only just arrived at the spirit lock spatial zone. If he answered Hu Quan without surveying the results of his efforts over the past few years, he would only be placating Hu Quan. Lin Yuan looked through and around the area before smiling and giving Hu Quan a thumbs up. Uncle Hu, you've done an even better job of building the spirit lock spatial zone than I expected. Lin Yuan first became acquainted with Hu Quan because he wanted to ask Hu Quan to build the sandalwood longevity fish tank. Hu Quan was very skilled at building a singular item intricately. Despite the years that had passed and all of the growth that he had achieved, this remained his specialty. However, he had also improved at coordinating complex pieces of scenery. Every part of this space and scene was extremely intricate, yet they did not look messy when put together. Rather, they exuded a natural cohesiveness. Hu Quan's face lit up with elation when he heard Lin Yuan's sincere praise. Hu Quan had been working so hard at leading the team and building the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and Sky City on Sky Sea solely, so he could receive Lin Yuan's affirmation. At that moment, a crane cry rang out from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone sky, and clouds gathered around Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan saw this, he knew that Gray had sensed his presence and was here to see him. Hu Quan had always been astonished at how and where Lin Yuan managed to find these mystical fays. Hu Quan was on good terms with Gray, and he often asked Gray for help to create certain weather. As thanks, he and the other spirit craftsmen would play with it. Young master, I am done building Sky City on Sky Sea's back. I have carefully carved all of the interior's decorations. If you want to redo the interior environment, you can add some fortuitous ornaments. I haven't planted the weather-producing plant type phase that Gray absorbs on Sky Sea's back. Gray can never sit still, and this paradise struggles to keep up with Gray's energy levels. When Lin Yuan heard Hu Quan say this, he knew that Hu Quan and Gray got along extremely well. In truth, Lin Yuan did not mistreat Gray. After the Dead Spirits crisis ended, Lin Yuan allowed Gray to roam in the outside world for some time. He only sent it back into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone when the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds arrived. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were sufficiently powerful to deal with the invaders. With Fan Lu on guard in the sky beyond the clouds, it was impossible that there would be other invaders. Nonetheless, one could never be too careful. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter needed to watch over various areas of the main world and did not have time to play with Gray. If the four of them did not keep an eye on Gray, and the latter caught the eye of invaders or the main world, serious trouble would follow. Gray's sovereign/creation power was still a ways away from the top experts in the main world. The top experts in the main world were unaware of the relationship between Lin Yuan and Gray. The Heavenly Family Cottage had been formed and had managed to collect so many Heavenly Family Fays because young Heavenly Family Fays had to face far too many risks. Before the Heavenly Family Cottage was established, many Heavenly Family Fays had lost their lives before reaching maturity. Even after the Heavenly Family Cottage's establishment, there were still Heavenly Family Fays that were killed before they reached maturity. If Purple Love could not read the stars to help her uncover the culprits and subsequently enact furious revenge on them, the number of Heavenly Family Fays in the main world would have fallen to less than half of its original quantity. Uncle Hu, for now, focus on moving the weather-producing plant-type phase onto Universe's back. Universe can use its ability to plant the weather-producing plant-type phase in its flesh, as well as speed up their growth. While he spoke, Lin Yuan felt a weight land in his arms. He lifted his arms and hugged Gray tightly. In truth, Lin Yuan had not had such close contact with Gray in a few years. The last time he paid attention to Gray, it had only just comprehended a willpower rune and evolved to fantasy breed. Now it had reached Sovereign/Creation 9. If Gray was given another few years, it would be able to absorb sufficient whether to naturally reach Immortal. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Gray. Fey name: Sky-Clouded Crane. Fey species: Crane species/Red Crane species. Fey grade: Sovereign, 10/10. Fey type, natural, Fey quality. Creation 9. Abilities. Cloudy weather. The body will present itself as a cloud and will be compatible with any weather. The body can absorb the weather. Once the weather is absorbed into the cloud, it will become a new ability. No new abilities will come from evolution. Radiance of a clear day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of clear skies, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a clear weather imprint. Friendly life forms light-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will sustain sunstroke, burning, and other negative effects. Darkness of a cloudy day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of a cloudy day, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a cloudy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' dark-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will suffer confusion, fear, and other negative effects. Frozen snowy day. In an area covered by clouds or after the weather has changed to become snowy, all life forms will be branded with the snowy weather imprint. Friendly life forms will produce more powerful ice-type attacks, and water-type abilities can also become ice-type. Enemies will be frozen and numbed and experience other negative effects. Fire-type effects will also become less effective. Roar of a windy day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to windy weather, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a windy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' wind-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will experience reverse currents, wind pressure, and other negative effects. Judgment of thunder weather. An area covered by clouds or transformed into cloudy weather will be branded with a thunder weather imprint. When thunder hits friendly life forms, their ability to cause damage will increase. When thunder hits enemies, they will feel numbness and other related negative effects. Fusion of rainbow weather. Cloudy weather will turn into rainbow weather. The rainbow weather can promote the fusion of other weather and allow them to coexist. Foggy days coverage. Cloudy weather will change into foggy weather. Simultaneously, a cloudy weather imprint will be placed on life forms in the area. Friendly targets will effectively hide their presence in the fog, while enemies will be hit with a series of negative effects, such as blindness and dizziness. Exclusive skill. Jade contract. Condense every type of weather absorbed into jade. The jade will adorn the feathers. Once the weather turns into a jade decoration, the cloud will no longer carry the aura of that weather. However, when the jade decoration is activated, every type of weather will turn into a jade beast. Body of weather. The body will comprehend the construction of natural phenomena it controls and produce them accordingly. These natural phenomena can aid other targets, so they will receive double empowerment regardless of the weather they are experiencing. Abandon weather reincarnation. When severely injured or in a near-dead state, it will immediately give up one of the weather it controls and instantly return to full health. After the ability is used, the weather can be taken control of again. However, regaining the abandoned weather will require accumulation and will not change the respective ability. Weather transformation seal. Gather all the weather it has under its control and create a seal full of weather power. It will be used to suppress a target. Under the weather seal, friendly targets will receive comprehensive boosting from weather-related elemental power. Gray now had a new ability, Foggy Days coverage. After the Dead Spirits crisis ended, the main world was shrouded in fog for some time due to the presence of death aura. It was during this time that Gray absorbed weather from the outside world and attained this ability. The territory formed by this ability would allow friendly targets to hide within the fog, while enemies would suffer negative effects such as blindness and dizziness. It could be said that Foggy Days coverage was more useful to Sky C than the other weather phenomena. It allowed Gray to cover Sky C's body better as well as everything that was on it. Although the blindness and dizziness effects were not strong, they could still affect enemies to a certain extent. As such, it was considered a dynamic controlling ability. Due to cloudy weather, Gray could not gain a new ability each time it evolved like other phase could. Gray's abilities were related to the weather phenomena it absorbed. When Gray absorbed another weather phenomenon and obtained another ability, it would not only improve Jade Contract's combat power and the support effects of Body of Weather, but would also be extremely useful for the two new exclusive skills, Abandon Weather Reincarnation and Weather Transformation Seal. Abandon Weather Reincarnation would allow Gray to recover from injuries and returned to full health by sacrificing one of its weather phenomena when facing a powerful enemy and in a near-dead state. It was said that cats had 9 lives. Gray currently controlled 7 types of weather phenomena. With abandoned weather reincarnation, Gray essentially had 7 lives. It was a powerful life preservation ability. The key point was that after a weather phenomenon was sacrificed to abandon weather reincarnation, the weather phenomenon could be accumulated again without affecting Gray's potential. Gray's attacking power mostly came from Jade Contract. Hence, Gray's combat power was somewhat lacking. However, Weather Transformation Seal's appearance allowed Gray to gain a powerful combat technique to use against enemies. By gathering all the energy from the weather together, Gray had essentially gained the ability to trigger its maximum power. By combining all the weather phenomena into a weather seal, targets could be suppressed, while its own side would be comprehensively boosted by all the elemental power related to weather. There was no question that this boost would be gargantuan. Gray's abilities encompassed elemental energy related to light, darkness, ice, wind, and thunder. There were very few heavenly family phase that could be simultaneously boosted by 5 types of elemental power. Lin Yuan thought, why don't I evolve Sky Sea and Gray to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom simultaneously? Aside from these 2, Dark Blue's power could also be increased. Dark Blue, Sky Sea, and Gray formed a system. Now that Lin Yuan had awakened the body of all spirits, the value of Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline was no longer as significant to him. Frankly, the bloodlines Lin Yuan controlled were just as powerful as the mermaid bloodline. Some were at an even higher level. Although Dark Blue's bloodline boost was no longer effective for Lin Yuan, it could not be denied that Dark Blue was one of Lin Yuan's strongest phase. After all, Dark Blue was the only one of Lin Yuan's phase that needed to absorb 12 willpower runes to evolve to Fantasy Breed. Dark Blue could not evolve quickly because it needed to comprehend willpower runes from top-grade Strange Water. Hence, Lin Yuan was never in a rush to increase Dark Blue's power. For the past decade, Dark Blue had absorbed countless types of Strange Water. Yet, it only just managed to comprehend 12 willpower runes. Every pillar of water that made up Dark Blue's body contained its own will and could be regarded as an individual entity. There was no difference between contracting Dark Blue and contracting 12 water elemental phase. Every will that Dark Blue controlled had been carefully selected. It could be said that Dark Blue's 12 wills were perfectly complementary. Dark Blue's growth potential was extremely large. Aside from every pillar of water controlling its own top-grade Strange Water characteristic, they also possessed individual mermaid bloodlines. The mermaid bloodlines in the pillars of water could be continuously evolved. If Lin Yuan was willing to help Dark Blue evolve every pillar of water's mermaid bloodline, they would eventually transform into elemental mermaids. When Lin Yuan controlled Dark Blue, the 12 pillars of water would transform into 12 mermaid thearchs who would guard Sky Sea. In order to perfect Sky Sea's system, the priority would be to increase Sky Sea, Gray, and Dark Blue's strength. However, it was not as simple to increase their strength as it was to increase the strength of Lin Yuan's other phase. Dark Blue needed to absorb not only pure spirit chi but also a large amount of pure water elemental energy to evolve. Sky Sea needed to absorb both water and wind elemental energy. Gray needed to absorb weather phenomena. Lin Yuan would need a year or 2 to perfect Sky Sea's system. There was no way he could spend a year or 2 in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Moreover, remaining in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would not benefit Sky Sea, Gray, and Dark Blue's evolutions. They had been cooped up in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and it was time for them to go out to breathe fresh air. To the north of the Radiance Federation was their border with the Barren Sea. There were many islands scattered around the area. These islands were impoverished and were not only uninhabited by humans but also had very few Fays living there. Lin Yuan did not want to allow Sky Sea to be exposed to the main world's lifeforms. Despite Lin Yuan being so powerful now that he had even saved the main world numerous times, he would never expose Sky City's lair, which was also about to be used as his vehicle in the sky beyond the clouds. If Sky Sea was seen swimming around in the sky, it would cause terror and hysteria among the main world's lifeforms. Furthermore, Lin Yuan did not want this information to be leaked. If Sky Sea was anchored on an uninhabited island and was hidden by gray, it would be unlikely for anyone to discover its existence unless experts specifically tried looking for it. There were many things that Lin Yuan was keeping under wraps, not just for his own protection but also for the safety of the main world. As Lin Yuan's phase continued to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Lin Yuan witnessed the ferocity of their abilities, exclusive skills, and Divine Kingdom abilities. An interrogator did not need to utter a single word to their target to find out the truth. Before Morbius woke up, Lin Yuan would enter a period of seclusion. Genius and Chimey were the first phase Lin Yuan acquired. The two of them started from the plainest conditions and had now opened paths that had never existed in history. Chimey needed to absorb the energy from the strange flames in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to increase its power. In order for Genius to evolve, it needed to accumulate sufficient spiritual energy and produce enough life-preserving tails before pleading with the heavens and the earth for wills. Top-grade strange flames were the peak in the main world. However, according to Kong Huan and Fan Lu, there were higher-level flames in the sky beyond the clouds. It was clear that the sky beyond the clouds was more suitable for Genius and Chimey's future evolutions. The wills in the sky beyond the clouds were much stronger than the wills in the main world, a mere Class 2 world. When Genius went to the sky beyond the clouds, it would undoubtedly be able to obtain more mystical wills from the heavens and the earth. Once he became certain of this, Lin Yuan was in no rush to increase Chimey and Genius powers. He even intentionally restrained their evolutions. When Lin Yuan arrived at a deserted island near the barren sea, he released Sky Sea and Gray. The two heavenly family phase really liked to explore and experience nature. Once the two of them were released, they exploded with happiness. Sky Sea did somersaults in the sky and occasionally dove into the sea, causing the surface of the sea to be tumultuously disturbed continuously. When Lin Yuan saw this, he felt guilty and sad. When they went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would no longer restrain Gray and Sky Sea's living space. Lin Yuan allowed the two of them to play for a few days. He would release Dark Blue once the two of them had their fill of fun. Lin Yuan waved at the two of them and took out chests filled with water and wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Each of these jade-textured Phoebe Jinan boxes could fit exactly 10,000 elemental pearls. The wind-speed Rapid Antelope had already carefully separated elemental pearls in the chests based on their purity. Lin Yuan opened the wings made by the source sand and flew onto Sky Sea's back. He gestured at Sky Sea to use the elemental pearls as it saw fit. Next, he placed his hand on Sky Sea's back and concentrated on circulating his energy to inject pure spirit chi into its body. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan's expression soon changed slightly. This change occurred because he discovered it was more difficult to evolve Sky Sea's grade and quality than he had anticipated. This difficulty was likely related to Sky Sea's bloodline. Sky Sea needed tens or even hundreds of times the energy that other phase required to evolve. Lin Yuan always felt that he had stocked up on a substantial amount of elemental pearls. However, now that Lin Yuan was evolving Sky Sea and Dark Blue simultaneously, he suddenly realized there could never be enough of something like elemental pearls. Regardless of how many there were, they could be used up swiftly. Lin Yuan made several trips to the Startling Lines continent to collect spirit chi crystals. The investments he made in the main world provided him with even greater returns, and he could collect a harvest periodically. However, no one could replace Lin Yuan in helping the spirit chi professionals increase their strength and collect their world grace to turn them into spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan had to do it on his own. Morbius' pure land of bliss was required to turn the absorbed world grace into spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan could never hand Morbius over to someone else, even if they were Wen Yu or Lu Jie. Luckily, Lin Yuan could travel to and return from the Startling Lines continent very quickly with the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation. When Lin Yuan was at the pinnacle birth horoscope, it only took him around a month to evolve phase from Sovereign/Creation to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. But now he had reached the pinnacle spirit fire. With the increase in his power, his body of all spirits was also strengthened. Now, he only needed a little over 10 days to evolve a Sovereign/Creation Fae to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan spent more than a year on the remote island evolving Sky Sea. He once again felt the same feeling of pushing himself to his limits that he felt when Sky City was first established. He did not waste the year and a half. Sky Sea had finally reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Sky Sea was already an enormous creature. But after its grade and quality continuously increased, its size had also multiplied by several times. The old Sky Sea was only around the size of the wing of the current Sky Sea. The Sky City that Hu Quan had built on Sky Sea also seemed smaller. Luckily, Sky Sea had Floating Island's secret realm, allowing it to protect Sky City. Otherwise, Sky City would probably have been torn apart when Sky Sea grew larger. When the energy fluctuations that represented faith energy appeared, Lin Yuan knew that Sky Sea had successfully evolved. Lin Yuan was very curious about the exclusive skills and Divine Kingdom ability that the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Sky Sea had obtained. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Sky Sea. Fei name: Floating Island Whale, Fei species. Large Winged Whale species / Island Whale species. Fei grade: World Emperor, 1/10. Fei type: Water/Wind. Fei quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom, Divine Kingdom grade. Miniature abilities: Whale blood screen. Set fire to the essence blood inside its body and form a screen that can protect everything on its back. Water vapor whale feelers. Transform its feelers into water vapor and use them to gather nutrients from the environment to recover itself. Whale spout empowerment. Through the blowhole in its head, it can shoot out energy from its energy and supply it to entities with compatible bodies to replenish their energy or fix them up in other ways. Lashing spirit tail wings. After being nourished by pure spirit chi, the wings and tail will be covered with skin that can filter out spirit chi. With every movement of the wings and tail, the spirit chi can be directed to its back to increase the concentration of spirit chi on its back. Flesh solidification. An additional mouth that is connected to the additional stomach will grow below the blowhole. The metal and rocks that enter the additional stomach will strengthen the flesh during the contraction and expansion of the additional stomach. The solidified flesh will not affect the growth of the whale's bones. Whale's breath. Gather energy that is compatible with its body and shoot it out at a target. Before the target escapes the breath's lock, the breath will lock and track the target. Floating whale sinks. When the things and life forms on the whale's back are dying, a mournful cry of grief will be released. The sky will be like the ocean, and its body and soul will be the price paid to protect all the beings on its back. Sinking whale becomes life. When floating whale sinks is used, its bloodline will combine with the whale bones. While the whale bones are being upgraded, they will produce a fetus, and the fetus will take on its current bloodline. Sea sky exchange. Exchange the sea or sky of the current environment to either turn the sky into the sea or the sea into the sky. The change in the environment is foundationally related to the strength of the world will's acknowledgement. World roots consume. Consume and digest the world's root power. The world's root power will be used to strengthen itself and enable the whale's back and abdomen's secret realm to gain the same grade of conception power as that of the world's roots. Exclusive skills. Floating Island's secret realm. By swallowing wind elemental energy, a special space will be opened within the whale's abdomen. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space will be. But the space will not exceed twice the size of the body. By swallowing water elemental energy, the flesh will gain powerful fusion abilities that will enable the fats to stick to any life form, dead or alive, and drain nutrients from them. The purer the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability will be. Knotted life cohabitation. Pick a life form on its back to fuse and share its life with. Before its life comes to an end, the target will not die. Before the target dies, it will be able to continue living even if it sustains a serious injury. Accommodating territory transformative environment. A territory can be subsumed into its body, and the body will become a part of this territory. The entities on its body can also be placed anywhere on this territory. The root power of the surroundings can be used to nourish the body and allow the body to be acknowledged by the environment. Sea-sky stance. As the ruler of the sea and sky, it will be able to change the stance of the sky and sea. It will use the stance to defend against enemies. When energy is absorbed from the sky and sea, it will be able to continuously recover its injuries. anything joined to it will also suffer the same damage. Whale's extension. When energy is at its maximum, some of the bloodline can be sacrificed to produce a fetus with the same bloodline. The fetus will take on the same characteristics but will not have the same abilities and exclusive skills. Faith gift. Give some of the accumulated faith power to other life forms. If given to whales that it produced on its own, the faith power will not be depleted. If given to targets with unrelated bloodlines, the faith power will be used up at differing degrees. Divine Kingdom abilities. Whale world nurturing. All the faith power gained by the life forms in the space on its back and abdomen will be used to nurture it based on different proportions. The faith power will then either be turned into its own faith power or given to other targets to be absorbed. When Lin Yuan saw Sky C's new abilities and exclusive skills, he was shocked by them. But once he saw its Divine Kingdom ability, true astonishment bloomed on his face. A question appeared in his mind. Are all World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase this powerful? Lin Yuan felt that every one of his World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase attained unique abilities, all extremely effective in their respective areas. There were even a few phase with Divine Kingdom abilities that could increase their rate of absorption of faith power. The rate of absorption of faith power was related to the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeform's subsequent evolution in grade and quality. If every World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Fae was this powerful, spring, summer, autumn, and winter might not be able to shield him from all storms in the sky beyond the clouds. Spring was currently standing in midair and helping Sky C to defend against the world wills. When she saw Lin Yuan's expression, Spring hurriedly bowed to him and said, "Lord Saint, I am willing to dispel your concerns and solve your troubles. If there is anything that's bothering you, please do tell me about them." Lin Yuan told Spring about his thoughts. Lin Yuan would never share these concerns with Spring if he had only just become acquainted with her. But now, they had known each other for decades, and Lin Yuan was very familiar with her. He had noticed that Spring was helping him with almost every task. With spring, summer, autumn, and winter by his side, Lin Yuan was afforded a lot of convenience. It also allowed Lin Yuan to do many things in the past 10 years that he would not have been able to accomplish on his own. When Spring heard Lin Yuan's concerns, she blinked a few times. She was momentarily at a loss about what to say. In spite of her immense respect for Lin Yuan, she could not help but think, "Lord Saint, you are really underestimating your resources and body composition. Every spirit chi crystal that Lin Yuan used the totem god to produce could lead to the start of a war in the sky beyond the clouds." It was true that Spring would normally try to flatter Lin Yuan. But when she complained about him to herself, she did not try to flatter him at all. None of the direct descendants of the top 100 species in the sky beyond the clouds were capable of possessing and using such an abundance of resources to increase their power. Moreover, all of Lin Yuan's phase received his resources when they were at their weakest. By laying down such solid foundations, they steadily and reliably grew into eventual powerhouses. Aside from the provision of resources, Lin Yuan also used his body of all spirits to evolve his phase. The resources that phase used to increase their strength would directly affect the abilities, exclusive skills, and Divine Kingdom abilities they gained. Hence, it would only be strange if Lin Yuan's phase did not gain powerful abilities, exclusive skills, and Divine Kingdom abilities. Once Spring explained all this to Lin Yuan, he nodded in understanding. During his process of nurturing phase, Lin Yuan had also come to notice that the ones he nurtured using outstanding resources gained stronger abilities and exclusive skills than other phase of the same grade. The white-clothed followers were the best example of this. Before Sky City's white-clothed followers joined Sky City, they were bottom feeders who were unable to access resources. Their phase only gained abilities when they reached platinum grade. But when the bronze/legend phase Lin Yuan gave them were nurtured, they gained abilities once they reached gold grade. It turned out that this gap became even more obvious once phase reached the Divine Kingdom level. This realization strengthened Lin Yuan's resolution to provide his new phase with only the best foundations. Among all of his phase, Lin Yuan had injected the most resources into Sky C. This was true from the time he contracted it. Sky C's abilities, exclusive skills, and Divine Kingdom abilities lived up to the resources that Lin Yuan had invested. In the past year, Sky Sea had gained 2 new abilities. One was Sea-Sky Exchange, and the other was World Roots Consume. Sea-Sky Exchange was another manifestation of its Heavenly Family Fey power. Sky Sea could use its Heavenly Family Fey abilities to control the surrounding environment. The control it exerted was related to the strength and acknowledgement of the world wills. Lin Yuan did not know how strong Sky Sea's control would be in the sky beyond the clouds. But in the main world, its control extended to the barren sea and the sky above it. If Sky Sea wanted to, it could exchange the sea's environment and turn it into the sky or vice versa. Normally, Fays had environments that did not suit their combat styles or were unable to take shelter in. When Fays that flew in the sky landed in the sea, they did not have to attack each other as all parties would be seriously affected. The same went for Fays that lived in the sea when they arrived in an aerial environment. If Fays that lived in the deep sea were brought to an aerial environment, the pressure would cause their bodies to bloat and eventually lead to death. Sea-Sky Exchange was an ability that was suitable for combat and not only had support but also powerful combat functions. An ability like this was very suitable for Sky Sea, the Heavenly Family Fey controlling the sky and sea. World Roots Consume gave Sky Sea the ability to consume and digest the root power of a world. When Lin Yuan conquered Tower Cannon, Spring had helped him to obtain the root power of the dead world. Special techniques could be used to extract world power. Sky Sea could use root power to strengthen itself. It was clear just how formidable Sky Sea's body was. Sky Sea could not only use the root power to strengthen itself but could also enable the secret realm on its back and in its abdomen to have the same level of conception as the root power. This conception ability allowed it to create a world of its own. With the root power, the life forms on its back and in its abdomen could reproduce. This would be like opening a dimensional space and placing a plant-type Fey within. If the plant-type Fey did not receive resources, it would not be able to evolve. But if the environment contained the root power of a world, the plant-type Fey would be able to absorb the energy in the world and evolve naturally. This was the difference that the root power of a world could create. In the future, the Fays that Lin Yuan planted on Sky Sea's back and in its abdomen would not only grow by absorbing the energy supplied by Sky Sea but could also evolve naturally after being nurtured by the root power of a world. World Roots Consume could be perfectly paired with Whale World Piety. Once the life forms on Sky Sea's back and abdomen reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, they would be able to collect faith power. A certain fraction of the faith power they gained would be supplied to Sky Sea. Although the total volume of faith power would not change as Sky Sea would only be gaining the faith power attained by other life forms, there would be differences in quality. This was just like how one bomb would only be able to blow up one mound of dirt. But hundreds or thousands of bombs would together be able to level a mountain. Whale World Piety had the ability to gather faith power. Sky Sea could choose to absorb this faith power. But before it did so, it would need to sacrifice the faith power that had been supplied to it. The sacrifice would entail the depletion of a proportion of its faith power. Although this would cause the overall quantity of faith power to fall, it would use the limited amount of faith power to nurture a powerful entity. Moreover, Sky Sea could not only absorb the faith power that was supplied to it, but could also inject it into other life forms instead to strengthen them. This was very similar to its exclusive skill, Faith Gift. When Sky Sea injected faith power into targets with unrelated bloodlines, the faith power would be depleted. However, if injected into the whales that it produced, the faith power would not be depleted. Hence, it was clear that using the gathered faith power to nurture whales it produced on its own would be the best option. This could be perfectly paired with Sky Sea's new exclusive skill, Whales Extension. When Sky Sea had sufficient energy in its body, it could use up a portion of its bloodline to create fetuses that shared its bloodline. It was guaranteed that the fetuses would also be floating island whales and not island whales. It was difficult for any Fae to recover their bloodline. However, Lin Yuan possessed precious resources and the body of all spirits that could replenish Sky Sea's bloodline. Thus, Sky Sea could produce whales without suffering any consequences and subsequently evolve their strength through Faith Gift. It went without saying that Faith Gift also had its limitations. Once the fetuses produced by Sky Sea hatched, They would take on its characteristics but not its abilities and exclusive skills. Nonetheless, the whales produced by Sky Sea would still be able to carry out their duties with regard to Sky City. In the year that Lin Yuan had spent nurturing Sky Sea, Dark Blue had also improved substantially. With Lin Yuan's provision of water elemental energy, Dark Blue had evolved from fantasy breed to creation breed. However, its grade had yet to reach sovereign. If a comparison was made, Dark Blue's grade evolved faster than that of Gray. The 12 pillars of water around Dark Blue that were formed by law power had transformed into miniature mermaids, circling Dark Blue's main body. Although the bloodline power in Dark Blue's main body had yet to reach king class, it was not far off. The mermaids around it all had intermediate mermaid bloodlines. Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline was faint, but Lin Yuan could inject mermaid bloodline energy into it to enable it to evolve. It could be said that when it came to bloodline, Dark Blue's future was limitless. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Dark Blue. Fey name: moving source water, mermaid disorientation, Fey species. Source genus/sacred source species, Fey grade, suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, water, Fey quality. Creation 4, abilities, flowing. The water will rush rapidly, and the energy from the water can allow it to flow in any location. Halted flow, separating from the main body and turning all the water element energy in the body into raging energy that shoots towards the target. Faith water, change faith power into a warm stream of water that can nurture other life forms using faith power. Faith water can increase the rate at which faith power heals and replenishes the life form and slow down the faith power in larger bodies. Faith water can also be used to draw back faith power that was given out, along with any additional faith power gained by the target. Faith application. The owner can be combined with the moving source water and use all the power in the moving source water. The owner can also inject faith power into the moving source water to increase the strength of the moving source water's abilities. Faith gift or robbery. The moving source water can inject the faith power in its body into targets that can possess faith power to bolster them. It can also steal the right to control faith power from the bodies of targets with weaker faith power. Water vein block. Use its bloodline energy to trigger its water elemental energy that is not in its vicinity. The water elemental energy will take on the water characteristics under its control and gather them closely together to form a block. Faith shackle. Link its bloodline power to a target with a similar bloodline. The target's bloodline will be sealed away. If, together, they have greater bloodline power than that of the target will lose the ability to accept and manipulate the faith power in its body. Exclusive skills. Power water soul. Choose a power and condense it into the soul of the moving source water. Any power can be chosen, but the choice cannot be undone. The power will affect the moving source water's future abilities and exclusive skills. When the moving source water receives a certain level of feedback from the power, the moving source water can comprehend any willpower rune according to the water elemental characteristics in its body. Undepleted clean water. The water elemental energy it controls will have powerful resistance to other elements and will not be depleted. In a contaminated environment or when facing an ability with contamination effects, it can ensure the purity of the water elemental energy under its control. Disorientation water territory. Its water elemental energy and bloodline power will fill up an environment and enable the water elemental energy in the environment to have the ability to block auras and energy fluctuations, thereby disorienting enemy targets in the area. All water surging tides. The water elemental energy in its body will be compared to the water elemental energy in the surrounding environment. If the purity of its water elemental energy is higher than that of the environment, it can extract the water elemental energy of the environment to heal its wounds and replenish its depleted energy. Dark Blue had gained 2 new abilities, Water Vein Block and Faith Shackle. Water Vein Block activated Dark Blue's bloodline energy. The stronger Dark Blue's bloodline was, the more potent this ability's effects would be. Dark Blue used its bloodline power to trigger water elemental energy and combined it with the water attributes under its control. The block around Sky Sea not only provided Sky Sea with mobility through the water attributes, but it could also defend Sky Sea. Dark Blue, Sky Sea, and Gray protected the main institute of Sky City together. Sky Sea was the vessel, gray provided concealment, and dark blue covered defense. Water Vein Block improved dark blue's ability to carry out its defense duty. As for Faith Shackle, Faith Application, and Faith Gift or Robbery, they were all the same type of abilities. Dark blue had gained the ability to control faith power when it reached gold grade. As its grade continued to evolve, its ability to control faith power also grew stronger. Both Faith Application and Faith Gift or Robbery tapped into dark blue's utilization of its faith power. Faith Shackle allowed dark blue to be linked to a target with the same bloodline power. The two parties' faith power would be added together before being compared to another target. If the combined faith power was greater than that of the target would lose the ability to receive and manipulate the faith power in its body. At the Divine Kingdom level, the phase abilities were linked to their manipulation of faith power. Additionally, many of their abilities and exclusive skills relied on faith power as well. If Faith Shackle only linked dark blue to another mermaid, the ability's value would be greatly discounted because the strongest mermaid in Lin Yuan's camp was Dazzling Silver. Lin Yuan did not intend to take Samsara realm mermaids like Dazzling Silver, Blue Umber, Light Green Umber, and Red Beauty to the sky beyond the clouds. After the main world was linked to the dimensional worlds, the mermaids became another one of the main world species, and Emperor-class mermaids like Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and Red Beauty needed to protect their species. If Lin Yuan took the water world's mermaids' strongest pillars of strength with him to the sky beyond the clouds, the mermaids might be able to continue living peacefully in the main world at first. But as time continued to pass, they would eventually go extinct. Lin Yuan had the mermaid bloodline in his body, and was a mermaid the arch who had received the worship of the mermaids. He did not want to see such a thing happen. Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline came from dark blue. Could use Faith Shackle to link its faith power to that of Lin Yuan and use his faith power to seal the target's faith power. Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom was very different from the Divine Kingdoms of other experts. Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom contained an enormous amount of faith power. If it was used to seal targets, even pinnacle Divine Kingdom lifeforms would be no match for him. This was a very powerful technique for restraining enemies. Dark Blue's exclusive skill, Power Water Soul, enabled Dark Blue to absorb 12 types of willpower runes. It could be said that Power Water Soul gave Dark Blue endless potential. Dark Blue's other 3 exclusive skills were just as impressive as Power Water Soul. Undepleted Clean Water allowed Dark Blue to use its water elemental energy to become extremely resistant to other water elemental energy. It would no longer be affected by other elements in special environments. Additionally, its water elemental energy would no longer be used up unnecessarily. Dark Blue would no longer be affected by other elemental abilities. However, it would be able to restrain the other elements that used to affect it. In an environment with curses, poison, or contamination, Dark Blue would be immune to such defilement. An elemental-type Fae was the most afraid of its body becoming tainted. This self-cleansing ability was a self-preservation ability for Dark Blue. Disorientation Water Territory also involved Dark Blue using its elemental power. It would use its water elemental energy to block the aura within the territory. It could also cover the internal energy fluctuations. When enemies entered this area, they would become disoriented. In its disoriented state, the target would lose the ability to move. This would make it easier for Sky Sea to use the abilities on its back to eliminate the target. This ability would not be very useful against stronger experts than Dark Blue. However, it would be very effective against groups. As opposed to undepleted Clean Water and Water Disorientation Territory, Lin Yuan was more interested in all-water Surging Tides, which could be seen as Dark Blue's endurance ability. However, it was far from being as simple as an endurance ability. This exclusive skill required Dark Blue to compare its body's water elemental energy with its environment. It would only be able to absorb the water elemental energy in the environment if its water elemental energy was purer than that of the environment. It could use the water elemental energy in the surroundings to heal its injuries and replenish its depleted energy. If this exclusive skill appeared for other Faes, it would be virtually useless because there were very few other Faes that could be confident that their water elemental energy would be purer than that of the environment. Elemental energy only took up a small proportion in the bodies of flesh Faes. Comparing the elemental energy in their body to that of the environment would cause them to come up against many obstacles. It would be very easy for them to be interrupted by other phase abilities. The water elemental energy in Dark Blue's body was close to 100% purity. Even if it was affected by other powerful water-type phase, the water elemental energy in its body would still be stronger than the environment's. Gray's rainy day weather and the water elemental aura spewed from Sky C's body nourished Dark Blue daily. As a result, Dark Blue was almost never in an uncomfortable environment. Dark Blue's main duty was to defend Sky C. When the outside world attacked Dark Blue, it could use all water surging tides to heal its injuries effectively. Lin Yuan once again took out numerous resources and gave them to Dark Blue and Gray. He then left Spring behind to watch Dark Blue, Gray, and Sky C while he returned to the Radiance Federation. This was because, once Lin Yuan was done nurturing Sky C, Morbius woke up. Since Lin Yuan did not ask Morbius to spirit lock new phase, its grade had not changed. However, its appearance had changed drastically. Morbius on Lin Yuan's wrist had been completely redesigned. The indentations meant to be filled with the endless gems had disappeared. In their place were simple totems and designs that changed constantly. If the totem patterns were closely examined, one would see that they were forming shapes of many of the world's entities. There were 6 new indentations below the bracelet. They were empty, just like when Lin Yuan had just contracted Morbius. Morbius' voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ear. The way Morbius' voice was transmitted to him took Lin Yuan by surprise. Normally, Morbius communicated with him through his soul. This was the first time that Morbius was communicating with him in real life. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a young man with the same features as his own, wearing a rust-colored half-armor, standing in front of him. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt as though he was looking into a mirror. However, upon closer look, it could be seen that this young man, who greatly resembled him, had cold and sharp eyes. These were very different from Lin Yuan's own eyes. When Morbius saw Lin Yuan looking at it, it walked forward and hugged him before saying gently yet coldly, "Partner, after all these years apart, I am finally awake." Lin Yuan's tone was one of delight as he said, "Morbius, you were completely silent. I thought you were going to sleep for even longer. After waking up this time, you can finally change into human form." Morbius could sense the joy in Lin Yuan's voice and smiled. "Partner, you have been collecting spirit chi crystals from the main world and working so hard on your own. Now you don't need to work so hard alone. I can go to help you. I can finally change into human form and no longer need to appear as a soul. I can now carry out tasks in your stead. You can divert your effort and energy into more important things." Lin Yuan could be concerned about anyone, but he would never be concerned about Morbius. To him, Morbius was as good as a clone. If Morbius represented him to head to the Startling Lines continent to help the lifeforms evolve and harvest spirit chi crystals, it would be extremely good news for Lin Yuan. However, regardless of whether Morbius was able to help him harvest spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan would have to go to the Radiance Federation in person. Now that Morbius was awake, Lin Yuan was prepared to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Since the Dead Spirits Crisis, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting had not been held in a long time. For the past 10 years, every member of the Astronomical Parliament had grown to varying degrees. Lin Yuan felt it was high time to hold an Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lu Jie had helped Wen Yu, Gu Lang, Zhongzhe, and the rest of his friends increase their strength, as well as the strength of the Radiance Federation's royalty. However, Lin Yuan had not helped any of the members of the Astronomical Parliament increase their strength, even members like Su Iran and Bei Su, whom he intended to take with him to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan did this because he wanted to give them time to grow. After all the growth they had gone through, they were now clearer about the choices they were going to make. Lin Yuan never felt that the members of the Astronomical Parliament he nurtured needed to follow in his footsteps. Taking Lin as an example, she was the daughter of the Azure Cloud Leopard family. She was an undeniable elite. Later, she became an Azure envoy, thereby becoming a key part of the Azure Federation's future. She needed to consider carefully before deciding whether she would be heading to the sky beyond the clouds. If she went to the sky beyond the clouds, she might be able to return to the main world, but she would not be able to do so for a very long time. If Lin truly wanted to head to the sky beyond the clouds, she would have to cut off all her ties to the main world. More than 10 years had passed. It was likely that Lin had made her decision about whether she was leaving or staying. This astronomical parliamentary meeting would be both a welcoming of the members and also a goodbye to the members who would not be going to the sky beyond the clouds. When Lin Yuan went to the Radiance Federation, the first thing he did was visit the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan never verbally expressed his respect toward the Moon Empress. Rather, he demonstrated it through his actions. Lin Yuan only returned to the return from faraway mansion half a day after staying in the Radiant Moon Palace. When Yu and Lu Jie were waiting there, when Yu made the suggestion, she knew that Lin Yuan would agree to hold the Astronomical parliamentary meeting. While the members of the Astronomical Parliament were communicating with Wen Yu, even Su Iren, who was the most composed of the group, asked Wen Yu for information. Wen Yu knew that Su Iren and the rest were afraid Lin Yuan would abandon them when he departed. Lin Yuan had been too busy in the past 10 years. Hence, his communication with Wen Yu and Lu Jie was no longer as intimate as it used to be. Thus, it was inevitable for the members of the Astronomical Parliament who relied on Lin Yuan to lose a sense of security. After all, they were not like Lu Jie and Wen Yu, who were the backbone of Sky City and were helping Lin Yuan to manage Sky City. The two of them knew Lin Yuan would take them with him to the sky beyond the clouds. However, Su Iren, Bei Su, and the rest did not have this confidence. Wen Yu had yet to respond to their covert questions because it should be Lin Yuan who made the decision and not her. Wen Yu would never make a decision on Lin Yuan's behalf. In truth, Wen Yu could not be fully certain of Lin Yuan's decision. Lin Yuan did have the ability to help spirit chi professionals increase their strength, but he had yet to use this ability on Sky City's other members. It was likely that this Astronomical parliamentary meeting would allow many of Lin Yuan's decisions to come to light. Among the Astronomical Parliament's members, Wen Yu believed that Lin Yuan would most likely take only Su Iren, Bei Su, and Luo Lan with him. If this was more than 10 years ago, Wen Yu would only be certain that Peace and Ta Lei would not be heading to the sky beyond the clouds. But now, she had added Lin, Bu Pe, and Waluan to the list. For Lin, it was because she had become increasingly focused on the Azure Federation. She was stuck between her family's honor and responsibility. Hence, she had no choice but to make such a decision. As one grew older, they also matured. Lin was no exception. In terms of her decision-making, Lin was becoming increasingly similar to Xia Qing. Wen Yu greatly respected Lin's decision, albeit it would cause her to lose the opportunity to transform. Bu Po's obsession with his sister was becoming clearer by the day. If he went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would definitely ask Lin Yuan to take his sister as well. Unfortunately, Bu Po's sister did not have any spirit chi professional potential and was a regular person. Bu Po had once asked Wen Yu for a lifespan mouse for his sister, but Wen Yu had turned him down. It was likely that Bu Po's life goal would be to live peacefully in the main world with his sister. A regular person had a lifespan of around 130 years. Bu Po still had around 80 to 90 years of life left to enjoy with his sister. Bu Po was currently the ruler of the Spirit Mother Federation. From previous matters, Lin Yuan learned that the Spirit Mother Federation had been under Tarot Roundtable's control. After Lin Yuan killed all the Tarot members, there was nothing in the Spirit Mother Federation that could restrict Bu Po. If Bu Po was willing to give resources to his sister, she might be able to use the previous spiritual ingredients to live to 200 years of age. Once Bu Po's sister came to the end of her lifespan, it was likely that Bu Po would want to go to the sky beyond the clouds with Lin Yuan. However, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to wait until then for Bu Po. As for Waluan, he was completely focused on constructing boats. At first, Waluan remained in the Radiance Federation to upgrade the fleet of boats continuously. It was only when the boats were upgraded to a certain degree that Waluan pivoted to building his own fleet. For the past few years, Waluan had spent his time traveling everywhere. He had not forgotten his original dream and was still a passionate sailor. Given his personality, It was more suitable for him to remain in the main world than head to the sky beyond the clouds. Waluan's knowledge about building boats was very useful in the main world. But once he went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would lose the direction he could develop toward. Peace had indeed experienced growth in the past few years, but her growth was restricted to the Green Continent Federation. In the past few years, she had secretly reached out to Lin Yuan for help twice. Both times, he had decided to help her. With Lin Yuan's help, the Green Continent Federation had managed to gain a stable footing in the main world. But as for where it was going in the future, it would fully depend on Peace's governance and the Federation's luck. Once Ta Lei expanded Thick Soil City, he could no longer continue carrying out the duties of the city lord on his own. Lin Yuan had sent Qin Luin to help and support Ta Lei. Lin Yuan would be bringing both Qin Luin and Qin Yu to the sky beyond the clouds and had already helped Qin Luin reach the birth horoscope level. It was likely that Lin Yuan would give Ta Lei new tasks during this astronomical parliamentary meeting. This was not because Lin Yuan had any negative opinions against Ta Lei. Rather, with Ta Lei's lack of abilities and talent, Lin Yuan would have to come up with alternative arrangements for the entire Thick Soil City once he took Qin Luin away. Thick Soil City was vital to the entire Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan had thought about nurturing Ta Lei. While Qin Luin helped Ta Lei manage Thick Soil City, he also became Ta Lei's role model. Unfortunately, Ta Lei was unable to rise to the occasion. Rather than being a ruler, Ta Lei was more suited to concentrating on being a creation master. Ta Lei really liked doing research about creation master information and was very skilled at it. When you like to think and consider deeply when she approached any issue. Lu Jie did not think too much because he felt it was fully up to Lin Yuan about who he was going to take with him. As such, the decisions were solely up to him. The Astronomical Parliament's members were not of much help to Lin Yuan. Rather, they were the ones who attained endless opportunities from him. Peace and Ta Lei were restricted by their abilities and could not create any value for Lin Yuan in the sky beyond the clouds. When Yu did not hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting immediately after Lin Yuan returned. Rather, she first sent out an announcement to the Astronomical Parliament's members so they could be prepared. This would also make it easier for them to interact with Lin Yuan when the meeting began. They would be holding the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting in the sky beyond the clouds. When Yu would abandon the members in the main world, and they would no longer be able to hold their contracts to the North Star constellation seats. Lin Yuan intended to properly rest in the return from faraway mansion for a few days. He had expended an enormous amount using his body composition to evolve Sky Sea. In the past year or so, Lin Yuan had not rested apart from sleeping and eating. Lin Yuan only rested for a day before he received a message from Long Tao on the Thoughts letter paper. Long Tao, Yuan, I have already given a new batch of the dragon lungs to listen. Dark Cloud's bird shrine has also prepared the essence blood of various phoenix species phase. The dragon lungs weigh more than 2 tons. After this batch of dragon lungs, I won't be able to provide you with a new batch for a long time. Long Tao had been working with Lin Yuan for a long time. In order to increase Shiny's power as soon as possible, Lin Yuan had provided Long Tao with numerous resources during their partnership. This increased the scale of Long Tao's cultivation of dragon species phase. The lungs of dragon species phase were the best when they were young. It was also during that period they contained the most energy. Hence, Long Tao slaughtered the dragon species phase once they reached that age. Long Tao had cultivated a batch of standard dragon species phase. Once he slaughtered them, it would be a few years before he could cultivate a new batch of such dragon species phase. Listen had been helping Lin Yuan communicate with Long Tao ever since he returned to the Radiance Federation. When Lin Yuan read he would be able to obtain over 200 tons of dragon lungs and that Dark Cloud's bird shrine would definitely provide him with a considerable amount of phoenix blood, he knew that Shiny would be able to increase its power quickly once it absorbed them. Lin Yuan intended to take these 2 days of rest to nurture the Sovereign/Creation Shiny. Lin Yuan arrived at the breeding room and released Shiny. At that moment, Shiny was much more heroic than it was when it was myth-breed. With each flap of its wings, it gave off an inexplicable air of elegance and strength. Fays with the Baron bloodline had a unique aura of sharpness and carnage. No other Fays had such an aura. Lin Yuan highly valued a Fae like Shiny that represented the legacy of the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, he would not have held back from increasing Shiny's power just because he lacked suitable dragon lungs and phoenix blood. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Shiny. Fae name: Golden Wings, Fae species. Baron species / Featherwing species. Fae grade: Sovereign, 10/10. Fae type: Wind. Fae quality: Creation 9. Abilities: Snapped neck falling death. When its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. At the same time, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb it into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence, flowing wind claws. When the wind elements in the golden wings feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate them to attack its opponent. The attack target will feel as if it is being slashed by claws. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also be able to inject wind elemental energy into its target through explosions and cause double the amount of damage. Rapid wind whistle. By flapping its wings to activate wind elemental energy, it will simultaneously let out a roar that causes both physical and elemental damage to a designated target. A headwind will also lower the target's speed. Each time a headwind is released, its own speed will be increased. Hurricane added protection. A vicious hurricane shield will be added to its own body. Every time elemental damage is inflicted on it, the hurricane shield will absorb the damage before reflecting it. The hurricane shield can also absorb wind elemental energy from the surroundings to replenish the wind elemental energy in its body. Folded wings wind valley. With the golden wings at the center, an environment charged with wind elemental energy will be formed. Wind elemental energy will be continuously produced in this environment. When it makes a sacrifice to this territory, the wind elemental energy will be absorbed into its bloodline and trigger a one-time explosion. Disappearing wind attack. Its body will be combined with wind elements. Even a slight breeze will be enough for it to hide within. While it is hiding in the wind, it will be immune to damage as long as the wind remains. Revived seasonal winds. The wind element state will be changed. The wind elements will gain powerful healing abilities. Targets will be healed wherever the winds exist. They will continue to heal as long as the wind does not stop moving. Swift wind death. The sharpness of wind elements will be activated. The wind elements will change into wild winds that will continuously attack the target until the target has been ground to pieces. The sharpness of the wind elements will have flowing wind claws tearing effects and snapped neck falling deaths bone-breaking effects. Exclusive skill. Unset state. When interacting with another Fae, the golden wings can copy the Fae's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset state will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's descendant. By placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all surrounding wind elements. It will become the master, while all other winds will become its disciples. Summoning wind-changing spirit. Use wind elements to accommodate other elemental energy and turn them into vassals of the wind elements. In extreme environments, the accommodated elemental energy can change its attributes and allow it to become better affiliated with the environment, as well as use elemental attacks of different types. Whirling wind compression. Use the energy in its body to compress and coordinate wind elemental energy. The wind elements will be tightly locked together and will resonate. Its ability to control wind elements will be stronger than that of the natural environment, and it will become stronger at controlling wind elements in different environments. The power of its abilities and exclusive skills related to wind will also be strengthened. Shiny had gained a new ability called Swift Wind Death and an exclusive skill called Whirling Wind Compression. Swift Wind Death strengthened Shiny's attacking abilities. Shiny's previous abilities were too balanced and caused Shiny's combat abilities to be weaker than those of traditional Faes with the Baron bloodline. But now, Swift Wind Death's existence raised Shiny's combat abilities. Swift Wind Death triggered the sharpness of wind elements. While continuously attacking targets, it would have the tearing effects of flowing wind claws and the bone-breaking effects of snapped neck falling death. Hence, when Swift Wind Death was attacking targets, it would cause targets to suffer attacks on different levels. It was considered an all-round combat skill. Whirling wind compression could be seen as an ability that comprehensively boosted Shiny. Whirling wind compression involved Shiny using its abilities to compress wind elements and improve their quality. Hence, all of Shiny's wind-related abilities would be boosted. This would enable every single one of Shiny's abilities and exclusive skills to become stronger. Shiny could be seen as the model standard of a Fae with comprehensive abilities. However, as Lin Yuan's power grew, functional type Faes became increasingly important to him. When Lin Yuan contracted Faes, he tried his best to contract functional type ones. Shiny's unset state allowed it to become a functional type Fae. It used unset state to replicate the ability sacrifice and was considered a life preservation technique for Lin Yuan. After letting Shiny out, Lin Yuan played with it for a while. He had just arranged the dragon lungs and phoenix blood in the breeding room for Shiny when Listen arrived at the return from faraway mansion. In the past 10 years, Lin Yuan had increased Listen's power to the Divine Kingdom level, and Listen's 3 phase had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Although Listen was not one of Sky City's 3 main pillars of support, he was just as valuable as Lu Jie and Wen Yu. Listen was the one who organized and generated all of Sky City's resources. Back then, in preparation for the Dead Spirits crisis, the Radiance Federation had immediately organized all the materials needed to build the defense bases and sent them to the right locations. This also applied to the construction of the dimensional wall. This organization of resources allowed Lin Yuan to carry out many tasks smoothly. Without someone like Listen working for him, Lin Yuan would never be able to be a hands-off manager. In the past decade, Lin Yuan had not only increased his strength but also his abilities. After the Dead Spirits crisis ended, there were many messy and starving federations in the main world. A large-scale death of their populations was avoided because Listen had sent out the soldier ration radishes to them. When Listen saw Lin Yuan, he bowed and said seriously, "Young master, Long Tao gave me a batch of resources for you to use to nurture Shiny. I have brought them with me." Listen had not seen Lin Yuan in almost 2 years. Listen was always aware of his position before Lin Yuan and saw himself as his servant. Listen handed the Fey storage box containing the dragon lungs and phoenix blood to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan received the diamond Fey storage box before patting Listen's shoulder. "Listen, we will be heading to the sky beyond the clouds soon. That will be your new battleground. For now, distribute the resources I'm about to give you before taking a good rest." Listen looked touched when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Logically, now that Lin Yuan was about to leave the main world, he should be doing all he could to collect the main world's resources for his own use. However, Lin Yuan did not do so. Instead, he was going to give the main world one last boost before he left. Lin Yuan's spirit had never changed, regardless of when they first met or now that he had risen to the peak of the main world. His soul was just as clean as it had always been. Listen was Lin Yuan's manager when it came to resources. He knew better than anyone how Lin Yuan's resources were allocated. Listen could not help but tremble whenever he thought about all the resources that Lin Yuan had injected into the main world over the years. If Lin Yuan had given him these resources, he would have been able to turn them into unimaginable riches. Listen asked himself if he could do the same if he were in Lin Yuan's position, and he knew that he could not. His fate was changed when he swore to Lin Yuan on his willpower rune. At that time, he had been blindly trying to keep the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce afloat. At that time, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had not even been a rising faction and had been under the thumb of the Zheng family's 3rd lineage. His life had even been endangered. It was all because his ancestors had bought a large piece of land near the shallow sea that hindered the Zheng family's 3rd lineage's development. After Listen joined Lin Yuan's camp and watched Lin Yuan's growth, he became fully aware of how Sky City had grown step by step into such a gargantua entity under Lin Yuan's management. Back then, Lin Yuan had been hiding the fact that he was the Moon Empress disciple and had single-handedly helped him to take on the Zheng family. During that process, Lin Yuan had done a lot for him. This was because the Zheng family had also been connected to the top faction-connected Beast Park. Listen did not believe that he was valuable enough to warrant taking on a top faction. All that he had today came from Lin Yuan. Listen never denied his talent. But without the opportunities that came from Lin Yuan, he would never be able to accomplish such training with his own abilities. Listen was genuinely grateful to Lin Yuan. Because of Lin Yuan, Listen's horizons were continuously expanded, and his dreams were continuously broadened. At first, he wanted to continue developing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Then, he wanted to develop the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce from a veteran to a top faction. Now, he wanted to expand the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce beyond the Radiance Federation's borders. He started by helping Lin Yuan organize the Startling Lines continent's resources. Eventually, he began allocating the resources of the entire main world. Now, Lin Yuan was setting his sights on the sky beyond the clouds. Listen was very willing to help Lin Yuan overcome obstacles in the sky beyond the clouds and be the best subordinate he could be. Young master, I will slowly distribute the resources you gave me and ensure that no citizen of any federation in the world dies of starvation. But I think that this is the most that we will be able to do. There are some federations with very problematic internal affairs. These problems are the real reasons for their terrible conditions. Some of these issues are linked to the foundations of these federations and can't be fixed manually. These federations will eventually disappear into history. The Green Island Federation that you asked me to look after is also experiencing such problems. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Yuan had indeed asked Listen to look after the Green Continent Federation. However, Lin Yuan did not understand its true condition. Lin Yuan was busy every day and did not have the energy to spend on other matters. Lin Yuan nodded at Listen to signal to him to continue talking. The Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was going to be held tomorrow. Listen did not have a good impression of Peace. He saw her as a classic black sheep. At first, when you had helped Peace a few times. Then, he helped her several times too. However, she did not improve in the slightest. Peace also participated in the major Federation Union meetings of recent years. The Moon Empress had given the Federation's advice during the major Federation meetings. But it was clear that Peace had not taken the Moon Empress' words to heart. At first, the Green Continent Federation had encountered geographic issues that restricted their development. Later, the Green Continent Federation moved into a better area and started relying on a federation with a Class 5 creation master. Peace intentionally revealed her relationship with Lin Yuan. Regardless of whether she did it to protect the Green Continent Federation, this crossed the line in Listen's mind. If Peace had not done this, the Green Continent Federation's land would already have been taken over by the surrounding federations. All of the main world's federations had offered themselves to Lin Yuan. The same went for the Green Continent Federation. However, the Green Continent Federation not only worshipped Lin Yuan but also Peace. Peace was still the self-proclaimed Green Continent goddess. Listen knew a significant amount about the broiling rock continent situation. In a location where water was scarce, water sources were linked to survival. Peace could use her own abilities to create water. But now, the area where the Green Continent Federation was located experienced rain frequently. It was a joke that Peace was continuing to call herself the Green Continent Goddess. Listen always felt that Peace let Lin Yuan down. Lin Yuan sighed in regret to himself when he heard Listen describe the situation. As someone who had experience, Lin Yuan felt that Peace's problems were linked to a lack of proper education. Lin Yuan chatted idly with Listen for a while. Lu Jie prepared lunch specially for Listen. Listen had relied on his own hard work to climb the ranks and eventually earn a position in Sky City's inner circle. He had not been eliminated by the influx of new people. Lu Jie and Wen Yu had become increasingly impressed with Listen over the years. They had a very good relationship with each other. Listen immediately began distributing the resources while Lin Yuan took the dragon lungs and phoenix blood with him back to the breeding room to continue nurturing Shiny. It was only with dragon lungs, phoenix blood, and wind elemental energy that Shiny's absorption of spirit chi quickened. With the support from Lin Yuan's body composition, Shiny's power grew quickly. At first, Lin Yuan only intended to evolve Shiny to a certain extent and continue evolving it after the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. During the nurturing process, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that Shiny's bloodline had changed. This meant that Shiny's bloodline could be evolved. The lower a phase grade, the easier it would be for its bloodline to mutate. It was difficult for a phase bloodline to continue mutating once its power reached suzerain/creation. Once such an opportunity appeared, it had to be grabbed. Otherwise, it would slip away extremely easily. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to push back the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting and focus on Shiny's evolution first. During Shiny's evolution, its appetite was not affected because of the evolution. Instead, the evolution of its bloodline required a large amount of energy, and its consumption of food increased. Lin Yuan saw that every single one of Shiny's feathers had turned translucent. Lin Yuan had conducted experiments and found out that the feathers that were enveloped by rapidly moving winds not only did not lower Shiny's defensive abilities but raised its defensive and attacking abilities. Shiny's size had not changed significantly, but its claws had become sharper. The golden gusts of wind around the claws were a form of extremely high-level wind elements. It was a technique that came from Shiny's transformation of its bloodline. Lin Yuan evolved Shiny to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Spring helped Lin Yuan to complete Shiny's evolution. Lin Yuan looked at Shiny that was enveloped in wind and used true data to check on it. Morbius had already reached the startling Lines continent and was helping Lin Yuan to collect spirit chi crystals. Although Morbius was not by his side, Lin Yuan could still use its abilities. Fey name: Golden Wings, Fey species. Baron species/Featherwing species, Fey grade, Sovereign, 10 out of 10, Fey type, Wind, Fey quality. Elementary Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature, abilities. Snapped neck falling death. When its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. Simultaneously, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb it into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence, flowing wind claws. When the wind elements in the golden wings feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate them to attack its opponent. The attacked target will feel as if it is being slashed by claws. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also inject wind element into its target through explosions, causing double the amount of damage. Rapid wind whistle. By flapping its wings to activate wind elemental energy, it will simultaneously emit a roar that inflicts both physical and elemental damage on a designated target. A headwind will also lower the target's speed. Each time a headwind is released, its own speed will increase. Hurricane added protection. A vicious hurricane shield will be added to its own body. Every time elemental damage is inflicted on it, the hurricane shield will absorb the damage before reflecting it. The hurricane shield can also absorb wind elemental energy from the surroundings to replenish the wind elemental energy in its body. Folded Wings Wind Valley. With the golden wings at the center, an environment charged with wind elemental energy will be formed. Wind elemental energy will be continuously produced in this environment. When it makes a sacrifice to this territory, the wind elemental energy will be absorbed into its bloodline and trigger a one-time explosion. Disappearing Wind Attack. Its body will be combined with wind elements. Even a slight breeze will be enough for it to hide within. While it is hiding in the wind, it will be immune to damage as long as the wind remains. Revived Seasonal Winds. The wind element state will change. The wind elements will gain powerful healing abilities. Targets will be healed wherever the winds exist. They will continue to heal as long as the wind does not stop moving. Swift Wind Death. The sharpness of wind elements will be activated. The wind elements will change into wild winds that will continuously attack the target until the target has been ground to pieces. The sharpness of the wind elements will have flowing wind claws tearing effects and snapped neck falling deaths bone-breaking effects. Elemental Sword Feathers. All the feathers will be elementalized. The pure elemental traits in the feathers will be activated. When the feathers are attacked and damaged, the wind flowing in the environment will naturally replenish the feathers. The feathers can be shot into the outside world and will have penetrating effects. Sacred Golden Wind. All the wind elements under its control will be transformed into Sacred Gold Wind. The Sacred Gold Wind will go beyond the regular elemental state. The lowest elemental state will have damaging and immunity effects. Exclusive Skill. Unset State. When interacting with another Fae, the Golden Wings can copy the Fae's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset state will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's Descendant. By placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all of the surrounding wind elements. It will become the master, while all other winds will become its disciples. Summoning Wind-Changing Spirit. Use wind elements to accommodate other elemental energy and turn them into vassals of the wind elements. In extreme environments, the accommodated elemental energy can change its own attributes and allow it to become better affiliated with the environment as well as use elemental attacks of different elemental types. Whirling Wind Compression. Use the energy in its body to compress and coordinate wind elemental energy. The wind elements will be tightly locked together and will resonate. Its ability to control wind elements will be stronger than that of the natural environment, and it will become stronger at controlling wind elements in different elements. The power of its abilities and exclusive skills related to wind will also be strengthened. Golden Wind enters body. The sacred golden wind will be absorbed into the body and be used to change the body. The sacred wind will transform into commanding wind elements and will be able to suppress all inferior wind elements. In the transformed state, it will be able to comprehensively increase its energy and the characteristics it controls. Wind Territory Release. The sacred golden energy will be released into the surrounding environment. The environment filled with the sacred golden wind will be under its control, and the wind territory under its control will suppress lifeforms of other types. Each suppressed target will lead to an increase in the wind speed of the sacred golden wind in the wind territory. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Sacred Golden Wind Nest. A large nest of faith power will be created in the Divine Kingdom. The sacred golden wind can be released from the body in the nest and condensed into sacred golden wind crystals. Lin Yuan frowned slightly when he saw Shiny's data. The description of Shiny's Divine Kingdom ability, Sacred Golden Wind Nest, was far too simple. Although Sacred Golden Wind Nest was a production-type Divine Kingdom ability and was considered a highly treasured Divine Kingdom ability, Lin Yuan was uncertain of the value of the Sacred Golden Wind crystals. When Spring was done helping Shiny to fend off the world wills, she said to Lin Yuan in amazement, "Lord Saint, I never expected your barren beast to be given such an opportunity. Sacred Golden Wind is an extremely rare element of utmost purity. Absolutely pure elements won't be eroded and can nourish any wind-type life form. It is considered a treasure of the highest form. It will do wonders for the bloodline evolutions of wind-type bird species life forms. If you are willing to use your Fae to create a large number of sacred golden wind crystals, you will definitely be able to create a thriving bird species in the sky beyond the clouds. The bird species might not be able to make it into the top 100 of the species ranking immediately, but it will definitely enter the top 1,000. This was the first time Lin Yuan had heard Spring praise a spiritual ingredient to such a degree. Spring's compliment proved the value of the sacred golden wind crystals to Lin Yuan. This was the first time Lin Yuan had heard about elements with utmost purity. However, it did not prevent him from understanding the concept. The sacred golden wind was a higher-level wind element than regular wind elements. Shiny gave Lin Yuan the chance to take control of wind elemental energy of such a level. None of Lin Yuan's previous phase allowed him to attain elemental energy of utmost purity. However, it was not easy for Shiny to produce the sacred golden wind crystals. Moreover, when Shiny used its Divine Kingdom ability, Sacred Golden Wind Nest, to produce sacred golden wind crystals from the faith power in its Divine Kingdom, Shiny would also be substantially affected. Lin Yuan did not want his nurturing of other species to affect Shiny's development potential. Furthermore, there was no point in Lin Yuan nurturing other species in the sky beyond the clouds. There were simpler ways for Lin Yuan to obtain Divine Kingdom abilities. Additionally, his body of all spirits could also take control of the bloodlines of other species. It would enable him to easily take control of other species in the sky beyond the clouds if he wanted to do so. After all, many species prioritized and revered bloodlines. With Sacred Golden Wind, it would be better to nurture powerful wind-type life forms than to nurture species. There were a considerable number of powerful wind-type Faes in the sky beyond the clouds, and a few members of Sky City had also contracted Wind-type phase. Now that he understood elemental energy of utmost purity, Lin Yuan intended to obtain even more types of elemental energy of utmost purity in the sky beyond the clouds. For the Satan Devil Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that Lin Yuan had contracted, it needed increasingly pure elemental energy to continue increasing its power. The elemental dolls had appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and they had perfect purities. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had been developing freely in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. In truth, Lin Yuan did not know the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's current situation. He expected that its grade and quality had improved significantly. Lin Yuan was initially slightly unsatisfied with Shiny's Divine Kingdom ability, but now that he understood its value, he had a high appraisal of its Divine Kingdom ability. Aside from its Divine Kingdom ability, Shiny had gained 2 new abilities and exclusive skills. The ability Elemental Sword Feathers allowed Shiny to change from a purely flesh life form into a special life form that could be elementalized. When all Shiny's feathers were elementalized, the pure wind elements in the feathers could be triggered. Shiny could activate many elements, and they could increase Shiny's attacking and defensive abilities. It was difficult for Shiny to avoid being injured during combat. Once Shiny's feathers were damaged, the wind elemental energy in the environment would immediately replenish Shiny's feathers. This increased Shiny's defensive ability. The elementalized feathers could also be shot out like sharp swords and had extremely strong penetrating effects, potentially causing severe damage to targets. An ability that could improve both the attacking and defensive effects was very suitable for Shiny's comprehensive abilities. However, Elemental Sword Feathers' boost of Shiny was far from being able to match up to Sacred Golden Wind. Sacred Golden Wind enabled the wind elements under Shiny's control to change into Sacred Golden Wind. Sacred Golden Wind was produced from Shiny's body and went beyond the regular wind elements in elemental states. It had damaging and immunity effects against inferior elemental states. This kind of immunity effect was not only restricted to inferior wind elemental energy. It also applied to other elemental energy. Sacred Golden Wind gave Shiny new life and did not weaken the reputation of a wind-type barren beast. Aside from these 2 abilities, Shiny also acquired 2 new exclusive skills. They were Golden Wind Enters Body and Wind Territory Release. Both of these exclusive skills made use of Sacred Golden Wind. Golden Wind Enters Body involved Shiny absorbing the Sacred Golden Wind into its body and turning it into sacred entities that could control wind elements. It would be able to suppress inferior wind elements. In the transformed state, Shiny's characteristics and attributes would be boosted. Wind Territory Release involved the Sacred Golden Wind in Shiny's body being released into the surroundings to take control of the environment that had been filled with the Sacred Golden Wind. In the Wind Territory, all phase weaker than it would be suppressed. The suppressed targets were directly related to the speed of the Sacred Golden Wind. The faster the speed of the Sacred Golden Wind, the larger the size and strength of the Wind Territory. After Shiny evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, there was still a fair amount of dragon lungs and phoenix blood left. There was enough to feed Shiny for a very long time. This was the highest level of dragon lungs and phoenix blood that Coiling Dragon's Valley and the Dark Clouds Bird Shrine could provide. Going forward, Lin Yuan would have to obtain Shiny's food from the sky beyond the clouds. Shiny flapped its wings and tested its elementalized feathers. Shiny was delighted by its increase in power. Lin Yuan, if the Sacred Golden Wind crystals produced by my Divine Kingdom ability are useful to you, I will produce as many of them as I can for you. Lin Yuan knew how much Shiny liked to fight. A warrior like Shiny was not suited to being a producer. Lin Yuan said to Shiny seriously, "Golden Wings, if I need you to provide the Sacred Golden Wind crystals, I will let you know. At any other time, you should focus on increasing your power. The Divine Kingdom level isn't the end. It's possible that as your grade increases, the Sacred Golden Winds level will also break through." This was Lin Yuan's encouragement for Shiny, but this was truly how he felt. He had a special body composition, and Morbius was also a treasure trove that produced resources. In the future, Shiny's power would inevitably continue to grow. Spring nodded lightly when she heard what Lin Yuan said. If someone else had said this, Spring would think that they were spouting nonsense. However, it made much more sense for the words to have come from Lin Yuan. The body of all spirits could improve even elements with utmost purity. Lin Yuan already achieved this in his previous life. With Lin Yuan of this life also setting his sights on this target, there was no doubt that he would be able to achieve it. Lin Yuan played with Shiny for a while before contacting Wen Yu through the Thoughts letter paper. Because of him, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting had been postponed for some time. Now that he was done with what he needed to do, it was time to hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan did feel attached to these members of the Astronomical Parliament who he and Wen Yu had saved and nurtured. Lin Yuan had also been the one to watch over the step-by-step growth of promising members such as Lin and Su Iren. Wen Yu had already sent out the news. While Lin Yuan was nurturing Shiny, the members of the Astronomical Parliament all began thinking and preparing. They all had their own answers. The meeting among the constellations began once again. Lin Yuan sat on the throne that represented Leo for the first time in a long while. Frankly, the Astronomical Parliament had not been properly built up in the main world. This did not mean that the Astronomical Parliament lacked potential. Rather, it would be part of Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's strategy for the main world in the future. There was no need for the Astronomical Parliament to continue taking in new members. In the beginning, the Astronomical Parliament did not take in many members due to the restrictions from Wen Yu's sacred source lifeform stars. By the time Wen Yu's sacred source lifeform stars were increased, there was no longer any point in filling the Astronomical Parliament with members from the main world. Lin Yuan intended to continue developing the Astronomical Parliament in the sky beyond the clouds. He could take in life forms of a few species from the sky beyond the clouds who were willing to offer their lives in exchange for having their prayers granted. The Astronomical Parliament would become the medium by which he created tools and extended his control. The seats that represented the north-south constellation seats were filled with figures who were familiar to Lin Yuan. These people greeted Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and Lin who were seated on the thrones. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Every single person here has transformed and grown in the past few years. You have all also chosen paths that suit your liking. You should be aware that I will be leaving this world for a higher level one soon and continuing my development there. Why don't all of you take the opportunity of this gathering to have a chat about your future plans?" While he spoke, Lin Yuan's eyes landed on Su Iren. Lin Yuan and Su Iren had exchanged very few words over the last few years. Su Iren had been focused on rebuilding the Dark Continent and developing the Sand Island continent. She had done a fantastic job of both. The citizens of the Sand Island continent were all living in bliss, and their standards of living had multiplied by numerous times of the original level. Su Iren had spent all her energy on the governance of these two continents in the last few years. Lin Yuan needed to know what Su Iren's current plans were. In the past, Su Iren had already expressed her opinion to Lin Yuan. However, that was a decade ago. Time had passed, and every person's thoughts changed constantly. Lin Yuan had asked for the opinions of the members of the Astronomical Parliament. This meant that he was very willing to respect their wishes. At the same moment that Lin Yuan looked at Su Iren looked at Lin. Lin was currently staring at Lin Yuan. When you knew that Lin had obvious feelings for Lin Yuan, aside from deep respect, she also felt romantic sentiments. Lin had never revealed how she felt to Lin Yuan. When you expected this, but it also surprised her. After all their years apart, Lin's feelings towards Lin Yuan had intensified. However, as one of the Azure Federation's Azure envoys who was also about to become a member of royalty, Lin had undergone significant training. She now had the aura of a superior and was no longer as weak as she was a decade ago. Her elegance had also become sterner. Unsurprisingly, Lin was going to take over the Azure Cloud Leopard family and was shouldering heavy responsibility. With such responsibility, she needed to make a solemn decision. When you felt that if she were in Lin's position, she would not be able to remain this composed. At this moment, when you sharply noticed that Lin had reluctantly peeled her gaze away from Lin Yuan's body. Eventually, her reluctance morphed into resolution. The change in Lin's demeanor and gaze told when you what Lin's decision would be. As one grew up and gained authority, it was inevitable that one would also lose one's freedom. When you was very glad that she had started out as Lin Yuan's assistant and only ever needed to follow his decisions. After Lin Yuan was done speaking, the first to respond was Bu Pe. Bu Pe bowed deeply to Lin Yuan before saying seriously, "Leo, I know that my talent is limited. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to become a Class 4 creation master even if a decade passed. I also have Libra to thank for my being able to oversee the Spirit Mother Federation. All I want to do in my life is be by my sister's side. Once her lifespan comes to an end, I will protect the main world and carry out your will." Lin Yuan was not surprised by Bu Pe's decision. He nodded at Bu Pe. It would be good if Bu Pe could protect the main world, but it would be fine even if he could not because Lin Yuan had already prepared the forces that would be sufficient to protect the main world. "I hope your dreams come true. Fate willing, let us meet again in the future." Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the others. "The rest of you should also tell me your decisions just like Bu Pe just did." The moment Lin Yuan was done speaking, Bei Su said calmly, "Leo, if it's possible, I would like to go wherever you go." At this point, Bei Su gently pursed his lips and looked over at Su Iran, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie before saying with faint disappointment, "If you find my talent lacking, I can join Bu Pe in protecting the main world." Bei Su sincerely wanted to follow Lin Yuan, but he was aware that he lacked power. Presently, he was only an Emperor-class expert with a suzerain/myth fae. Such power was insignificant in the ranks of Sky City. Almost every white-clothed follower was stronger than him. Lin Yuan smiled brightly. After the decade that has passed, Bei Su still stuck by his initial decision. For the past decade, Bei Su had been focused on developing his faction rather than raising his power. In terms of developing his faction, Bei Su was very successful. Although Bei Su was not as talented as Wen Yu and Su Iran when it came to internal governance, he could still hold his own. Once Lin Yuan accepted Bei Su into Sky City, he would allow him to become one of the white-clothed followers led by Lu Jie. "Bei Su, since you've made your decision, come and join me. Try your best to leave the Radiance Federation as soon as possible." Bei Su jumped up from his chair in excitement. After Bei Su, Su Iran expressed her stance that she was willing to follow Lin Yuan. Luolan followed suit. Wen Yu was taken aback by Luolan's decision. Wen Yu did not interact with Luolan much in her day-to-day life, but she had a good impression of her. Luolan ruled the Iron Hammer Federation with benevolence and righteousness. The Radiance Federation had always been ruled by the same creed. Luolan had single-handedly improved the happiness of all the Iron Hammer citizens. In the past, the Iron Hammer Federation had been covered by snow, and food had been scarce. In spite of the harsh conditions, Luolan had managed to breathe new life into the Iron Hammer Federation after taking over as ruler. With Lin Yuan's help, the Snow Celestial Mountain had transformed into a fairy. The Iron Hammer Federation had been buckling under snow and ice because of the Snow Celestial Mountain. Now, the Iron Hammer Federation had the best development of the three federations in the Startling Lines continent. Normally, a federation filled with scholars like the Great Lush Federation should be the one that advanced the fastest. However, Jin Chenshuan had been fully focused on the harbor, causing many of the Great Lush scholars to depart for the Divine Wood and Iron Hammer Federations. This strongly facilitated the homogeneity of the Startling Lines continent's culture. The halt in the Great Lush Federation's development was linked to the decisions of the one in power. However, the Divine Wood Federation's weather conditions were even better than that of the Iron Hammer Federation before the Snow Celestial Mountain left. They were overtaken because Yi Huailong prioritized the profits of the Yi family before that of the Divine Wood Federation. Wen Yu and Lin Yuan were aware of this, but neither of them commented about it because Yi Huailong had not made a mistake pertaining to the Divine Wood Federation's management. If the Startling Lines continent's three federations were going to be addressed, the Great Lush Federation should be first. Compared to Yi Huailong, Luolan stood out as a shining beacon. Luolan lacked power of her own, but Lin Yuan had the ability to help her increase it. The gap in her management abilities could be compensated by an increase in power. Lin was not surprised by Luolan's choice. Although Lin and Luolan were not as close as Su Iran and Luolan were, Lin also communicated in depth with Luolan and gave her significant help. Luolan had told Lin long ago that she intended to follow Lin Yuan. Lin envied Luolan's carefreeness. Luolan did not have any family. Without her family tying her down, she only needed to ensure that the Iron Hammer Federation was properly managed. By representing her own family and heading to the sky beyond the clouds, she would also be able to achieve better development. Alas, Lin could not do the same. She had too many responsibilities that required her to answer to her family and the Azure Federation. If she left, it would have a severe impact on her family. The Azure Federation could no longer be considered one of the three major federations alongside the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. The Azure Federation had suffered the heaviest losses during the Dead Spirits crisis. As an Azure envoy, Lin had also taken on the associating duties. Once Luolan was done stating her decision, Lin turned to look at Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie. Leo, Libra, Virgo, I have decided to stay. The Azure Federation and Azure Cloud Leopard family need me. Wen Yu had already seen this decision coming from Lin, but Lu Jie frowned when he heard what she said. In Lu Jie's opinion, Lin had only made it this far because of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had saved her in the same way that he had saved Lu Jie. Without Lin Yuan, the two of them would be disabled and crippled. It was wrong for Lin to make such a decision at such a time. However, Lu Jie did not say anything because Lin Yuan had asked the Astronomical Parliament's members to state their opinions and was not making any decisions on their behalf. However, Lin Yuan could request them to follow him to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan looked at Lin's expression and knew she had only come to such a decision after deep and careful contemplation. He looked at Lin seriously before saying somberly, I respect your decision. Bu Pe had been the first to state his stance because his world revolved around his sister. After Lin expressed her stance, Waluan, Ta Lei, and the rest followed. In the end, the only members of the Astronomical Parliament whom Lin Yuan would be taking to the sky beyond the clouds were Bei Su, Su Iran, and Luolan. Now that the official matter was settled, the atmosphere became lively. Lin Yuan was about to head to the sky beyond the clouds, and it was highly possible this would be their final goodbye. Lin Yuan had made many arrangements for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Although Lin, Ta Lei, Bu Pe, Waluan, and the rest would not be following Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds, they had all contracted the lifespan mice and were worthy of being the protectors of this Class 2 world. Lin Yuan would increase their strength so they could safeguard the main world together. Lin Yuan was assured in their personalities and characters. Otherwise, he would not have nurtured them so seriously when he accepted them into the Astronomical Parliament. While Lin Yuan was making the arrangements for them, his soul started to react. Red Thorn and Silver Corona were done clearing all the dead spirit corpses in the main world. At first, they only absorbed the death aura that summer had funneled into the sea below the Startling Lines continent. But after the dead spirits crisis ended, there were many dead spirit corpses left in the main world. The demon insects could consume and digest the dead spirit corpses. However, it would be a waste to do so because Red Thorn and Silver Corona could also do the same. Hence, Lin Yuan had instructed Kira to commandeer the army of demon insects to move all the dead spirit corpses to the area covered by Red Thorn and Silver Corona, so they could use the energy to evolve their bloodlines. Red Thorn and Silver Corona needed blood energy to evolve. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits could not directly increase their strength. Moreover, using inappropriate methods to forcefully evolve Red Thorn and Silver Corona would not do them any good. Lin Yuan intended to head into the sea under the Startling Lines continent immediately after the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended to check on Red Thorn and Silver Corona, so he could see how these two fellows had improved. In previous Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings, the members always brought Lin Yuan various information. But now, the main world no longer had any secrets from Lin Yuan. Hence, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting would be coming to an end very soon. After the Astronomical Parliament meeting ended, Lin Yuan gave Wen Yu and Lu Jie a heads-up before he immediately headed to the Startling Lines continent. Morbius was also in the Startling Lines continent, and Lin Yuan could meet up with Morbius there. As for the other members of the Astronomical Parliament, they all rushed to the Radiance Federation. During the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Peace had only said that she did not want to go to the sky beyond the clouds and nothing else. This was not because she did not want to communicate with Lin Yuan, but because she felt slightly guilty toward him and did not know how to face him. However, Peace still had no idea where she had gone wrong to have gotten herself in such a state. Lin Yuan communicated with Morbius through their minds. When Morbius controlled the Pure Land of Bliss personally, it could activate a larger area than Lin Yuan could. Hence, Morbius could help Lin Yuan collect the spirit chi crystals extremely quickly. When Morbius found out that Lin Yuan was coming, it did not wait for him in Thick Soil City, but headed directly to the sea where Red Thorn and Silver Corona were located. Ever since Morbius gained a body and could move around freely in the main world, its demeanor was extremely carefree. It really enjoyed its current condition. Despite being the totem god, all it had been able to do for the past few long epochs was sleep and had been unable to produce its body. This was very ironic. However, the awakened Morbius did not regret the decision it made with its partner back then. After the passing of numerous long epochs, Morbius had gained the companionship of another partner. In this entire world, Lin Yuan was the only one Morbius cared about. Red Thorn and Silver Corona had left the sea once they no longer had any more resources to absorb. The moment they saw Morbius, they immediately gathered around it and instinctively saw Morbius as Lin Yuan's proxy. Morbius could not help but smile faintly at Silver Corona and Red Thorn's actions. Morbius entertained Silver Corona and Red Thorn but did not retract its aura. Once Silver Corona and Red Thorn drew near to Morbius, they did not leap into its arms like they did with Lin Yuan. Rather, they instinctively halted. Both of them had realized that this figure resembled Lin Yuan but was not truly him. Yet, Morbius did carry a concentrated aura of Lin Yuan. Otherwise, Silver Corona and Red Thorn would have already attacked Morbius. Morbius said coolly, "Silver Corona and Red Thorn, you have done well with your evolutions. Yuan will definitely be surprised when he arrives. He has never stopped investing in the two of you." Red Thorn and Silver Corona did not let down their guard because Morbius carried Lin Yuan's aura. Morbius was very satisfied with Silver Corona and Red Thorn's actions. Silver Corona and Red Thorn were now both 10-winged fairies. Red Thorn's bloodline was slightly stronger than that of Silver Corona. Silver Corona and Red Thorn were only able to have such sensitivity and intelligence because their bloodlines were so elite. Lin Yuan's other phase would not be able to tell Morbius apart from Lin Yuan this easily. As the totem god, Morbius had created this appearance using its totem power. Its totem power enabled it to replicate Lin Yuan's spiritual attributes and bloodline, much less his aura. When Lin Yuan rushed to the shallow sea, he was drawn in by Red Thorn's aura from far off. Red Thorn's bloodline power suppressed that of Silver Corona, and its appearance was much more exquisite than before. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Red Thorn. Fey name: Red Thorn, 10-winged fairy. Thousand Eyes relinquish, Fey species. Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade: Suzerain, August 10th. Fey type: Source/wood. Fey quality. Myth 3. Abilities: Mouth of Relinquish. Secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing faster absorption of energy from food. The tongue of Relinquish inside the mouth can significantly increase digestion speed. It can also release a special corrosive fluid from the consumed flesh and blood. When the tongues of Relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be severed and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can manipulate the target to appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contain digestive fluids that grow in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine can grind and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of Relinquish. Eyes formed using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a substantial amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of Relinquish on every mouth of Relinquish is maintained below 60, they can only store energy. When the number of eyes of Relinquish is above 60, Those eyes of relinquish can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of Flowers state transition. By rapidly depleting stored energy, the Sea of Flowers child Ramit's attacking power and mobility can be improved significantly. The child Ramit's weapons will also morph to increase functionality. Demon Spirit Curse Kill. When any of the Ortet's Ramets touch an enemy target and break through the target's defense, the target will be cursed. Each curse carries a negative effect that stacks with every additional attack. Tongue Pouch births demons. When a corpse is consumed, it can be stored in the tongue pouch and nurtured. If the corpse's power is intact, it can be nurtured into a special life form containing a fairy bloodline. Its previous power will be retained, and its power can increase when tempered by blood energy. Demon Transformed Bound Fairy. Its bloodline will be injected into the demon nurtured by Tongue Pouch births demons. The demon will transform into a fairy with a bloodline one level lower and be controlled by Red Thorn. The fairy will acquire the same abilities and, with sufficient vitality, can become an individual Mouth of Relinquish. The bound fairy's bloodline and power will increase as the main body evolves. The nutrients absorbed by the bound spirit's Mouth of Relinquish will be channeled to the main body. Exclusive skill. Spore growth. Emits a vast number of spores which can absorb energy or flesh energy supplied by Red Thorn out of its spore cavity to rapidly grow Ramets and child Ramets controlled by the Ortet. Wither Glory. Red Thorn can rapidly absorb energy from the soil and channel it into the Sea of Flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child Ramets and Ramets, the withered Sea of Flowers will reach its prime state. Spore's Destruction Death Order. Each time the entity grown from a spore is on the brink of death after being attacked by the enemy's energy entering the spores will transform into pure Death Aura and Death Curse energy. The Death Aura will trigger the effects of the Death Curse energy, and a time can be set to decide when the accumulated Death Curse energy will attempt to kill the target. The target's survival is linked to the strength of the vitality in the target's body. Lin Yuan had always harbored high hopes for Red Thorn. Excluding Genius and Chimey, Red Thorn was the first Fey Lin Yuan had contracted. He had acquired it from the spirit guards using the merit accumulated by his parents in this life. Red Thorn was not an ordinary source-type lifeform but an amalgamation of 3 source-type lifeforms. Red Thorn's bloodline level was extremely high. Otherwise, it would not have been able to evolve into a 10-winged fairy when it was myth breed. It went without saying that this was also related to Lin Yuan's nurturing of Red Thorn and all the resources he provided it. Red Thorn's Tongue of Relinquish was a foundational ability that Lin Yuan relied on in his earlier battles. Without the Tongue of Relinquish, Lin Yuan would not have been able to nurture so many eternal weapons or take control of the Abyss Great Emperor. The Abyss Great Emperor had been the strongest weapon at Lin Yuan's disposal for a long time. As Red Thorn evolved from Diamond/Fantasy to Suzerain 8/Myth 3, it wasn't just its bloodline that improved significantly. By evolving from an 8-winged fairy to a 10-winged one, its bloodline was of an extremely high level, and it also gained a very powerful ability and exclusive skill. Red Thorn's suzerain ability was called Demon Transformed Bound Fairy, allowing Red Thorn to inject its bloodline into a demon produced by the Tongue of Relinquish. The demon would then transform into a fairy with a bloodline 1 level lower than Red Thorn's. Red Thorn's bloodline was currently higher than 10 wings. The fairy bloodline nurtured through Demon Transformed Bound Fairy would be higher than 8 wings. A fairy with a bloodline higher than 8 wings would be considered outstanding. The fairy produced by injecting bloodline into the demon would not only have the same abilities as Red Thorn but could also produce a Mouth of Relinquish if there was sufficient vitality. When the Mouth of Relinquish digested and absorbed energy, it would channel the energy back to Red Thorn to speed up its growth. This essentially solved the issue of Red Thorn's grade being difficult to evolve. Moreover, Red Thorn's depleted bloodline could be recovered in the future. With Lin Yuan's help, Red Thorn's roots would not be affected in any way. Red Thorn's myth breed exclusive skill was called Spore's Destruction Death Order. Red Thorn produced the Sea of Flowers for combat, which was its weapon against enemies. While in the midst of fighting enemies, it was inevitable that many flowers would be destroyed. The Sea of Flowers was grown from the ramets of spores. When the plants grown from the spores were killed by enemies, the energy from the enemies would be changed into pure Death Aura and Death Curse energy. The death aura could trigger the effects of the death curse energy. Death curse energy was a type of curse energy. It could decide if the target lived or died by placing curses on the target and was extremely potent. The decision depended on the strength of vitality in the target's body. Undeniably, death curse energy had a low probability of affecting targets with powerful vitality in their bodies. However, the death curse energy the Sea of Flowers produced would be gargantuan. As long as there was sufficient death curse energy, even life forms with powerful vitality in their bodies could be killed by the curses. Technically, Red Thorn's grade and quality should not evolve this slowly. Evidently, it had diverted all the energy it had gained toward evolving its bloodline. Lin Yuan highly approved of Red Thorn's actions, but it could not be denied that it was an extravagance. The moment Lin Yuan arrived, Morbius shifted its gaze away from Silver Corona and Red Thorn onto Lin Yuan. Morbius' gaze instantly softened when it landed on Lin Yuan. Red Thorn and Silver Corona had also noticed Lin Yuan's presence. Both of them had been in seclusion and a state of half-slumber. Being in half-slumber, the two of them could absorb energy faster, but this also prevented them from snuggling up to Lin Yuan despite him being present in the Startling Line's continent. Red Thorn was just as domineering as ever, especially when it came to occupying Lin Yuan's time and attention. In the past, Red Thorn's bloodline was firmly above Silver Corona's. Hence, Silver Corona had not dared to compete with Red Thorn. But now they were 10-winged fairies, and the gap between their bloodlines was no longer as wide as it used to be. Hence, Silver Corona was now brave enough to compete with Red Thorn for Lin Yuan's affection. This greatly displeased Red Thorn. Red Thorn watched Silver Corona perch on Lin Yuan's shoulder and released its higher 10-winged fairy bloodline aura more than once as a warning to Silver Corona. Silver Corona felt trepidation due to Red Thorn's warning, but it did not leave Lin Yuan's shoulder. With pitiful puppy dog eyes, it looked at Lin Yuan as though silently pleading with him to stand up for it. This further incensed Red Thorn, and it raised its small fists that looked as though they had been carved from jade and swung them around to intimidate Silver Corona. When Lin Yuan saw this, he smiled vexedly and was about to speak when he saw Morbius shake its head. Almost immediately after, he heard Morbius' voice through his soul. Partner, fairies have clear ranks between each other. Fairies of different bloodline levels will be able to restrain each other. There's no need for you to stand up for Silver Corona. In the future, Red Thorn's bloodline will definitely become stronger than Silver Corona's. If you step in for Silver Corona now, it won't be able to handle itself once Red Thorn's bloodline evolves. Red Thorn might be domineering, but it is very disciplined and reasonable. Once its bloodline evolves, it will punish Silver Corona for any disrespect. At that time, Silver Corona will no longer dare to act in such a manner. If you step in for Silver Corona, you'll only give it undeserved favor. This will not only harm Red Thorn but will also ruin the order of your phase. There's absolutely no need for such a thing. Lin Yuan nodded. He agreed with what Morbius said and did not say anything. Although Silver Corona's bloodline could not compare with Red Thorn's, Silver Corona had a much higher grade than Red Thorn. Silver Corona had reached Suzerain/Myth before Lin Yuan sent it below the Startling Line's continent to absorb Death Aura. Lin Yuan checked on Silver Corona. Fey name: Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey species: Water Willow/Waterbone Lotus. Fey grade: Sovereign, 6/10. Fey type: Source/Fairy. Fey quality: Creation 7. Abilities: Spotted Coral. When trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. 1. Nurture spot style. Nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots to give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. 2. Burial spot style. Place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to the abilities. the external life force will be absorbed, and their souls can also be absorbed when the external life force is still weak. Bone powder mist. The bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of a layer. Blood bone insect drunk. While the bone insects are eating, they will enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming lotus. The bone lotus flower structure will change and split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power, while the main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses bloom, the spots will use the vitality they absorbed to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume them to repair the damage done to the body. Arrival of Grant of Death. When the hermit's dead servants cannot stand up against the enemies, they will change into the grants of death that place death penalties on the target souls. Soul Parasite Rebirth. The soul will be hosted in the main lotus. The main lotus will make a copy of the aura of the lifeform's soul and vitality. When the target's body and soul are damaged, the main lotus can be sacrificed while absorbing vitality and soul power to enable the target to be reborn. Once reborn, the target will be in a very weak state and its soul and roots will also be diminished. Lotus Territory Fairy Shadow. The fairy bloodline in its body will be used to nurture lotus fairies in the sea of bone lotus flowers. When the lotus fairies attack targets, there is a chance that the target will die instantly. The life forms killed by the lotus fairies will be turned into lotus puppets, and they will retain a portion of the target's abilities from when they were alive. Soul receives bone territory. Use the fairy bloodline to trigger its own soul. The soul will be linked to the Sea of Flowers and can temporarily store the Sea of Flowers. The larger the Sea of Flowers, the shorter the period it can be stored in the soul. Its soul energy can be used to replenish its soul territory. If there is insufficient soul energy to replenish or strengthen the Sea of Flowers, the soul will suffer irreparable damage. Exclusive skill. Hermit's Dead Servant. When attacking the target, the bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 hermit dead servants, every hermit dead servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. Rotted bones into fireflies. Both vitality and death aura will be absorbed simultaneously. The vitality will turn into fireflies that will mend the sea of bone lotus flowers. The death aura will increase the strength of every bone lotus flower. If there is a pile of rotting bones below the bone lotus flowers to supply nutrients to them, as long as the main lotus is alive, rotting lotuses will be produced from the rotting bones and energy will be saved. Lotus Territory Symbiosis. All of the life forms in the territory will be classified as one entity, and their lives will be linked together. When individual targets are attacked, the Lotus Territory will take on some of the damage. Before the Lotus Territory is destroyed, the individual targets will continue to live. Parasite Bone revives life. During combat, branch lotuses will be sacrificed to repair the sea of bone lotus flowers. Other bone lotus flowers and insect patterns can also be rejuvenated. Lin Yuan checked and confirmed that Silver Corona had indeed reached Sovereign 6/Creation 7. Silver Corona was much stronger than Red Thorn in terms of grade and quality. Yet, Silver Corona's bloodline was still no match for Red Thorn's. It was clear that Silver Corona's bloodline had less potential. If Red Thorn attained a few more opportunities, there was a high possibility that its bloodline would evolve to 12 wings by the time it reached Silver Corona's grade and quality. According to Spring, the most powerful fairy in the sky beyond the clouds was a 16-winged fairy. However, this legend came from ancient times. Now, it was unlikely that there were still any 16-winged fairies in the sky beyond the clouds. 14 winged fairies were the peak there. The sky beyond the clouds fairies were managed and developed by a faction called Fairy Institution. A few powerful factions also managed the fairies from the various universes. 10,000 Fairy Celestial Palace was the strongest fairy faction in the East universe, and it had a 14-winged fairy. Lin Yuan knew that the stronger the fairy's bloodline, the tougher it would be to evolve. 10,000 Fairy Celestial Palace's fairy only reached 14 wings when it reached Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit. With the way that Lin Yuan was nurturing Red Thorn, if it could reach 12 wings when it was Sovereign/Creation, it was likely that its bloodline would be able to reach 14 wings when it reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. It was possible for Red Thorn to take over the fairies' legend. Fairies decided their ranks based on bloodline. If Red Thorn's bloodline could truly reach 16 wings, it would be able to command all the fairy factions across the 4 universes. Silver Corona's potential paled compared to Red Thorn's, but it was not bad at all compared to other fairies. Silver Corona's bloodline would definitely be able to reach 12 wings when it reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. If it could attain a few opportunities, it would be able to grow its 7th pair of wings to reach 14 wings when it reached Domain Mountain/Holy Spirit. Lin Yuan only needed to focus on nurturing Silver Corona and Red Thorn. Lin Yuan always felt that Silver Corona had a drawback. Its sea of bone lotus flowers could not be grown and destroyed at will like Red Thorn's sea of flowers could. Hence, relocating Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers would be very difficult once it was grown in one area. Once this sea of bone lotus flowers was abandoned, Silver Corona would have to regrow it from scratch. But now that Silver Corona had gained its sovereign ability, Soul receives bone territory, it could use its fairy bloodline to open a soul territory and use it as a vessel for the sea of bone lotus flowers. This would allow the sea of bone lotus flowers to be moved easily and significantly reduce the inconvenience that Lin Yuan had to work around. Although the soul territory could only temporarily contain the sea of bone lotus flowers, external soul energy could replenish the sea of bone lotus flowers. This would allow Silver Corona to be sustained endlessly. Among Lin Yuan's phase, Rememberling had the ability to replenish soul energy. When Silver Corona used Soul Receives Bone territory to contain and move the sea of bone lotus flowers, Sky Sea would take on the job of sustaining Silver Corona. Silver Corona's sea of flowers was so enormous that it was difficult for it to sustain it for long with its current soul strength. This was because Lin Yuan never instructed Silver Corona to curb the growth of the sea of bone lotus flowers. In fact, he had made it so that the sea of bone lotus flowers would be able to develop with greater convenience. He provided Silver Corona with food by essentially spoon-feeding it. Millions of dimensional lifeforms had already been buried within Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers when it was only platinum grade. Luckily, Rememberling could ensure that Silver Corona could sustain the sea of bone lotus flowers. Without Rememberling, the spiritual ingredients that were chock full of soul energy would not be able to meet Silver Corona's needs. Going forward, Silver Corona could nurture the sea of bone lotus flowers without holding back. Even when it went to the sky beyond the clouds, it would still exist in a forbidden zone. Aside from Soul Receives Bone territory, Silver Corona also gained Parasite Bone Revives Life. This new exclusive skill had a very simple description. During combat, Silver Corona could sacrifice the branch lotuses to repair the main lotuses or replenish the insect patterns. It did not seem very strong, but if it was paired with Lotus Territory Symbiosis, it would become completely different. Lotus Territory Symbiosis allowed Silver Corona to become one with all the life forms in the Lotus Territory. Its life would be linked to all the life forms in the Lotus Territory so that every target would share the damage equally. As long as the main lotuses were alive, the life forms in the Lotus Territory would not die. This meant that unless the enemy destroyed the entire Lotus Territory, all the life forms in the Lotus Territory would go on living. If Parasite Bone Revives Life was used at this moment to sacrifice a large number of branch lotuses to recover the entire sea of flowers, it would instantly return to its strongest state. There was also no need to worry about the branch lotuses being depleted because the sea of flowers would continuously consume enemy life forms while battling. The enemy life forms that were absorbed by the sea of flowers would naturally turn into new branch lotuses. The branch lotuses would grow continuously and naturally maintain the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan was very happy with Silver Corona's abilities. Alas, next to Red Thorn, Silver Corona's brilliance waned. Morbius watched the interactions between Silver Corona and Red Thorn and sensed their affection toward Lin Yuan. A faint smile appeared on Morbius' face. Truthfully, Morbius also wanted to cling to Lin Yuan. However, Morbius had a very different personality from Red Thorn and Silver Corona and would not act on its desire. Lin Yuan played with Silver Corona and Red Thorn for a while before solemnly introducing them to Morbius. Red Thorn and Silver Corona naturally felt positive toward Morbius because it had Lin Yuan's aura, and it did not take long for the two of them to become comfortable with it. However, Morbius was not very friendly toward them. All of its friendliness was saved for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan instructed Silver Corona to remain below the Startling Lines continent for now. Although most of the dead spirit corpses had been cleared out from the main world, there were still remnants. Silver Corona and its sea of bone lotus flowers would be able to eliminate the remnants. Once Lin Yuan was really about to leave the main world, he would instruct Silver Corona to use Soul Receives Bone territory to carry and shift the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan would then send Silver Corona and Red Thorn into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, where there was sufficient space for them to play. Both of them liked being submerged in the pure spirit chi, and the environment was also beneficial for them. Morbius and Lin Yuan worked side by side, and Morbius placed all the spirit chi crystals it had collected into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Even after a few days had passed, the wind-speed rapid antelope was still unable to finish organizing all the spirit chi crystals. However, Lin Yuan was not delighted with the large harvest. He had experience using spirit chi crystals to increase his phase strength and knew how many spirit chi crystals were required to evolve a fae from myth breed to world emperor/divine kingdom. This amount of spirit chi crystals was far from enough. Now, Lin Yuan normally used his body composition to help the spirit chi professionals and fays increase their strength. As for the spirit chi crystals, he stored them away as backup resources. Partner, among all the fays I've spirit locked, the one you should be paying the most attention to is the Abyss Red Lotus. It has tremendous potential to transform. We obtained a substantial amount of world roots from the invaders from the sky beyond the clouds. You have already given all the world roots to the Abyss Red Lotus to absorb. Its power must have increased enormously. This was the first time Lin Yuan heard Morbius voluntarily bring up a fae that had spirit locked. Lin Yuan had obtained the Abyss Red Lotus from the Abyssal World. The fire elemental energy within the Abyss Red Lotus enabled all the life forms in the Abyssal World to gain a fire elemental aura. Although the Abyss Red Lotus had an extremely high level, it was very challenging to nurture. In order to increase its power, it needed to consume and take control of world root power before tempering the world root power. The Abyss Red Lotus had already tempered all the continent vein cores in the main world as well as the five-dimensional world's treasures. Yet, its power had only just reached Suzerain/Myth 2. After all the world root power that Lin Yuan had just fed the Abyss Red Lotus, its power had only reached Sovereign/Immortal. Now that it had reached Immortal breed, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that it was even tougher to evolve the Abyss Red Lotus than before. The amount of world root power it required had increased by an unimaginable extent. This also proved to Lin Yuan that creation breed was a large milestone in the evolution journey of phase. This was why the leaders of factions who sought help from Class 5 creation masters were only able to evolve their phase to pinnacle creation breed. Only a small number of them could enable their phase to reach Immortal breed. Lin Yuan summoned the Abyss Red Lotus. Black lotus roots hung in the air like scars. It was as though the air was soil that was holding these roots firmly in place. The lotus leaves stretched outward, and it looked as though they were covering up the sky. However, the leaves were not blue but dark red. Two giant red lotuses that emanated a fire elemental aura protruded into the air. As Morbius looked at the Abyss Red Lotus, its eyes filled with nostalgia. It wondered when this lotus would be able to return to its original state. It was also possible that with the saint's reincarnation, this lotus would receive a completely new destiny. None of this was up to Morbius or this lotus. This depended on Lin Yuan's choices. Morbius had regained its memories from its past life and was fully aware of what this lotus was. However, Lin Yuan had no clue. Morbius agreed with Lin Yuan's decision not to regain the memories of his past life because this was the only way that he would be able to walk down a different path from before. At that moment, Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Abyss Red Lotus. Fae name: Abyss Red Lotus, Fae species. Abyss Red Lotus species / Abyss Red Lotus genus, Fey grade. Sovereign, 3/10. Fey type, Fire, Fey quality. Immortal 4. Abilities. Lotus Nirvana. After deciding to self-destruct, all the energy in its body will gather inside the seed. When the seed sprouts to life, the bloodline will be passed on. Splendor of Fire. Fill the area with fire elemental energy. All other energies besides fire elemental energy will be eliminated, and the ability of other life forms to control fire elemental energy will be removed. Hellfire Lotus Imprint. The Lotus Imprint will place a lock on the target and prevent it from gaining energy. Every layer of the Lotus Imprint added will strengthen the lock on the target's energy and bloodline. Cleansing Aura Lotus Flames. The flames will transform into a lotus coffin. Choose a space and the flames will preserve it. Time and fixed entities will be preserved in their current condition. Lotus World Law. Control the core of the world and issue orders to the life forms in the world. Those who are defiant will be blocked from receiving energy from that world. Hellfire Application. Combine with other life forms and combine the energy of the world controlled by Lotus locks the world with its own to boost itself. Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance. The body will burn up into nutrients and turn into a lotus. The lotus will be in a cleansing state. Burning the main body will increase the effects of Hellfire Application and protect the worlds linked to Lotus locks the world. Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow. The lotus will turn into a lotus seat that protects the contractor's feet. It will continuously project a lotus shadow to protect the contractor and remove all energy in the vicinity that could harm the contractor. It will also enable the contractor to gain all the world energy and world fusions it controls, and the present world's energy's influence on the contractor will be reduced. Exclusive skill. Red Lotus Hellfire. A target's karma, bloodline, and energy will be burned up. The flames will add the Hellfire Lotus imprint on the target's body. Lotus locks the world. When contact is made with the core of a world, the lotus roots will wrap around the world's core. The core of the world will become an energy source for the lotus, while the lotus takes over the world. Everything to ashes. Fire elemental energy will nourish the body. All entities and energy can be burned, injecting increasingly pure fire elemental energy into itself. The higher the level of the burned entities and energy, the greater the impact on the roots if internal energy is lacking. If the impact on the roots is too severe, the utilization of cleansing lotus might be affected. Lotus Creations. Its bloodline will be injected into mature lotuses, and the lotus roots will activate bloodline energy based on the injected bloodline. The energy in the lotuses will be sacrificed to turn the activated bloodline and its genes into a replicated life form. Sky Repairing Lotus Roots. When a divine kingdom constructed from faith power collapses or is damaged, its lotus roots can repair the damaged divine kingdom and recover it to its complete state. The Abyss Red Lotus has gained a new ability and exclusive skill. Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow was a defensive ability. When Perfect Lotus Seat Shadow was used, the Abyss Red Lotus 2 flowers would turn into lotus seats that would be affixed to Lin Yuan's feet. They would project lotus shadows that protect Lin Yuan and remove all energy in the surroundings that could harm him. Poison, curses, elemental attacks, the transfer of force, faith power, death aura, and even bloodline power were all representations of energy. Given that perfect lotus seat shadow targeted energy, it could be considered a perfect shield. The Abyss Red Lotus could consume the roots of worlds and fuse them with itself to take control of the world. The Abyss Red Lotus could use perfect lotus seat shadow to enable Lin Yuan to gain the effects of world energy and world fusions. At the same time, the harmful effects of all the energy attacks from the world in which Lin Yuan was present would also be reduced. This meant that if the Abyss Red Lotus took control of the Sky Beyond the Clouds world roots and if its experts used the Sky Beyond the Clouds elemental energy to target Lin Yuan, the attacks would be weaker than they originally were. This ability greatly shocked Lin Yuan. This was only the Abyss Red Lotus sovereign ability. Yet, it was already able to affect world wills. The Abyss Red Lotus had an enormous lotus root, and it was clear it contained many glowing silver lotuses within it. Its black roots also had a few white and silver-lined lotus roots growing on it. The white and silver-lined lotus roots contrasted strongly against the black roots. The Abyss Red Lotus had undergone such a change because of lotus creations and sky-repairing lotus roots. In the sky beyond the clouds, it was not difficult to extract bloodline. Rather, it was difficult to store bloodlines. According to Spring, there were a few legendary species in the sky beyond the clouds that had gone extinct long ago. But if the corpses of these legendary species were obtained, their bloodlines could be extracted. At first, the experts from the sky beyond the clouds' various species liked to inject the bloodlines of ancient species with whom they shared similar bloodlines into themselves to trigger their bloodline transformations. However, this method always came with negative effects. A light consequence would be the degradation of their bodies. A serious consequence would be their bodies being infected by the ancient lifeforms' bloodlines, causing them to turn into unrecognizable monsters. There were a few experts from powerful species whose bloodlines had mutated after absorbing the bloodlines of ancient lifeforms and ended up hunting their own species. Eventually, their species were gravely injured, and some were even exterminated. With lotus creations, Lin Yuan could inject the bloodlines of these ancient lifeforms into the Abyss Red Lotus matured lotuses. After sacrificing these lotuses, the lifeforms would once again be able to walk the earth. This was an ability that could revive an extinct species of lifeforms. It was an undeniably fearsome ability that could even alter the culture of a place like the sky beyond the clouds. With lotus creations, Lin Yuan could use his hard work and resources to enable the sky beyond the clouds to return to the golden era of ancient times and completely overhaul the species rankings. It was shocking that an exclusive skill could have such effects. If Lin Yuan could enable the ancient lifeforms to reappear in this world, it would make it easier for Lin Yuan to obtain their bloodlines and use them to improve his body composition. However, in terms of function, lotus creations could not compete with sky-repairing lotus roots. After a Fae reached the Divine Kingdom level, its Divine Kingdom would become its strongest combat technique, as well as its energy core. Once there was an issue with their Divine Kingdom, death would not be far off in this lifeform's future. Flesh, spirits, and souls could be healed if they were injured, but it was challenging to fix any damage to a Divine Kingdom. Once a Divine Kingdom showed signs of collapsing, the lifeform would be headed toward death's door. There were very few known ways to fix Divine Kingdoms. Sky-repairing lotus roots could do just that. In the future, if any of the experts under Lin Yuan suffered damage to their Divine Kingdoms, Lin Yuan could use the Abyss Red Lotus roots to heal them. Lotus roots were grown by the Abyss Red Lotus and were replenishable. Lin Yuan observed the Abyss Red Lotus while touching its roots and suddenly noticed it was very sensitive to his body composition. Before Lin Yuan retracted his body composition's effects, his palm naturally released the spirit chi that circulated in his body. When the spirit chi was injected into the Abyss Red Lotus roots, its roots began trembling. The Abyss Red Lotus swayed its roots gracefully. Lin Yuan looked surprised. The Abyss Red Lotus was able to absorb spirit chi crystals and pure spirit chi on a daily basis. Hence, it should not be reacting so strongly after coming into contact with his palm. The spirit chi that Lin Yuan released from his palm was not much purer than the spirit chi crystals in the spirit lock spatial zone. What if the Abyss Red Lotus was not reacting to the spirit chi but to his body composition? With this thought, Lin Yuan tapped into the body of all spirits with full force, and spirit chi continuously flowed into the Abyss Red Lotus through its roots. The Abyss Red Lotus's roots and body twisted around in joy. After some time using the body of all spirits to strengthen the Abyss Red Lotus, Lin Yuan noticed the root his hand was touching was slowly becoming lighter in color. The originally black root slowly faded to gray, then to white. When Lin Yuan saw that the root was becoming lighter in color, his first thought was that there was something wrong with the root and was no longer as healthy as it used to be. However, injecting spirit chi into the root should not have any impact on the Abyss Red Lotus's well-being. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to realize he was wrong. The lighter-colored root had become thicker than the other roots. Could it be that his body composition was aiding the Abyss Red Lotus's transformation? This was the only way to explain what was happening. Lin Yuan decided to conduct more tests in the future. If he could truly help the Abyss Red Lotus to transform its bloodline, it would be good news for them. At first, Morbius had intended to give Lin Yuan a reminder. But when it saw that Lin Yuan had noticed how special the Abyss Red Lotus was, Morbius stayed silent. Lin Yuan only needed to use his body composition to change the Abyss Red Lotus, and it would be able to transform into the Floating World Lotus very soon. Once it became the Floating World Lotus, it would be uncertain if it would progress to transform into the Floating World Controlling Honorable Lotus or head down a completely new path. To Morbius's memory, the previous Floating World Controlling Honorable Lotus had not gained Divine Kingdom-related abilities and exclusive skills when it was at this stage. After checking on the Abyss Red Lotus, Lin Yuan and Morbius went to the edge of the Barren Sea together. Lin Yuan intended to spend around a year here evolving Gray and Dark Blue to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom before spending another few years evolving the human experts he had chosen. He would take his time to evolve the other phase once he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. Once he evolved the chosen human experts to Pinnacle Spirit Fire, the entire main world would meet his expected standards. There was no need for Lin Yuan to spend any more time in the main world after that. Compared to Dark Blue, Gray was more difficult to nurture. He only needed to provide Dark Blue with top-grade Strange Water, Water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade Elemental Pearls, and Spirit Chi Crystals to nurture it. On the other hand, only Spirit Chi Crystals were needed to nurture Gray. However, the plant-type phase that provided Gray with weather needed to be evolved. Once the deposit vegetable pods in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone changed into human form, they became servants there who worked under the wind speed rapid antelope. Lin Yuan had intentionally told the deposit vegetable pods to nurture the weather-producing plant-type phase. After years in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, the weather-producing plant-type phase had changed into human form earlier than the deposit vegetable pods did. After being carefully nurtured by the deposit vegetable pods, the weather-producing plant-type phase had all reached Immortal breed. With the help of these Immortal weather-producing plant-type phase, Gray evolved its grade and quality at a decent rate. 8 months later, Gray finally underwent cleansing from the world wills. Spring stepped in as usual and helped Gray to evolve successfully. Gray finally became a World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Heavenly Family Fae. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Gray. Fae name: Sky Clouded Crane. Fae species: Crane species/Red Crane species. Fae grade: World Emperor, 1/10. Fae type: Natural. Fae quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade: Miniature. Abilities: Cloudy weather. The body will present itself as a cloud and will be compatible with any weather. The body can absorb the weather. Once the weather is absorbed into the cloud, it will become a new ability. No new abilities will come from evolution. Radiance of a clear day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of clear skies, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a clear weather imprint. Friendly life forms' light-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will sustain sunstroke, burning, and other negative effects. Darkness of a cloudy day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of a cloudy day, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a cloudy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' dark-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will suffer confusion, fear, and other negative effects. Frozen snowy day. In an area covered by clouds or after the weather has been changed to become snowy, all life forms will be branded with the snowy weather imprint. Friendly life forms will produce more powerful ice-type attacks, and water-type abilities can also become ice-type. Enemies will be frozen, numbed, and experience other negative effects. Fire-type effects will also become less effective. Roar of a windy day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to windy weather, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a windy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' wind-type abilities will generate more damage, while enemies will experience reverse currents, wind pressure, and other negative effects. Judgment of thunder weather. An area covered by clouds or transformed into cloudy weather will be branded with a thunder weather imprint. When thunder hits friendly life forms, their ability to cause damage will increase. When thunder hits enemies, they will feel numbness and other related negative effects. Fusion of rainbow weather. Cloudy weather will turn to rainbow weather. The rainbow weather can promote the fusion of other weather and allow them to coexist. Foggy days coverage. Cloudy weather will change into foggy weather. At the same time, A cloudy weather imprint will be placed on life forms in the area. Friendly targets will effectively hide their presence in the fog, while enemies will be hit with a series of negative effects such as blindness and dizziness. Exclusive skill. Jade Contract. Condense every type of weather absorbed into a jade. The jade will adorn the feathers. Once the weather turns into the jade decoration, the cloud will no longer carry the aura of that weather. But when the jade decoration is activated, every type of weather will turn into a jade beast. Body of weather. The body will comprehend the construction of natural phenomena it controls and produce them accordingly. These natural phenomena can be used to aid other targets, so they will receive double empowerment regardless of the weather they are experiencing. Abandon weather reincarnation. When it is severely injured or in a near-dead state, it will immediately give up one of the weather it controls and instantly return to full health. After the ability is used, the weather can be taken control of again. However, regaining the abandoned weather will require accumulation and will not change the respective ability. Weather transformation seal. Gather all the weather it has under its control and create a seal full of weather power. It will be used to suppress a target. Under the weather seal, friendly targets will receive comprehensive boosting from weather-related elemental power. Sky shading weather. 4 types of weather will be combined to block any phenomenon in the sky. The sky and earth will be separated, and all long-distance detection will be blocked. While this ability is in effect, the abilities represented by the 4 combined weathers cannot be used. Cloud cover sky calamity. When world wills descend, the clouds it produces will absorb the might of the world wills and produce calamity clouds. The calamity clouds will have both attacking and defensive effects. Its cloud's ability to contain world wills is linked to the faith power under its control. The stronger the faith power under its control, the more capable its cloud's ability to contain world wills. Divine Kingdom abilities. All weather dependency. Its divine kingdom will be linked to the divine kingdoms of other life forms. The divine kingdoms will become dependent on each other. It will be able to borrow the faith power from the other divine kingdoms, and the weather phenomena under its control will also nourish the other divine kingdoms to speed up their derivations. Lin Yuan had picked up gray from the wild. At that time, its feathers had been a mess, and based on its color alone, it looked nothing like a celestial crane. Could be said that gray only managed to live because of Lin Yuan's kindness. But now, Gray was a heavenly family fae that could control all weather phenomena. Gray's growth was the best repayment for Lin Yuan's kindness. Lin Yuan was delighted with Gray's divine kingdom ability. All weather dependency was a support type divine kingdom ability, which was the most inferior type of divine kingdom ability. However, all weather dependency was extremely useful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom had always been different from others. The divine kingdoms of regular life forms were just miniature kingdoms that contained fountains of faith. The divine kingdom would only gain value when faith power was absorbed to expand the divine kingdom. However, Lin Yuan's divine kingdom could derivate. There was a Holy Spirit in the divine kingdom that managed its development and was fully obedient to Lin Yuan. After communicating with Spring, Lin Yuan found out that this was a trait of Holy Spirit experts. The divine kingdoms of regular divine kingdom experts could not derivate life. Hence, the life forms in the sky beyond the clouds that did not know any better would not think much of Gray's divine kingdom ability. However, the same could not be said if Gray's divine kingdom ability was discovered by Holy Spirit experts. Once Gray used all weather dependency to combine its divine kingdom with that of Holy Spirit experts, the weather would take form in their divine kingdoms and significantly speed up the speed of derivation. A lifeform's level was linked to the value that it could create. Gray could create value for the Holy Spirit experts. This was proof of how high Gray's level was. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom was currently in a stage of constant development. He intended to combine Gray's divine kingdom with his own. This would create a win-win situation. Ever since Truth began managing his divine kingdom, Lin Yuan had not attended to it for a long time. Truth was akin to Lin Yuan's representative who worked on the divine kingdom. It would allocate the faith power in the divine kingdom according to his needs so as to develop and adjust it. As a result, Lin Yuan had actually been investing significantly into his divine kingdom and enabling it to develop along the best route. before Gray used all-weather dependency to combine its divine kingdom with Lin Yuan's. He intended to check what level his divine kingdom had reached in the long time that had passed. Lin Yuan shifted his consciousness and entered his divine kingdom. The moment Lin Yuan entered his divine kingdom, truth appeared. Lord Ruler, welcome back. Please take a look at the present divine kingdom. The drop of holy blood you dropped into the divine kingdom has enabled life to blossom in the divine kingdom's sea. Many of them have the potential to eventually be able to walk on land. Truth spoke in a very jovial tone. It seemed to think that it had made an enormous contribution. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. He had dropped that drop of holy blood into the divine kingdom's water region very long ago. At least 14 to 15 years had passed. This was the same amount of time that Lin Yuan had been a spirit chi professional. Despite the passing of such a long period of time, his holy blood had only just enabled the evolution of a few multicellular lifeforms. It was not yet guaranteed that these multicellular lifeforms would be able to walk on land. They only had the potential to do so. It seemed that developing a divine kingdom took a very long time. When Truth saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face, it thought he was dissatisfied with the results of the divine kingdom's development. Truth hurriedly began to explain, Lord Ruler, I have been developing your divine kingdom at full capacity. If you didn't have so much faith power, I wouldn't dare to maintain operations at its maximum limit. Your divine kingdom is developing faster than anyone else's. The development of a divine kingdom is slow and gradual. It can't be accomplished easily. Lin Yuan nodded, and he did not put Truth on the spot. Lin Yuan trusted that Truth would not dare to lie to him. If the development of the divine kingdom was naturally this slow, it meant that Truth had truly tried its best. Although the divine kingdom had not changed much in all these years, Truth had grown rapidly during this time. Truth, if I provide the divine kingdom with some weather, will the life forms be able to derive quicker? Ever since it sensed that Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with the speed of the divine kingdom's development, Truth had been feeling aggrieved. Hence, Truth added a few more lines in response to Lin Yuan's question. Lord Ruler, the derivation of the divine kingdom and the real world is fundamentally different. The derivation of the divine kingdom does not include external conditions. The weather you mentioned is one such external condition. Due to the lack of these external conditions, the derivation of the divine kingdom can go in any direction. Each time an alteration is made, the derivation of the divine kingdom will halt. If you introduce external conditions, the number of times that the divine kingdom will need to be altered will be reduced. It will also increase the speed of the divine kingdom's development. Once he heard Truth say this, Lin Yuan exited his divine kingdom and instructed Gray to combine its divine kingdom with his own. Gray was more than happy to combine its divine kingdom with Lin Yuan's. In terms of their emotional connection and its own improvement, there were no drawbacks for Gray to combine its divine kingdom with Lin Yuan's. Gray used all-weather dependency, and it did not take long for their divine kingdoms to be combined. Gray's divine kingdom was subsumed into Lin Yuan's divine kingdom and was akin to a bucket of water being poured into a small river. It was fully taken over by Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. Meanwhile, various weather conditions, such as clear, cloudy, snowy, windy, stormy, and foggy weather and rainbows, appeared in Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. It could be said that it was as though all the different types of weather that could exist in the main world had been drawn into Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. Truth initially thought that the introduction of weather that Lin Yuan had referred to would be done using precious treasures that could influence the divine kingdom. It did not expect Lin Yuan to use such a method to enable so many different types of weather to appear. These various types of weather could affect the life forms in the water that had evolved from Lin Yuan's holy blood. It would not be long before these life forms were able to walk on land. The weather phenomena had the largest impact on the land. With cooperation from the life forms that could walk on land, the weather phenomena would enable vitality to surge continuously on land. Lin Yuan was very happy with the changes in his divine kingdom. Although the speed of derivation was rather slow, the size of the divine kingdom had grown considerably. Lin Yuan went to the edge of the divine kingdom and looked at the mist that enveloped it. He tried to detect what was beyond the mist and realized that the mist blocked his wills. This did not change even after he used faith power to strengthen the extension of his wills. Lin Yuan ventured a bold guess. If every divine kingdom was enveloped in such mist, it was inevitable that his continuously expanding divine kingdom would eventually meet the divine kingdoms of other lifeforms. Once two large divine kingdoms met, there would be an explosive interaction. There were cases in the sky beyond the clouds where one divine kingdom consumed another. This would indeed enable one divine kingdom to become stronger. Lin Yuan did not spend much time in his divine kingdom. He also did not use the faith power in his fountain of faith to make sweeping changes there. It would be better to stock up on faith power. This would only benefit Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already spent enough faith power building the divine kingdom's frame. This method of investing and building his divine kingdom did not align with the development of a divine kingdom. Once his divine kingdom developed to a certain extent, Lin Yuan would spend more faith power to shape his divine kingdom. Aside from all-weather dependency, Gray had obtained two new exclusive skills. They were sky shading weather and cloud cover sky calamity. Sky shading weather suited the function that Lin Yuan had assigned to Gray. Gray used cloudy weather to cover Sky C's body. On the other hand, when Gray used sky shading weather to seal off 4 of its weather abilities, it would be able to shade the entire sky and separate the sky from the land. This significantly increased Gray's ability to hide Sky C and also prevented experts from using long-distance detection techniques. It also improved the link between Sky C, Gray, and Dark Blue. Cloud cover sky calamity took Lin Yuan by even greater surprise. Once a Fae evolved from fantasy breed to myth breed, it would begin experiencing numerous types of world cleansings. These world cleansings were unavoidable. Even Divine Kingdom and Holy Spirit Faes feared these cleansings. Lin Yuan used the best methods to nurture every single one of his Faes. But despite using the best methods to nurture these Faes to the Divine Kingdom level, it was difficult to escape being targeted by world wills. This was proof of how difficult it was for lifeforms to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The Spirit Chi professionals in the main world, who did not have the support of factions, would not carelessly engage their Faes in evolutions. Lin Yuan was aware of this and had used these circumstances to take in numerous talented individuals into Sky City. It was likely that this situation was even more severe in the sky beyond the clouds. It was virtually impossible for small species and exiled members of species to evolve. If they forcefully underwent evolution, there was a high chance they would be repelled by the world wills. Cloud cover sky calamity would allow Gray to use the clouds it produced to absorb the might of the world wills and turn them into calamity clouds that could be used for both attack and defense. Gray's cloud's ability to contain the might of world wills was related to the strength of its faith power. The stronger the faith power that Gray controlled, the more capable its clouds would be at containing the might of world wills. Once Gray used all-weather dependency to merge its divine kingdom with Lin Yuan's divine kingdom, the faith power in Lin Yuan's divine kingdom became Gray's source of support. Gray could use the strength of the faith power in Lin Yuan's divine kingdom to contain world wills. As a result, spring, summer, autumn, and winter would not need to step in to fend off the world wills during the evolutions of World Emperor/Divine Kingdom phase. Gray could take on this heavy responsibility. The cleansings from the world wills that were the bane of other experts' existences would become Lin Yuan's unique weapons. Once Lin Yuan was done evolving Gray and Sky C, he sent them back into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Firstly, Hu Quan needed to replant the weather-producing plant type phase on Sky C's back and build a separate garden for them. Secondly, the newly evolved Gray and Sky C also needed to become accustomed to their evolved bodies in the Spirit Lock spatial zones environment that was highly concentrated with Spirit Chi. Now that he had settled Gray and Sky C, Lin Yuan turned his attention to Dark Blue. Luckily, Lin Yuan had evolved more of the water-type elemental shellfish when he had been nurturing them. As a result, he currently had sufficient water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Otherwise, if he did not have enough of the water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to continue evolving Dark Blue. Dark Blue's evolution also involved its mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan had already fully awakened his body of all spirits, and his mermaid bloodline was no longer his secret weapon. Lin Yuan used the body of all spirits to nourish his mermaid the arch bloodline, while simultaneously injecting it into Dark Blue's body. It would take considerable time for Dark Blue to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. During this time, Lin Yuan only needed to inject his mermaid the arch bloodline into Dark Blue's body, as well as continuously supply it with water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls and spirit chi. Lin Yuan summoned the merciful star peony so he could see how it had grown. Lin Yuan summoned the merciful star peony almost daily so it could absorb power from the stars. Although the suzerain/myth 3 merciful star peony was very close to but had yet to reach creation breed, it could already change into human form. The merciful star peony's long dress looked as though it had been dipped in starlight. Its human form was a textbook example of soft beauty. However, its soft features fully brought out the merciful star peony's aura. After being summoned by Lin Yuan, the merciful star peony bowed gracefully to him before quietly standing next to him while it absorbed power from the stars. It was completely quiet and did not utter a single word. Lin Yuan did not say anything to the merciful star peony either. This was just the merciful star peony's personality. As a fae that he had used his spiritual energy to contract, Lin Yuan was fully aware of how the merciful star peony felt about him. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the merciful star peony. Fae name: Merciful Star Peony, Fae species. Buttercup species/peony species. Fae grade: Suzerain, 10/10. Fae type: Wood/light. Fae quality: Myth 3. Abilities: Activate light. In a place filled with starlight, it will be guided by the stars and unaffected by blinding effects. In a place with absolute darkness, the surroundings can still be clearly seen. Casted item starlight. When stars appear, the starlight can temper the body to improve its quality. Tempering essence starlight. In a place with starlight, it will absorb energy from the starlight to temper spiritual energy and increase the strength of spiritual energy. Condensing spirit starlight. In a place with starlight and when its soul is injured, the starlight will nourish its soul and heal it quickly. Starlight robes. The starlight will be directed to a target's body and transform into a robe. While the target is draped in the robe, they will be immune to poison and curses, and the harm suffered from poison and curses will be reduced. Star-storing flower jade. Once the flower petals have absorbed sufficient starlight, they will become jade-textured and break away from the flower. The jade-textured flower petals can be stored for a long time and will speed up the rate at which starlight tempers the body. Star River Guide. In any environment, it can link its thoughts and the Star River to confirm its location. It will also experience blessing effects to raise luck and turn adversity into fortune. Exclusive skill. Constellation imprint. Attempt to communicate with the stars. If communication is successful, a star imprint will appear on the body. The star imprint can help the body take on all curse effects. When the star imprint is triggered, the energy within it will flow into the body and raise the body's quality within a short period. Star contraction. It will become deeply bound to a star and be able to use the star's energy to raise its defensive capabilities. The degree to which the defensive capabilities will be raised depends on the strength of the star and the bond with the star. Merciful stars. For stars containing too much energy, it will become a negative burden. The hardship of stars will be comprehended, and the energy within the stars will be extracted. The energy from the stars will be used to strengthen the body composition of a target. If the target is forcefully strengthened and is unable to handle the power from the stars, the strengthening will be halted. It will need to take on the additional power from the stars as well as the consequences. When Lin Yuan previously checked on the Merciful Star Peony's data, it had only been silver grade. After more than 10 years of absorbing starlight to improve itself, the Merciful Star Peony had grown at a rather rapid rate. The Moon Empress had given the Merciful Star Peony to Lin Yuan to contract because it did not need him to provide it with a willpower rune and could automatically comprehend a willpower rune from the environment. Although the Merciful Star Peony had not been able to comprehend a willpower rune for a long time, it had finally succeeded and done its best. It was normal to be unable to comprehend a willpower rune even after a decade had passed. In the wild, It was rare for even the most talented Fays to comprehend a willpower rune within a decade. It was more common for them to take centuries to comprehend a willpower rune. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had taken centuries after evolving to Diamond X/Legend before they comprehended willpower runes. Lin Yuan was rather amazed. He had contracted a fair number of Fays. If he did not intentionally check their attributes, it would be very difficult for him to keep track of their growth. Lin Yuan was overjoyed with the merciful star peony's growth. He had contracted it because of its ability, casted item Starlight, and exclusive skill Constellation Imprint. Constellation Imprint would enable the strengthening of the body within a short time, while casted item Starlight used the power of stars to temper the body and, accordingly, improve the physique. Lin Yuan did not feel the effects of casted item Starlight in his day-to-day life, but it did significantly improve his physique. The merciful star peony's silver ability, tempering essence Starlight, and gold ability, condensing spirit Starlight, had similar functions to casted item Starlight. However, one targeted the increase in spiritual energy and increased the strength of spiritual energy, while the other healed injuries to the soul. These three abilities individually targeted the body, spirit, and soul. Although Lin Yuan was now a pinnacle spirit fire expert, these abilities were still useful to him. The platinum ability, Starlight Robes, was a defense type 1. It used a piece of clothing made from starlight to help the target fend off the effects of poison and curses. Starlight Robes could be used on multiple targets and could be deemed as serving a group function. This ability was outstanding, but Lin Yuan had many abilities that defended against curses. Only abilities with special functions could truly be of help to Lin Yuan. However, just because the ability Starlight Robes was not of much help to Lin Yuan did not mean that the merciful star peony was not excellent. Star-storing flower jade was just like Constellation Imprint in that it was based on casted item Starlight. After the merciful star peony's flower petals absorbed sufficient starlight, they would become jade-textured. The energy in the jade-textured flower petals would be able to speed up the starlight's tempering of Lin Yuan's body. The biggest function that the merciful star peony served for Lin Yuan was improving his physique. Hence, all the abilities the merciful star peony gained that were related to this function were precious and effective. The suzerain ability, Star River Guide, allowed Lin Yuan to communicate with the stars and confirm his location. This ability could see through deception and tricks at crucial moments. Apart from using the Star River to confirm his location, he could also obtain blessings from the Star River and improve his fortune. The concept of fortune was broad and abstract. It was difficult to quantify. However, no one would stop seeking fortune. To everyone, the more fortune, the better. The merciful star peony could bring fortune to Lin Yuan. This was enough for Lin Yuan to keep it by his side. Aside from new abilities, the merciful star peony had also gained new exclusive skills. Star contraction allowed the merciful star peony to become bound to a star and use the energy in the star to raise its defensive level. This significantly increased the merciful star peony's ability to protect itself. When it faced enemies, it could use the power of the star to defend against damage. The energy from the star that the merciful star peony could utilize depended on the strength of the star and the depth of its bond with the star. In the sky beyond the clouds, there would be many powerful stars. In order to increase the merciful star peony's upper limit, Lin Yuan could pick the most powerful star and enable it to bond to the merciful star peony. Among all of the merciful star peony's abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan found merciful stars the most interesting. As a transmigrator, Lin Yuan understood the significance of stars. However, the sun, moon, and stars of this world were different from the ones that Lin Yuan had learned about in his previous life. These celestial bodies did not revolve around tangible worlds but manifestations of world wills and energy. Spring had told Lin Yuan this. If Spring had not casually mentioned this during one of their conversations, Lin Yuan would not have begun pondering over this. The different stars were the different representations of world wills that had split off. If the sun and moon in the Fey world were real, the Fey world should be a celestial body as well. Then, the Moon Empress would be unable to use Forage Moon to consume the main world and dimensional world's moons. The stars formed from the world wills would accumulate energy continuously. When the energy in the stars reached a limit, they would break, and the world wills that comprised the stars would be absorbed by other stars. Through merciful stars, the merciful star peony would take mercy on and experience the hardship of a star and extract the energy within. It would then use the energy to strengthen the body of other targets. The amount of energy that could be accumulated in a star was enormous. There was a high possibility that such an immense amount of energy would cause the life form that was being strengthened to collapse. Luckily, there was a safety net during the strengthening. Once the target that was being strengthened could not handle the power of the stars, the strengthening would halt immediately. The additional energy would enter Lin Yuan's body, and he would have to carry the burden. Lin Yuan's current body was not strong enough to carry too much star power. But once his body was continuously tempered by starlight, it would eventually be able to handle the star power. At that time, Lin Yuan could instruct the merciful star peony to use merciful stars to strengthen all the members of the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan was unsure how powerful the sky beyond the cloud stars were. If spring, summer, autumn, and winter could handle the power, Lin Yuan could strengthen the four of them. This would essentially be strengthening his strongest forces. As the merciful star peony absorbed the power of the stars, it formed an exceptionally beautiful streak of light above the sea. Lin Yuan was not in a rush to increase the merciful star peony's power. The merciful star peony would be able to come into contact with even more star power in the sky beyond the clouds, and it would be able to increase its power much faster than when it was in the main world. In the day, Lin Yuan allowed the merciful star peony to move around freely. At night, the merciful star peony stayed by Lin Yuan's side and absorbed the power of stars. When the power of stars tempered his body, Lin Yuan experienced extreme pain. However, he was already accustomed to the pain. Hard work paid off for those who put in the work. Dark Blue finally received the attacks of the World Wills and began evolving toward World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Normally, Lin Yuan would send Spring to help with such situations and help the evolving Fae to fend off the attacks from the World Wills. But this time, Lin Yuan stopped Spring. Instead, he instructed Gray to use Cloud Cover Sky Calamity to absorb the World Wills that were targeting Dark Blue. Gray's ability to absorb the World Wills was linked to the faith power it controlled. Gray had used all-weather dependency to fuse with Lin Yuan's Divine Kingdom. Hence, it easily used its clouds to absorb the World Wills attacking Dark Blue. A black ball of Calamity Cloud was formed. Gray never excelled at combat. But now that it could control such calamity clouds, it had leaped to the front ranks of Lin Yuan's phase. After Gray produced the calamity cloud, Dark Blue successfully reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Dark Blue. Fae name: Moving Source Water, Mermaid Emperor Throne, Fae Species. Source Genus/Sacred Source Species, Fae Grade. World Emperor, 1/10. Fae Type: Water, Fae Quality. Elementary Divine Kingdom Grade. Miniature. Abilities: Flowing. The water will rush rapidly, and the energy from the water can allow it to flow in any location. Halted Flow. Separating from the main body and turning all the water elemental energy in the body into raging energy that shoots towards the target. Faith Water. Change faith power into a warm stream of water that can nurture other life forms using faith power. Faith water can increase the rate at which faith power heals and replenishes the life form and slow down the faith power in larger bodies. Faith water can also be used to draw back faith power that was given out, along with any additional faith power gained by the target. Faith Application. The owner can be combined with the moving source water and use all the power in the moving source water. The owner can also inject faith power into the moving source water to increase the strength of the moving source water's abilities. Faith Gift or Robbery. Dark Blue can inject the faith power in its body into targets that can possess faith power to bolster them. It can also steal the right to control faith power from the bodies of targets with weaker faith power. Water Vein Block. Use its bloodline energy to trigger its water elemental energy that is not in its vicinity. The water elemental energy will take on the water characteristics under its control and gather them closely together to form a block. Faith Shackle. Link its bloodline power to a target with a similar bloodline. The target's bloodline will be sealed away. If together they have greater bloodline power than that of the target, the target will lose the ability to accept and manipulate the faith power in its body. Faith charging tide. Its own faith power will form tidal water and attack specific targets. The faith power in its body will be sacrificed, and the tidal water will take away the same amount of faith power from the target as the amount that had been sacrificed. Half of that faith power will be returned to its own body. Quiet faith weak water. The faith power and bloodline power in its body will be combined to form a special water source. When this water source is injected into a target's fountain of faith, it will slow down the speed at which faith power circulates, thereby quieting down the water in the fountain of faith. Faith refinement. It will organize patches of faith power before purifying the faith power to enable it to directly absorb from other targets. Exclusive skill. Power water soul. Choose a power and condense it into the soul of the moving source water. Any power can be chosen, but the choice cannot be undone. The power will affect the moving source water's future abilities and exclusive skills. When the moving source water receives a certain level of feedback from the power, the moving source water can comprehend any willpower rune according to the water elemental characteristics in its body. Undepleted clean water. The water elemental energy it controls will have an extremely strong resistance to other elements and will not be depleted. In a contaminated environment or when facing an ability with contamination effects, it can ensure the purity of the water elemental energy under its control. Disorientation water territory. Its water elemental energy and bloodline power will fill up an environment and enable the water elemental energy in the environment to have the ability to block auras and energy fluctuations, thereby disorienting enemy targets in the area. All water surging tides. The water elemental energy in its body will be compared to the water elemental energy in the surrounding environment. If the purity of its water elemental energy is higher than that of the environment, it can extract the water elemental energy of the environment to heal its wounds and replenish its depleted energy. Charging flow body. The flow of water in its body will flow rapidly forever and will not be affected by the locking effects of other entities. The energy in the body will not stop because of special abilities. Rather, the speed of faith power collection will be increased. Mermaid crown. When its bloodline is the best among the mermaid species, it will be able to tap into the faith power of inferior mermaids without receiving their respect. When it receives faith power from the surrounding mermaids, the faith power in its body will be improved. Divine kingdom abilities. Ocean abundance. The water elemental energy in its body will turn into a territory of water and will be able to speed up the rate of evolution of water-type lifeforms. The water-type lifeform's ability to produce resources will also be significantly improved. The lifeforms in the sea will also be able to gain more faith power. Lin Yuan saw that the moving source water and mermaid disorientation had changed into moving source water and mermaid emperor throne, respectively. This change came about from the transformation of Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline. Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline had reached emperor class but was still a far way off from pinnacle emperor class. However, the bloodline of the 12 streams of water surrounding it had all reached pinnacle king class. Relative to Dark Blue's level, its bloodline was rather weak. However, this happened because Lin Yuan had not spent much time using the body of all spirits to evolve Dark Blue's bloodline. Additionally, Lin Yuan did not want to affect the mermaid bloodline in his body. Otherwise, the bloodline of Dark Blue's main body would have already reached the arch level. Lin Yuan could continue to evolve Dark Blue's bloodline. Lin Yuan looked through Dark Blue's new abilities, exclusive skills, and divine kingdom ability in detail. Dark Blue's Ocean Abundance was a rare territory-type divine kingdom ability. Although Ocean Abundance was unrelated to the control of faith power, it was a treasure trove that could significantly increase the production of resources. In the main world, there were many more sea clans than terrestrial lifeforms. Without Lin Yuan, the main world's federations and phase would be no match for the sea clans, even if they worked together. The vast sea labyrinth was the strongest sea faction but had always kept a low profile and stayed out of the main world's affairs. They only stepped forward to save the sea clans when the Dead Spirits crisis broke out. Now, Lin Yuan was preparing to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan would not use Dark Blue's divine kingdom ability to nurture the sea clans. There were many life forms in the water territories of the sky beyond the clouds. The water species made up more than half of the ranks on the top 100 of the species ranking. Lin Yuan would be able to garner greater benefits if he used ocean abundance to nurture a species that could produce special resources. The spirit lock spatial zone was continuously expanding, and Lin Yuan decided to set aside a space to turn into a sea where dark blue could live. Lin Yuan would nurture more aquatic lifeforms in the sky beyond the clouds. The elemental shellfish that produced elemental pearls were also considered production-type aquatic lifeforms. These elemental shellfish could be boosted by ocean abundance. Rather than increasing the rate at which the water-type lifeforms produced resources, Lin Yuan was more interested in ocean abundance's ability to speed up the evolution of water-type lifeforms, as well as their provision of faith power. Aside from ocean abundance, dark blue had also gained 3 new abilities: quiet faith weak water, faith charging tide, and faith refinement. Ever since dark blue reached silver grade, all of its abilities were related to faith power. Faith charging tide used faith power to attack enemies while reducing the other party's faith power. Faith power would turn into charging tides that washed over the target. When dark blue sacrificed its own faith power, the same amount of faith power would be stripped from the target. This depreciation did not come with any losses, but dark blue would be able to receive half of the faith power that had been depleted. This would allow dark blue to restrict enemies whose faith power was much more powerful than its own. Any ability that allowed a weaker entity to defeat a stronger entity was an amazing one. Compared to faith charging tide, quiet faith weak water did not have any strong combat effects. However, it was a terrifying restricting ability. Quiet faith weak water was something that dark blue produced using its own faith power, bloodline, and the 12 different attributes. It did not target the lifeform's body, spirit, or soul but the fountain of faith in the divine kingdom. Once the weak water that dark blue produced entered the target's fountain of faith, the water flow would slow down and eventually become still. Once the water in the fountain of faith became still, the divine kingdom would not be able to operate and would be rendered ineffective. However, it would not be easy to enable the quiet faith weak water to enter the enemy's divine kingdom. The target needed to be restrained and would need to open its divine kingdom to absorb the quiet faith weak water. Hence, quiet faith weak water was more so targeted at enemy captives. It was a functional type ability that could prevent the enemy captives from inappropriately using their abilities. When Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would inevitably need to conquer the powerful species. If the white-clothed followers carried the quiet faith weak water around with them, it would save them a lot of trouble while they were carrying out guard duties. Compared to faith charging tide and quiet faith weak water, faith refinement did not have any combat functions and was a pure support type ability. Faith power could be extracted from targets using special methods. However, the extracted faith power usually contained substantial impurities. Dark blue's faith refinement could be used to refine the impure faith power and enable it to be absorbed by other targets. Hence, in the future, Lin Yuan could use the impure fragments of faith power that he obtained from other lifeforms. Once the faith power had been purified, it could be used to evolve other lifeforms who needed faith power to strengthen themselves. Dark blue's abilities were all related to faith power. However, its 2 exclusive skills were unrelated to faith power. Charging flow body allowed the water in dark blue's body to continue flowing rapidly. The rapidly flowing body would not restrain dark blue in any way. The circulation of energy in its body would not be affected either. For a life form, these effects were very powerful. It was a controlling type exclusive skill that would not restrict itself in any way but would essentially cripple other life forms. Moreover, charging glow body could speed up dark blue's collection of faith power. This would allow dark blue to gather faith power even faster than before. Mermaid crown was strongly linked to dark blue's mermaid bloodline, enabling it to control the mermaid species. Even if the mermaids did not respect dark blue and its bloodline, dark blue could still extract and manipulate the faith power in the bodies of mermaids with inferior bloodlines. In the sky beyond the clouds, there was no guarantee that a mermaid with a strong bloodline would be able to gain authority immediately among new mermaid species. In the sky beyond the clouds, mermaids clustered together in different clans. A mermaid clan had inferior mermaids at the bottom and mermaid emperors and mermaid thearchs at the top. They were all linked by their bloodlines. Unless a mermaid's bloodline was at a much higher level than that of another mermaid, they would end up spurned. Mermaid Crown would allow Dark Blue to ignore the rejection from the other mermaids it wanted to control. After Dark Blue took control of these mermaids' faith power, it would not have to worry about these mermaids being disobedient and acting out. Lin Yuan would not express excessive pity toward mermaids just because he had the mermaid the arch bloodline. Ever since Lin Yuan activated his body of all spirits, he could control the bloodlines of all species in the world. If he was especially merciful toward them, there would be no need for him to head to the sky beyond the clouds to contest for supremacy. Aside from enabling Dark Blue to take control of the faith power of mermaids with inferior bloodlines, Mermaid Crown also allowed Dark Blue's faith power to improve when the mermaids in the vicinity gained faith power. Lin Yuan learned from his communication with Dark Blue that Mermaid Crown could cover an area the same size as that of Ocean Abundance. It seemed that aside from using Ocean Abundance to nurture aquatic life forms that could produce resources, Lin Yuan also needed to nurture promising mermaids to speed up the improvement of Dark Blue's divine kingdom. Lin Yuan had learned from Fan Lu and Kong Huan that most of the mermaids from the East Universe had relocated to the North Universe. The Bloodians in the East Universe had targeted the mermaids and continuously invaded their living spaces. It was said that this was because a big shot of the Bloodians desired the mermaid bloodline. The East Universe was enormous. When Lin Yuan first arrived, he would have to begin by developing quietly. He could not begin searching for the mermaids immediately. This led Lin Yuan to think of the mermaids in the main world. The mermaids came to the main world through a dimensional rift and found the main world's environment to be suitable. They thus began proliferating their presence in the main world. Mermaids were affiliated with water. As a result, more water-type lifeforms felt a certain level of affection for mermaids. Even the violent sea beasts would never lay a hand on the mermaids and attempt to eat them unless they were starving. Now, the mermaids were done taking over the main world's seas. This had brought peace to the seas. The mermaids would even help the human trading boats they encountered to clear their paths. However, this was just the present. As time continued passing in the main world, the mermaids would eventually supersede the vast sea labyrinth as the rulers of the seas. Mermaids had beautiful appearances, but they were not kind. They were highly intelligent creatures and were just as ambitious as humans. If not reined in, they would definitely attack the main world. There were signs of the mermaids doing so in the water world. As a species that prioritized bloodline, the mermaids would be unwilling to share the sea with other species as long as they had sufficient power to keep them out. There were very few sea beasts in the water world's territory occupied by the mermaids. A few inferior mermaids would even leave the mermaids' territory to hunt sea beasts and cruelly attack them for sport. Lin Yuan had already noticed these issues some time ago. He felt he could use this opportunity to raise the mermaids in the Spirit Lock spatial zone before taking proper control of them. Dark Blue already had a higher Mermaid Emperor bloodline and was capable of ruling the mermaids. Under Lin Yuan's orders, the Emperor-class mermaids, Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Dark Blue, and Red Beauty, listened to Dark Blue's orders and assisted it dutifully. It would not be long before Dark Blue's bloodline evolved to Mermaid the Arch. After evolving Dark Blue, Lin Yuan stretched. He did not intend to evolve any more phase in the main world. In the 3 years that had passed, Lin Yuan's appearance had not changed much. However, his charisma was outstanding. He radiated the aura of an elite. In the past 3 years, Lin Yuan had completed the final safeguards for the main world and had increased the power of all the people he needed to do so. Even if he left the main world with his team now, the main world would be able to continue functioning stably for at least the next 1,000 years. As for how the main world would continue developing after 1,000 years, that would be up to the main world's fate. Lin Yuan would continue to protect the main world in the sky beyond the clouds and would not allow it to be invaded or disturbed. In the past 10 years, Chu Xiai had also grown up into a lady. After being nurtured by Lin Yuan, she had reached the divine kingdom level sooner than him. Chu Xiai had been reliable since young. As she followed Lin Yuan around, she slowly came to understand that the meaning of power was protection. In Chu Xi's journey of growth, she also came to have someone in her life whom she wholeheartedly wanted to protect. This person was Lin Yuan. In the past, Chu Xi lacked power and was unable to protect Lin Yuan. But now, she had considerable power and would continue to increase it. Besides staying by Lin Yuan's side, Chu Xi frequently went to see Cold Moon to receive her teachings. Cold Moon's teachings no longer only involved those of increasing her power. Instead, Cold Moon focused more on teaching Chu Xi to nurture her capabilities. Cold Moon also taught Chu Xi management skills and was considered Lu Jie's peer. In terms of military campaigns, she was no match for Lu Jie. But when it came to negotiation, she was stronger than him. For the past 3 years, Lin Yuan had sent Chu Xi to liaise with the mermaids. The mermaids were now all living in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Luckily, the Spirit Lock spatial zone was sufficiently large, and the mermaids were a relatively small species. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have no way of containing all of them. In the last 3 years that Lin Yuan spent evolving the main world, Hu Quan had also worked hard on building the base on Sky Sea's back to the best of his abilities. Lin Yuan sought out Wen Yu had slowed down her pace of life in the past few years. Since she already intended to leave the main world to head to the sky beyond the clouds, there was no need for Wen Yu to continue managing the main world. Once she left, someone would have to take over her job. In the past 3 years, aside from paying attention to Sky City and managing its internal affairs, Wen Yu had returned to her role as a weaver and helped Lin Yuan to make many new sets of clothes. Now that she had changed from a busy lifestyle to a rather mundane one, Wen Yu's mindset had improved significantly. When Wen Yu spotted Lin Yuan, she set down the scissors she was holding and smiled in greeting. Wen Yu's long hair reached her waist, and her lips curled gently. "Young master, I am almost done making this new set of clothes. I don't make many half-armors, so I spent a lot of time picking the inner lining." Lin Yuan smiled. "Wen Yu, in the past 3 years, your mindset has improved the most out of you, me, and Big Brother Lu. However, it won't be long before you lose all your free time." Wen Yu's eyes flashed. "Young master, all the people who will be heading with you to the sky beyond the clouds have received thoughts letter papers. I will send out the message now." Lin Yuan grinned. Regardless of what he said, Wen Yu was always able to understand his meaning immediately. "Wen Yu, inform the others, but I will let master know personally." Wen Yu nodded seriously. In truth, Wen Yu had not been very happy when the Moon Empress joined Sky City. This was not because Wen Yu disrespected the Moon Empress. It was actually the opposite. As a previous Moon attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace, Wen Yu had always seen the Moon Empress as her idol. It was also the Moon Empress who had given her the chance to change her destiny. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu had established Sky City. Wen Yu was very afraid that after the Moon Empress joined Sky City, Lin Yuan would no longer be Sky City's true leader. However, it was proven that she had overthought. After the Moon Empress joined Sky City, she followed Lin Yuan quietly and acted as Sky City's support. With her joining Sky City, the faction's management simplified significantly. Both in the past and now, the Moon Empress quietly sheltered Lin Yuan and helped him to lay down a steady path. Hence, when you understood the respect that Lin Yuan felt for the Moon Empress. "Young master, I will go and let the rest know now. Where should I tell them to gather? Should we meet in Thick Soil City in the Startling Lines continent or the Radiance Federation's royal capital?" This meeting signified departure. It was not just Lin Yuan who would be leaving the main world. The same went for the people leaving with him. Every person in the main world had their own ties. Lin Yuan would give them the time to say their goodbyes. The World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Sky Sea was not suited to appear in front of the main world's lifeforms. After some pondering, Lin Yuan decided that neither the royal capital nor Thick Soil City was the best choice. He eventually decided to set the location as Epic God Palace. After all, the path to the sky beyond the clouds started in Epic God Palace. Lin Yuan told Wen Yu the geographic coordinates of Epic God Palace, so she could make the arrangements. There were no longer any dangers in the main world. Sky City's members would be able to handle any issues even if the journey was long. Now, all of Sky City's white-clothed followers had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. They were slightly stronger than Lin Yuan, the city lord of Sky City. when you had never been to Epic God Palace and did not know what location Lin Yuan had decided on. But he had to have his reasons for setting that location. The moment when you used the thoughts letter paper to send out the message, all of its recipients' expressions turned stern. All of them knew they would eventually be leaving the main world for the sky beyond the clouds. Now that the day had come, they felt excitement and reluctance. All of these emotions eventually morphed into determination. Sky City's white-clothed followers were now the strongest group in the entire main world. But a few decades ago, every single white-clothed follower had been the plainest among the main world's residents. None of them had been able to contract a decent fey in their youth. They had also been unable to comprehend willpower runes regardless of how hard they worked because they lacked the creation master resources to strengthen themselves. As adventurers, it was tough for them to join a faction and earn resources to increase their strength. It was a kind of hardship that could not be perceived or understood by anyone else. The turning point only came once they met Lin Yuan and joined Sky City. Their positions transformed, and their characters changed as well. Now, their incredible power has brought them great benefits and convenience. The white-clothed followers were thankful for the help they had received from Sky City. After making their arrangements, the white-clothed followers resolutely headed toward the coordinates that Wen Yu had sent. Su Iran, Luolan, and the rest also contacted Wen Yu immediately after receiving the message to tell her they needed a few days to tie up loose ends. Now, Luolan and Su Iran were pulling strings from backstage. The rulers of the Iron Hammer Federation and Dark and Sand Island Continents Federations had all changed. However, the two of them continued serving as the compasses. They needed to leave a set of instructions before they could lay down their worries and leave. Su Iran and Luolan had felt rather reluctant when they first decided to leave. But now, the two of them had thought things through clearly. Remaining in the main world would curb their development. Rather than remaining in the main world, their dream was to head to a wider world and work alongside Lin Yuan in growing his faction. Previously, Lin Yuan had selflessly helped them while they were trying to revive the Dark Continent and take back and develop the Iron Hammer Federation. Without his help, neither of them would have been capable of accomplishing these feats. Once they went to the sky beyond the clouds, it would be time for them to help him. Luolan and Su Iran would be working hard together for the same cause. When Wen Yu used the thoughts letter paper to send out the message, Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel to travel to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. Even after all the years that had passed, Lin Yuan was still the only one aside from Cold Moon, Mystic Moon, and the 4 tea attendants who could enter and leave the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace freely. The Moon Empress' focus was no longer on increasing her power. She was the Radiance Federation's top expert. Despite possessing talent that far exceeded that of others, the Moon Empress' journey had not been an easy one, and she had brushed against death countless times. However, Lin Yuan's abilities made all her hard work seem insignificant. In terms of their level of power, Sky City's white-clothed followers were all just as powerful as the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress felt that her effort was better spent supporting Lin Yuan than increasing her power. After all, Lin Yuan could just use the method he used previously to increase her power. The Moon Empress was not an old-fashioned and conservative person. She understood what she needed to do to express her value to the greatest extent. Hence, unlike Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch, she was not in a dilemma over the purpose of increasing her power. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan, she set down the documents in her hand and told him with a smile, "Little Yuan, your subordinate Bai Qinghuan is a rare, talented strategist. With the world's current prosperity, her military talent and bloodthirst are too strong and not positive traits. But in a place like the sky beyond the clouds, these are necessary qualities. She is worth using but needs to be restrained." The Moon Empress' tone was serious when she said that. Lin Yuan also agreed with her assessment. The Moon Empress had to have carefully examined Bai Qinghuan before making such an assessment. Lin Yuan had not relied heavily on Bai Qinghuan in the past 10 years. Bai Qinghuan had remained in the Radiance Federation ever since she had been instructed to work alongside Hollow Earth in taking down the dimensional wall. This had caused Bai Qinghuan to be terrified, and she would frequently pray for the chance to speak to Lin Yuan. However, she had never been granted the opportunity. For the past few years, Lin Yuan had been busy nurturing Fae's and the main world's experts to increase the main world's overall strength. He had not had any time to meet with Bai Qinghuan. Moreover, he felt that rather than seeing Bai Qinghuan, it would be better to give her the chance to settle down and stabilize her mindset. 10 years had passed, and the Moon Empress had given Bai Qinghuan such an assessment. This meant that Bai Qinghuan had indeed grown and improved significantly these past few years. Lin Yuan did not think that Bai Qinghuan's bloodthirst was a bad thing. In the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would pair her up with Kira so they could commandeer the demon insects in the conquest across the sky beyond the clouds. This was akin to throwing a stone to ask for directions. Through the demon insects, Lin Yuan would be able to begin his development rapidly. Master, Bai Qinghuan's character has improved significantly in the past few years. She could not be relied on in the past. At that point, Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Master, it's time to set off. We will leave the Radiance Federation together 5 days later. You should also say your goodbyes to your old cohorts." The Moon Empress had more ties in the Radiance Federation than Lin Yuan did. There was no question she was reluctant to leave them behind. However, she eventually chose to leave with him. Before she left, she needed to make her rounds to say her goodbyes. Lin Yuan would also have to do the difficult job of saying goodbye to his companions and loved ones over the next few days. Lin Yuan had already done this with Gao Feng, Xia Qing, and the rest. Before he left, Lin Yuan would take Chu Xi to see Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang. The Moon Empress smiled and adjusted Lin Yuan's collar. Truthfully, she had already said her goodbyes. With the Moon Empress's position, these people had come to see her instead. However, there was one person who had yet to come to see her. This was the chief guard of the spirit guards, Night Leaning Moon. The main world's seas were calm, and the Radiance Federation was peaceful and prosperous. The spirit guards had finished their expansion 6 years ago. Although there were still things that Night Leaning Moon needed to do as the chief guard, she was not overly busy. The reason Night Leaning Moon had not come to see the Moon Empress was that she did not want to say goodbye to her. Lin Yuan had already decided that they were setting off. Since Night Leaning Moon had yet to come to see her, she would go and see Night Leaning Moon instead. The Moon Empress knew why Night Leaning Moon had chosen to stay behind in the main world. It was because she knew that she supported Night Leaning Moon's decision. The Radiance Federation truly needed Night Leaning Moon badly as well. Everything had to come to an end eventually, and everyone had to eventually say their goodbyes to one another. Separation was something that every person needed to face. Little Yuan, stay for lunch. I will need to leave in the afternoon and will meet with you at the return from Faraway Mansion 5 days later. Since we're leaving, the space tunnel you created in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace can be removed. If you leave the space tunnel here, it will prevent the ethereal jellyfish from creating new tunnels. The Moon Empress was the one who had prepared the ethereal jellyfish for Lin Yuan, and she was well aware of its circumstances. The ethereal jellyfish needed to be the one to remove the space tunnel. Lin Yuan had not nurtured the ethereal jellyfish in the past 10 years. Ever since the ethereal jellyfish comprehended the willpower rune, it had remained in the spirit lock spatial zone to absorb pure spirit chi. It had successfully reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom 2 years ago. When Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish, he checked on it using true data. Lin Yuan had not looked at the ethereal jellyfish's data since its last evolution. Fey name: Ethereal Jellyfish, Fey Species. Almerity/Floating Jellyfish, Fey Grade. World Emperor, 3/10. Fey Type, Spatial, Fey Quality. Elementary Divine Kingdom Grade. Miniature, Abilities. Tentacle Node. By breaking its tentacles, the broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. Node Teleportation. By sensing a spatial node, it transports targets toward a certain spatial node. Node Activation. The spatial teleportation marked by the tentacle node will be activated, and the target of the activated node will be teleported to other tentacle nodes or toward itself. Tentacle node will be invalidated after the teleportation. Dissociate Catch. When the ethereal jellyfish is traveling through various dimensions, it can catch some of the spatial energy in different dimensions and condense them into spatial crystals. Main tentacle. A main tentacle will grow from the ethereal jellyfish's body. When a large amount of spatial energy is supplied to the main tentacle, it falls off. The fallen main tentacle can create a space tunnel anywhere that connects to the ethereal jellyfish's location. Spatial shift. The energy in a specified area can be rounded up. When the ethereal jellyfish lights up and goes to another dimension, the energy from the specified area can be brought to the other dimension. Space collapse. A space will be selected, and its own spatial energy will be injected into this space. This will cause the space to collapse, and whatever is within it will be released. Space stasis. A space will be selected, and its own spatial energy will be used to fortify the space. This will prevent the space from crumbling or being targeted by special spatial abilities. Abyss fishing. Its own energy will be drained, and its tentacles will be placed within an abyss to fish for entities that have been released into the abyss or life forms that exist within the abyss. The life forms being fished need to be weaker than itself. Overload transformation. The bottom of every main tentacle will split off into an imitation that is linked to the main tentacle. The imitation will be able to help it store a large amount of spatial energy. At key moments, the spatial energy can be used to make up for its lack of spatial energy. Exclusive skills. Space tunnel. Break off a large number of tentacles or fuse the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed before a new one can be set up. Tentacle sacrifice antenna formation. Form an antenna formation from all the tentacle nodes. When the tentacle nodes are sacrificed, the energy can be used as a guide to the antenna formation. Once the guide has been accepted, the spatial energy will freeze the surrounding space, and one will cross through space to return to the antenna formation. Tentacle strengthening. All of its tentacles will be strengthened while they are growing. The amount of energy in the tentacles will be increased and can be used frequently. The effects of sacrificing the tentacles will also be amplified. Abyss shining. A temporary location will be marked. All of the energy in its body will be drained to hide the marked location in the abyss. It will only reappear some time later. Abyss beast transformation. The rare abyssal beast bloodline in its body will be triggered to turn its body into an abyssal beast. After the transformation, its abilities will also change and become more inclined toward attack, defense, and control, which are more related to combat. Its combat and survival capabilities will be significantly raised. Abyssal beast domination. The tentacles will be combined with the energy in the abyssal beast bloodline. The tentacles will be able to control the might of the abyssal beast bloodline and turn it into its servant. It will only be able to control abyssal beasts weaker than itself. Divine Kingdom abilities. Path duplication. When spatial teleportation tunnels or spatial teleportation gates are encountered, faith power can be used to dissect the path and make a copy of them. Its spatial energy can be used to reopen the teleportation paths. While Lin Yuan was checking on the ethereal jellyfish's data, the Moon Empress was also examining the ethereal jellyfish. Her expression was one of growing amazement. The ethereal jellyfish was a spatial source-type life form that the Moon Empress had found for Lin Yuan. She had chosen the ethereal jellyfish for Lin Yuan because it would help him shorten his traveling time without requiring him to provide it with a willpower rune. The Moon Empress' ability to comprehend willpower runes was very strong, but it was still not easy. Yet, Lin Yuan had managed to nurture this spatial source-type Fae to such a degree. It was difficult for the Moon Empress not to be amazed by Lin Yuan's ability to nurture Faes. Lin Yuan looked at the abilities, exclusive skills, and Divine Kingdom ability that the ethereal jellyfish had gained and thought, when I realized that the ethereal jellyfish reacts to the abyssal beast bloodline, I gave it the extracted bloodline to absorb. Now, the ethereal jellyfish has gained abilities related to the abyssal beasts. This significantly increased the ethereal jellyfish's ability to acclimate to the sky beyond the clouds. Taking space collapse and space stasis as examples, one drained its energy to pierce a selected space and release the entities within, while the other used the energy to fortify the selected space to prevent it from crumbling or being targeted by others. These two abilities were useful in daily life and battle. However, compared to a special functional type ability like abyss fishing, the value of these two abilities was almost void. Abyss fishing allowed the ethereal jellyfish to drain all of the energy in its body to place its tentacles in an abyss before using the tentacles to fish for entities that had either been released into the abyss or that existed there. Lifeforms weaker than the ethereal jellyfish could also be picked out. Anything that could avoid being destroyed by the abyss and could continue drifting there was not simple and extremely valuable. Most of the lifeforms that could be found in the abyss were abyssal beasts. If the abyssal beast caught by the ethereal jellyfish was too strong, the ethereal jellyfish would suffer a backlash. But unless the abyssal beast, which was weaker than the ethereal jellyfish, had potential, it would not have much use. The ethereal jellyfish also had to undertake risks when it used abyss fishing. Unless the ethereal jellyfish could increase its power and reach pinnacle divine kingdom level, at the very least, Lin Yuan would not instruct it to use abyss fishing. Abyss fishing seemed similar to dissociate catch. However, dissociate catch targeted dimensional energy in a space, while abyss fishing targeted that which did not belong to this world. The world emperor ability overload transformation fundamentally raised the ethereal jellyfish's potential and value. The ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles would produce an imitation that could store a large amount of energy. This meant that the ethereal jellyfish would be able to gain a large vessel in which to store a large volume of energy. This store of energy would allow the ethereal jellyfish to release the spatial energy explosively at crucial moments. This could get Lin Yuan out of sticky situations. In the past, the ethereal jellyfish did not have endurance-type abilities. But with its endurance-type ability, T would be able to stay in the battle for longer. D become more effective at shortening travel time. Among the newly gained abilities, abyss fishing was the only one related to the abyssal beast bloodline. However, abyss shining and abyssal beast transformation were linked to the ethereal jellyfish's abyssal beast bloodline. Abyss shining was a characteristic exclusive skill that most abyssal beasts had. A location would be marked, and all the drained energy would be injected into the abyss. The space that was pulled into the abyss would only reappear a long time later. An enormous space would be pulled into the abyss when there was a large-scale invasion of abyssal beasts in the sky beyond the clouds. They would then eliminate the lifeforms that had entered the abyss. This was why it was rare for any lifeforms to survive an attack from the abyssal beasts. Abyss shining was what gave abyssal beasts their notoriety. The large factions from all four universes would send experts to exterminate the abyssal beasts because they feared that the abyssal beasts would gather together to set off a disaster. Abyssal beast transformation was an exclusive skill that enabled an abyssal beast to attack the main world. It was an exclusive skill that essentially sealed off a space. As a result, the entities in the space could not be removed temporarily. It increased the occupancy time of the entities. When the ethereal jellyfish tapped into its new bloodline, it would be able to transform into an abyssal beast. Its abilities would then change into attack dash, defense dash, and control type ones that increased its combat capabilities. This exclusive skill was very similar to Chaime's transformation abilities. However, Lin Yuan was not satisfied with abyssal beast transformation because the ethereal jellyfish did not serve any combat functions. Tentacle sacrifice antenna formation allowed the ethereal jellyfish to become an important fae that coordinated with Sky Sea. The ethereal jellyfish needed to be protected. How could it ever be in danger? Meanwhile, abyssal beast domination allowed the ethereal jellyfish to combine its tentacles with the energy in the new bloodline to control abyssal beasts and turn them into its servants. The abyssal beasts were extremely difficult to control and tame, but they had a myriad of abilities and stood out from the crowd. The strong factions in the four universes frequently went on expeditions to exterminate abyssal beasts, but they also spent resources to round up and take control of groups of them. If the abyssal beasts under Fairy Institution's control went on a rampage, it would cause a Class A disaster. A faction like Fairy Institution insisted on taking control of abyssal beasts despite knowing that they were dangerous. This was enough to prove their value. The ethereal jellyfish would combine its tentacles with the new bloodline and inject it into the abyssal beast to take control of it. The ethereal jellyfish's tentacles would strategically move around in the abyssal beast's body. Hence, it could only take control of abyssal beasts with a weaker bloodline than its own. While the ethereal jellyfish was evolving, the abyssal beast it obtained externally defined its bloodline and was difficult to evolve. Without Lin Yuan's body of all spirits that could evolve the purity of the bloodline in the ethereal jellyfish's body, abyssal beast domination would be a useless exclusive skill. No spirit chi professional wanted their fae to obtain a powerful ability that did not serve any practical function. However, Lin Yuan felt that the 3 exclusive skills related to the abyssal beast bloodline could not be compared to tentacle strengthening. Almost all of the ethereal jellyfish's abilities came from its tentacles and antennae. When its tentacles and antennae were strengthened, all of its abilities would be enhanced. Once the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles and antennae were strengthened and the energy within was improved, not only would its teleportation abilities and distance be enhanced, but the depletion of the teleportation process would also be reduced. This would enable a tentacle to be used multiple times. While Lin Yuan was looking through the ethereal jellyfish's data, the Moon Empress sighed softly. Little Yuan, the ethereal jellyfish's divine kingdom ability isn't bad. However, it will put you at risk. Lin Yuan smiled. Master, you know how I am. I won't put myself in danger unless absolutely necessary. But if I attain a useful ability, we will have more options when facing problems. If the ethereal jellyfish's divine kingdom ability is used to recreate a path, there will be a large number of benefits to grab hold of. There might even be the uncovering of secrets that no one else knows about. Moreover, we might be able to gain a stable footing in the sky beyond the clouds after developing there for some time. You are aware of spring, summer, autumn, and winter strength. They are also considered top experts in the sky beyond the clouds. When the Moon Empress first found out about the sky beyond the clouds and learned that Lin Yuan intended to venture into that world, she thought that he had picked an arduous path. However, it was proven that she had underestimated him. Lin Yuan had begun accumulating energy in the main world. He had also used the experts under him to stop the invaders from plundering the main world. The Moon Empress learned a lot about the sky beyond the clouds from Lin Yuan. She knew full well why those experts had come to the main world. If Lin Yuan had not had the ability to slaughter them, the main world would either have been destroyed by the invaders or have lost the majority of its resources. The Radiance Federation was currently the heart of the main world and would definitely be the invaders' main target. The main world did not have a clear idea of the strength of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. After all, she had yet to watch them in action. But if they had the ability to take down the invaders swiftly and without making any waves, it was proof they would also be considered exceptional even in the sky beyond the clouds. The Moon Empress did not nag at Lin Yuan to tell him to be careful. Lin Yuan was the city lord of Sky City and had the ultimate decision-making authority. With his current power and abilities, he was able to make the right decisions. The Moon Empress was not an old-fashioned teacher who thought she would always have to be the one teaching her disciple. When the Moon Empress was teaching Lin Yuan, her experience and knowledge had been above his. But now, she admitted that he was more capable and stronger than her. In the afternoon, the Moon Empress personally cooked lunch. After lunch, the Moon Empress left for the Midnight Palace. In the Radiance Federation's royal capital, the Midnight Palace was just as famous as the Radiant Moon Palace. The Radiant Moon Palace housed the Moon Empress, one of the Radiance Federation's 3 strongest creation masters, while the Midnight Palace housed the chief guard of the Spirit Guards. Both were members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. The Midnight Palace sat in the north of the city and was surrounded by an enormous garden filled with statues. Despite being part of the city, the garden afforded the Midnight Palace a solemn tranquility. The Guard-Ye banquet was held in the Midnight Palace. Normally, it was Night-Leaning Moon who went to the Radiant Moon Palace to see the Moon Empress. This was the first time that the Moon Empress visited the Midnight Palace since the Guard-Ye banquet had ended. The Moon Empress did not ride the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage, which was iconic of her status. Instead, she made her way to the hidden entrance of the Midnight Palace's garden like a regular traveler. The entrance to the Midnight Palace's garden was guarded. The moment the 2 guards spotted the Moon Empress, they instantly recognized her and bowed hurriedly. The businesslike woman dressed in half-armor hastily said, "Moon Empress, I will go and send word to the chief guard this instant." This woman had already guessed that the Moon Empress had not informed Night-Leaning Moon of her visit. If she had done so, given their relationship, Night Leaning Moon would have come to the entrance to receive the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress waved her hand. The two of you can continue guarding this place. There's no need to send word on my behalf. I'll just go in to see Leaning Moon. Once the Moon Empress was done speaking, she morphed into a ray of moonlight and streaked through the garden before stopping at the Midnight Palace. In the Midnight Palace's study, a woman with black hair that fell to her hips and wearing a veil over her face was currently staring unsmilingly at the book in her hands. Her mind was someplace far away. Night Leaning Moon was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was a direct descendant of her family, and they had placed high hopes in her. Her childhood and younger days were similar to that of Long Tao of Coiling Dragon's Valley. In her younger days, Night Leaning Moon had also been arrogant and ignorant. However, everything changed when she appeared. The Moon Empress did not have the support of a family and only ever relied on herself. At first, Night Leaning Moon had not thought much of the Moon Empress. In the first 2 years since becoming classmates, the Moon Empress had not stood out. There had been absolutely nothing special about her. In the final evaluation of their 3rd year, the Moon Empress had leaped ahead of all the rest and became first place in their class. One of those she had surpassed was Ji Chongdeng, who had always butted heads with Night Leaning Moon. It was only then that Night Leaning Moon began paying attention to this tall and cold yet delicate girl. Night Leaning Moon's eyes had never left the Moon Empress since. From then on, they began walking their paths side by side, deepening their bond. Night Leaning Moon had experienced heartfelt separation twice in her life thus far. The first time was when she learned that the Moon Empress had suffered hidden injuries and only had 5 years left in her lifespan. The second was when she learned that the Moon Empress intended to leave for the sky beyond the clouds. Both times, Night Leaning Moon had felt a sense of helplessness. There was nothing that terrified Night Leaning Moon more than separation. However, she had no choice but to face the music. Previously, the separation had been filled with grief and ardent hatred for the Freedom Federation. But this one only had unadulterated reluctance. The Moon Empress leaving for the sky beyond the clouds was not as bad as her lifespan coming to an end. But it was likely they would never be able to meet again. The decades that they had spent together were clearly etched in Night Leaning Moon's mind and began playing through scene by scene. Slowly, Night Leaning Moon's gaze cleared, and she sighed woefully. Sia. Oh Sia. With this goodbye, our twin souls will be pulled apart. Do you still remember my original name? Night Leaning Moon's sigh was soft and gentle. The last thing she expected was a response. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the door of the study. Of course, I still remember your name. Night Leaning Moon's head snapped up. Night Leaning Moon could not be more familiar with this voice. It belonged to the Moon Empress. She was able to identify the Moon Empress voice at any time and in any situation. Night Leaning Moon was not surprised that the Moon Empress had come to see her. She had to say goodbye to Night Leaning Moon before she left. Night Leaning Moon did not have the courage to go and see the Moon Empress herself. Now that she was here, it meant that her departure was imminent. Night Leaning Moon could not stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Just as Night Leaning Moon was about to rise to open the door for the Moon Empress, she saw the latter push the door open and step in. It had been fine when they were not in each other's presence. But now that they were face to face, the emotions bottled up, and Night Leaning Moon lost her iron grip on her composure. Yi Lin. That's your original name, but I prefer your current name to your old one. The name I gave you. Leaning Moon, we spent our youths together and dedicated our lives to protecting the Radiance Federation once we became experts. We have always shared the same goals, but now our goals have diverged, and we've made our own choices. Even if we're apart, we'll continue excelling in our chosen fields. You have formed a contract with the Lifespan Mouse and gained an endless lifespan. It's not impossible we'll be able to meet again in the future. The Moon Empress knew that Night Leaning Moon was not the type to beat around the bush. She had her own dreams and opinions. Otherwise, she would definitely have chosen to go with the Moon Empress to the sky beyond the clouds when she invited her. Night Leaning Moon's emotions had erupted because she could not bear for the Moon Empress to leave. The Moon Empress felt the same. The Moon Empress had an icy personality, which was undoubtedly related to her childhood. Night-leaning Moon was the direct descendant of an elite family, while the Moon Empress was an orphan who did not even know who her parents were. Had that mysterious beggar not taken her in, she would never have been able to step foot on the path to becoming a creation master, much less contract her phase. The Moon Empress had locked up her heart long ago. She had seen too much of the ugly side of the world. As a result, she no longer craved warmth and sincerity. Before the mysterious beggar took her in, she had once scrounged for food scraps in garbage bins to keep her skinny body alive. At that time, the Radiance Federation had not been as prosperous or abundant as it was now. This was why the Moon Empress had been able to connect with Lin Yuan when she took him in as her disciple. Only those who had experienced such a life could understand how tough it was. With such a mindset, the Moon Empress preferred to keep to herself. She had been a far cry from the person she was now, resolute in her dream of giving her everything for the sake of the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress change had begun from Night-leaning Moon. She only started to slowly open up her heart after meeting her. Without Night-leaning Moon, the Moon Empress would never have accepted the feelings of her companions. The Moon Empress had never told Night-leaning Moon any of this. She did not think that it was necessary to do so. When she saw Night-leaning Moon's expression, in a rare occurrence, the Moon Empress revealed her true emotions. She stepped forward and hugged Night-leaning Moon before saying softly into her ear, "Leaning Moon, since you aren't intending to go to the sky beyond the clouds, you can stay in the main world and help with its evolution. These are the resources I'm leaving for you to use. It should be able to last you almost 1,000 years. Since you've decided to stay in the main world, you can become the main world's protector. You can protect the main world from any anomalies that take place. I don't trust anyone else but you." The Moon Empress actually hoped that Night-leaning Moon would go with her to the sky beyond the clouds. But when Night-leaning Moon turned her down, the Moon Empress was reluctant but also relieved. Lin Yuan had made a lot of preparations to keep the main world safe. The Moon Empress had not had the chance to get to know the people Lin Yuan relied on. But she knew that regardless of what happened, Night-leaning Moon would never endanger the main world and the Radiance Federation. This was not just trust between friends. It could be said that the Moon Empress and Night-leaning Moon were soulmates. It was a bond that went beyond that of friendship and romance. Only those who possessed such a bond could understand it. Night-leaning Moon forcefully scrunched her nose twice before saying with a smile, "See ya? With me around, there's nothing that you need to worry about. Little Yuan allowed me to contract the lifespan mouse and enabled me to gain an endless lifespan. Once the main world evolves, I might have the chance to head to the sky beyond the clouds. We will be reunited then." Night-leaning Moon's lips trembled while she said that. She still could not bear for the Moon Empress to leave. But she knew that this separation was unavoidable. If that were the case, it would be better for her to send the Moon Empress off with a smile. "See ya, the date for the departure to the sky beyond the clouds must have been decided on. When are you leaving? I'll send you off personally." The Moon Empress looked at Night-leaning Moon calmly and paused for a moment before saying softly, "I will leave the Radiance Federation with Little Yuan 5 days later. Why don't I stay here in the Midnight Palace for the next few days? Given the circumstances, it's the best time to drink the Moon Night wine you buried in the Endless Pond. Let's drink and make merry. Now that I'm thinking about it, we haven't had a proper talk since becoming members of royalty." At that point, Night-leaning Moon could no longer hold back, and tears began flowing down her cheeks. The image of the Moon Empress became blurry. Since the Moon Empress was going to spend her last 5 days before leaving in the Midnight Palace, it meant that Night-leaning Moon was the person the Moon Empress cared the most about. This alone was enough. "See ya. I've been burying the Moon Night wine for you. I bury 30 bottles every year. The snow from the plum blossoms falls onto the endless pond every winter. I will go and fetch the oldest bottle now for us to drink. Why don't you take the remaining Moon Night wine with you, so you can have a glass every time you think of me? Without you here, I wouldn't be in the mood to drink our namesake wine." The Moon Empress chuckled softly. "If you bury 30 new bottles annually, There must only be more than 1,000 bottles. If I have a glass every time I think of you, I'll finish all of the Moon Night wine in no time. Once I'm gone, no one will be living in the Radiant Moon Palace. Why don't I leave it to you? The Radiant Moon Palace is much more beautiful than your Midnight Palace. Night-leaning Moon gently wiped the snot from her nose and pushed down all of her feelings of bitter sadness and reluctance. She adjusted the veil across her face and said with a smile, "Sia, even if you didn't leave the Radiant Moon Palace to me, I would take it for myself after you left. I won't allow the place in the main world with the most traces of you to be handed over to anyone else." Night-leaning Moon retrieved the Night Moon wine before placing it in front of the Moon Empress. That night, the two of them drank until they were utterly intoxicated. They had never been this unrestrained since becoming members of royalty. On the third night, Night-leaning Moon downed a full cup of the Moon Night wine before saying, "Sia, Ji Chongding's feelings for you are real. Have you gone to see him now that you're leaving?" The Moon Empress shook her head. "There's no need for me to see Ji Chongding. It'll be better for him this way." The Moon Empress knew how Ji Chongding felt about her. He had confessed his feelings to her more than once. Each time, she would firmly turn him down so he would not have any misunderstandings about how she felt. Ji Chongding had been persistent in the past few years. If the Moon Empress went to see him now, she would be giving him empty hope. In the main world, there was no one aside from Night-leaning Moon, whom the Moon Empress felt reluctant to leave behind. The person who she cared about the most was Lin Yuan, and he would be going with her to the sky beyond the clouds. During the time that the Moon Empress was in the Midnight Palace, Lin Yuan brought Chu Xiai to Kitchen Fragrance Palace. Chu Xiai did not have many memories of their parents but had many fond memories of Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang. She did not see them as her parents but as seniors who were very important to her. In the past few years, Chu Xiai had visited Kitchen Fragrance Palace to meet Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang more times than Lin Yuan had. "Big brother, when we get to the sky beyond the clouds, will we be unable to see Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang ever again?" Lin Yuan raised his hand and touched Chu Xi's head, pressing down the stray hairs on the top of her head as he said seriously, "I can't say that we won't be able to meet ever again, but we won't be able to see them anytime soon. Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang made their choice. We need to respect them. They have both contracted the lifespan mice. If we ever get the chance to return to the main world, we will be able to see them again." It took a very long time for a newly promoted Class 2 world to be promoted to Class 3. Objectively, Lin Yuan did not want the main world to be promoted to Class 3 because of him. Once it did, it would no longer be under any safeguards. Class 3 worlds often clashed against each other. A Class 3 world that was held up by a powerful force was completely different from one that had developed and built up its strength slowly. Currently, it was difficult for the main world to compete with other Class 3 worlds. Unless the main world was promoted to Class 3, Uncle Li, Auntie Zhang, and the rest would never be able to depart from the main world to enter the sky beyond the clouds. According to Winter, it was not easy to visit a Class 2 world. Firstly, a strong enough mountable abyssal beast was needed. The experts also needed to be strong enough to withstand the world wills of the Class 2 world. The trip to the Class 2 world would only be successful once these two requirements were met. Moreover, it was difficult to escape the detection of the major factions in the East Universe when one rode an abyssal beast to a Class 2 world. The main world currently had a spotlight on it in the sky beyond the clouds. For the sake of its safety, the main world could not continue to receive so much attention from the sky beyond the clouds factions. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not return even if he did gain an abyssal beast that could travel between the main world and sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan was not dropping in unexpectedly. He had given advance notice before coming. It was a sign of respect to greet elders before visiting them. Uncle Li knew that Lin Yuan was bringing Chu Xiai to bid farewell and had prepared a table full of dishes. Li Chonglin had always been open-minded and did not get hung up over goodbyes. When Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would have access to a larger platform and receive even more extensive development. As such, there was not only no reason for him to be sad, but he should be congratulating Lin Yuan instead. Chef Supreme was devastated that his youngest disciple was also going to leave with Lin Yuan. That old fogey sure was resistant to change. His wife was just like her father. Not only was she reluctant to see Zhongzhe leave, but she also could bear for Chu Xi and Lin Yuan to go. When he left Kitchen Fragrance Palace with his wife, Chef Supreme had yet to take in Zhongzhe as a disciple. His wife only began seeing Zhongzhe as her junior brother when they returned to Kitchen Fragrance Palace. In truth, his wife had a much deeper link to Lin Yuan and Chu Xi. Chef Supreme made a personal appearance to greet Lin Yuan. Although Chef Supreme felt reluctant to see Zhongzhe leave with Lin Yuan, he knew that the sky beyond the clouds would be better for Zhongzhe's development. The Moon Empress would accompany Lin Yuan and would be able to help look after Zhongzhe. Chef Supreme left soon after welcoming Lin Yuan. He left the space to his daughter and first disciple. Zhongzhe also wanted to stay behind, but Chef Supreme dragged him away. He had high hopes for Zhongzhe and saw him as his grandson. Chef Supreme would be giving Zhongzhe his final teachings and lectures in the next few days. Once Zhongzhe went to the sky beyond the clouds, Chef Supreme would not be able to reach him to teach him anything. When Lin Yuan saw the usually bold and brash lady staring at him and Chu Xi with tears in her eyes, he hurriedly placed a golden red pork rib onto her plate. "Auntie Zhang, I remember that this dish is a favorite of yours and Uncle Li." Zhang Yingying rolled her eyes before placing 2 pieces of red braised meat on Lin Yuan's plate and scooping out a bowl of fish head soup for Chu Xi. "Little Yuan, you still remember what I like to eat. Once you leave, you won't be able to eat Uncle Li's cooking anymore. You and little Ci have to eat more this time. Uncle Li and I will be there to send you off. I can't stop you and little Ci from leaving, but you can't stop us from sending you off either." Lin Yuan mixed red braised meat around with the rice in his bowl. There was no better fragrance than that of red braised meat mixed with rice. Lin Yuan truly enjoyed his time with Zhang Yingying and Li Chonglin. In spite of Chu Xi's young age, she could also understand the significance of separation. She also did her best to savor her final moments with Zhang Yingying and Li Chonglin. After the meal, Lin Yuan and Chu Xi chatted with Zhang Yingying and Li Chonglin deep into the night before returning to the return from faraway mansion. Lin Yuan needed to use the next few days to confirm the exact number of people that would head to the sky beyond the clouds. As the leader of Sky City, Lin Yuan would communicate with every white-clothed follower using the Thoughts letter paper so he could ask if they needed any help. Some of the white-clothed followers had family in the main world. Lin Yuan had given them these 5 days so they could make their arrangements for their family. Duan He was one of the first white-clothed followers to join Lin Yuan. Initially, Duan He had been stronger than Lin Yuan. At the time of joining, he was already an emperor-class expert. On the other hand, Zhou Luo had fought side by side with Lin Yuan and Lu Jie in the evolving Class 3 Water World Dimensional Rift. The 3 of them had braved death together. Hence, Lin Yuan trusted Zhou Luo implicitly. Duan He and Zhou Luo worked under Sky City and eventually became friends. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were sworn friends. Zhou Luo did not have any family and had been staying with Duan He. Duan He had always been family-oriented. He never forgot to bid farewell to his family before going on any missions. But this time, the farewell would be forever. When Duan He went to the sky beyond the clouds, he would no longer be able to see his family. Duan He was full of woe, but his family had no clue. After Duan He left the Duan residence, Zhou Luo told him, "Old Duan, can you really bear to do this? I think that, regardless of anything else, you should tell your family the truth instead of lying about going out on a mission. Who knows when we'll return from this journey?" Duan He took a deep breath before responding candidly. "I am reluctant to do this, but who can bear such a goodbye? All I know is one thing. The Duan family's current position and development are solely due to the young master. Because of his power, I have reached the divine kingdom level, a level I never imagined attaining. Normally, we should be using the resources we earn to increase our strength. But in actuality, all the resources we use to increase our strength come from the young master. All the resources I earned went to elevating the Duan family. At present, there are 6 Thearch-class Duan experts. 2 of them have reached Immortal. The Duan family is now one of the strongest factions in Soaring Dragon City. Rather than saying that it's a result of my effort, it's more accurate to say that all credit goes to the young master's generosity. As such, I have to embark on this new journey with the young master. My reluctance is irrelevant. Once I'm gone, there will be others to tell them the truth. I just don't want to say goodbye face to face. Zhou Luo nodded. It was just as Duan, he said. If any white-clothed follower had a family, they would have bright futures ahead of them. It was true that all of this came from Lin Yuan. It was likely that the other white-clothed followers felt the same way. If Duan he had not joined Sky City, he would never have been able to enable the Duan family to develop to such an extent. But, as opposed to Duan he, Zhou Luo liked his current situation. He was alone and did not have many ties. All he needed to do was remain loyal to Sky City. He was the definition of being light-footed because he did not have love weighing him down. The day before they were due to set off, a crown-wearing spider that resembled a red gem discreetly crawled into Lin Yuan's hair. Presently, Lin Yuan was only a step away from reaching the Divine Kingdom level. Although Blood Love had already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Lin Yuan could still sense her presence. Blood Love had eventually come to him. At first, Blood Love had intended to go with Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds. At that time, Blood Love had it all planned out. Her parents, Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial, would accompany her to the sky beyond the clouds. However, reality did not play out as so. Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial had no intention of going to the sky beyond the clouds. Instead, they would stay back in the main world. All of the ties the two of them had were in the main world. Moreover, as leaders of the Heavenly Family Cottage, the two of them had their own responsibilities. Blood Love had always craved for a family. Lin Yuan had realized this soon after he became acquainted with Blood Love. Hence, Lin Yuan had sent Blood Love to the Heavenly Family Cottage to live for a period so she could think things through carefully and seriously. Would she really go with Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds or stay in the main world to become one of the Heavenly Family Cottage's leaders and enjoy the experience of being part of a family? Now, Blood Love that was hidden in his hair had just shown Lin Yuan the decision she had made. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he said, "My path protector, you will be in charge of my safety once we get to the sky beyond the clouds." When Blood Love heard that, she realized that Lin Yuan had seen through her attempt at being stealthy. She changed into human form and appeared next to Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, don't think I'm not aware that there are many people in your camp who are stronger than me. How could it ever be my job to protect you? I decided to go with you to the sky beyond the clouds because I'm worried that leaving me behind will make you too sad." Blood Love poured out a cup of water for herself, her gaze never leaving Lin Yuan. Blood Love was usually a pillar of ice and never smiled at anyone. She only offered endless summer the occasional warm gestures. But after spending the past few years basked in the love of her family, Blood Love's personality had changed drastically. All members of the Heavenly Family Cottage loved her. Hence, it was inevitable that Blood Love would become rather arrogant. This was one of the times when Blood Love was acting arrogantly. Blood Love had not said everything that she was thinking. Truthfully, rather than being afraid that Lin Yuan would be sad and missing her, Blood Love was more afraid of being without Lin Yuan. Time had cemented Blood Love's awareness of her feelings toward Lin Yuan. There was no greater bliss than being together with one's companion and supporting each other through the ages. Lin Yuan took out a bracelet-shaped diamond face storage box and told Blood Love, "I was not sure if you were coming, but I made preparations for you. There are a few spiritual ingredients that came from sacred source lifeforms in this spatial equipment. It is larger than regular diamond face storage boxes. It has all sorts of treats to ensure that you'll be kept satisfied in the sky beyond the clouds. I heard from Spring that the sky beyond the cloud species place a high priority on food, so the standard of food there is rather high. You might become interested in the delicacies of some species." Blood Love gleefully received the bracelet-shaped diamond face storage box. From this, she could see how much Lin Yuan cared for her. He had made ample preparations despite being uncertain if she would also head to the sky beyond the clouds. Without waiting any longer, the gourmet and glutton Blood Love took a look at what food was in the spatial equipment. At that point, Lin Yuan said, I have already spoken to Endless Summer. If you chose to go with me to the sky beyond the clouds, Endless Summer would come with me. But if you decided not to go, Endless Summer would stay in the main world. Since you've decided to come with me, I will notify Endless Summer. Blood Love was once again touched by Lin Yuan. Her parents might not be aware of her relationship with Endless Summer, but Lin Yuan was definitely aware. Lin Yuan knew just how important Endless Summer was to Blood Love. Endless Summer had been her steadfast companion over the years. They had survived the cruelty of the forest and worked together to increase their strength. This was a relationship that could not easily be described with words. The two of them had saved each other countless times. Endless Summer had great talent for internal governance. Listen would praise her when they managed the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce together. Subsequently, Endless Summer and When You managed the private faction territories on Star Web together. When you became busy, Endless Summer had also been able to pick up the slack and hold down the fort on her own. Lin Yuan had always needed such internal governance talents, but it was not easy to nurture such individuals. In spite of all the years that had passed, there was still no one who could replace Endless Summer. She had heard that Endless Summer had also reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom and gained an impressive Divine Kingdom ability. Yet, Lin Yuan would have been willing to leave Endless Summer by Blood Love's side because he knew of their relationship. Lin Yuan had increased Blood Love's power all the way to Pinnacle Spirit Fire. When Blood Love reached Pinnacle Spirit Fire, her bloodline showed signs of evolving. Hence, it would be best to wait for her bloodline to stabilize before continuing to increase her power. Lin Yuan had given Blood Love numerous resources and sent Summer to watch over Blood Love. Hence, he still did not know about the Divine Kingdom ability she had gained. Blood Love believed that her Divine Kingdom ability would be of considerable help to Lin Yuan. Blood Love said with a straight face, Lin Yuan, I'll go and see Sister Summer myself. I know that your eyes are magical and can see through a life form's abilities and exclusive skills. Can you see my Divine Kingdom ability? Lin Yuan smiled. He had not expected Blood Love to test him. It was child's play for him to check Blood Love's Divine Kingdom ability. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Blood Love. Fey name, Mother of Bloodbath, Fey species. Tarantulas/jade spider species, Fey grade. World Emperor, 2 out of 10. Fey type, natural, light/blood, Fey quality. Elementary Divine Kingdom grade. Miniature, abilities. Execution Sting. Blood and light energy will be injected into the target through the 8-sharp calicary to control their blood while simultaneously purifying them. Eyes of Sunluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. At the same time, the spider eyes can look through the target to a certain extent. Funeral of Light. After killing a target with a strong enough soul, the target's soul can be momentarily controlled by light energy. Once the light dries up with soul energy, the target can become a temporarily controllable zombie. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core that can overload attacks from the outside world. When the spider core is shattered, the light energy within can restrain a target. Blood control. Call down belts of sunlight from the sun to restrain and attack targets while activating the blood energy in the target's body. The flow of fresh blood in the target's body can be momentarily controlled. Hug of Dawn's Light. Take in energy from the sun and swallow it to temporarily increase its power. The light energy can also be used to slowly heal injuries. Sunlight Drapery. Activate the stored energy in the body during combat. A jade sundial with the carving of a sun on it will appear behind the Mother of Bloodbath. Every time the energy in its body is used, half of the energy will be taken from the sun. The jade sundial will defend against damage caused by the outside world. Hanging Sun Net. With the sun at the center, its energy will be used up to activate the sun's energy. The energy from both entities will form a net. The target trapped in the sun net will be restrained temporarily before being released to the surface of the sun. Foundry Day Falling Attack. Use the energy in its body to communicate with celestial bodies and obtain their support. When the energy supplied by the celestial bodies is activated, the target can be attacked from a long distance away. The attack target will be cleansed and free of impurities. Beautiful Day condensed essence : exclusive skills. Desire spider form. Increase its affinity for light energy so that the body will not reject excessive light energy, but will transform it into hair that can store the light energy. After the devoured light energy tempers inside the body, light energy can be absorbed directly into the body. Concealed spider shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform it into the form of nothing. It can then use the sun as its eyes to survey the surrounding environment. External blood bone. The chalicery will be fused into other young phase bodies so they can become its blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than the strength of the target being pierced. The dark type curses or negative soul type effects of the target can be purified. Rich light trial. When causing damage to a target, the target will also be injected with light elements that will have a deadly purging effect. Sundial Sage. Its bloodline will be used to change other spider species life forms. All spider species Fae, aside from dark type ones, will be protected by the sun. When these spider species Faes provide it with faith power, its bloodline power will be extraordinarily boosted. Application support. It will be applied to other life forms, and its energy will support the target's attacks and defenses. Its support will not affect the application abilities of other life forms. After the application, the target will gain its bloodline and will be boosted by celestial bodies. Divine Kingdom abilities. Day Forging Furnace. The spiritual ingredients will be absorbed into its body, and the energy from the celestial bodies will temper the spiritual ingredients. The spiritual ingredients will be transformed into precious instruments through the most appropriate techniques. When flesh life forms are being tempered, the life form's physique will improve rapidly as long as it is able to handle the energy from the furnace. Realization spread across Lin Yuan's face. He fully understood Blood Love's personality. She would only ask him such a question after obtaining a powerful Divine Kingdom ability. It was proven that Blood Love's Divine Kingdom ability was indeed powerful. It was irreplaceable in Lin Yuan's team. Day Forging Furnace allowed Blood Love to use the energy from celestial bodies to temper spiritual ingredients and turn them into the most suitable precious instruments. There was an immense amount of energy in celestial bodies that could create precious instruments quickly. By using the most suitable methods to temper spiritual ingredients, their effectiveness could be magnified to the greatest extent. When Lin Yuan tempered precious instruments in the past, he had to seek the help of the few and far between Class 5 creation masters as well as Begin Lady. It took a very long time for Begin Lady to use her body to temper precious instruments. Begin Lady had spent the past 10 years creating precious instruments but had yet to supply one to every white-clothed follower. With Blood Love's Divine Kingdom ability, it would be much easier for Lin Yuan to obtain precious instruments in the future. When Begin Lady used her body to temper precious instruments, her bloodline evolution would be affected. But when Blood Love used her Divine Kingdom ability to tap into the energy within celestial bodies and temper precious instruments, she would not be affected in any way. The relationship between Blood Love and celestial bodies would also be deepened. After all, Day Forging Furnace could not only temper inanimate items like spiritual ingredients but living entities as well. As long as the entities being tempered could handle the energy in the furnace, Day Forging Furnace would also rapidly strengthen the bodies made of flesh. This energy did not clash with the merciful star peony's tempering effects that made use of moonlight. Although the two abilities were similar, without the merciful star peony to temper his body, Lin Yuan's body might be unable to handle being tempered by the energy in celestial bodies. The merciful star peony's tempering improved the fundamentals of Lin Yuan's body. When Blood Love used her Divine Kingdom ability to temper Lin Yuan's body, his body composition could improve rapidly. Day Forging Furnace could not only improve his body fundamentally but also help others to strengthen their bodies using the energy from within the celestial bodies. This would also give Sky City's other key members the chance to improve their bodies through Day Forging Furnace. Aside from Day Forging Furnace, Blood Love's new abilities and exclusive skills were also powerful. Foundry Day Falling Attack allowed Blood Love to use the energy in her body to communicate with celestial bodies and gain their support. The sun was the main celestial body in the main world, but Blood Love would be able to communicate with other celestial bodies as well. In other environments, she would naturally form links to the celestial bodies there and use them to strengthen herself. Foundry Day Falling Attack would allow the celestial bodies to inject their energy into her body to enable her to attack targets across a far distance. This long-distance combat technique allowed Blood Love to hunt and kill without revealing her face. Since Blood Love was using the energy within celestial bodies, she would be able to roll grades to fight. Beautiful Day Condensed Essence allowed Blood Love to use her bloodline to temporarily fuse with celestial bodies and utilize the energy in them to boost herself. It would thus be provided with a sea of energy. This was a pure support-type ability. The energy in celestial bodies was gargantuan. When the energy was injected into a target, there was a high chance that the target would not be able to handle it. Luckily, Beautiful Day Condensed Essence would help to deflect this and prevent the target from suffering too much damage from the energy in the celestial bodies. Lin Yuan had many functional type phase. Once Blood Love boosted them, they would be able to excel with flying colors. Compared to these abilities, Blood Love's two new exclusive skills were undoubtedly stronger. Sundial Sage allowed Blood Love to use her bloodline to change other spider species lifeforms. This would enable all spider species lifeforms apart from dark-type ones to receive the protection of celestial bodies. These lifeforms would provide Blood Love with faith. When Blood Love received the faith from the spider species lifeforms, her faith power would be significantly boosted. This boosting would allow Blood Love to elevate her divine kingdom even faster. For any life form, any ability or exclusive skill that could quickly raise their divine kingdom was extremely precious. The other exclusive skill, Application Support, was rather similar to Beautiful Day Condensed Essence. Yet, while one harnessed the energy emanating from celestial bodies to target, the other utilized her own spiritual form to enhance the combat and defensive capabilities of other lifeforms, channeling her energy to the target without affecting other lifeforms. If Blood Love used Application Support on Lin Yuan, he could still merge with Dark Blue and the Abyss Red Lotus. This was enough to show Application Support's might. As Blood Love grew stronger, Application Support's boosting effects would also be raised. Additionally, once Application Support was used on a target, the target would also receive the same bloodline and be boosted by celestial bodies. Lin Yuan was well aware of the effects of being boosted by celestial bodies. When Blood Love was applied to a target, she would only be able to boost the target to a small extent compared to the boost from a celestial body. The Sky Sundial Jade Spider's bloodline was the greatest improvement that the target could receive. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gave Blood Love a thumbs up before saying with a smile, "Blood Love, you will probably be making many precious instruments, strengthening my body, and boosting me in the future. I also want to know what it feels like to receive your bloodline and experience being adored by celestial bodies." Lin Yuan's words caused surprise to bloom on Blood Love's face. Blood Love knew that Lin Yuan could see a phase exclusive skills and abilities. However, she did not know whether he could also see the new abilities she gained after her evolution. She was stronger than Lin Yuan. He was currently a Pinnacle Spiritfire expert, while she had already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Blood Love raised an eyebrow before saying with a smile, "There's nothing difficult about allowing you to experience my bloodline." Blood Love used Application Support on Lin Yuan. Blood Love's body turned into a golden red ray of light and enveloped Lin Yuan. His body was thus draped in a golden red glow. Then, a radiant sun appeared above Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan could sense that the power in his body had amplified in an instant. As for the increase in his defensive abilities, Lin Yuan could not immediately be sure of the effects. At first, Lin Yuan had to tilt his head to look at the sun hanging above him. Now he could feel himself being cared for by the sun. Warmth slowly spilled over him and provided his body with power. Lin Yuan could sense that if he just tried to call out to the sun, ribbons of energy would immediately descend from the sun. This feeling made Lin Yuan feel safe and secure. At that moment, Lin Yuan was standing in the shoes of a heavenly family fae to comprehend the world. It was a mystical feeling that could even be called addicting. Once Lin Yuan was done sensing all this, he said, "Blood Love, since you say that you want to see Endless Summer, go now. Endless Summer is also waiting for you to make your decision." Blood Love did not delay and immediately left for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was managing and allocating all the resources in the world, and Listen badly needed his partner Endless Summer. After being nurtured all these years, Qin Yu's capabilities were just as strong as Endless Summer's. However, Listen still felt more comfortable with Endless Summer. Qin Yu was ambitious, but this did not mean that he was disloyal. In a complex environment like Sky City, having ambition was a virtue. However, Listen did not like to work with ambitious people. Firstly, it was challenging to make friends with them. Secondly, Qin Yu's growth also put pressure on Listen. Upon arriving at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Blood Love saw Listen, Endless Summer, and Qin Yu in the midst of a discussion for a new batch of resources. Lin Yuan would provide the main world with one final batch of resources before he left. Listen, Endless Summer, and Qin Yu's opinions were split on how to allocate this batch of resources. Listen felt that the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent were Lin Yuan's base camps, so most of the resources should go to them. As for the other continents, they were all functioning steadily and could receive token amounts of resources. Endless Summer felt that the amount of resources that the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent could absorb had reached their limit. If they received more resources, the factions would only store them away instead of utilizing them immediately. Hence, it would be better to give these resources to the other continents to raise the happiness level and power of the main world as a whole. After all, now that Lin Yuan was about to leave the main world, there was no need for the spotlight to shine too brightly on the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. Qin Yu felt that since this was the final batch of resources, the best course of action would be to distribute it evenly so that every corner of the main world could receive a fair amount of Lin Yuan's grace. When Lin Yuan provided this batch of resources, he only said he would be giving it to the main world. He had not specified that it had to go to the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. If Lin Yuan only wanted to provide resources to the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent, he could have made this clear. When Listen, Endless Summer, and Qin Yu walked in and saw Blood Love, Endless Summer waved to Blood Love with a smile. Since Blood Love was there, it meant she had decided to accompany Lin Yuan. This meant that Endless Summer would be set off for the sky beyond the clouds soon as well. Unlike Blood Love, Endless Summer did not have parents or a new family in the Heavenly Family Cottage in the main world. The only ties Endless Summer had in the main world were with Blood Love and Lin Yuan, who had saved her. From a personal standpoint, it would be better for Endless Summer's development if she went to the sky beyond the clouds with Lin Yuan. Hence, Endless Summer had hoped that Blood Love would choose to follow Lin Yuan. Listen and Qin Yu walked forward quickly to bow to Blood Love. In Sky City, Blood Love's status was that of the City Lord's Path Protector. In terms of rank, Blood Love was only below the Moon Empress. She could be considered Lin Yuan's senior. Regardless of how strong Blood Love was, members of Sky City like Listen and Qin Yu were very respectful toward her. In such matters, Blood Love would not make a decision on Listen, Qin Yu, and Endless Summer's behalf. Firstly, this was not her job. She was not as capable as Listen, Qin Yu, and Endless Summer when it came to allocating resources. Secondly, making a decision on their behalf was also disrespectful to the three of them. Blood Love said, "My arrival has disturbed your work. If you can't reach a decision, why don't you ask Lin Yuan about it? He is currently at the Return from Faraway Mansion, speaking to the white-clothed followers through the Thoughts letter paper. If you send your questions over, he will reply immediately." Blood Love shot a look at Endless Summer, and the latter followed her into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Blood Love had spoken straightforwardly. It was true that the best way to address a split in their opinions would be to ask Lin Yuan for his opinion. Although Listen was the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's president, the three of them were joint supervisors. The two of them could not take Listen's opinion at face value. This was also how Listen felt. Hence, Listen described and wrote down the 3 trains of thought on a Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan replied to Listen's message very quickly. Lin Yuan, this batch of resources is meant for all the federations in the main world. I have already prepared the resources meant for the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. You can distribute the resources to all of the main world's federations as you see fit. Make sure that the weak federations won't end up crumbling because of a lack of resources. Lin Yuan had always been a selfish person and ensured that he provided resources to the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent before giving out any additional resources he had. These other resources were meant for the weaker federations. Lin Yuan did not want the weaker federations to fall immediately after he left the main world. If that happened, the work he had put into saving them would become meaningless. When Listen and Qin Yu saw Lin Yuan's messages, they realized that Endless Summer's opinion was the most aligned with Lin Yuan's thoughts. In the listening heron chamber of Commerce's guest room, Endless Summer hugged Blood Love. Sister Blood, have you decided to stay with the young master from now on? This is great. Endless Summer's joy was not a pretense. After spending time by Lin Yuan's side and increasing its power, Endless Summer became addicted to the feeling of being by Lin Yuan's side. Endless Summer would never have been able to reach this level if she had been left to her own devices in the wild. Blood Love reached out its arms and held Endless Summer. Sister Summer, let's continue working hard together in the sky beyond the clouds. When we first arrive at the sky beyond the clouds, there won't be resource allocation tasks like the ones here. How do you plan on developing yourself there? Endless Summer knew that Blood Love was asking these questions because she was concerned about her future. It was true that upon arrival in the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would have to begin developing his territory, much like when he began venturing into the marsh world. First, he would have to find a suitable place to set up camp before slowly expanding his establishment. This was the most stable and reliable course of action. This principle also applied despite the large establishment atop Sky Sea's back. While Lin Yuan was developing his territory, he could use the demon insects as his eyes to investigate the surroundings and make contact with the other factions in the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, there would be no resource allocation tasks for Endless Summer to attend to in the beginning. After a moment of silence, Endless Summer said, Qin Yu is much more suited to internal management than I am. He and Wen Yu also have good chemistry. It's likely that once we get to the sky beyond the clouds, Qin Yu will become Wen Yu's assistant and handle the tasks assigned to him by Wen Yu. He could also be taken in by Lu Jie and be assigned to manage the white-clothed followers. I work well with Listen. Although we occasionally diverge in opinion, we are usually on the same page. There won't be any resource allocation tasks in the beginning, but as the development progresses, we will need to set up channels through which to trade resources. I work well with Listen. Although we occasionally diverge in opinion, we are usually on the same page. There won't be any resource allocation tasks in the beginning, but as the development progresses, we will need to set up channels through which to trade resources. I will still have to work with Listen in the sky beyond the clouds. You know that I've never liked fighting and killing. Moreover, both my exclusive skills and Divine Kingdom ability are functional type. I'll go with you to see Lin Yuan later so I can give him something. I also want to ask him for some resources. Blood Love nodded. Endless Summer had everything planned out. She knew what she needed and what she needed to do. Endless Summer had always been more mature than Blood Love and looked after her like an older sister would. Since Endless Summer had a clear plan for herself, there was nothing more for Blood Love to say. Frankly, Blood Love would prefer Endless Summer to work with Wen Yu on internal governance rather than handle resource allocation in the sky beyond the clouds. The members of Sky City who stood out and became pivotal cogs in the system were those who were involved in internal governance. Endless Summer smiled and picked up Blood Love's hand. Sister Blood, rather than you being concerned for me, I care more about whether you've faced your true self. Being a good match for each other doesn't really matter in relationships. All that matters is that both parties are attracted to each other. If the two sides feel the same way about each other, they will naturally stick. If Blood Love heard this from Endless Summer in the past, she would become filled with melancholy. But now she felt exceptionally calm. Sister Summer, you didn't become acquainted with Lin Yuan much later than I did. You watched him on his journey, too. Do you think he has ever thought about starting a relationship? His life is much too fulfilling. Aside from his ever-growing responsibilities and goals, he has never paid serious attention to anything. How could I allow myself to become stuck? Regardless of anything, I am his path protector and eternal companion. That's enough. Endless Summer sighed softly. She knew that Blood Love had to have thought things through deeply and carefully before making such a decision. It was true that when it came to someone as spectacular as Lin Yuan, becoming his companion was the most sustainable relationship. Many people around Lin Yuan shared the same sentiments as Blood Love. When Yu was one of them. However, she did a better job of hiding her feelings. When Yu might have also made the same decision. Since Blood Love's perspective was clear and she had made its decision, there was no need for Endless Summer to say anything more. She would just support Blood Love as her sister. Sister Blood, let me go and notify Listen and Qin Yu before I leave with you. I am sure they have asked Lin Yuan for his opinion. Endless Summer was very certain of the decision that Lin Yuan would make. Although Listen had joined Lin Yuan earlier, he spent the majority of his time managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and rarely spent time with Lin Yuan. Hence, he did not have as good of an understanding of Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan had wanted to save this batch of resources for the Radiance Federation, he would have given it directly to the Moon Empress or one of the members of royalty so the Radiance Federation could distribute it internally. Listen knew that Lin Yuan loved the Radiance Federation. Still, he did not know Lin Yuan had set his goals beyond becoming a member of the Radiance 100 Sequence or Radiance Envoy long ago. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have distributed resources to the entire main world instead of saving all of them for the Radiance Federation and focused on solely building up the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would definitely tell Listen to divide the resources among all of the federations in the main world and to take special care of the federations that struggled to fend for themselves. However, he would also instruct Listen not to do things too obviously. The quantity of resources was not the issue. The concern was with the equitable distribution of those resources. This issue did not only apply to the human world. It applied to the Fey world as well. It was inevitable for federations that obtained more of Lin Yuan's resources to become the target of resentment from other federations. Given Lin Yuan's intelligence and strategic mind, there was no way he would not have thought of all this. When Endless Summer heard Lin Yuan's answer and confirmed that he had given the response she had expected, she did not say anything to Listen. All she did was smile at him. This was not the first time that this had happened. Each time there was a split in their opinions. She was the one who accurately guessed Lin Yuan's thoughts. Each time, Listen's attitude toward her would change slightly. This time, Listen began to ponder and consider whether her stance was the right one. He was unlike Qin Yu, who stubbornly stuck by his stance. This was what was known as adaptation. Listen and Qin Yu, it won't be long before we have to depart. The two of you should make the arrangements quickly. I need to go and see Lin Yuan about some matters. If you can't handle the workload, I can leave Sister Blood here to help you. Endless Summer spoke honestly and had no intention of elevating her position. In the past, there had been a long period of time when Endless Summer was Sky City's strongest expert. Endless Summer had saved Listen's life once in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's president's office. She had also saved Lin Yuan more than once. Hence, many members of Sky City were extremely respectful toward Endless Summer despite being stronger than her. For the people who joined Sky City the earliest, this was because of their innate feelings towards her. But for those who joined later, it was more so because of Endless Summer's link to Blood Love. Back at the return from Faraway Mansion, when Lin Yuan saw Endless Summer and Blood Love walk in while holding hands, he said with a smile, "Lu Jie has gone to fetch ingredients. When you will be back soon as well. We haven't had a proper gathering in a very long time. Endless Summer. You have worked hard working with Listen all this time." Endless Summer hurriedly waved her hand. "Lin Yuan, please don't say that. It makes it sound as though I'm not a member of Sky City." Endless Summer gazed at this young man who had saved her life and changed her fate. He had now grown into a fully fledged man. If she had not been aware of Blood Love's feelings toward Lin Yuan from the beginning, she might have also developed special feelings toward him. Endless Summer did not wait for Lin Yuan to respond. Rather, she took out a pink and purple embroidered flower ball that looked as though it was made of jade and held it out to Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, this is a product of my divine kingdom. Do you think it'll be useful to you?" There is a fragmented tree core in the flower ball. The tree core has the same effects on plant type phase as the life form sacrificial fire because it contains energy from the life form sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan received the embroidered flower ball and used true data to check on Endless Summer. Fey name: Endless Mystical Dream Summer. Fey species: Bunched flower species / hydrangea species. Fey grade: World Emperor, 4 out of 10. Fey type: Wood / mind. Fey quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade: Miniature. Abilities: Shooting spears of summer. The flower vines will become shafts, while the flowers will become blades. The spears will be able to pierce armor and targets. Flower sleet: Every flower petal can cause damage to targets. The petals can also absorb blood to replenish energy. 3,000 shooting spears. 3,000 spears will shoot out immediately. When one spear makes contact with a target, the other spears will gather at that spot as well. Midsummer cage. A cage will be created using flowers and vines. Inside the cage will exist a world of its own that Endless Summer can control. Mind halt. Influence a target's mind and cause the target to become instantly confused, preventing the target's mind and soul from working together. Flower tree execution. The roots will grow and form a chain around a target. When the roots pierce a target's body, they will continue to grow and drain the target's energy. The drained energy will be stored as fruits. Willow flower sky cover. Release all the energy and vitality inside the body and allow it to grow freely. Willow flowers will grow all over the area. The more flowers that grow, the stronger one will be. The willow flowers can also drain energy from targets. Blooming summer link. Its blooming summer energy will nourish the targets in contact with its flower petals. All flora and fauna lifeforms will begin germinating, and their injuries will be naturally healed. Boosting and healing the flora and fauna will also increase its own energy and recovery. Magical Dream Finger. The energy in the blooming flora and fauna will be transformed into mind energy and gathered in its finger to supply it to targets. The mind energy's attack on the target will put the target's mind and soul in a dream state. The target can only be awakened through a special method. Dream Stealing Force Change. It will enter the mind of the affected target. Read the target's past to forcefully change the target's circumstances and alter the target's present. After changing the target's circumstances, it will experience backlash once the target leaves the dream state. Exclusive skills. Flourishing flowers. As powers increase, the number of flowers will also multiply. The flowers can also cause more damage. 1,000 openings of the mind. The heart will open 1,000 times and increase control over spiritual power. End of summer. Change its body into summer and concentrate all the power of summer into one point before finally releasing the attack. Lifeform Shrivel. The flower vines can absorb energy from other lifeforms. When the absorbed energy reaches its limit, it will present itself as a vest that can defend against attacks. Tree Core Cycle. Its body will take in as many tree cores as possible, forming a cycle in its body. The cycle of tree cores will provide it with an enormous amount of energy and increase the speed of its energy recovery. Thriving Summer Territory. Regardless of the environment, its own energy will be used to trigger and bring forth a thriving summer. Its surroundings will form a thriving summer territory where it will be protected. All targets in the territory will be nourished and boosted by the thriving summer. Divine Kingdom abilities. Embroidered flowers form hearts. Its body will take root in the Divine Kingdom. Faith power will be used to trigger the main body and cause flowers to bloom on the main body. The faith power will combine with the flowers to form flower jades that contain tree cores. The tree cores are able to revive plant-type lifeforms. The revived plant-type lifeforms will go on to provide it with energy and faith power. Based on Endless Summer's data, Lin Yuan now knew the effects of this jade-like embroidered flower ball. Lin Yuan learned from the description of the Divine Kingdom ability that the tree core could indeed be used in place of the lifeform sacrificial fire. The lifeform sacrificial fire was a treasure that had a place on the ranking of precious treasures. It came from the Twin Red Pagoda. The Twin Red Pagoda was a plant that was desired but almost impossible to attain. Even if it was attained, it required a large amount of resources to be nurtured. If Lin Yuan did not have Morbius and the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone could dissect energy ores to produce exceptionally pure spirit chi for the Twin Red Pagoda to absorb, There was no way it could have produced the life-form sacrificial fire within a century. Back then, the twin red pagoda that had been shackled in the dimensional rift had only managed to produce a spark after a few thousand years passed. Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Endless summer. The tree core in the flower jade you produce using your divine kingdom ability can save any plant-type life form. It is extremely precious. You will have to use your faith power to produce them often in the future. However, once the tree cores you produce have saved plant-type life forms, the plant-type life forms will also be able to compensate you and help you obtain faith power. This is also a way for you to quickly increase your power. You can pick a few promising plant-type phase at the sky beyond the clouds and begin working on them." Lin Yuan was delighted. Endless Summer's abilities and exclusive skills were undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. Endless Summer's divine kingdom ability allowed him never to worry about the plant-type life forms he nurtured dying unexpectedly while he was caring for them. Many plant-type life forms were extremely fragile. Despite Lin Yuan's possession of pure spirit qi, it was still not easy for him to cultivate some plant-type phase. Endless Summer looked thrilled. She knew that her divine kingdom ability could not only save plant-type life forms, but would also benefit herself. If Lin Yuan found a few remarkable plant-type life forms and she used embroidered flower form hearts to form links with them, not only would her body benefit, but she would also gain an endless stream of faith power as they evolved toward World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Endless Summer was very enthusiastic about increasing her power. She hoped to increase it as quickly as possible. This would make it easier for her to protect herself and the people she wanted to protect. Additionally, the competitive atmosphere around Lin Yuan was far too intense. The stronger she became, the better chance she had of competing against the rest. Every individual had selfish desires, and Endless Summer was no exception. "Lin Yuan, if that's the case, I will do my best to use embroidered flower form hearts to produce as many tree cores as possible." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded at Endless Summer before handing her a batch of resources. This batch consisted not only of spirit chi crystals but also of the pupae of the wood-building winged sandflies. The wood-building winged sandflies' pupae contained wood elemental energy and were suitable for Endless Summer to absorb. Lin Yuan had obtained the wood-building winged sandflies from the Moon Empress and had been carefully nurturing them. He rarely used their pupae. Now, there was a mulberry orchard in the Spirit Lock spatial zone where millions of wood-building winged sandflies lived. 2 deposit vegetable pods in human form looked after them, and they would periodically hand Lin Yuan a large batch of them. Because of this, Lin Yuan no longer lacked pure sources of the 4 basic types of elemental energy: wind, water, earth, and fire. When Endless Summer was Sky City's strongest expert, her abilities and exclusive skills had been skewed toward attack, and she possessed exceptional combat abilities. But as she continued to evolve, her abilities and exclusive skills began moving toward support. Blooming Summer Link allowed Endless Summer to enable targets that were in contact with her petals to be nourished by the thriving summer energy. The plants that were nourished by the thriving summer energy would enter the germination stage. The germination stage was the most active phase of a plant-type lifeform's growth. During this phase, it could recover from injuries very quickly and regrow damaged body parts. This ability would not only allow her to support the plant-type lifeforms on their side during combat, but could also be used to cultivate plant-type lifeforms on a daily basis, thereby increasing their production volume. The most basic example would be Endless Summer using Blooming Summer Link to link up with the weather-producing plant-type phase on Sky C's back. This would enable the weather-producing plant-type phase to substantially increase their production of weather phenomena. Magical Dream Finger was an extremely effective controlling type ability. In an instant, all the plant-type energy in the thriving summer would be transformed into mind energy that attacked the target's mind. If there was a large number of plant-type lifeforms around Endless Summer, the mind attack would be powerful, and there was a high probability the target's soul and mind would be put in a dream state. While their soul and mind were in the dream state, their body would be at the mercy of being butchered. Once their body was destroyed, their mind and soul would lose their anchor and naturally disintegrate. It was very difficult to awaken a mind and soul in a dream state. There were only a few divine kingdom abilities that could be used to awaken the mind and soul. Magical Dream Finger alone would only be seen as a controlling type ability. But when it was paired with Dream-Stealing Force Change, it became a controlling type prerequisite ability. Dream-Stealing Force Change allowed her to enter the body of the lifeform whose mind and soul were in a dream state. She would then be able to investigate the target and learn about the target's life. When used on an enemy captive, they would be able to learn all about the enemy's circumstances. Moreover, Dream-Stealing Force Change could also be used to tamper with the target's dreams to alter their experiences. This would affect the target's reality. However, doing this would cause Endless Summer to suffer backlash when she returned to reality. This backlash could cost Endless Summer her life. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would only ask Endless Summer to investigate the target but not alter the target's dream state. Lin Yuan would not recklessly ask his subordinates to undertake dangerous tasks. Aside from these abilities, Endless Summer had also gained 2 new exclusive skills: Tree Core Cycle and Thriving Summer Territory. Endless Summer's original Tree Core had been destroyed, and the life-form Sacrificial Fire had taken its place. She had also absorbed the sky-covering Weeping Willow's Tree Core. As such, Endless Summer had become a plant-type life-form that possessed multiple tree cores. Tree cores were the plant-type lifeform's energy cores. By possessing 2 tree cores, Endless Summer was akin to a human who possessed 2 hearts. It was an occurrence that seemed to only appear in fairy tales. But with Tree Core Cycle, Endless Summer's body could contain multiple tree cores. The tree cores would form a perfect cycle in her body. The more tree cores she possessed, the more energy Endless Summer's body would receive. These tree cores would speed up the rate at which Endless Summer recovered energy in her body. Lin Yuan thought, "It looks like I'll need to find more tree cores for Endless Summer in the sky beyond the clouds. Then, I'll use my resources to help her absorb more tree cores. This will further expand Thriving Summer Territory." Thriving Summer Territory allowed Endless Summer to use her energy to bring forth a thriving summer regardless of the environment she was in. This would turn her surroundings into a safe haven. Within her safe haven, the effects of Blooming Summer Link on the plant-type lifeforms would become even stronger. All the plant-type lifeforms, with the inclusion of Endless Summer, would be nourished and boosted by the thriving summer environment in the safe haven. If Endless Summer only had 2 tree cores, the boosting effects of the exclusive skill would be rather ordinary. Lin Yuan's current perspective and experience were terrifying. He had nurtured far too many excellent phase, and regular exclusive skills could not catch his eye. But if Endless Summer absorbed more tree cores and used the energy in them to activate Thriving Summer Territory, the effects would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan looked at his companion who had developed perfectly and was promptly filled with a profound sense of pride. He had a part to play in the growth of all his companions. It was a special and amazing feeling. Once Lu Jie returned, he earnestly prepared a table full of dishes. Blood Love and Endless Summer had large appetites. Since they were going to eat, they had to eat their fill. When night came, Lin Yuan did not go to sleep. Rather, he stood on the balcony and looked out at the return from faraway mansion at night. In the past 10 years, he had traveled to almost every corner of the main world. But now that he was truly about to leave, Lin Yuan felt rather reluctant. Lin Yuan let out a sigh and summoned Genius and Chimey. Just like him, these 2 fellows were unrecognizable from their original selves. If someone claimed that Lin Yuan, once labeled a useless cripple, Chimey, a sound bird unable to sing, and Genius, 100 questions beast with matted fur, could reach this level of growth, not even Chu Ci, his closest relative, would have believed it. As Chimey and Genius' strength grew, their intelligence also came to surpass that of regular humans. Both of them knew that Lin Yuan was feeling sentimental. They leaped up onto Lin Yuan's shoulders and silently accompanied him. They also looked in the same direction he was looking, out at the window toward the submerged flood dragon lake in the distance. Neither Genius nor Chimey felt a sense of belonging to the Radiance Federation or the main world. To the 2 of them, any place with Lin Yuan was their home. This was because they had not felt a shred of warmth before their paths crossed with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan finally looked away and began stroking Genius and Chimey. At that moment, Genius spoke. "Yuan, I know what you're thinking. Going to the sky beyond the clouds is the best choice. You are being held back in this world. It won't benefit you to be restricted by this world's world wills. You will only be able to better protect the main world once you leave for the sky beyond the clouds. Fan Lu is able to help hide the aura of the main world's world emperor/divine kingdom experts because he has the protection and support of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. If the day comes that they stop shielding him and he loses his position as a boundary patrol envoy, the main world will once again be exposed to the experts from the sky beyond the clouds. The sky beyond the clouds isn't a peaceful place. Regardless of how careful Fan Lu tries to be, accidents could take place at any time. As Lin Yuan listened to Genius' analysis, he knew that Genius was trying to comfort him. Genius was always warm-hearted like that. Rather than saying that Genius was lucky to have met him, it was more accurate to say that he was lucky that he had been able to save Genius. Chimey was not skilled at comforting others, but while Genius was comforting Lin Yuan, Chimey began singing a soft tune. Any sound produced by Chimey was inexplicably pleasant. Lin Yuan relished the time with Genius and Chimey. Lin Yuan did not feel nervous or perplexed in the slightest about going to the sky beyond the clouds. Rather, it filled him with burning enthusiasm. He was done putting his crew together. Once he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, he would have to strengthen himself while making a name for himself among all the species who lived there. The moonlight at 3 a.m. shone brilliantly. It was currently the height of summer. In another hour, the first rays of sunlight would begin spreading across the sky, putting an end to the brooding and reflective night. Lin Yuan went to the patch of grass that sat next to the main manor. It was there that Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu sat cross-legged all that time ago and decided to set up Sky City together. Lin Yuan bumped into Wen Yu on the first floor of the manor. When Wen Yu saw Lin Yuan, her gaze softened to tenderness. "Young master, you can't sleep either? I was about to go out to sit on the grass." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "That's exactly what I was going to do." As the two of them walked out of the main mansion, they saw Lu Jie lying on the grass with his legs crossed. He was staring up at the moonlight-illuminated clouds floating across the night sky. Lu Jie rose when he heard the footsteps behind him. After seeing they belonged to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, he let out two peals of laughter. "I didn't think that the two of you would be getting any sleep tonight. You would definitely come to sit here through the night." Lu Jie stood up before sitting back down cross-legged. This sight caused Lin Yuan and Wen Yu to feel sentimental. Back then, the three of them had also sat together in cross-legged positions. They were akin to newly born calves who had just begun learning about the world and were filled with hope. With their solid foundations, none of them had been afraid. This applied even when they established Sky City and had to take on the top faction-connected Beast Park. Now, as they were gathered there again, they had reached the peak of the main world's pyramid and had grown beyond the Radiance Federation. The trio had weathered all storms together, and their relationship had only become stronger and purer. Lin Yuan was not the only one who grew consistently. The same also went for Lu Jie and Wen Yu. The three of them chatted until noon. The sun shone down on them and slowly melted away their shadows. Neither endless summer nor blood love disturbed Wen Yu, Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie. Blood love had witnessed the development of their relationship as well as their growth. The three of them only began rising up after meeting the Moon Empress. Before Lin Yuan left the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, he could sense that the Moon Empress had been troubled by something. The Moon Empress also had people in the main world whom she could not bear to leave behind. But now he could sense that she was relaxed. This meant she had tied up all her loose ends in the main world, including making the necessary goodbyes. Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, which had recently reached Immortal breed. He said with a smile, "Master, you're here. It's time for us to set off." Ever since Lin Yuan evolved Blackie to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, he had not ridden the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. He had chosen the Kill Food Sky Butterfly today because they had to wait for the White Cloth followers and because he wanted to take one last look at the main world. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed from the entrance of the Return from Faraway Mansion. "I didn't believe Leaning Moon when she said you wanted to leave quietly." No one is stopping you from leaving. Aren't you at least going to give us the opportunity to see you off? Lin Yuan looked up and saw that the elderly man who had spoken was seated in a wheelchair. Xia Qing pursed her lips and suppressed her emotions as she continued pushing the wheelchair. Every person behind this elderly man was a very familiar face to Lin Yuan. Chef Supreme crossed his arms in front of him and looked at Lin Yuan with a tangle of emotions in his gaze. Chef Supreme never denied Lin Yuan's abilities and talent. This outstanding individual was about to leave their world and begin venturing into a wider world. His youngest disciple, Zhongzhe, whom he viewed as his grandson, would also be leaving with Lin Yuan. Because of Li Chonglin, Chef Supreme had learned about Lin Yuan's existence sooner than the Moon Empress had. Chef Supreme saw Lin Yuan as a junior. However, as Lin Yuan grew, even Chef Supreme, who held the highest position in the Radiance Federation, came to be filled with respect for Lin Yuan. Standing next to Chef Supreme was the Bamboo Monarch, who was holding Wang Fuxiang's hand. The Bamboo Monarch and Wang Fuxiang's love finally bloomed because of the flower pollen that Lin Yuan had given the Bamboo Monarch. The Moon Empress might have delivered the flower pollen to him, but it had come from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was essentially the Bamboo Monarch's savior. Without Lin Yuan, the Bamboo Monarch would have already been killed by the curse. The Bamboo Monarch was grateful to Lin Yuan for saving his life. However, Wang Fuxiang's gratitude exceeded the Bamboo Monarch's. After all, Lin Yuan had helped the pure-hearted Wang Fuxiang safeguard her love. Cicada Song, Iron Prison, Ji Chongdeng, and the other members of royalty were standing in an orderly manner. At first, Night Leaning Moon had told the Moon Empress she would not send her off. But now that all the others were there, Night Leaning Moon could not hold back. Night Leaning Moon could not bear to see the Moon Empress leave, but the same went for Lu Jie. Night Leaning Moon had an insipid personality. Once she let someone into her heart, they would remain there forever. Night Leaning Moon would miss Lu Jie but would not worry about him. Being by Lin Yuan's side, he would be able to develop much better than if he stayed with her. Night Leaning Moon could clearly sense that Lu Jie had grown in the past few years. She had taught him everything that she could, while Cold Moon had also imparted significant teachings to him. Now that Lu Jie was stronger than Night Leaning Moon, she felt a great sense of accomplishment as a master. Night Leaning Moon had no idea the Moon Empress had already felt this sense of accomplishment long ago, and that her feelings had been much stronger. Ji Chongdeng had his two disciples, and he and Lu Yifan next to him. Ji Chongdeng's gaze fell on the Moon Empress, and he let out a sigh full of romantic adoration. However, Ji Chongdeng could not tear his eyes away from the Moon Empress, and he and Lin Yuan were friends and close ones at that. Lin Yuan had told He about his intention to head to the sky beyond the clouds, but the latter had chosen to remain in the main world. And he had made the same decision as Gao Feng and Xia Qing, but their reasons were vastly different. Xia Qing wanted to carry on her parents' and grandfather's legacy and become the Radiance Federation's protector. It was a noble undertaking. She had been working hard toward this goal for many years. Gao Feng had found the love of his life and wanted to sheathe his sword and settle down with his family. The Gao family needed him, a disciple of a member of royalty, to lead them toward glory. As for He, it was due to pure laziness. The conflict between the Radiance and Freedom Federation's younger generation had awakened He's fighting spirit. But now that the conflict was over, his fighting spirit had also been fully quenched. This frustrated Lin Yuan, but he still respected He's decision. Frankly, He's senior brother badly wanted to go to the sky beyond the clouds. Alas, there were no deep ties between Lin Yuan and Lu Yifan. Hence, he could not make such a request. In truth, Lu Yifan longed to head to a wider world to develop himself. Every Radiance envoy had the heart of an expert. This send-off had been initiated by Xia Qing. She felt that if Lin Yuan, the hero of the main world, was going to leave, he had to be sent off in style. Otherwise, people like Tian Ningning, who had only had shallow ties to Lin Yuan, would not be present. After a moment of stupefaction, Lin Yuan hurriedly smiled and waved. He was taken aback to see so many people here to send him off. It filled his heart with warmth. He was sure he would never forget this scene. What are you saying? It's just that this departure is rushed, and I don't want to waste your time. The Moon Empress' lips curled gently, and she quipped, "This is just how little Yuan is. He knows that all of you are busy and doesn't want to disturb you." Chef Supreme chuckled. "Moon Empress, little Yuan is afraid of disturbing us. But are you? You are going to a wider world to grow and develop, not to endure suffering. As much as we'll miss you, we're more than happy for you. We hope that your journeys of development will go well." Chef Supreme took out a spatial instrument, approached Lin Yuan, and placed it in his hands. "This is filled with excellent ingredients from our world. When you get to the sky beyond the clouds, you will probably come to miss these ingredients. This should be enough to last you for a long time." Once Chef Supreme handed over his gift, the Bamboo Monarch and the rest also held out their goodbye gifts. All of them had grown using the resources that Lin Yuan had supplied. The presents they had prepared for Lin Yuan were not that of seniors to their juniors. Rather, it was a genuine gesture of their feelings toward him. This send-off did not take long. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly proceeded to carry the people leaving this world away from the Radiance Federation. The teary-eyed Li Chonglin and Zhang Yingying wanted to chase after the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, but Chef Supreme stopped them. "Chonglin, regardless of distance, separation is inevitable. You know this. Rather than going as far as you can to send them off, why not stop here? Can't you see that little Yuan and Chu Ci can't bear to leave you behind either?" Lin Yuan was filled with bitterness. However, spring, summer, autumn, and winter were delighted to be heading to the sky beyond the clouds. They felt that Lin Yuan had dallied in the main world for too long. If he had spent his time in the sky beyond the clouds instead, he would have been able to gain more rewards. While the Kill Food Sky Butterfly flapped its wings, the snow-covered foxes in the North Universe were experiencing problems. This was due to a female fox. This female fox had a captivating appearance and had even been a member of the Honor-Absent Parliament when she lived in the East Universe. However, this was not enough to cause waves among the snow-covered foxes, a species ranked in the top 10 of the species ranking. The issue stemmed from two of the snow-covered fox leaders inexplicably fighting over this alluring fox. The fighting led the alluring fox to declare she would pick the victor. There was no question that this matter was bizarre. The snow-covered fox's dependent species were all aware of the leader's authority. They never cared about whether the dependent species lived or died. There were many dependent species who became curious about this female fox. It was said she was the leader of a fox species. The intelligent dependent species all began racking their brains to come up with a way to form a bond with this species. If this female fox married one of the snow-covered fox leaders, her species would receive that leader's protection and gain incomparable power within the snow-covered foxes. While the dependent species were all envious of Kong Huan's luck, she had yet to come back to her senses after escaping death. It was true that the two snow-covered fox leaders were fighting because of her. However, it was not due to their love for her. She was nothing more than a cover. The real reason was that the two of them had been nursing a grudge against each other for a long time. However, the snow-covered fox elites were forbidden from fighting with each other as it diminished the species' overall strength. Hence, every fight needed to be disguised under a seemingly legitimate reason. Only a faction that had witnessed the true power of the top 10 ranks of the species ranking could properly perceive such a powerful species. Kong Huan's alluring soul bloodline could seduce a snow-covered fox envoy, but it was a far cry from being able to seduce one of the snow-covered fox leaders. Perhaps only the pinnacle alluring soul bloodline or the level above it could earn the affection of such a top expert. This event struck true terror into Kong Huan. The alluring foxes had almost been eliminated. During crucial times, Kong Huan frequently thought about injecting energy into the jade. However, she held herself back each time. Firstly, Winter had given her the jade so she could send reports and relay information. Although he had said she could also inject energy into the jade when she was in trouble, Kong Huan did not believe that Winter could take on the entire snow-covered fox species. Moreover, if she asked Lin Yuan for support without achieving any accomplishments, he would definitely question her abilities. In this world, it was unlikely there was anyone else who could help her to evolve her alluring fox bloodline. Moreover, Lin Yuan possessed an alluring fox bloodline that was stronger than her own. Thus, Kong Huan could not help but feel extremely reliant on Lin Yuan. She had caught the eyes of the leaders because of her bloodline's ability to captivate foxes. She was nothing more than a toy. Toys did not deserve to have any pride. However, she had managed to endure this event. She had no idea how genuine the feelings of this leader who fought for her were. However, at the very least, he was willing to invest effort into her. This meant that the alluring foxes would not be in danger for now. This was enough. If Lin Yuan did not contact her even after a few years had passed, Kong Huan would inject energy into that jade to contact him. Lin Yuan had told her to gain a stable position in the North Universe, and she had achieved this. She had earned the favor of one of the snow-covered fox leaders and managed to become the most outstanding figure among the dependent species. This outstanding result was sufficient for her to report to Lin Yuan. The past few years had been extremely difficult for Kong Huan. Nothing had gone well since arriving in the North Universe. Meanwhile, Fan Lu had received significant resources and spent the past few years basking in happiness. Although he still did not have much of a presence among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, he was able to address the leader of the Light Wind Wolves as brother. This was not because the Light Wind Wolf leader held Fan Lu in high regard. In actuality, none of the Light Wind Wolves acknowledged his bloodline. Fan Lu had a lowly and impure bloodline. He only managed to gain a hint of the Light Wind Wolf bloodline from consuming a fruit that contained the bloodline. His bloodline only improved after consuming a drop of the Chaos Wind Demon and Light Wind Wolf's essence blood. It was only with this that his bloodline was finally elevated to a passable level. Aside from Fan Lu's bloodline, the Light Wind Wolves also looked down on him because of his character. Ever since Feng Qing began keeping Fan Lu by his side as his assistant, Fan Lu had become extremely full of himself. There were times when he arrived at the Light Wind Wolves meetings later than the elders. This was disrespect of the highest form. It would be fine if Fan Lu had a pure Light Wind Wolf bloodline. The crux was that Fan Lu's bloodline was impure and had inserted himself into the family. However, no one dared to reproach Fan Lu openly on account of his relationship with Feng Qing. To top it off, Fan Lu often brazenly brought up his relationship with Feng Qing. Hence, the others had no choice but to extend courtesies toward him. It was as though someone had poured out a bucket of swill on the door of their house. Yet they had no choice but to praise him. It was true that Fan Lu's hubris had ballooned, but he knew how to keep it in check. Fan Lu knew what needed to be done, and ensured to do everything he could to earn Feng Qing's favor. Fan Lu, who had suppressed the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, had become Feng Qing's most trusted aide. Feng Xian had butted heads with Fan Lu in the past, and Feng Qing had punished them. Ever since then, Feng Xian had no choice but to be courteous toward Fan Lu. Fan Lu did his best to curry favor with Feng Qing but did not see him as his true master. The only master he acknowledged was Lin Yuan. Fan Lu had personally experienced the power of Lin Yuan's subordinates and knew how much they respected him. The experts under Lin Yuan were all far stronger than Feng Qing. On the one hand, Fan Lu curried favor with Feng Qing because it was part of the task that Lin Yuan had given him. It helped to make sure that he could hold onto his position as the captain of a boundary patrol team. On the other hand, Fan Lu wanted to use Feng Qing to raise his standard of living. One needed to take responsibility for creating the kind of blissful life one wanted. Fan Lu paid close attention to the happenings in the Class 2 world where Lin Yuan lived. Fan Lu found out that every once in a while, a Fae from Lin Yuan's world would reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Evolving a Fae in a Class 2 world where World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Faes should not exist in the first place demanded unimaginable resources. Fan Lu refrained from making any estimates regarding the quantity. Fan Lu looked forward to being contacted by Lin Yuan and receiving a new task. While Fan Lu was imagining a better life for himself, he saw his communication crystal light up. The message was coming from a member of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Captain Honor Absent Palace has sent people to investigate the Boundary Patrol Teams. They have arrived at the 6th Boundary Patrol Team's headquarters. Didn't you say that you were busy today? Shifan is already leading the people from Honor Absent Palace in proceeding with the investigation. I'm sending a message to you to check if you're able to return before honor-absent palace's people leave. I heard that many captains of boundary patrol teams have bought meals for these people from honor-absent palace. All of them have impressive backgrounds, but I haven't been able to find out much about them. The member of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team who had sent the message to Fan Lu to inform him about the situation was one of his close subordinates. He was trustworthy. Fan Lu had invested resources in this member and supported him because he wanted to have a better grasp of the happenings in the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. This subordinate did not let him down and immediately informed him of a situation he had just caught wind of. Beads of cold sweat began dripping down Fan Lu's back, and he stared blankly for 5 seconds before asking loudly, "What?" Fan is leading the people from honor-absent palace in proceeding with the investigation? Why didn't he inform me of something as serious as this? This member of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team could tell that Fan Lu was shocked and afraid. Fan Lu held great authority in the 6th Boundary Patrol Team, especially now that he had Feng Qing's favor. Given that he had the favor of one of the members of the honor-absent parliament and was also serving as that member of parliament's assistant, it meant that Fan Lu's future was limitless. Fan was one of Fan Lu's close subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the vice-captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Fan believed that as Feng Qing continued to favor Fan Lu, he would eventually tire of being the captain of the 6th Boundary Patrol Team. Fan was determined to take Fan Lu's place. Hence, he was overeager to prove himself whenever the opportunity arose. Fan never anticipated that his actions would displease Fan Lu normally. The captain of a boundary patrol team did not leave his post. He had represented Fan Lu without causing the supervisors from honor-absent palace to become suspicious. Rather than being angry at him, Fan Lu should be praising him for his work. Fan Lu groaned to himself. He should not have accepted Feng Qing's invitation to participate in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves meeting today. He also should not have helped Feng Qing to pass on a message after the meeting ended. If another life form in the Class 2 world evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, while Fan was leading the supervisors from honor-absent palace, he would have bungled the job that Lin Yuan had given him. If that happened, he could not hope to continue living. With this thought, Fan Lu felt he needed to use the jade crystal to contact Winter. He would ask Winter to inform Lin Yuan to hold back on evolving lifeforms. But it did not take long for Fan Lu to change his mind. Fan had already begun leading the supervisors around. It was too late for him to send a report. It would be pointless to do so now. Acting in hindsight would never please one's superiors. If he contacted Lin Yuan and nothing happened during the investigation, it would lead Lin Yuan to think he was incompetent. After all, with Fan Lu's authority, he would not be able to put a stop to this investigation even if he returned to the 6th Boundary Patrol Team now. Once Fan Lu was back at the 6th Boundary Patrol Team's headquarters, he rushed in to see Fan speaking to a man and a woman. He was bent down on one knee and was in a servile position. The man and woman did not have austere expressions on their faces. Fan Lu let out an internal sigh of relief. The supervisors conducting the surprise investigation of the boundary patrol teams would not be staying with the 6th Boundary Patrol Team for long. It was likely they were only still there because they were waiting for him, the captain, to return before giving him the gift. After thinking for a moment, Fan Lu smiled and approached them. "I'm so sorry. I was helping Lord Feng Qing with some matters and was delayed. I'm sure the two of you have finished with your investigation. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened with the universe territories under the 6th Boundary Patrol Team's control. If something had happened, I would have learned my lesson from last time and informed Lord Feng Qing immediately so he could send a report to honor-absent palace." Fan Lu spoke courteously, and no one could fault his demeanor. However, he mentioned Feng Qing, a member of the honor-absent parliament, multiple times so he could subversively leverage Feng Qing's status to elevate himself. The two supervisors came across this situation often. Half of the boundary patrol team captains had networks and links. It was a cushy job. It was because of this that people often tried to claim more profits through underhanded means. The male supervisor coughed. It's true that nothing unusual was found during the investigation. However, the 6th Boundary Patrol Team had a major issue in the past. Whether there are truly issues is still yet to be decided. We are currently discussing whether there is a need to investigate the territory where the issue took place. Captain Fan, now that you're back, why don't you come with us? Fan Lu relaxed when he heard that. These were nothing more than cursory statements. The two supervisors were carrying heavy responsibilities. If issues were found in the areas they investigated, they would not be able to shirk any of the repercussions. Their words were only meant to give him a warning. If he did not give them benefits, they would make life difficult for him. Fan Lu hurriedly took out the items he had prepared. Of course, taking you there is no issue. But the two of you must be tired from checking on the 6th Boundary Patrol team. I will send someone to prepare a meal. Please take a layered cloud purple rasher, each as my greeting gift to the two of you. The male and female supervisors' eyes lit up when they saw what Fan Lu had taken out. The layered cloud purple rasher grew on mountain peaks. Once it matured, it would gather clouds and mist around it, making it extremely hard to find. The light wind wolves had an easier time attaining the layered cloud purple rasher because of their bloodline skills. Hence, the two supervisors were unsurprised that Fan Lu possessed the layered cloud purple rasher. However, they had not expected him to be willing to give away something so precious. It seemed that the rumors about Fan Lu receiving heavy rewards from Feng Qing were true. The female supervisor received the layered cloud purple rasher from Fan Lu before saying, "We won't be having the meal. We still need to check on the other boundary patrol teams. Captain Fan, fate willing, we will be able to meet again. I hope that the 6th Boundary Patrol team will not have any issues during the next check." The two supervisors from Honor Absent Palace left. Fan Lu pursed his lips. It was unlikely that the two of them would be back to check on them. Honor Absent Palace would never allow the same group of supervisors to check on the same Boundary Patrol team repeatedly. They were concerned that the team and supervisors would begin colluding. Moreover, it was unlikely there would be another check for a long time after this one. The member of the Boundary Patrol team who had reported the matter to Fan Lu sensed that something was off about Fan Lu. He did not dare to draw close to Fan Lu and kept his distance. Fan did not know that Fan Lu had been enraged by his behavior. He even believed that he had helped Fan Lu and was anxious to receive rewards for his contribution. "Captain, you weren't around when the supervisors arrived. I started leading them in the investigation first because I didn't want them to wait. Didn't you spend a lot of resources on that territory? I made sure to bring the supervisors there so that they'd be able to sense how serious we are." The two supervisors gave very high ratings. Fan was adept at saying pretty words and made a habit of flattering Fan Lu as well. Otherwise, Fan Lu would not have begun viewing him as a close subordinate and given him so much authority. At first, Fan Lu had been livid. However, unless something happened, Fan Lu had been planning to let Fan go. He had not expected Fan to take the two supervisors to the area he had sternly ordered to be sealed off. Fan's actions were the equivalent of putting Fan Lu's life on the line. Fan Lu's eyes brimmed with a cold and killing intent, and he gently patted Fan's shoulder twice. "Fan, we have worked together for so long. You have worked hard all these years as my second in command. In a few days, the Light Wind Wolves need a few helpers for an operation. If you're able to do things as well as you did this time, I can recommend you to Lord Fengqing. That'll give you the chance to be like me." Fan was overjoyed. He had not noticed the cold glint in Fan Lu's eyes at all. Fan Lu had decided that Fan would die during that operation. Then, he would promote another vice captain who would report everything to him and listen to him obediently. Fan Lu had promoted Fan in the past out of convenience. But this time it would be for his peace of mind. Lin Yuan had no idea that this hiccup had taken place. Lin Yuan had not helped another Fae to evolve ever since Dark Blue reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. He also had not caused any other commotion for some time. Once Lin Yuan left, it was unlikely that another lifeform would be able to evolve on its own. The world wills would suppress the evolution of the native phase. It was only when a Class 2 world evolved to Class 3 and the world wills transformed that the barrier to evolving to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom would be lowered. The journey took a few days. The Immortal Kill Food Sky Butterfly finally arrived at Epic God Palace. The Moon Empress immediately spotted the towering Four Seasons Mountain. After staring serenely at the Four Seasons Mountain for a moment, the Moon Empress said calmly, "Little Yuan, I remember you telling me about fairies. They are life forms that have evolved from natural formations such as mountains and rivers. This mountain should have the potential to evolve, right?" The Moon Empress had seen Begin Lady and Celestial Sight and was very curious about fairies. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Master, this mountain is called the Four Seasons Mountain. If it's able to evolve into a fairy, it will be of a much higher level than Begin Lady and Celestial Sight. However, we won't be able to help it to evolve before we leave for the sky beyond the clouds. We will need an immense amount of energy to teleport to the sky beyond the clouds. This immense amount of energy will be supplied by the Four Seasons Mountain." The Moon Empress nodded. It seemed that Lin Yuan had already made all the arrangements. Blood Love frowned slightly. Life forms always had to undertake suffering and risk to evolve. It went without saying that the journey would be even more difficult for natural formations. "Lin Yuan, will the Four Seasons Mountain be affected if we use its energy for the teleportation? Didn't you say that the abyssal beasts are also able to travel from the main world to the sky beyond the clouds?" When Lin Yuan heard that, he immediately understood what Blood Love was thinking. It was true that abyssal beasts were also able to travel between the main world and sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan could also use the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill to catch and take control of young abyssal beasts. However, using abyssal beasts for travel required a location to be set. They would not be able to reach the sky beyond the clouds if they traveled blindly. Before Lin Yuan spoke, Spring said with utmost seriousness, "You don't have to worry about this. The teleportation will indeed use up the Four Seasons Mountain's energy but won't harm its roots. The energy it depleted can be replenished in the sky beyond the clouds. The Four Seasons Mountain's Four Seasons power is full of potential. It was unable to receive any fate-changing opportunities because it was born in this world. The Four Seasons Mountain is blessed to have met you, young master." Spring, summer, autumn, and winter also started addressing Lin Yuan as young master when they were in the presence of others. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to reveal Lin Yuan's identity as the saint to others. Blood Love smiled when she heard what Summer said. She was used to deciding things through violence and was no saint. Her mindset only started to change after she became a Heavenly Family Fae. Blood Love had indeed learned a lot during its time in the Heavenly Family Cottage. One of such was empathy for all life forms. The Moon Empress was very satisfied with the change in Blood Love's attitude. Blood Love had been too bloodthirsty in the past. It did not benefit Lin Yuan to have such a character by his side. Winter said softly, "Young master, are you going to head to the sky beyond the clouds now or wait for a few days? I am done charging the space tunnel, and it can be used for teleportation at any time. I have counted all your white-clothed followers. Everyone is present." Lin Yuan had stayed in Epic God Palace for a very long time. He had already obtained all the resources he needed, so there was no longer any need for him to continue remaining in Epic God Palace. "Winter, go and make the preparations. Since it will be teleportation, we'll be able to reach the sky beyond the clouds very soon. Let's not dawdle in Epic God Palace. Remember not to harm the Four Seasons Mountain's roots during the teleportation. If you can't guarantee this, I have spirit chi crystals that will be able to help." By now, the Four Seasons Mountain already had intelligence and was able to sense its surroundings. When the Four Seasons Mountain heard what Lin Yuan said, it swayed its body in response to Lin Yuan. Wildflowers bloomed at the foot of the mountain, and the plants on the side of the mountain were in full bloom. Further up the mountain was enveloped in the throes of autumn, and red leaves danced in the air. The peak of the mountain was covered with white snow. In an instant, the Four Seasons Mountain seemed to come alive. This sudden change caused the aura of the Four Seasons to begin circulating. The mountain, thousands of meters tall, began undergoing astonishing changes that stunned all those who were watching. While watching the Four Seasons Mountain, Blood Love and the others all hoped that it would not change much. This especially applied to Begin Lady and Celestial Sight. Lower-level fairies naturally looked up to and respected higher-level fairies. The The first time that Celestial Sight laid eyes on Begin Lady, such emotions were naturally invoked within him because Begin Lady was an intermediate fairy. This was why fairies that did not have any links to each other were able to assimilate and get along well with the other fairies after the establishment of the fairy institution. Based on its roots, For Seasons Mountain would definitely be a higher fairy once it transformed. Only the wind-speed rapid antelope in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was aware that Lin Yuan was in possession of such a large amount of spirit chi crystals. Due to Morbius evolution, the Spirit Lock spatial zone had continuously expanded. Lin Yuan had asked Hu Quan to set aside the space meant for the Pure Land of Bliss and its extensions. This included the Spirit Pool, which was the second core of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The wind-speed rapid antelope could control wind elements to organize the sea of spirit chi crystals. It did not need the help of anyone else. Although Hu Quan and the other spirit craftsmen were secluding themselves from the real world, and Begin Lady and Celestial Sight spent most of their time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, secrets that needed to be kept hidden should stay that way. Hence, Begin Lady and Celestial Sight felt that the spirit chi crystals were extremely precious. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight were also touched that Lin Yuan was willing to use spirit chi crystals to prevent the Four Seasons Mountain's roots from becoming injured. It led them to think back to all that Lin Yuan had done for them. As opposed to regular phase, Celestial Sight and Begin Lady were more willing to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Celestial Sight and Begin Lady had sensed the restraints from the world wills long ago. These restraints made it very difficult for them to continue increasing their strength. Given the circumstances, they felt that going to the sky beyond the clouds would be the best choice. When Winter received Lin Yuan's instruction, he hurriedly said, "Young master, just give me 4 hours to prepare. I have gathered all your white-clothed followers. I'll call them over now." Spring, summer, autumn, and winter all had high aptitudes for butlering or stewardship. However, spring was the weakest of the four and could only manage a few of Lin Yuan's personal matters. Summer and autumn did not have a strong talent for managing the lifestyle of factions. Meanwhile, winter had the strongest talent for internal governance. In numerous tasks that Winter had been involved in, Lin Yuan could tell how thoughtful and detail-oriented he was. It did not take long for the white-clothed followers to appear in front of Lin Yuan. There were now a total of 500 white-clothed followers. After several rounds of selection over the years, many white-clothed followers had been eliminated. The eliminated white-clothed followers were still members of Sky City, but they were no longer part of Sky City's combat sequence. Rather, they were relegated to Sky City's reserve sequence. The members of the reserve sequence would be assigned to numerous roles in Sky City. They would fill gaps wherever they appeared. Members of Sky City's combat sequence and reserve sequence received different treatments. Although the quota of white-clothed followers remained the same at 500 so that there would be 50 teams of 10, the members were evaluated every 3 years. Those who were eliminated would be replaced by members of the reserve sequence. This structure was very similar to the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It was meant to spur positive competition within Sky City and prevent the combat sequence of the white-clothed followers from becoming complacent. This system had been designed by Lu Jie, the manager of the white-clothed followers. When Lu Jie designed this system, his main consideration had not been the complacency of the white-clothed followers' combat sequence. Sky City was in a constant state of rapid development, and every person did their best to increase their power and prove their worth. In such an environment, complacency would lead to elimination. Lu Jie's main consideration for designing this system was the convenience of switching out the members of the 50 teams. Every person had different temperaments. Hence, some people got along better while others would come to dislike each other. Despite the other party not having done anything, they could not help but feel an increasing loathing for them. This was a common occurrence among the Radiance Federation's large guild clubs. Lu Jie had been part of guild clubs in the past, and this was the reason that eventually caused him to withdraw from them. By giving the members of the 50 teams the opportunity to change their members every 3 years, the white-clothed followers would form stronger bonds with each other. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu approved of Lu Jie's design. In the past, Lu Jie was brave and had some strategic intelligence, but most of his strategy revolved around the design of insect army battles. Now, most of his focus was on managing factions. This allowed Lin Yuan and Lu Jie to see his talent in managing factions. The 500 combat sequence white-clothed followers stood in an orderly formation and looked at Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu with bright eyes. 1,500 reserve sequence members stood behind the combat sequence, their fighting spirits just as high. They were all determined to take the place of the combat sequence members 3 years later. Aside from Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Listen, Duanhe, Zhou Luo, and the other members of management, there were 2,000 regular members of Sky City. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to have increased the strength of every member in the past 10 years or so. There were 2 captains of every white-clothed follower team. Lin Yuan had evolved the captain's phase to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The captains themselves also possessed Divine Kingdom power. Lin Yuan had evolved the remainder of the white-clothed followers to the Spirit Fire level. He could continue to slowly evolve them once they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. The reserve sequence was going to be assigned to various positions. Hence, they did not have a manager. The members of the reserve sequence had only just reached the birth horoscope level. However, this was sufficiently powerful for the main world. The white-clothed followers did not have a clear understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had also not shared information about it. This was because Lin Yuan had never personally been there. Fan Lu and Kong Huan's knowledge of the sky beyond the clouds was limited. Moreover, Lin Yuan knew that as the white-clothed followers continued to increase their power and reach the peak of the main world, it was inevitable for them to become arrogant. Hence, he needed to wait until they had been knocked down a peg by the sky beyond the clouds in order to realize just how dangerous it was and how lacking their strength was. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said loudly, "Later, all the members of Sky City will head to the sky beyond the clouds and begin the conquest there. I believe that everyone has been looking forward to this day. In the past, someone asked me where Sky City's headquarters are and whether it is Thick Soil City. I want to let everyone know that Sky City's headquarters is not in Thick Soil City but here." Lin Yuan raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up, only to see the thick clouds floating across the sky. The clouds were clustered together like cotton balls. If those who paid attention to meteorological processes saw such clouds, they would think that rain was about to fall. The white-clothed followers all looked up at the sky. For a moment, they did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. However, Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and the rest knew that Lin Yuan was referring to Sky Sea. Hu Quan had not shown his face ever since Lin Yuan had taken him away. It was likely that Hu Quan was done building Sky City atop Sky Sea. Now that Lin Yuan was about to head to the sky beyond the clouds, it seemed that he was going to inform his faction of Sky Sea's existence. After looking up, the Moon Empress frowned for a few seconds while scanning the sky. She had noticed that something was off about the sky. The Moon Empress had returned the moon to the main world through Forage Moon. She had also left a part of her roots on the moon. Her roots would take control of the energy in the moon and prevent the moon's energy from causing future disasters in the main world, such as tsunamis and the like. The Moon Empress noticed that the moonlight was not piercing through the clouds directly above Lin Yuan. This meant there was definitely something strange about those clouds. If Lin Yuan had not specified the position, the Moon Empress would not have picked up on anything. While everyone was looking at the clouds, the plume of clouds suddenly dissipated, and a giant figure appeared in the sky. It was the figure of an enormous whale that was difficult to describe. The enormous whale slowly moved its wings and was carrying a majestic city on its back. The city was shrouded in various weather phenomena. There was a rainbow across the center of the city, enhancing the city's beauty. Even Wen Yu and Lu Jie could not stop their jaws from dropping. They had not expected Lin Yuan to evolve Sky Sea to such a degree. Given Wen Yu and Lu Jie's reactions, the reactions of the white-clothed followers who were seeing Sky Sea for the first time did not have to be described. The city atop Sky Sea was full of Hu Quan's architectural style. Anyone who was acquainted with Hu Quan could recognize this with a single glance. Lin Yuan had already used the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill to set up teleportation nodes on Sky Sea's back. When everyone looked away from Sky Sea's back, Lin Yuan said, "Each of you has the tentacle node that I previously distributed. Later, you can use the tentacle node to directly transport yourself to the city in the sky. The city being carried by Sky Sea is Sky City's headquarters. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, the dissipated clouds gathered together again, hiding Sky Sea's figure. From this, the white-clothed followers knew the clouds hiding Sky Sea's body were also summoned by one of the fays under Lin Yuan's control. In the time that the Moon Empress spent by Lin Yuan's side, she had also changed her mindset as an expert. She still had the heart of an expert now, but she also understood just how much room for growth there was when one looked beyond the main world. The journey of an expert was endless. This delighted someone like her, who had an endless lifespan. This was because she could use her long lifespan to slowly and continuously break through and reach new heights. The Moon Empress did not understand the circumstances in the sky beyond the clouds. She also did not know how abundant the resource availability in the sky beyond the clouds was. However, something like the lifespan mouse was also considered a treasure of the highest level there. Even the most powerful life forms in the sky beyond the clouds would eventually reach the end of their lifespans. It was likely that the only one in the group who did not want to go to the sky beyond the clouds was Kira. When Lin Yuan and Kira first made their deal, he had agreed to allow Kira to remain in the spirit lock spatial zone while they were in the main world. But once they got to the sky beyond the clouds, Kira would have to lead the demon insects in scouting and clearing the surrounding environment. She would no longer be able to remain in the spirit lock spatial zone. It was said that it was easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but not vice versa. Kira was extremely disappointed. However, she knew that Lin Yuan had only allowed her to remain in the spirit lock spatial zone to compensate her for her contribution during the Dead Spirits crisis. In the past 10-odd years, she had produced almost 10 fetuses that could produce hundreds of demon insects with Class 1 genetic locks. This was sufficient to enable Sky City to develop independently in the sky beyond the clouds. Her nest took up a very large space in the spirit lock spatial zone and got in the way of Hu Quan's constructions. In spite of Kira's disappointment, she had no lack of fighting spirit. Kira was ambitious in accomplishing achievements and racking up success. As long as she could achieve results that benefited Lin Yuan in the sky beyond the clouds, it was likely that he would give her numerous spirit chi crystals that would aid her development. Lin Yuan did not care about what Kira thought. If Lin Yuan had not been so busy in the past few years, he would already have ordered Kira to decrease the size of her nest. As the number of fetuses increased, Kira built more and more irregular structures in the spirit lock spatial zone. Hu Quan would complain about this to Lin Yuan each time he saw him. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, Wen Yu and Lu Jie, who were Sky City's deputies, spoke. When Lu Jie and Wen Yu were done giving their speeches, Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan wanted her to say a few words, but after pondering for a moment, she shook her head at Lin Yuan. She, Cold Moon, and Mystic Moon were supporters who stood behind Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu. They were there to watch them grow. The Moon Empress felt that this was the best decision. If the Moon Empress wanted to obtain special treatment and authority in Sky City, she would have already used her title as the City Lord's Master to issue orders. Hu Quan led Lin Yuan in admiring all of the interior designs and decorations of Sky City. He had spared no expense in the construction of Sky City. With the guarantee that no functions were omitted, the entire Sky City had been constructed as a work of art. All of the walls of Sky City's interior had been carved with the hollowed low-relief technique. Phoebe Jinan boards that were almost 20 centimeters thick were embedded into the walls and carved using the hollowed low-relief technique. As a result, the carvings all seemed to be animated and full of life. Due to Sky Sea's lashing spirit tail wings, it could naturally gather spirit chi around itself. This allowed the carvings made from jade-textured wood to be nourished by spirit chi and shine with a soft amber glow. Anyone covered by the amber would be put in a state of utmost comfort and relaxation. Everyone looked around their surroundings. It turned out that this was Sky City's headquarters. This was going to be their home from now on. Wen Yu, who managed Sky City, quickly returned to her senses. After spending such a long time by Lin Yuan's side, her shock tolerance had risen significantly from its original level. When she first joined Lin Yuan, she was shocked numerous times daily. But now, she had been with Lin Yuan for almost 20 years. If she was still not used to it by now, it would mean that there was something wrong with her abilities. When you assigned Sky City's 500 combat sequence and 1,500 reserve sequence white-clothed followers to their individual rooms. At first, Hu Quan was troubled after learning of the number of people who would be staying in Sky City. He was perplexed over how to best construct the 2,000 rooms in a way that would not be cramped. At that time, Hu Quan had yet to see Sky C's true self. Although he knew of Sky C's existence, he thought of it as nothing more than a larger island whale. But once he saw Sky C's true self, Hu Quan knew that his worries had been for naught. The over 2,000 members of Sky City could live comfortably on Sky C's back. There was more than enough space on Sky C's spacious back to make each room 200 square meters large. Later, Sky C evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, and the size of its back increased again. Hu Quan decided to turn the Sky City he had constructed previously into the main palace that was open to the public. He then constructed 2 other smaller palaces behind the main palace. They were the Follower City and Reserve City. The Follower City would only house the combat sequence white-clothed followers and came with completed self-care and nutrition facilities. There were also many areas for battling and sparring. The Follower City was looked after by 500 deposit vegetable pods in human form. They served as personal butlers to the white-clothed followers. The Follower City and Reserve City were of a similar size. The Reserve City housed the 1,500 reserve sequence members. They did not have any deposit vegetable pods to serve them. However, they had all the same facilities. The difference between the Follower City and Reserve City was enough to ignite the fighting spirit of the combat sequence and reserve sequence members. The combat sequence white-clothed followers would try hard to preserve their position, while the reserve sequence members tried their best to improve their standing. The spirit craftsmen under Hu Quan had carved many jade-textured wooden materials over the years. Hu Quan had placed these jade-textured wood carvings in the Follower City and Reserve City's storage rooms. When you took out these ornaments that were extremely valuable in the main world and placed them in the rooms of the combat sequence and reserve sequence white-clothed followers. When you had an extremely strong execution ability and settled everything quickly. The rooms belonging to Lin Yuan and the other main members of Sky City were all in the 4 tall towers that rose above the main structure. From the outside, these 4 towers looked white. The interior could not be seen at all. But from the inside, it seemed transparent. From within the 4 towers, the expanse of sky and stars could be seen with utmost clarity. Frankly, most of the main members of Sky City spent the majority of their time in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone continuously grew larger, and Lin Yuan could keep it perfectly hidden. By living in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, they could be ensconced in pure spirit chi. The key members of Sky City could thereby increase their power. However, it went without saying that once one reached the Divine Kingdom level, one needed faith power as well as pure spirit chi to increase their strength. Faith power was what enabled divine kingdoms to evolve. Once they got to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan would have to find ways to collect faith power. When it came to collecting faith power, even Lin Yuan had to be envious of Kira. The demon insects that Kira produced were able to supply faith to Kira, regardless of their class of genetic lock. This made it easy for Kira to evolve her divine kingdom rapidly. The evolution of Kira's divine kingdom was related to the size of its demon insect army. Hence, Kira's mind was full of ideas for expanding her insect army. In the main world, Kira's ideas were curbed by Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan intended to allow Kira to go wild once they arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. Su Iran and Luolan could not help but gaze out into the distance. The 2 of them were rulers of federations and had to overcome significant emotional turmoil before deciding to leave with Lin Yuan. For the past tens of years, they had invested all their efforts into governing the Iron Hammer Federation and the Darkness and Sand Island continents. It was only to be expected that they were reluctant. However, it went without saying that aside from reluctance, the feelings of hope for a brighter future were stronger. The 2 of them intended to have a good talk with Lin Yuan in the sky beyond the clouds to see how they could be of help. Su Iran and Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds for the sake of their development and did not want to be relegated to the sidelines. Rather, Su felt extremely relaxed. Su never formed many ties. Ever since he was saved by Lin Yuan, the latter became his guiding light. Su's greatest hope was to be able to remain by Lin Yuan's side, and he had accomplished this. Su had a strong urge to grow stronger but was not as lost as Lu Jie had been in the past. He very happy with his step-by-step improvement. Lin Yuan sipped on the 3 treasures tea that when you had brewed and waited for winter to contact him. Spring, summer, and autumn stood next to him. The 3 of them knew that Lin Yuan would only be able to truly spread his wings once he left the Class 2 world for the sky beyond the clouds. A thought struck Lin Yuan and he called Blood Love over. He told Blood Love to tell Spring, Summer, and Autumn about her divine kingdom ability. Next, Lin Yuan summoned the merciful star peony. Spring, Summer, and Autumn immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. He wanted to use Blood Love and the merciful star peony to temper their bodies. Tempering their bodies was the best way to refine their bodies. Regular tempering techniques did not have much effect on them. However, this method of using the energy of celestial bodies to temper their bodies was extremely effective. Lin Yuan always thought about the rest of them when he obtained resources. Spring, Summer, and Autumn could not help but think back to how they were cultivated by that noble figure many epochs ago. Autumn was the first to speak. Young Master, this method of tempering is useful for all of us. While you're using the merciful star peony star power to temper us, we can use our bodies to adjust our tolerances and feed back a tolerable amount of star power to you. This way, you'll be able to temper your body without worrying that the star power will damage your body. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. That was great. He could now temper his body sooner than before. While Lin Yuan was interacting with Spring, Summer, and Autumn, Blood Love and the merciful star peony obediently sat on chairs next to Lin Yuan. The 2 of them knew how strong Spring, Summer, and Autumn were. With their powers, Blood Love and merciful star peony were extremely respectful to them despite also being Lin Yuan's subordinates. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to receive a message from Winter. The tunnel setup was done and could be used for teleportation at any moment. Due to the protection from the 4 Seasons Mountain, teleportation over such a distance would not cause any discomfort. However, they could not be certain of where they would end up after the teleportation. Lin Yuan immediately sent out the order for Winter to begin the teleportation. Prior to the teleportation, Lin Yuan summoned Gray and Dark Blue back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This would reduce some of the energy depletion required for the teleportation. Soon, Lin Yuan sensed an energy enveloping Sky Sea. He felt Sky Sea shake a few times. It did not take long before Lin Yuan felt the concentration of Spirit Chi on Sky Sea's back increase substantially. The glow of the fully jade-textured wooden materials also intensified. Lin Yuan knew that he was headed to the sky beyond the clouds. Sky Sea's lashing spirit tail wings automatically gathered all the spirit chi in the environment. With the increase of spirit chi in the environment, the concentration of spirit chi on Sky Sea's back naturally rose as well. Spring released her own aura before saying softly, "Young Master, the area we've been transported to is very quiet. It's not within the territory of any species. However, there are some random fish. Should I go and ask them about the area or remove them?" When Lin Yuan heard this, he knew that the random fish that Spring spoke of had discovered Sky Sea. If Lin Yuan wanted to hide Sky Sea's tracks, he would have to seal their lips. Otherwise, it was inevitable for information to leak, regardless of how closed off the environment was. However, they had only just arrived, and Lin Yuan felt that scouting out the area would be a better option than unleashing a massacre. "Spring, bring them over here. I'll ask them about the situation myself. We can learn about the area from them, and it'll make it easier for me to decide where to move Sky Sea that will best suit our development." Spring bowed to Lin Yuan before her figure disappeared. Soon, she brought 3 back with her as she reappeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sensed the 3 figures and noticed that none of them had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The strongest of them had only just reached Eternal. Based on Fan Lu and Kong Huan's introduction of the universes in the sky beyond the clouds, eternal life forms were seen as outstanding in Class 1 and 2 worlds, but were considered mediocre in the sky beyond the clouds. At that moment, The three figures were staring at Lin Yuan timidly. Although the three of them were not considered strong, they could tell who called the shots. Spring had not employed any overly threatening methods, yet she had managed to scare the three of them. They now knew that this group of people could easily put an end to their lives. The three of them had never seen such interior design before. It was far too opulent. Lin Yuan gently knocked the table twice, and his pleasant voice rang out in the three figures' ears. It looks like the three of you have been living here all this time. You must have an understanding of the environment here. I would like you to tell me all about this place. The three of them looked startled when they heard what Lin Yuan said. It was clear that they did not understand what he had said. Lin Yuan attempted to speak to them in the language of the alluring foxes but received the same reaction. Lin Yuan had learned the East Universe's lingua franca from Kong Huan, and Fan Lu did not carry the legacy of any species. Kong Huan was an alluring fox, and Lin Yuan had taken the opportunity to learn the alluring fox's language. However, neither of the two languages worked on the three of them. Given that the three of them did not even know the East Universe's lingua franca, it meant that this was an extremely remote place. Lin Yuan summoned Genius. The three figures watched as Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a cat with 12 tails materialized in his arms. They could not help but gasp simultaneously and begin mumbling something under their breath. Lin Yuan shot a look at Spring to signal her to suppress them. Next, Lin Yuan nodded at Genius. Genius used connected tails to link Lin Yuan and the three figures. Lin Yuan was currently a pinnacle spirit fire expert and was only a step away from reaching the Divine Kingdom level. He was sufficiently powerful to suppress these three native lifeforms from the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, Lin Yuan could use connected tails to take in all of the knowledge and life experience of these three figures. It did not take long for realization to spread across Lin Yuan's face. The three of them used to live in a village. The village's head would go out to search for homeless lifeforms to take them in and protect them. However, they needed to worship a stone statue to live in the village. If they failed to provide faith power to the stone statue for more than 10 years, they would be chased out of the village. The three of them had been simultaneously expelled from the village. They then escaped to this place and have been settled here for the past 10 years. The three of them knew very little about this place. Despite being uninhabited, the three of them did not have any trouble filling their bellies. From the perspective of those who laid about and did nothing, the three of them led cushy lives. It seemed that he would have to approach the head of that village in order to glean any information about this place. Given that they needed to supply faith to that stone statue, it meant that the village head was likely under the thumb of a world emperor/divine kingdom expert. Lin Yuan had heard from Kong Huan that many species created storage stones to accumulate faith power. An expert only needed to place their soul imprint on the storage stone to mark the storage stone with their spiritual attribute. They would then be able to extract the faith power in the storage stones to strengthen themselves. The three of them knew very little, but they did enable Lin Yuan to understand some of the common knowledge and norms in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan could now disguise himself and pass for a native of the sky beyond the clouds. Among the common knowledge that he learned, Lin Yuan was most interested in the concept of spirit contractors. The three of them had deemed him a spirit contractor after watching him summon Genius. Fear, admiration, and respect surfaced in their gazes when they mentioned spirit contractors. This enabled Lin Yuan to understand the significance of the term. From the three individuals' knowledge, Lin Yuan learned that spirit contractors were individuals who could use spiritual energy, soul energy, or bloodline power to take control of other lifeforms. This concept of spirit contractors caused Lin Yuan to press his lips together. If that was what spirit contractors were, didn't that mean all the spirit chi professionals in the main world could be considered spirit contractors? Why were spirit contractors so rare in the sky beyond the clouds? Lin Yuan looked at spring, summer, autumn, and winter, who were next to him, before instructing Genius to use connected tails on the four of them so he could share the memories he had obtained from the trio. When spring, summer, autumn, and winter learned of their concept of spirit contractors, they did not disagree with the concept. Spring was the first to speak. Young master, the understanding of concepts is related to an entity's level and circumstances. The three of them are at a very low level. Hence, it is almost impossible for them to come into contact with spirit contractors. However, there are a fair number of spirit contractors in the sky beyond the clouds. A few species are born with the ability to use their bloodlines to take control of other lifeforms. There are many experts whose spiritual energy and souls mutate during the process of increasing their strength. They thus gain the ability to form contracts with other lifeforms using their spiritual energy and souls. Faith power can also be used to control other lifeforms. However, using faith power to control other lifeforms cannot be considered a form of spirit contraction. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Spring said. He agreed with Spring. It was true that these three were weak. With such inferior power, they knew barely anything about this wide world. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was now extremely interested in spirit contractors. Autumn rarely had the opportunity to demonstrate his value to Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan did not know about spirit contractors, he could help fill in the gaps. Young master, among the two captives that you later took in, the alluring fox is considered a spirit contractor. However, in a place like the sky beyond the clouds, everyone would rather invest resources in themselves as opposed to targets they had spiritually contracted. Spirit contraction only works on recently born or weak lifeforms. Hence, it is usually only members of large factions who spiritually contract lifeforms. That alluring fox has only spiritually contracted newborns that were born with innate power or potential. After Autumn's explanation, Lin Yuan now had an accurate understanding of spirit contractors. In the main world, humans had relatively weak bodies, and it was necessary for them to use phase for combat. However, the sky beyond the clouds experts naturally possessed outstanding combat abilities. Despite being spirit contractors, there was no need for them to contract other lifeforms to help them in battle. Thus, the sky beyond the clouds spirit contractors no longer relied on spiritually contracting other lifeforms. If this was truly the case in the sky beyond the clouds, any member of Sky City would be seen as the disciple of a major faction. There were no native humans in the sky beyond the clouds. But this did not matter because the various species in the sky beyond the clouds usually preferred to take human form. This was something that Lin Yuan already knew. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time here. In truth, Lin Yuan could have sent out Kira and used her and her army of insects to scout out the surroundings. It would not take long for Lin Yuan to gain a perfect understanding of the circumstances of this environment and draw up a precise map. However, Lin Yuan did not do this. He knew that once he sent out Kira, the demon insects would sweep through the environment and leave devastation in their wake. That was just the kind of species they were. They lived and evolved by consuming. Connected Tales allowed Lin Yuan to access the three individuals' memories and knowledge. It also allowed him to use the language they understood to communicate with them. I want to know the location of the village from which you escaped. I need you to lead the way. From their memories, Lin Yuan had a general idea of the village's location. He asked them this question because he wanted to give them a chance. If the three of them seized this chance, Lin Yuan would take them in. Lin Yuan would undoubtedly need help if he wanted to begin developing in the sky beyond the clouds. If the three of them lied to him, he would not hesitate to send these three native lifeforms to the netherworld. Based on their experiences, the three of them could not be considered good people in the traditional sense. Rather, they were lifeforms that abided by the law of the jungle. When they came across weaker lifeforms, they would turn into sharks that had caught a whiff of blood. They would never give up until they had their target in their jaws. They had caught and killed countless weaker lifeforms. When they heard what Lin Yuan said, they did not immediately tell Lin Yuan all that they knew. Rather, they followed their nature and began negotiating. Lord, the village where we used to live is far from here. If we take you there, will you give us any benefits? You are a spirit contractor master who has spiritually contracted beautiful lifeforms. It shouldn't be difficult for you to give us a little something. The man with rough skin who had just spoken began chuckling. The rows of yellow teeth he revealed led Wenyu, who was sitting next to Lin Yuan, to frown. Blood Love glared coldly at the rough-skinned man. It was the gaze of someone looking at something that was about to die. Lin Yuan looked away from the three of them and waved at Autumn. Autumn immediately led the three of them away. Autumn knew that Lin Yuan was saying that he no longer wanted to see them. The three of them would no longer have anything to do with Lin Yuan. Hence, Autumn could decide what to do with them. Autumn detested those who did not understand their circumstances. Through connected tales, Autumn had accessed their memories and had a general idea of the village's location. They would need to release their spiritual aura to search for the village's exact location. This meant that the three of them would also need to expend some effort to locate the village. They were unable to pinpoint the village's location accurately, yet they responded as though they had all the answers and even asked Lin Yuan for benefits. Their behavior was unforgivable. The three of them were clearly incapable of saving themselves. Yet they were still attempting to negotiate. Their greed tainted Lord Saint's sacred years. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to continue living. Autumn used his power to imprison the three of them. With Autumn's power, they did not even have the opportunity to admit their mistake. All they could do was stare at him pleadingly. However, Autumn did not feel a shred of mercy. A young girl they had caught had also looked at them with the same pleading eyes. But they had not given her the chance to continue living. Once Autumn was done dealing with them, he immediately returned to Lin Yuan's side. Autumn did not report what he had done to Lin Yuan, as he felt that there was no need to do so. The three of them had already wasted so much of Lin Yuan's time. If they continued to take up Lin Yuan's time after death, it would only amplify their crime. Autumn knew of Lin Yuan's goal. He began releasing his spiritual aura in the direction he had gleaned from their memories and started the search on Lin Yuan's behalf. Lin Yuan released dark blue and gray from the spirit-lock spatial zone, so the two of them could hide Sky C's movements. Dark blue, gray, and Sky C's partnership could be described as sheer perfection. Frankly, it was not necessary for Lin Yuan to find a safe place to develop. Sky C was Sky City's core and could be located anywhere. Lin Yuan wanted to establish a territory because the many Fays that were part of Sky City and the Divine Kingdom white-clothed followers needed to obtain faith power. The best way was to establish a territory and obtain protection for lifeforms, thereby attaining faith power from these lifeforms. Hence, it became necessary for Lin Yuan to establish a territory. Next to Lin Yuan, Summer said seriously, "Young master, once you begin traveling to the village and learn of its exact location, I don't think you should build your territory near that area. You should find an area of fertile land with an abundance of resources. The barrenness of this place exceeds my previous expectations." Lin Yuan nodded. Summer's words were very reasonable to him. With spring, summer, autumn, and winter strength, Lin Yuan would be able to take any fertile land for himself. However, it was not easy to come across a piece of fertile land. Once winter settled the Four Seasons mountain and helped it replenish its energy, he said seriously, "Young master, don't forget that you still have Fan Lu as a chess piece in the East Universe. You are now in the East Universe and can use him to accomplish many tasks. You'll be able to find fertile land by asking Fan Lu about it. Once you find the village's exact location, tell Fan Lu to come to us. It requires too much energy to use the jade I gave Fan Lu. You can give him a thoughts letter paper. That way, you'll be able to find out information from him." When spring, summer, autumn, and winter first joined Lin Yuan, they dared not make any suggestions to him for fear that doing so would displease him. Lin Yuan had put a lot of effort into changing their mindsets to the current point where they saw themselves as his aides. Rather than serving him, Lin Yuan preferred them to make up for his gaps like seniors would. This would help him to improve continuously and prevent his growth from becoming stunted. It also prevented his ego from being inflated by the constant adulation. Lin Yuan had not forgotten about Fan Lu. Now that he had arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, it was indeed time to contact him. There was no need for Lin Yuan to be overly careful while he was developing in the East Universe. He would not go after those who did not cross him. But once someone bared their fangs at him, he would make sure to put an end to them. If any faction laid a hand on Lin Yuan, he would be able to gain notoriety quickly by eliminating them. This would surely send shockwaves through the other factions. The group already had a general location. As Spring continued to search the surroundings, she soon discovered the village. The village was very small. It could be considered the smallest inhabited locale in the sky beyond the clouds. Yet, there were hundreds of millions of lifeforms living within it. The population of lifeforms living in the sky beyond the clouds could not be conceptualized by Lin Yuan, who came from the main world. Presently, every single lifeform in the village was lined up in an orderly formation as they worshipped the sculpture in the middle of the open-air courtyard. A gray-haired elderly man covered in liver spots was leaning on a wooden cane and standing next to the sculpture. He surveyed all the worshippers to ensure that they were injecting a sufficient quantity of faith power into the sculpture. The lifeforms that did not supply sufficient faith power to the sculpture would be picked out and told to stand off to the side. They would receive special punishment from the elderly man later. Each punishment would be followed by a significant shrinking of the group. Hence, all the lifeforms in the village were motivated to do their best to supply faith to the sculpture. This was so they could earn the elderly man's protection. The village was surrounded by danger, and ferocious beasts frequently emerged. The elderly man had already protected the village more than once. The sculpture was of a life form hidden under wings. The life form probably had a humanoid form, but the wings prevented discernment of a precise answer. In order to supply faith to a life form whose appearance they could not even see, they needed to use their imagination to persuade themselves to have faith in this life form. Summer studied the situation in the village before sharing her findings with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was rendered speechless with shock when he heard that. It turned out that faith was collected in this manner in the sky beyond the clouds. How was this any different from rearing milk cows and draining them daily? Just like spirit chi, faith power could also be categorized into different levels. This was the lowest level method of collecting faith power. It was unlikely that anyone would be willing to absorb faith power that was filled with so many impurities. Such faith power came with so much negative energy that it could even damage a divine kingdom. Lin Yuan told them of his thoughts. When Winter heard that, he began to explain, "Young master, faith power isn't just used to increase one's power here. It also serves as currency. Experts who are able to use such methods to gather faith power will use such low-quality faith power as currency or give it out as rewards to their subordinates." Spring was silent for a moment before she said, "Based on what we learned from the 3 native life forms, this village has been here for at least a few thousand years. These life forms are slaves. Faith power that is forced out isn't genuine. Young master, if you want to collect faith power, you can consider saving the life forms in this village. Rescuing others is the best way to obtain faith power. It's commonly employed in the sky beyond the clouds." Lin Yuan felt that Spring's suggestion was feasible. Then, a wild idea appeared in his head. Could it be that all incidents of being rescued in the sky beyond the clouds were linked to such a scheme?